Esteemed as the foremost powerhouse on the continent and the sole spirit medicine grandmaster in Stern, Jason, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, inadvertently traversed the currents of space-time during an experiment, finding himself transported to the primeval era of spirit masters. 3 millennia passed, in this age where spirit medicine was yet to flourish, a time of rudimentary spiritual cultivation. Witnessed Jason's resurgence as he harnesses his capabilities to ascend once more to the pinnacle of the continent, transcending the constraints of his former existence. Astounding. An eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master, Novesk gazed upon Wayne, who levitated serenely in the air, and remarked with composure, "A seventh-order Royal Spirit Master, you say? Even if two more were to appear, the outcome would remain unchanged. Novesk, is it?" Wayne inquired. "Make your move, lest others accuse me of taking advantage." Addressing Dylan, he added, "Observe closely, Emperor Spirit Master." A flicker of indignation crossed Novesk's countenance as he roared, "Perish!" He then launched his assault, the fire elements surging violently, his fist materializing before Wayne in an instant. Wayne, in response, extended a hand, effortlessly intercepting Novesk's blow. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. That esteemed individual, not the guardian of Grandmaster Jason? Indeed, I have observed him consistently attending Grandmaster Jason. Such formidable power. This sentiment resonated within the hearts of all the spirit masters present. Novesk, too, was taken aback. A single hand had nonchalantly deflected his attack. Imbued with a fraction of his full strength, he must be an elite seventh-order Royal Spirit Master, he surmised. It appeared that he was in for a genuine contest. The notion of an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master never crossed Novesk's mind. Such a being, even within the most prosperous empire on the continent, would undoubtedly be a pillar of the realm. How could one possibly be found within a mere kingdom? Wayne, as if becoming one with the very fabric of existence, exhibited no discernible energy fluctuations emanating from his person. With what appeared to be a featherlight punch, he struck towards Novesk. The pressure that Novesk now felt was beyond the comprehension of any spectator. With considerable effort, Novesk managed to interpose his arm against the oncoming blow. Just as everyone anticipated Novesk to effortlessly parry Wayne's attack, the unexpected occurred. With a resounding thud, Novesk was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He was rendered incapable of further combat. A single exchange. With a solitary maneuver, Novesk, the preeminent figure of the Northwest, had been vanquished. What caliber of strength did this entail? A profound sense of awe permeated the hearts of all, save for Jason. In the month following Wayne's restoration, Wayne had already recovered to the intermediate stage of an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master. To subdue Novesk, a mere seventh-order Royal Spirit Master, was but a trivial matter. Dylan, do you perceive? An eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master integrates oneself with the cosmos, rather than imposing the cosmos upon oneself, as is the case with a seventh order. A seventh-order Royal Spirit Master, by assimilating the cosmos, can draw upon an inexhaustible wellspring of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, enabling flight. This grants the seventh-order Royal Spirit Master immense power. However, the attacks of an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master originate from the very essence of the universe. By merging with the cosmos, the opponent faces not an individual, but the awe-inspiring might of the heavens and earth. This encapsulates the fundamental distinction between the seventh and eighth orders, Wayne elucidated to Dylan. Dylan, seemingly enlightened, closed his eyes, and in that very moment, he broke through to the intermediate stage of a seventh-order Royal Spirit Master. After a brief interlude, Dylan rose and bowed to Wayne, expressing, "I am grateful for your guidance. Esteemed Master, IT was merely a trifle," Wayne responded. As this conversation unfolded, the surrounding Spirit Masters and onlookers engaged in animated discourse. An eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master, no less. Heavens! Grandmaster Jason's guardian is an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master. Am I not dreaming? The Kingdom of Orlando has produced an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master. It appears that the title of the Northwest's foremost power will no longer belong to the Kingdom of Weiss. It is likely to be the Kingdom of Doran from this day forward. Rudolph, observing the disheveled Dylan, then turned his gaze towards Wayne, who remained in close attendance to Jason. He inhaled deeply, inwardly relieved by the decision he had made. With a subtle nod towards Grandmaster Hilton, he followed closely behind Jason, departing from the estate. Alice and Dylan, only then recovering from their astonishment, beheld Novesk in the crater, even more battered than Dylan himself. They could scarcely fathom that the being who had previously seemed an insurmountable force, akin to a god of fire, had been instantaneously reduced to such a pitiable state by Wayne, a mere guardian of Jason. Upon returning to the residence of the Orlando Kingdom's delegation, Rudolph's gaze towards Jason conveyed not only admiration and satisfaction, but also a hint of apprehension. The capacity to instill fear in a sixth-order spirit medicine grandmaster was a feat that few in the entire Northwest could achieve. Jason, regarding the matter of Pollock, perhaps still reeling from the shock of Wayne's status as an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master Guardian. Rudolph's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Grandmaster Rudolph. Jason interjected, halting Rudolph's words. If the Kingdom of Weiss persists in pursuing this matter, I, Jason, shall bear full responsibility, ensuring that the Kingdom of Orlando suffers no detriment. Rudolph hastily clarified, Jason, that is not my intention. However, the Kingdom of Weiss is, after all, the preeminent power in the Northwest. Although Grandmaster Hilton has stated that Pollock brought it upon himself, we must remain vigilant. As he uttered these words, Rudolph involuntarily glanced towards Wayne, who stood beside Jason, a complex mixture of emotions swirling within him, an eighth-order Emperor Spirit Master, a figure akin to legend. If the Kingdom of Orlando were to possess such a being, Rudolph dared not contemplate further. Grandmaster Rudolph, I appreciate your counsel. I shall remain vigilant. However, at this moment, my sole concern lies in ensuring that Claire awakens as swiftly as possible, Jason expressed, his tone tinged with helplessness. Very well. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall do my utmost to find a solution, Rudolph replied, understanding that Jason's thoughts were entirely consumed by the prospect of Claire's recovery. It was beyond Rudolph's comprehension that a mere servant could elicit such concern from Jason. If this servant were of exceptional beauty, it might be understandable. But Claire's appearance. Observing Jason's furrowed brow, Rudolph tactfully remarked to Jason, I shall first attend to Dylan's injuries. If anything is required, please inform the guards at the entrance. Very well, Grandmaster Rudolph. Jason, his mind preoccupied with the peculiar power afflicting Claire, entered her chamber. Claire remained unconscious, attended by a maidservant at her bedside. Upon noticing Jason, the maidservant discreetly stepped aside. Jason approached Claire's bedside and examined her, his findings mirroring his previous assessments. Within Claire's body, he could only detect that enigmatic power. Apart from this power, Claire appeared to be unharmed. This perplexed Jason greatly. However, Claire's vital signs were now even more precarious than before. Jason gazed anxiously at Claire, whispering, Claire, rest assured, I shall spare no expense to awaken you. Pollock, who wronged you, has been slain by my hand. You are under my protection, and I shall not tolerate anyone mistreating those under my care. The maidservant at his side trembled upon hearing these words. Pollock, the third prince of the Kingdom of Weiss, had been killed by this boy, who appeared to be no older than herself, for mistreating the servant lying in the bed. Suddenly, Jason shifted his hand from Claire's body to her face, a gesture that Wayne, standing beside Jason, could not comprehend. Jason turned to Wayne and inquired, Wayne, have you noticed? The red patches on Claire's face seemed to have enlarged somewhat. Wayne also observed that they did appear to be slightly larger than before, but he failed to see the connection to Claire's unconscious state. Wayne, fetch the amethyst glassware from my chamber. The second-place prize from the Spirit Medicine Grandmaster Assembly, the amethyst glassware that Jason had acquired from Sri Lanka in exchange for the parchment scroll containing the 5 elixir formulations, might prove useful. Wayne swiftly exited through the door, barely allowing the maid a moment to regain her composure before he had already retrieved the set of amethyst crystals from Jason's room and brought it to the bedside. Jason gently opened the set of amethyst vessels, extracting a hollow silver needle, which he carefully pierced into the red spot on Clea's face. As the needle penetrated, a few drops of fresh blood trickled down her cheek and were swiftly collected by Jason into the amethyst test tube. He then tenderly covered Clea with the blanket before turning to leave the room. Wayne followed closely behind Jason, eager to inquire, but Jason gestured for him to remain silent, stating, "Keep a close watch on Clea for me. I must first return to my room to investigate the source of the power within her." Upon returning to his chamber, Jason gathered a variety of medicinal herbs that in a fluid motion. He produced a bottle of low-grade fourth-tier elixir, a product crafted by Locuan during the Alchemist Conference. However, upon inspection, the spiritual essence within this elixir was incomparably superior. Despite being the same low-grade fourth-tier elixir, the one in Jason's possession was exquisitely perfect, brimming with spiritual essence yet not overflowing. If Locuan were to see this bottle, he would likely discard his own painstakingly crafted elixir in shame. Jason placed the elixir on the table and retrieved the amethyst test tube containing Clea's blood, delicately dripping a single drop into the elixir. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once vibrant elixir instantaneously transformed into a liquid resembling water, devoid of any spiritual essence, as if it had always been. An oddly colored water. "Seal it, the blood seal," Jason exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the vivid red test tube. In a dilapidated black hut at the foot of a remote mountain in the kingdom of Orlando, an elderly man draped in a linen robe cautiously held a bottle of dark gray liquid. "Is this the elixir of immortality?" he murmured. The old man's pale face bore a sinister expression as a small boy trembled in fear at his side. The old man beckoned the boy closer. "Drink it." As he spoke, he diluted the peculiar potion. "This has been diluted 50-fold. You should be able to withstand such potency." "Yes, Grandpa," the boy replied, gulping down the potion in one go, only to unleash a heart-wrenching scream as his body underwent a grotesque transformation, a thick layer of skin enveloping him. Observing the boy's bizarre metamorphosis, the old man erupted into a devilish laugh. "Ha! I have succeeded. I have invented a new type of elixir, one that will revolutionize the alchemical world. Excellent. Undying warrior, you shall be my first loyal servant." Ha! Shameless. In the capital city of Orlando, Jason was busy concocting a remedy for his right eye. Just months prior, he had fortuitously discovered a manual for crafting dragon elixirs. After extensive experimentation, he finally completed the formula. As was customary for alchemists trying new concoctions, Jason tested it on himself. The following day, his right eye transformed into a dragon crystal eye, which, according to ancient texts, is a gift from a dragon to its master, bestowing a second source of energy. However, Jason found himself unable to control the surging spiritual energy, often succumbing to spontaneous slumber. Supported by the spiritual energy of the undying phoenix and a ninth-tier soul, he could barely remain awake for more than 10 hours during the day. The dragon crystal eye, a gentle source of protective energy, yet the overwhelming spiritual energy within my right eye is beyond my control. If this continues, I may one day fall into an eternal slumber. Jason mused aloud. Neither the gentle elixir nor the calming potion seems effective. What am I to do? It's all my fault for being careless during the trial phase, neglecting the manual's warning. Only ninth-tier spirit masters should attempt the elixir. What a miscalculation. I could combine Bodhi leaves with awakening potions, or perhaps incorporate spirit-devouring wood and breeze bamboo to mitigate the surge of energy from the dragon crystal eye. If I can just control the expansion of the energy, once I elevate my spirit master rank to 9th tier, I will no longer fear losing control over the dragon crystal eye. A 9th tier spirit master can unite with the heavens and earth, no longer merely borrowing their power to fight. Jason suddenly realized, preparing to continue his experiments. Just then, a melodious voice called from outside. "Jason, I've brought you your meal." For the past few months, Jason had secluded himself in his laboratory, with the only company being a woman who brought him meals. This woman, named Huyen, was rescued by Jason after he obtained the Dragon Elixir manual and had remained by his side ever since. Coincidentally, Clea had mentioned needing to return to her family and insisted that Jason stay behind. With Clea gone, Jason felt no qualms about allowing Huyen to accompany him, as he spent most of his time in the lab without concern for gossip. "Come in," Jason called, and Huyen gracefully entered, clad in sheer garments, her delicate features and cascading hair giving her an ethereal presence. One reason Jason had not sent Huyen away was her captivating beauty. Even with the soul of a 9th-tier alchemist, he found himself entranced. After all, the desire for beauty is a universal sentiment. Honestly, you need not bring me meals every day. You could simply have a servant do it after all. You are a guest in my home, Jason remarked, shoving food into his mouth. Now, a level 8 spirit master, he still required sustenance due to the overwhelming energy in his right eye. Humph. Well, has a servant ever brought you food that you actually ate? Hurry and eat. Hu Yin chided, startling Jason with her authoritative tone, which was more befitting of a spoiled heiress. That's more like it. After you finish, accompany me. I need you to help me purchase some items. Hu Yin insisted, wiping the grease from Jason's mouth. Shall I call a servant to accompany you? Jason complained helplessly. No. Still, it's insufficient. The quantity of spirit-devouring wood is excessive, which could hinder the future cultivation speed of the spirit master. This is unacceptable. The breeze bamboo is too scarce. The life energy supply is insufficient, and it will diminish the elixir's efficacy. In the laboratory, Jason tirelessly pondered the formulation of a remedy for his dragon crystal eye. The experiment table was cluttered with failed attempts, yet he remained at a loss. Recently, his waking hours had dwindled, while his periods of slumber extended, leading him to predict that within a year, if he failed to cure his dragon crystal eye, he would succumb to eternal sleep. Jason set a dire contingency plan. If he could not create an effective remedy within a year, he would resort to removing his right eye, thus expelling the concentrated source of energy from his body. He had already prepared the rebirth elixir to treat the eye he would lose. Master Jason. This is bad. Jason, voices clamored from outside the door. What has happened? Jason inquired. Under normal circumstances, no one could approach the laboratory without his permission. Yet today, a large number of individuals had gathered, predominantly court alchemists, and several imperial princes with whom Jason was only slightly acquainted. He sensed something amiss. Master Jason, I am Athenian, the 12th prince of the empire. A few days ago, 5 peculiar individuals appeared in the capital of Orlando, attacking the residents indiscriminately. The empire dispatched soldiers to apprehend them, yet they were utterly unharmed. Subsequently, the Empire sent 3,000 elite warriors, including several 6th-tier spirit masters, but they still could not subdue them. The capital is now engulfed in chaos, and my father is deliberating on a strategy within the city. I have come to request your assistance, Master Jason, the leading youth said, bowing deeply before Jason. Jason had not confided in anyone about his distress regarding the dragon crystal eyes, fearing it might invite unnecessary trouble. How many troubles there have been this past half year? Jason sighed as he stepped outside. Master Jason, where are you going? The palace is that way, Prince Outyin inquired. I intend to assess the situation and inform the emperor that I, Jason, will handle this matter, Jason replied, eager to resolve the issue swiftly, as the dragon crystal eyes were. His greatest burden in the grand hall of the palace. Father, Master Jason claims he will resolve this issue. That Jason. If he says he can handle it, let him. Dilling, go assist Jason. Yes. Dilling responded, promptly exiting the hall. Ayatmang, you take 5,000 soldiers to evacuate the residents within the city. Understood. Aotd, you lead 10,000 soldiers to seal off the city gates. We cannot allow the disturbances caused by these monsters to reach the other empires otherwise. Our empire may be attacked at any moment, leading to our downfall. Understood. Kate. At that moment, Jason was soaring above the main city, his lightning wings unfurling, allowing him to maneuver with remarkable agility in the air. With the prowess of a 7th-tier Emperor Spirit Master, his flight speed surpassed that of his peers. Thus he relied on his lightning wings for aerial navigation. Those who cannot fly are likely not Emperor Spirit Masters, yet their terrifying recovery power is extraordinarily formidable. Could it be the effect of a spirit potion they consumed beforehand? A grave look crossed Jason's face. Master Jason, Dilling called out as he swiftly approached from behind. Dilling, why did the Emperor summon you to assist me? What about the Imperial City? Once we eliminate these monsters, there is no need to worry about the Emperor's safety, Dilling replied with a bold smile, to which Jason responded with an approving grin. These creatures are peculiar. Have you discerned anything? I sensed one thing. I cannot perceive the life aura that should emanate from the living. I concur. Moreover, they appear severely injured yet seem entirely oblivious to their pain, continuing to fight. Their recovery ability is grotesque. Even severed limbs can regenerate swiftly, Jason elucidated. More importantly, the slight corrosive aura they emit closely resembles a deathly aura I encountered in the abyss of the chaotic domain. Oh, Dilling paused, taken aback. I'm certain they are not human. Or rather, they exist as mere shells, having perished long ago, Jason asserted. Can the dead still move in such a manner? Dilling questioned. Perhaps. I once concocted a spirit potion that could preserve a corpse and sustain the bodhi's vitality, allowing it to maintain the level of a spirit master postmortem. Is someone controlling these corpses? Dilling inquired. It seems so. Let us descend and subdue these undead. Guided by his lightning wings, Jason descended to the ground, grasping Dilling's hand. Hold on, look there. An unexpected find. Following Jason's gesture, they spotted an elderly man clad in black, cradling a gray-black stone that emanated a strange spiritual energy. Jason signaled to Dilling to remain cautious as they stealthily approached the elder, who seemed oblivious to their presence, evidently of a lesser spirit master level than the two. Hiding behind the stone, Jason communicated telepathically. It appears this old man is the mastermind behind this. He must have used a spirit potion to transform those people into monsters. What now? Should we capture him? Dilling's nature inclined him towards direct confrontation, a hallmark of a strong-willed individual. However, Jason, as an apothecary with the soul of a former ninth-tier genius spirit master, felt the need to comprehend the potion's formulation before taking drastic measures against its creator. With Dilling under the Emperor's orders to assist Jason, it implied he would adhere to Jason's plan. Hey Jason, why did you run off without a word? A voice called from afar, startling Jason and prompting an internal lament. He and Dilling had no choice but to step forward. The newcomer was Ruyan, who remained unaware of the monsters wreaking havoc in the city. Dilling glanced at Ruyan and remarked to Jason, "It seems we must subdue her first." The elder, having heard the commotion, ambled over leisurely. "So, you are Jason, the genius apothecary of the Empire?" he said with a mocking smile. "You know me?" Jason replied, unperturbed and not incited by the elder's demeanor. "I've merely heard of you a few times. A genius, nothing more. Do you know the name of my spirit potion?" The elder sneered at Jason. Ruyan instinctively moved closer to Jason, asking, "Who is he?" Feeling the warmth of the beauty beside him, Jason's heart raced momentarily. Maintaining his composure as a mid-7th-year spirit master, he replied coolly, "I do not know him, but it seems he has come seeking me." "And who are you?" Jason demanded. "Who am I? No need to inquire. Very few on this continent are aware of my name. As an apothecary, do you dare to test the potency of my concoction?" The elder produced several vials of spirit potion from his sleeve. In the distance, 5 undead figures slowly approached. Dilling readied for battle, but Jason held him back. In a hushed tone, Jason warned Ruyan, "Be cautious, they are controlled corpses with formidable spirit master levels." He then addressed the elder. "Are you here to challenge me?" As he accepted the potion, the elder tossed his way. Upon contact, a sense of familiarity washed over Jason. He leaned in to sniff the potion's aroma, quickly identifying its ingredients. Purple emperor stone, fire lizard, blackheart fruit, corpse worm. He articulated a list of over a dozen materials, seemingly accurate, causing the elder's forehead to bead with sweat. "This is a corpse transformation potion, but you are missing one ingredient." Truly a genius. To discern the potion's components merely by scent, there are perhaps fewer than 10 apothecaries of your caliber on this continent. The elder spoke with a tone laced with envy. "The last ingredient has a rather pungent odorous human blood? Could it be your essence?" Jason pondered, feeling overwhelmed. Such self-destructive potions were rare in his past life, often deemed inhumane. Potions requiring the blood of the living were known to corrode the consciousness of spirit masters, driving them to madness or submission under the potion's influence. The apothecary who created such potions was often referred to as a dark apothecary in his previous life. The elder's simmering rage was palpable, fueled by jealousy over Jason's innate talent. "Kill them," he suddenly bellowed, as a noxious cloud of corrosive smoke enveloped him. The 5 undead lunged towards them with alarming speed. Be careful." Jason pulled Ruyan close, retreating hastily. Dilling charged forward to confront the undead, unperturbed by their attacks, now an 8th-tier lower Emperor Spirit Master. "Miss," You must return home immediately. This place is chaotic, Jason urged Ruyin as they ran a distance. Do not underestimate my strength. I am a mid-level spirit master, even if I cannot assist. I can protect myself, Ruyin retorted, her voice laced with determination, though Jason's serious demeanor stirred something indescribable within her. Come, I will escort you back, Jason insisted, believing she was unaware of the direction to the Imperial City. Leave me be. I am my own person, you need not concern yourself, Ruyin exclaimed, her eyes reddened as if she had not slept all night. After a moment, the two stood in silence, Jason gazing at her. The quiet was broken by Ruyin's soft sobs, gradually growing louder. You are ignoring me. You want me gone, she cried, and for the first time, Jason witnessed a girl weep for him. As he witnessed Ruyin's heart-wrenching tears, Jason felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Do not cry anymore. Stay here, I will protect you, Jason consoled her, experiencing for the first time the act of comforting a girl he had inadvertently caused to weep. Mind your own business, Ruyin retorted, though her heart felt significantly lighter. Just as she contemplated chiding Jason further, he wrapped his arms around her waist, his cheek pressed against something soft. You. Jason kissed Ruyin, slowly releasing her, and whispered softly near her ear, if you cry again, it will not be a pretty sight. That Ruyin immediately halted her tears, wiping away the remnants with her hand, and murmured, You go ahead. He'll be here watching over you. Having finally calmed Ruyin, Jason swiftly made his way to the battlefield, where Di Ling was engaged in combat. Di Ling. Jason exclaimed, surveying the chaotic ground, marred and ravaged, a scene of stark brutality. Di Ling appeared somewhat fatigued, while the 5 corpses remained unscathed. Jason, be careful. Their spiritual energy is corrosive. Di Ling bellowed, summoning a barrier of spiritual energy once more. Do not waste your energy. Ascend into the skies, they cannot fly, Jason declared, manifesting lightning wings and soaring into the azure expanse. Di Ling followed suit. Indeed, the 5 corpses lacked the ability to fly and resorted to condensing their spiritual energy into projectiles for long-range attacks, though they failed to hit the airborne duo. Damn it, the Elder, seeing the situation turn overwhelmingly unfavorable, succumbed to rage and summoned a smaller corpse, pouring an entire vial of corpse transformation potion down its throat. The corpse instantly transformed, its previously slender body swelling grotesquely, blood seeping slowly from its skin. The Elder's eyes turned crimson, and his voice turned hoarse as he roared, Attack! The mutated corpse swung its arm, unleashing a dense orb of spiritual energy toward the two. They deftly evaded the assault, but suddenly, Jason felt a wave of dizziness and plummeted from the sky. On the ground, Ruyin caught Jason, the only one aware of his frequent fainting spells, which is why she had followed him here. I can still be of help, right? Ruyin gazed at the unconscious Jason with a dazed expression. Seeing Jason unharmed, Di Ling resumed his resistance against the mutated corpse. Leave it to me. Unbeknownst to them, the Elder had approached Ruyin, clutching a remaining vial of the corpse transformation potion. No. Ruyin sensed the malevolent aura of the potion in the Elder's grasp. It seemed he intended to use it against Jason. Seizing the moment of the Elder's carelessness, she struck toward the vial in his hand. Damn it! The Elder cried out, his prized potion shattered by a mere girl. Instantly, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his chest, targeting Ruyin's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Ruyin was hurled backward, and the vial of potion shattered upon impact with the ground. Some of the corpse transformation potion splattered onto Jason's dragon eye, emitting a piercing sound. Waves of pain jolted the unconscious Jason awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Jason found himself unharmed. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned sharply, spotting Ruyin's delicate form lying still amidst a pool of blood, her complexion pale as if devoid of life. Jason cried out to the heavens, an overwhelming fury surging within him. In that instant, the corpse transformation potion flowed from his dragon eye into his very being. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jason stood up quietly, his voice filled with resolve. It was you who killed Ruyin. The Elder felt a chill race down his spine at the sight of Jason's menacing expression, summoning the surrounding corpses and mutated corpses. Corpses, you say? Is it the result of consuming that potion? Jason spoke each word deliberately, each syllable tightening the elder's chest. At that moment, D. Ling arrived beside Jason. Before he could ask anything, he witnessed Jason forcibly gouging out his right eye, rivers of blood cascading down half his face. Purify it with the power of the dragon eye. Jason unleashed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy toward the corpses. As the energy radiated from the dragon eye, the deathly aura enveloping the corpses gradually dissipated until they transformed back into ordinary remains. My grandson, long heir. The elder wailed in despair upon witnessing this, collapsing to the ground in agony as he mourned the boy lying lifeless before him. Jason remained silent, gently lifting Ru Yan's body, disregarding the blood streaming from his right eye, and sped back toward the imperial city. The elder was later apprehended by soldiers who had been alerted and imprisoned, ultimately weeping to death days later. Subsequently, the imperial city underwent extensive reconstruction for over half a month, returning to its former glory. Due to timely news suppression, the outside world remained oblivious to the events, and the residents maintained a tacit agreement to remain silent. Jason's right eye also healed under the effects of a regeneration potion, while the whereabouts of Ru Yan's remains remained unknown. Chapter 241. Jason's decision. Jason gently picked up the Tai Sui wood resting on the table, reminiscing about the first time he crafted the longevity elixir. A surge of inexplicable impulse arising within him. Glancing at the puzzled expressions of Silden, Rudolph, and others, he recalled the intimidation caused by Wayne, an 8th-tier spirit master, during the defeat of Pollock, and silently resolved to make a decision. I believe the esteemed masters present are somewhat unfamiliar with this item. Jason paused momentarily before continuing. This is known as Tai Sui wood, and its purpose seems to tantalize the appetites of those alchemical masters. Jason's words faltered again. At this moment, Silden and the others stared at Jason wide-eyed, eager to discern the significance of this unfamiliar substance. With a slight smile directed at Silden and the others, Jason proclaimed, "It is the most crucial ingredient in crafting the 8th-tier elixir, the longevity potion." In an instant, the atmosphere in the grand hall felt as though it had been vacuumed of air. Silence enveloped the room, as if everyone had collectively ceased to breathe. Then, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonished exclamations. An 8th-tier elixir, such a phenomenon was almost mythical in the Northwest region, where even 6th-tier potions were rare, let alone those of the 8th tier. Silden inhaled deeply, rising to his feet and calling out, "Esteemed masters, may I have your attention? Please, let us settle down." Perhaps due to Silden's esteemed reputation, the hall fell silent once more. Silden continued, "I believe this Tai Sui wood is a novelty to us all, and it is indeed the primary material for the 8th-tier longevity potion. Even as a 6th-tier potion master, my voice trembles at the mention of an 8th-tier elixir. Perhaps I am merely ignorant, having studied potions for decades without ever hearing of this longevity elixir. May I inquire, Master Jason, about its effects?" Silden inquired earnestly. Jason furrowed his brows slightly, detecting skepticism in Silden's tone, while murmurs of discussion spread throughout the hall. "Do you truly believe this 8th-tier potion is authentic? Look at Jason. He can't be more than 20. Even if he began learning in the womb, he couldn't possibly know of 8th-tier potions. Do not underestimate him. He is the only one who has flawlessly passed all 6 trials in the Northwest Alchemist competition for years. Perhaps his master has informed him. I suspect this young man might be somewhat deluded. No 8th-tier potion has ever appeared in the Northwest." Listening to the various opinions swirling around him, Jason's lips curled into a slight smirk, a self-deprecating or perhaps mocking smile directed at the so-called masters of alchemy. The primary efficacy of the longevity potion lies in. As Jason's voice resonated, silence reclaimed the hall, as if all present had agreed to focus their attention on him. "It can extend one's lifespan by 12 years. Jason stated slowly. This revelation detonated in the hall like a bombshell, leaving the crowd speechless, as if they could only gasp in astonishment. Just as the alchemical masters prepared to rise and inquire further, Jason moved deliberately to the trading table, speaking in a low tone, "If you may doubt me, allow me to demonstrate by crafting a longevity potion for all esteemed masters today, which can also serve as a trading item." If the previous announcements were akin to heavy bombs, this declaration struck like a cataclysm, leaving everyone's minds blank. What? Jason can craft an 8th-tier elixir? Is he mad? Who does he think he is? Just because he won a championship, he has lost all sense of reality. Rudolph felt his mind racing as he processed the leap from Tai Sui wood to the longevity potion, and now Jason claimed he would create an 8th-tier elixir. It felt surreal. Although impressed by Jason's talent and understanding of alchemy, Rudolph recognized that crafting potions required not only knowledge of pharmacology, but also practical skill. Each potion's concoction, each movement, and every minute detail could lead to failure. Jason, this. Rudolph began, but was swiftly interrupted by Jason. Master Rudolph, do you possess any Huangjing or Lingxi? Jason inquired. Yes, I have some with me. Do you think this will suffice? Rudolph replied, uncertain of Jason's intentions. Yet he quickly produced the rare materials, both of which were quite expensive. Thank you. Now I only require one more ingredient. Siberian ginseng, Jason stated, turning to find Wayne. Wayne, please fetch the amethyst vessels from my room, along with the 4 boxes set aside. Wayne promptly departed the hall. Meanwhile, the attendees began to recover from the shock of Jason's intention to create an 8th-tier elixir. Disdainful glances were cast toward Jason, despite having an 8th-tier spirit master beside him. To the alchemical masters, this was a profound insult to the discipline of alchemy. Sensing the scornful gazes, Jason remained unfazed, but Rudolph could hardly contain himself. Swallowing hard as he said, Jason, do you truly feel confident in crafting this 8th-tier elixir? Even 8th-tier spirit masters lack certainty in its successful creation. Although Rudolph had already swallowed hard, his voice still sounded somewhat hoarse. I shall do my utmost, Master Rudolph. Jason replied with a smile. To do your utmost? I fear it may require divine intervention, Rudolph thought to himself. Even he could not fathom Jason's ability to produce an 8th-tier elixir. At that moment, Wayne returned with the amethyst vessels and the 4 exquisite boxes. Jason gently opened the boxes, retrieving several ingredients while muttering to himself. Ah, gynostemma, rhodiola. And now this Siberian ginseng. After organizing all the ingredients, he presented the set of amethyst vessels. Though the crowd's expressions were rife with skepticism, their gazes remained fixed on Jason's hands. Perhaps captivated by Jason's unwavering demeanor, everyone watched intently, fearful of missing a critical moment. With half-closed eyes, Jason caressed the amethyst vessels, feeling the gentle aura emanating from them. Akin to the affection one would bestow upon a beloved, though it seems Jason has yet to experience such love. Suddenly, his previously relaxed gaze transformed into one of solemn reverence, as if the ingredients in the amethyst vessels had taken on an extraordinarily sacred essence. Much like a devotee before their faith. Inhaling deeply, Jason's body sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the ingredients from the table and placed them into a single container. In the blink of an eye, all the ingredients were combined. The alchemical masters present had never witnessed such a method of potion making. It resembled cooking, a single pot simmering away. How is this possible? Each ingredient requires refinement. Only after extraction can they amalgamate. What manner of practice is this? Confusion swept through the spectators as the ingredients in the container began to react. With a gentle twist of his right hand, Jason poured from one bottle to another, a faint aura of spiritual energy manifesting in the air. He poured slowly, and when the bottle was half empty, his left hand moved. In a flash, a vial of solution appeared in Jason's left hand, while his right hand held the Siberian ginseng, which he then added into the mixture, swirling the solution rapidly. The amethyst vessel seemed to come alive in Jason's hands, transforming into a series of ephemeral visions. As the medicinal ingredients in Jason's right hand dwindled, the sounds of churning within the vial in his left hand grew more pronounced, with faint crackling noises emerging. The entire vial had transformed into a swirling vortex of violet, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy with increasing speed. Suddenly, with a distinct pop, the vial from Jason's left hand materialized in his right, while his left now held the Tai Sui wood, the primary component of an 8th-level spiritual medicine. At this moment, the Tai Sui wood appeared on the verge of dripping blood, radiating a crimson light that unmistakably manifested its immense spiritual power. The instant the Tai Sui wood entered the vial in Jason's hand, a violet cloud materialized in the sky, and an aura of spiritual power that left everyone breathless enveloped the entire hall. Sweat beaded on Jason's brow, and he clenched his teeth. He hadn't anticipated that the Tai Sui would trigger a celestial tribulation, an anomaly typically reserved for the creation of 9th-level sacred medicines, and even then, only occurring sporadically. Within the 30th trial, Jason remained entranced, lost in recollection. His initial encounter with alchemy captivated him as he watched the lithe figure, mesmerized by the fluid movements. He harbored no grand ambitions then, only an inner voice urging him to explore this enigmatic craft. His early attempts at alchemy were met with frustration. Repeated calculations, countless adjustments, and the wearying strain of meticulously examining ingredients with his spiritual sense all culminated in failure. He felt adrift, disheartened, yet even more determined. He confronted his inherent limitations. No matter how diligently he toiled, he always seemed to fall short. Despite the adage that nothing is impossible for a willing heart, his efforts were consistently met with scorn. This sense of helplessness haunted him like a persistent nightmare. The path ahead became smoother as he pioneered technical approaches to compensate for his shortcomings. His knowledge deepened, and he attained the unparalleled honor of becoming a Saint Master. However, the more he delved into the craft, the less elation he derived from his successes. What truly was alchemy? Was it a domain discovered by chance, or a discipline continually evolving to enhance well-being? No, it had to be more than that. Why did each new medicine he formulated evoke a strange sense of familiarity? He had believed his understanding was comprehensive, but his experience in the god of medicine's pagoda had forced him to reevaluate his perspective. It was not enough. He had much more to learn. Jason smiled, his expression serene. Within the 30th trial, the familiar scene gradually faded. Jason opened his eyes, realizing the truth. The 30th trial wasn't a test of his alchemical skills, but an opportunity for genuine insight into the art. It was akin to having a child memorize pi, regardless of how much they could recite. They would remain ignorant of its origins, or even why they were memorizing it in the first place. Such an endeavor would be futile. This journey had been invaluable. His 9th-level peak soul had enabled him to pass the 29th trial, a testament to his true abilities. However, the introspection fostered by the 30th trial had been the most rewarding. This reflection would smooth his path toward higher levels of mastery, potentially surpassing his previous life. This realization filled Jason with excitement. 31 trials were sufficient. The 31st trial surely entailed more than mere reflection, delving into deeper explorations. He would wait until he had recovered his former strength, gained further insights into the essence of alchemy, and then return to challenge the god of medicine's pagoda. The elders and core disciples were astounded by Jason's progress. Even Ald, who initially possessed 9th-level low strength, could no longer remain indifferent. Reaching the 30th trial signified that Jason's alchemical prowess surpassed his own, despite his reservations. The term prodigy seemed inadequate to describe Jason's astonishing talent. Could he be the reincarnation of the god of medicine? The question, blurted out by an impetuous voice, resonated in the minds of many. The possibility sparked a fervent admiration in their eyes, gradually transforming into a form of religious devotion. Even the elders entertained the notion, though they quickly dismissed it. They were seasoned veterans, not naive youths. Yet, how else could they explain Jason's extraordinary achievements? As Jason approached the 31st door, the onlookers were no longer surprised, but filled with anticipation. However, Jason simply smiled and withdrew. Why did he come out? Why didn't Jason continue? A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. As Jason emerged from the trial, he was met by a throng of elders, including Ald, who wore an expression of disbelief. Jason, how is your strength at the 9th-level high rank? Weren't you at the 8th-level low rank? Waterfield asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. I was fortunate, just fortunate. Jason stammered, unsure of how to explain his past life. It seemed that revealing too much of his strength was not ideal. Had Jason dared to claim he was the reincarnation of the god of medicine, they would have believed him. Master Jason, would you be willing to exchange insights with me at your convenience? Ald asked, surprising the other elders. However, considering Jason's performance in the trials, the request seemed natural. Jason's mastery clearly surpassed Ald's, and Ald would undoubtedly benefit from the exchange. Master Jason, may we also? The elders awkwardly inquired, realizing that their detached treatment of core disciples was no longer appropriate, at least not toward Jason. Startled by the elders' address, Jason hastily agreed and fled, leaving behind a group of awestruck elders. Master! Master! Before long, Jason heard a fervent, almost frenzied cry. It was undoubtedly Rongsheng. A large group of figures appeared. Claire embraced Jason, exclaiming, "Young master, you're amazing." Jason felt embarrassed, while Lan Guyu's son glared with jealousy, a subtle aura of animosity permeating the air. Master, you're incredible. You actually have 9th-level strength. Rongsheng exclaimed, gazing at Jason as if he were a captivating beauty, making Jason shudder. He wondered if Rongsheng was homosexual. The other core disciples envied Rongsheng's familiarity with Jason. "Let's go back, and I'll explain everything to you," Jason said, leading the group away. "Senior brother Jason is so handsome. If I were a woman, I would marry him." "Ugh, you're disgusting. But I also have the same thought." "Ignorant fools. Senior brother Jason is beyond your reach. I'm going to buy a portrait of him to worship every day. Maybe it will help me improve my cultivation." Inside the elders' meeting room, we must report Jason's performance in the God of Medicine's pagoda to the Tower Master. I believe the Tower Master will take notice. "Kerfurin, you've done well in discovering such a genius. No, a prodigy. Your contribution is significant, and I will report the specific reward to the Tower Master," Waterfield said. Kerfurin was overjoyed, realizing that Jason was even more extraordinary than he had thought. Chitoki remained silent, contemplating how to ingratiate himself with Jason. Jason's current achievements were already awe-inspiring. But what would happen as he continued to mature? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. And let Jason lead this trial competition. Ha. Our alchemist tower will undoubtedly astound everyone, while the other 8 major factions will be rendered insignificant. Waterfield announced another piece of news, erupting into unrestrained laughter. Bootleg, Jason ascends to godhood. Jason's resonant voice boomed forth, shaking the very souls of those present. "Since my debut, I, Jason, have dedicated myself to becoming a 10th-tier apothecary god, purging the continent of all useless individuals and ushering in a golden age of spiritual medicine. Yet, you insignificant ants have repeatedly obstructed my grand design. Now, I offer you a choice: submit and prosper, or resist and perish. Those who yield will be forgiven, but any who defy me will be executed without mercy." The assembled extras exchanged glances, a bitter smile gracing their lips. Did they truly have a choice in the matter? From the outset, Jason had flaunted the banner of a 10th-tier apothecary god, indiscriminately slaughtering spiritualists and reveling in aiding apothecaries. The various extras had organized numerous covert and overt assassination attempts, but Jason had thwarted them all, leaving no survivors. Today, Jason had summoned these extras to settle the score once and for all. Faced with this situation, they remained silent. "You, step forward and declare your allegiance," Jason commanded, pointing at the spiritualist Tower Master. The Tower Master advanced a few steps, inquiring, "Master Jason's spiritual power is unparalleled. I concede my inferiority. May I ask, what are your intentions after unifying the 2 towers?" "It's simple. I have but one condition: that the 2 towers be erased from the continent's history and henceforth be known as the Apothecary God Continent. The Tower Masters will serve as my divine servants." Jason's words ignited a storm of commotion. The Tower Masters fixed their gaze upon Jason, their eyes gleaming. This move must hold profound significance, but we are too obtuse to comprehend it. However, we cannot allow the millennia-old reputation of the towers to be tarnished under our watch. We are willing to die to repay Master Jason's kindness. "You wish to die? It won't be that easy," Jason sneered, unleashing a palm strike from afar. The spiritualist Tower Master was sent hurtling thousands of meters, his body crashing into a mountain. "Tower Master!" The spiritualist tower disciples cried out in unison, rushing forward. However, Jason unleashed another palm strike, summoning a sudden gust of wind that swept them off their feet, slamming them against the mountain walls 1,000 meters away. "Insignificant ants," Jason scoffed, turning to the Apothecary Tower Master. "Are you willing to submit to me?" The Apothecary Tower Master hesitated, contemplating Jason's divine skills. However, Jason gave him no time to ponder. With a swift series of palm strikes, followed by a forceful separation of his hands, the Tower Master's arms emitted a series of cracking sounds as his bones shattered. Jason stood with his hands behind his back, menacingly asking, "How about now?" "You." The Tower Master, gazing at his crippled hands, suddenly surged forward. "Everyone, attack together. If you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless," Jason declared, his expression solemn, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and the air to seemingly freeze. With a grasp of his left hand and a wave of his right, an unnamed flame erupted, encircling the crowd and forming a fiery sphere. No matter how potent their spiritual power, they were unable to break free. If Jason's concoction of divine-grade elixirs was considered normal, his actions had surpassed the realm of comprehension. Gazing upon his demonic figure, a chilling fear crept into their hearts, stifling any will to resist. Jason clenched his fist, and the sphere contracted inward before expanding outward with a deafening boom. The bodies of the crowd were reduced to dust, scattering a rain of blood that mingled with the mountain wind, filling the valley with a thick, metallic scent. Prologue in the year 2012 of the Spirit Dual Calendar. On the 4th day of May, in the early morning, at the Imperial Palace of Yinjing in the Spirit Dual Empire. As the administrative center of the continent's sole empire and the seat of imperial power, the Imperial Palace of the Spirit Dual Empire should have radiated prosperity and solemnity. However, in recent days, a sense of unease had settled over it. The guards on duty and the passers-by wore somber expressions, their faces devoid of emotion. A chaotic atmosphere permeated the palace, filled with oppression. Are you saying that none of you can activate this ancient formation, or even concoct the most basic elemental solution? In the palace's grand hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified countenance sat upon the dragon throne, the symbol of imperial authority. This man was none other than the current emperor of the Spirit Dual Empire, Emperor Alexander the Great. Before Emperor Alexander, several elderly men stood respectfully, their heads lowered. These men were all renowned figures on the continent, either presidents of various guilds or reclusive powerhouses. Any one of them could stir up a storm with a mere stomp of their feet. However, before Emperor Alexander, the ruler of the continent's sole empire, they were as obedient as children, trembling with apprehension, gazing at the calm expression and even tone of Emperor Alexander. An old man swallowed hard and mustered the courage to stammer, "Your Majesty." Although the elemental solution required for the formation is merely a 5th-tier, high-grade 5 elements elixir, which any 6th-tier spiritual apothecary grandmaster can concoct, the 5 elements elixir required for the formation is not ordinary. It requires a concentration that reaches the highest critical value. Although we have all reached the realm of 8th-tier spiritual apothecary emperor, we are simply unable to concoct it. Unable to concoct it, Emperor Alexander chuckled softly, his brows twitching. Those who knew him understood that he was suppressing his volcanic rage. You claim to be legendary figures in the apothecary world, yet you cannot even concoct a 5th-tier, high-grade 5 elements elixir? Are you? The so-called presidents of the Continental Spiritual Apothecary Guild, the Empire's chief court apothecary, and the dean of the Empire's premier academy, the Spirit Dual Academy. Are you all just useless eaters? What exactly are you good for? I don't care what methods you use. I only want to know how long it will take for the 5 elements elixir I desire to appear before me. A chilling intent erupted from Emperor Alexander, his expression bordering on madness. The ministers were accustomed to Emperor Alexander being a powerful ruler, but they had forgotten that he was also a father. Soon after the prince fell ill, Emperor Alexander immediately ordered a search for a cure. After much effort, the imperial physicians finally found a way to treat the prince, an ancient life extension formation that could reactivate the prince's life force. Although this ancient life extension formation was extremely old and had long been lost to the common people, the vast treasury of the Spirit Dual Empire contained information about it. However, a new problem emerged before Emperor Alexander. The activation of this ancient life extension formation required an extremely high concentration of 5 elements elixir. Upon receiving the dispatch, Alexander the Great promptly convened the most adept apothecaries in the empire. Alexander surmised that a quintessence elixir of merely the 5th tier would pose no challenge to the empire's esteemed 8th tier alchemical grandmasters. However, to Alexander's utter astonishment, days elapsed, and the imperial alchemical grandmasters responded with an inability to concoct it, inciting Alexander's near-apoplectic rage. The elders standing before Alexander exchanged glances, their gazes lingering on the emperor before returning to the one who had spoken. The elder, observing Alexander's incandescent fury, quavered, "Your Majesty, we have collectively attempted its formulation, but we find ourselves unequal to the task of concocting such a concentrated quintessence elixir. Although the quintessence elixir is only of the 5th tier, to truly concoct one of such high concentration, reaching the utmost threshold of potency, perhaps only one individual on the entire continent is capable." Who? Alexander's eyes ignited with sudden brilliance, his tone urgent. "Master Jason." The elder softly uttered the name. As he enunciated those words, the elder's countenance, previously apprehensive due to Alexander's wrath, instantly composed itself. A radiant gleam shone in his eyes, revealing profound reverence. "Master Jason." Hearing the name, Alexander's tone immediately softened, his expression likewise imbued with respect. "How could I have forgotten Master Jason? Quickly, does anyone know Master Jason's current whereabouts? Hasten to invite Master Jason." No. I shall personally pay homage to Master Jason, inviting him to grace the Empire as a guest. Upon hearing the name Master Jason, all apprehension vanished from Alexander's heart. The continent of Stern is one where the strong are venerated. Alexander the Great, as the monarch of the spirit dual empire, the sole empire on the continent, could be considered the most influential person on the entire continent. Even those 8th-tier alchemical grandmasters and 9th-tier sacred spirit masters would bow and pay homage before Alexander. However, there was one individual on the continent whom Alexander invariably addressed as master, never daring to show the slightest disrespect. The continent's universally acknowledged foremost figure, the 9th-tier alchemical sage, Jason. Mount All Saints, nestled in the heart of the continent, is a lofty peak renowned for its exquisite scenery and salubrious climate, owing to its unique geographical position. Yet, despite its idyllic nature, the area within 100 miles of Mount All Saints is devoid of human habitation. Locals are aware that Master Jason, the continent's foremost figure, resides on this majestic mountain. Although Mount All Saints, situated in the continent's center, boasts an exceptionally advantageous location, no one has ever issued any pronouncements regarding the area. Whether merchants traversing the continent's center, bandits and brigands preying on nearby trade routes, or the continent's long-established aristocratic families and imperial ministers, all instinctively deter far away when passing by. Their countenances are invariably filled with reverence, never daring to overstep the bounds of propriety. However, on this day, the foot of Mount All Saints, typically a place untouched by human presence, now hosted an exceedingly opulent entourage. Seated in the luxurious carriage at the heart of the procession was a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, his face exuding authority. It was none other than Alexander the Great and his retinue, who had come to Mount All Saints seeking Master Jason's assistance. Mount All Saints is a forbidden zone. Halt, or face immediate execution. Just as the entourage arrived at the foot of the mountain, a beam of resplendent light suddenly erupted from the mountainside, instantly converging before the procession. A frigid voice echoed in the ears of all present. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man in a cyan robe appeared before them, his brow arched and eyes cold, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. So it is Master Rog. Please, Master Rog, inform Master Jason that Alexander Gaia of the Spirit Dual Empire seeks an audience with Master Jason. Alexander the Great, alighting from the central luxurious carriage, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes upon seeing the middle-aged man in the cyan robe. His tone carried a trace of deference. The elders accompanying Alexander all displayed astonishment as well. The middle-aged man in the cyan robe was known to almost everyone present. He was none other than Rog, a renowned 9th-tier sacred spirit master on the continent. It was important to know that the Spirit Dual Empire's royal family currently possessed only 2 9th-tier sacred spirit masters, each holding high positions within the empire. Master Rog had visited the Spirit Dual Empire's royal family in previous years. Alexander the Great had attempted to retain him within the Spirit Dual Empire, promising him the position of Imperial Preceptor and the deanship of the Spirit Dual Academy, the Empire's premier institution, but Rog had declined, much to Alexander's regret. In recent years, Master Rog's whereabouts had been elusive. Unexpectedly, he was now guarding the gates of Mount All Saints for Master Jason. Reflecting on this, Alexander could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Perhaps only someone like Master Jason could inspire a paragon like Master Rog to selflessly and willingly guard his gates. Master Jason, Emperor Alexander the Great of the Spirit Dual Empire has come to pay you a visit. In a cottage atop Mount All Saints, an old man stood before a youth who appeared to be only in his early 20s, his expression filled with deference. No one would have imagined that this young man, with his exceedingly ordinary appearance, was the continent's sole 9th-tier alchemical sage, Master Jason. And if Alexander were to see the old man informing Jason, he would likely be exasperated to the point of vomiting blood. This old man was none other than the Empire's foremost alchemist, Master Borsendorg, the elder brother of Osley, the president of the continent's alchemist guild, and a renowned 8th-tier alchemical grandmaster on the continent. Yet, here, before Master Jason, this renowned master was merely an ordinary assistant. Alexander, do you know why he's here? Jason furrowed his brow slightly. He was currently preparing for an extremely important formulation, and he naturally did not wish to be disturbed by anyone, even if that person was the monarch of the Spirit Dual Empire, the sole empire on the continent. In Jason's heart, only the formulation of elixirs was truly important. Everything else was inconsequential. I heard Rog say that Emperor Alexander the Great seems to be requesting a bottle of 5th-tier supreme elixir, the quintessence elixir, with the concentration reaching the utmost threshold of potency. Just for that? Jason paused momentarily, then said, I recall that there are a few bottles of quintessence elixir left over from my previous formulation in laboratory number 3. They didn't meet the standard and didn't achieve the ultimate state of perfection, so I was planning to discard them. Give them to Alexander, although they are intended for disposal. The concentration of those quintessence elixirs has reached the utmost threshold of potency. Having said all this, Jason turned and entered the innermost formulation room in his residence. I now need to undertake an extremely important formulation. Do not disturb me for any reason. Gazing at the 3 multifaceted rhomboid crystals before him, radiating a crimson, piercing light, Jason exhaled softly, calming his slightly agitated emotions. After a moment, Jason's gaze was filled with clarity. At this juncture, Jason faced the most formidable challenge since his ascension to a 9th-tier spiritual medicine grandmaster, the creation of the legendary sacred grade elixir, the essence of the fire god, capable of elevating an ordinary fire attribute apprentice to the realm of a 9th-tier sacred spiritualist in a fleeting moment. To amass the necessary components for the essence of the fire god, Jason leveraged every resource at his disposal, ultimately procuring 3 fire attribute dragon cores, each with a growth span differing by no more than a decade, nearly identical fire element capacity, and a fire element compatibility exceeding 95. Casting a cursory glance at the array of instruments adorning the surrounding tables, Jason nodded imperceptibly. He approached a table laden with nearly a dozen crystal vials containing liquids of various hues. Seizing the first vial, he deftly uncorked it and swiftly imbibed the crimson liquid within. Discarding the emptied vial onto the table, he then grasped the second, filled with a violet fluid. His movements were fluid and seamless, devoid of any hesitation, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. Fire attribute spiritual power immunity potion, spiritual element detection potion, agility enhancement potion, mental fortitude potion. Vial after vial of auxiliary elixirs were rapidly consumed by Jason. Soon, the once assorted collection of multicolored potions was entirely depleted. With a glint in his eyes, Jason swiftly retrieved the 3 fire dragon cores and approached a large flask filled with a shimmering, silver-flecked, transparent liquid. Without hesitation, he plunged the 9th-tier fire cores into the fluid, his hands subtly trembling with a peculiar vibration. As the fist-sized cores descended into the liquid, not a single ripple disturbed the surface. A soft hiss emanated as the silvery specks adhered to the crimson cores, causing them to dissolve at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, the cores vanished, leaving behind a layer of viscous, deep red liquid at the bottom of the flask, reflecting a faint, ruddy glow. Above this layer lay a vast expanse of colorless, transparent fluid, elemental separation liquid, a quintessential auxiliary agent for spiritual apothecaries. Is capable of isolating spiritual elements from any solid object, such as spiritual crystals, cores, or ore, while concurrently separating impurities. The viscous, deep red stratum was the fire element essence extracted from the dragon cores by the separation liquid. Jason, under the influence of the element detection potion, could distinctly perceive the surging fire element power emanating from the red liquid. Retrieving a thumb-sized moonstone from a nearby shelf, Jason promptly submerged it in the residual transparent liquid above the fire essence. A violent effervescence ensued, leaving only a layer of deep red fire essence within the flask. His hands danced across the laboratory table, deftly introducing a multitude of liquids, substances, and powders in precise quantities and sequences. His swift movements blurred into a series of afterimages, a feat rarely achieved even by 7th-tier royal spiritualists. Yet, it was displayed by a spiritual apothecary devoid of any spiritual skills. In a fleeting instant, Jason's table was cluttered with an array of vials and jars, save for a potion bottle filled with blue liquid and a vial of yellowish-brown powder. At this juncture, the fire essence, despite undergoing constant transformations and reactions, remained remarkably stable. The previously palpable fire element aura had seemingly receded, no longer emanating outwards. After a moment of deliberation, Jason poured the yellowish-brown powder into the blue liquid potion. Once thoroughly mixed, he cautiously introduced it into the fire essence. The arduous process had caused beads of perspiration to form on Jason's brow, dampening his temples. In the actual creation of the essence of the fire god, The final step necessitates the use of juice extracted from a plant known as dragon's flame grass to neutralize all previously added reagents. Regrettably, this herb had vanished from the continent millennia ago. Lacking dragon's flame grass, Jason resorted to a mixture of century-old datura powder and elemental water infused with dragon heart grass leaf juice. This substitution was theoretically viable, but its efficacy remained uncertain even to a ninth-tier spiritual medicine grandmaster. In the absence of dragon's flame grass, Jason's actions were a last resort. Over millennia, the relentless advancement of spiritual civilization, increased human activity, continental upheaval, and the ravages of war had decimated the continent's elemental balance, leading to the extinction of countless flora and fauna. In ancient times, various elixirs, herbs, and minerals were ubiquitous, yet the profession of spiritual apothecary had not yet emerged, and the value of these resources remained unappreciated. By the time the profession flourished, numerous species had already vanished, a lamentable irony for the continent's foremost vocation. Jason's gaze was fixed on the deep red liquid before him, his mental power, amplified by auxiliary potions, ceaselessly monitoring the elemental fluctuations within. Suddenly, a surge of intense fire element power erupted from the liquid, engulfing the entire laboratory. Simultaneously, a blinding crimson light emanated from the liquid. Jason's countenance changed dramatically. Before he could react, cracks rapidly appeared on the crystal flask, which had been specially crafted to withstand the full force of a ninth-tier expert. The flask shattered instantly. The blinding crimson light, like a ravenous maw, engulfed Jason's entire body. A deafening explosion reverberated, reducing the mountaintop laboratory to rubble. A dense, black mushroom cloud billowed skyward, ascending from the summit of Mount All Saints. Witnessing the cataclysmic event that shook Mount All Saints, Emperor Alexander and his entourage, who had barely descended the mountain, were stricken with terror. An hour later, Emperor Alexander of the Spiritual Struggle Empire disseminated a proclamation across the continent via spiritual power communication centers. Jason, the continent's sole ninth-tier spiritual medicine grandmaster, its foremost expert, hailed as the millennium's most prodigious talent in the spiritual realm and the eminent figure of the age, tragically perished in an accidental laboratory explosion on Mount All Saints this afternoon at the age of 27. Grandmaster Jason was the architect of the technical school of spiritual medicine and the pioneer of spiritual research theory, a scholar revered by countless individuals across the continent. He devoted his life to the pursuit of knowledge and greatness. His passing is an immense loss to the spiritual medicine community, the empire, the continent, and human civilization. Chapter 1. 3,000 years ago, Jason, awaken. What ails you, Jason? Do not frighten me so. Please, awaken. Within the spirit herbology laboratory of the Sistine Spiritual Academy, a comely youth of perhaps 16 or 17 years, with a mane of golden hair, gazed with mounting trepidation upon a dark-haired lad of similar age, supine upon the floor before him. The golden-haired boy was surrounded by a throng of young men and women of like age. Make way, make way. Why the press? Do you imagine your sire stands before you? It was an open lecture for the spirit herbology experiment, and the laboratory, which contained approximately 150 students, was immediately besieged. What has occurred? What is the matter? I am not entirely certain. It seems Jason of Class 2 fainted during the experiment. Jason? Which Jason? Could it be the infamous, so-called first waste of the academy? Ah, yes. Is he not the one who has studied here for over 2 years, yet has not achieved a passing mark in any semester? Indeed, I overheard that should he fail the next assessment, he shall become the first student in the history of the Sistine Spiritual Academy to be expelled for chronic failure. And is there not an assessment scheduled for tomorrow? How unfortunate. Whispers of mockery and pity wafted through the crowd, reaching the ears of the golden-haired youth in the midst. Silence. The golden-haired boy whirled about, emitting a roar of fury. Have you no decency, any of you? Someone fetch the staff from the academy infirmary. His fair countenance, normally so serene, was now flushed and beaded with perspiration, fueled by anxiety and wrath. Carrot, why do you concern yourself with this good-for-nothing? You are an exemplary student, having attained spirit power level 9. You are on the cusp of becoming a Tier 1 spirit apprentice, ready to graduate from the academy. Your spirit herbology skills have reached level 5, while Jason, whose power has stagnated at level 5 for 2 years and whose herbology is but level 1, is not worthy to tie your shoes. A youth at the fore of the throng issued a scornful laugh, eliciting a chorus of snickers. Hold your vile tongue, lest I cleave it in twain. Carrot cast a frigid glance upon the speaker, his face contorted with murderous intent. The youth, taken aback by Carrot's gaze, ceased his laughter abruptly, a flicker of fear crossing his visage. Though he himself had attained spirit power level 8, he was nothing compared to Carrot, whose renown in the academy was formidable. Carrot paid him no further heed, and instead gently patted the black-haired boy's cheek, endeavoring to rouse him. Teacher Klein is approaching. Return to your places. A cry arose from the throng, and the spectators dispersed in an instant, hastening to their experiment tables and frantically attending to their equipment. What is the meaning of this? A voice, as melodious as a nightingale's song, echoed from the laboratory entrance, tinged with displeasure at the lingering atmosphere of disarray. Teacher Klein. You have arrived at last. Jason, I know not what occurred, but he suddenly swooned during the experiment. Hearing the voice, Carrot lifted his head, his expression one of hope as he looked toward the door. Before Carrot stood a woman of striking beauty, her crimson hair cascading about her shoulders, her alabaster skin framing a pair of azure eyes that exuded a captivating allure. Her faultless countenance was framed by a crimson robe that concealed her figure, yet the occasional glimpse of her form hinted at the perfection beneath. Carrot, Jason, it is always you two. Klein cast a sardonic glance at their pristine table, where the experimental instruments and reagents remained untouched. If you wish to feign illness, at least make it convincing. So he is feigning insensibility? We shall see if he remains so. Klein extended her right hand, intoning arcane syllables. A verdant glow emanated from her fingertips, and a surge of energy rippled through the air. The green light coalesced into a sphere of water, the size of a basin, which hurtled toward Jason's head. Teacher Klein. Splash. The moment Klein moved, Carrot knew something was amiss, but her actions were too swift. Before he could utter a word, the water sphere struck Jason's face. Teacher Klein, we are not feigning. Jason truly lost consciousness. Carrot cast a helpless look at Klein. Before Carrot could finish, Jason, who had been lying prone, abruptly sat up, wiping his face and surveying his surroundings. Which miscreant assaulted me with aquasphere? Jason leaped to his feet, his annoyance swiftly giving way to bewilderment as he took in his surroundings. Very well. Klein's voice dripped with sarcasm. Carrot, Jason, it is ever thus with you two. You have yet to commence today's experiment. I forewarn you, should you fail to complete the assigned task before the end of class, you shall not pass my spirit herbology experiment course this semester. As Klein spoke, Jason, his countenance still etched with incredulity, scrutinized his surroundings. Before him stood youths of 17 or 18 years, paired at tables, clumsily manipulating the herbology instruments and cautiously performing their concoctions. From the furtive glances they cast in his direction, Jason detected an undisguised schadenfreude. A comely youth with golden hair stood tentatively to his left, his head bowed as if in contrition, his lively eyes darting furtively about. He cast a glance at the red-haired beauty before them, then quickly averted his gaze. Sensing Jason's attention, the boy winked conspiratorially, then resumed his pose of attentive obedience. This, it seems to be a classroom? The Sistine Spiritual Academy's Spirit Herbology Laboratory? But no, was I not in my laboratory on Mount Wansheng? Memories flooded Jason's mind, a chaotic jumble that blurred his consciousness. Jason. Gazing upon the familiar yet alien environment, a torrent of confused memories swirled within Jason's mind, gradually coalescing into clarity. In Jason's recollection, he, the acknowledged foremost expert of the continent, the chief spirit apothecary, the sole ninth-tier spirit apothecary master, should now be in his laboratory on Mount Wansheng, undertaking the most daunting challenge of his life, concocting the legendary sacred spirit potion, the liquid of Vulcan. The experiment had failed. Jason's last memory was of a cataclysmic explosion, of losing consciousness in an instant. Upon awakening, he had become an ordinary student of the Spirit Herbology Department at the Sistine Spiritual Academy of the Kingdom of Orlando. Jason, a student sharing the same name, perceives only a series of frivolous memories, playing, dozing off in class, brawling, and succumbing to despair. In the year 2230 of the spiritual era, based on Jason's past life recollections, nearly 3 millennia separate him from the era he once inhabited. Following a catastrophic explosion during one of his experiments, he finds himself reincarnated into the body of a subpar individual from 3,000 years ago. Such an occurrence is, even for Jason, a formidable figure standing atop the continent's hierarchy, utterly astonishing. Chapter 2. The Foundation Liquid of Fire Element Now. The two of you must diligently complete the experiment assigned for today before me. The foundation liquid of the fire element is one of the most fundamental solutions in potion making. If I discover even a single error in your operations, neither of you shall leave class unscathed today. Carrot, you shall begin. Yes, Professor Klein. Upon hearing the instructions from the striking red-haired teacher, the boy standing beside Jason, slightly anxious, responded and furrowed his brow as he gazed at the instruments before him. The foundation liquid of fire element. Carrot carefully lifted a flask of transparent liquid from the table with his left hand, murmuring to himself. The first step in preparing the fire element foundation liquid is to mix the elementless liquid with that refining liquid from the Martian ore. With a spark of excitement, Carrot swiftly grabbed a bottle of deep red solution from the table and poured the liquid from his left-hand flask into the deep red solution. Slow down. Klein's expression suddenly shifted as he exclaimed, reaching out towards the flask in Carrot's left hand. Meanwhile, Jason, still somewhat dazed, frowned slightly upon witnessing Carrot's actions. Although Carrot halted momentarily upon hearing Klein's shout, his previous movement had been too swift. A stream of colorless, elementless liquid had already mingled with the Martian refining liquid. Klein's face paled, and his outstretched hand transformed from a grasp to a sweep, knocking the Martian solution from Carrot's grasp, while simultaneously delivering a forceful push to Carrot's chest, sending him stumbling back. With a soft explosion, the crystal flask containing the Martian refining liquid shattered, releasing a deep red mist that rapidly enveloped the area where Carrot had stood. This is dire. Klein exhaled heavily, intending to reprimand the fallen Carrot, but suddenly recalled something crucial, quickly directing his gaze towards Jason's previous position. As a third-tier low-level potion master, Klein was acutely aware that the mist produced from the explosion of the Martian refining liquid could easily engulf Jason, who had been standing beside Carrot. In the chaos, Klein had only managed to push Carrot away, forgetting Jason entirely. Although the mist created by the mixture of elementless liquid and Martian refining liquid was not overwhelmingly powerful, the intense heat released by the fire element upon contact could inflict burns. Klein's eyes fell upon the spot where Jason had been standing. Initially devoid of hope, he had only been thinking of rushing Jason to the infirmary for treatment. However, as he beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Jason, having been forcefully pushed to the ground by Klein, Carrot, still trembling with fear, anxiously looked towards Jason's location, feeling a sense of guilt for potentially injuring him. At that moment, all the students in the laboratory were startled by the explosion, turning their gazes towards the commotion. Like Klein, Carrot and the rest of the students were equally stunned when they glanced at where Jason had previously stood. To their astonishment, Jason, who had once been beside Carrot, was now calmly standing about 2 meters away from the epicenter of the explosion, his expression composed and unaffected. A few centimeters in front of him, wisps of deep red mist floated, yet they never touched Jason's body. Observing the youthful face of Jason, which bore an almost mature composure, a peculiar thought struck Klein. It seemed as though Jason had anticipated that the deep red mist would only extend a few centimeters beyond him and could progress no further. How is this possible? It must be a coincidence. Klein shook his head lightly, a self-deprecating smile emerging. He had lost sight of reason, even as a third-tier potion master. He could only roughly estimate the mist's dispersal range to be about 2 meters, let alone Jason, who hardly paid attention in class. In Klein's mind, it was already remarkable if Jason understood that pouring elementless liquid directly into Martian refining liquid could lead to an explosion. Now, both of you leave the laboratory at once and wait for me in my office. Containing his rising anger, Klein's face darkened as he spoke sternly to Carrot and Jason. He had emphasized repeatedly during theory class the danger of mixing elementless liquid directly into Martian refining liquid, even demonstrating it before the experiment commenced. Yet, these two seemed oblivious, nearly causing a catastrophic incident in his lesson, igniting his ire. Yes, Professor Klein relieved that Jason was unharmed. Carrot lowered his head in resignation, casting a glance at Jason as he stepped towards the laboratory door. The prior explosion had left him drenched in cold sweat, still rattled as his legs felt somewhat weak. Meanwhile, Jason remained oblivious to Carrot's concerned glance, fixated on the various reagents and instruments on the table, which had not been affected by the explosion. Jason, did you not hear my command? You all continue with the experiment. Noticing Jason's lack of movement, Klein's frustration mounted, and he raised his voice, his eyebrows arching with irritation. Observing Klein's twitching brows, the students nearby hastily diverted their attention, cautiously resuming their experiments, well aware that Klein's eyebrows would twitch uncontrollably when she was genuinely enraged. Professor Klein, today's experiment is primarily focused on preparing the foundation liquid of the fire element, correct? Listening to Klein's voice, now laced with suppressed anger, Jason slowly lifted his head. His initially vacant gaze gradually settled into a calm determination, finally meeting Klein's restrained fury with unwavering resolve. Chapter 3. Divine Skill Indeed. For reasons unknown, Klein involuntarily responded upon seeing Jason's gaze. Jason remained silent, merely straightening his posture. His eyes, previously indifferent, now fixed upon the instruments on the laboratory table before him, transforming with solemnity and reverence, as if these ordinary alchemical tools were the most precious treasures in existence, worthy of utmost devotion. With a soft exhale, Jason moved. Taking a slight step forward, Jason grasped the neutral elemental fluid, gently pouring it into a preparation flask. His movements were unhurried and deliberate. The transparent fluid stretched into a delicate thread, refracting the sunlight streaming through the laboratory window into shimmering brilliance, a display of unparalleled grace. Inhaling the pure, subtle scent unique to the neutral elemental fluid, Jason delicately rotated the flask with his right hand, his fingertips caressing its surface, savoring the sensation. His expression hinted at reminiscence and enjoyment. To Klein and the others, Jason, gently turning the flask, resembled a veteran warrior reunited with his cherished blade after years away from the battlefield. His demeanor evoked a sense of memory. His caress of the flask, both unfamiliar and intimate, a seamless fusion of opposing emotions, natural and unforced. After pouring approximately 1/3 of the flask's volume, Jason ceased the flow of elemental fluid. His left hand then swiftly seized a vial containing Martian or extract. In a blur, before Klein and the others could react, a mass of extract, roughly the size of a fist, shot from the vial's opening. Yet, the vial remained undisturbed in its original position, as if untouched. Fixating on the airborne extract, Jason's eyes flashed with brilliance. His right hand transformed into a black blur, snatching the preparation flask from the table and enveloping the floating mass of Martian or extract. The rapidly spinning flask, a white phantom in Jason's grasp, seemed to enlarge with each rotation. By the time it reached the extract, its opening matched the size of the fist-sized mass, engulfing it completely. With a faint pop, the white blur in Jason's hand abruptly transformed into a crimson disk, radiating intense red light like a sanguine sun. Jason, like a deity controlling the elements, held the blazing disk firmly in his grasp, preventing its escape. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the laboratory, accompanied by the clatter of toppled bottles. Jason's actions had captivated everyone's attention. Those who believed they knew him well were now bewildered and amazed. Even more astonishing feats followed. While his right hand maintained the high-speed rotation of the flask, Jason's left hand reached for the other reagents required for the basic fire elemental fluid. As his left hand touched each reagent, all of them moved gently. To the astonishment of everyone, clusters of various liquid reagents of different sizes splashed out of the instrument bottles and fell onto the red disc spinning at high speed in Jason's right hand, and then merged into it and disappeared. Every student in the laboratory stared intently at Jason's hands, trying to discern how he accomplished this feat. But none could decipher the slightest clue. The only person present who could follow Jason's movements was Klein, a third-level alchemist. Through her spiritual perception, she observed that Jason's body was rhythmically vibrating throughout the entire process. Although the amplitude of this vibration was extremely small, every muscle in Jason's body was constantly contracting and relaxing in the vibration, matching the speed of the high-speed rotation of the flask in his right hand, achieving a perfect balance. When Jason's left hand touched the other reagent bottles on the table, they all rolled and flicked. However, this movement was too fast, giving people the feeling that the reagent bottles had not moved. Moreover, depending on the amplitude and speed of the rolling and flicking, the amount and speed of the reagents thrown out were also different. But they all happened to fly into the mouth of the high-speed rotating flask when they reached Jason's right hand. The entire process seemed simple, but the actual operation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Any incoordination in the control of the body and the cooperation of the muscles would lead to failure. At least in Klein's understanding, she had never seen or heard of such a magical technique before. Just as everyone stared blankly at the scarlet disc in Jason's right hand, a black phantom flashed past, and Jason's free left hand joined the battle like lightning. Before everyone could react, the preparation flask that was spinning at high speed in Jason's right hand had disappeared. A bottle of deep red solution, flowing with dazzling red light, appeared on the laboratory table in front of Jason, giving people an extremely profound, mysterious atmosphere and attracting people's attention. Teacher Klein, I have completed the experimental assignment you assigned. I think I can go back. Without waiting for Klein to answer, Jason gently moved the bottle of deep red solution in front of Klein, and then walked straight out of the laboratory. Along the way, the students where Jason passed by were all stunned and gave way, watching Jason disappear at the door, with a dazed expression on his face. This. Klein looked at the bottle of deep red solution in front of her in shock. In her spiritual consciousness, this bottle of deep red solution was emitting a faint and almost imperceptible elemental aura unique to the fire element. The pure fire element aura showed the identity of this bottle of solution, basic fire element fluid. In the alchemy world, if a bottle of basic fire elemental liquid emits a weaker elemental aura, it means that the fire element in this bottle of basic fire elemental liquid is more introverted. The purity is greater, and the relative rank is higher. The elemental aura emitted by the basic fire elemental liquid in front of Klein was almost imperceptible. Klein had only seen this kind of basic fire elemental liquid of this grade once in a preparation by her mentor before. Later, Klein heard her mentor say that preparation was one of the most perfect preparations in his life. However, what really shocked Klein was not this. Chapter 4. The Alchemist's Guild. In the realm of alchemy, the fire element essence is among the most fundamental elixirs, and its preparation is a core experiment in alchemical education. This is not solely due to its widespread use or the simplicity of its creation, but primarily because it encompasses various principles of elixir combination and fundamental alchemical procedures. These include fusion, refinement, extraction, and separation, serving as a quintessential exercise for developing the ability to analyze the composition of elixirs through spiritual perception. However, during Jason's demonstration, Klein observed none of these steps. She merely witnessed Jason mixing several reagents. What astounded her further was that throughout the entire process, she detected not even a trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. It is crucial to remember that spiritual perception is an indispensable and paramount aspect of elixir creation, serving as an alchemist's primary means of assessing the degree of fusion between two or more distinct reagents during a reaction. Was that truly Jason? Carruthers, standing beside her and gazing at the fire element essence on the table, was filled with bewilderment, despite being the most familiar with Jason in the entire academy. Where's Jason, by the way? Klein, recovering from her astonishment, focused her gaze and realized that Jason, who had been standing before her, was now nowhere to be seen. Miss Klein, Jason departed a moment ago. Departed? Continue your experiments. Everyone must master the preparation of this fire element essence today. Klein, resisting the urge to rush out and search for Jason, exhaled deeply. She was aware that the afternoon's laboratory session was not yet concluded, and as a dedicated alchemy instructor, she had over 100 students under her care. After concocting the fire element essence for Klein and leaving his remark, Jason had departed. Unintentionally, he had already exited the gates of the Sith Magic Academy and was now aimlessly wandering the streets of Terran, sensing the throbbing and trembling in his hands. Jason shook his head slightly as he reflected on the previous preparation. His current physique was simply too weak. The fire element essence he had just concocted was among the most basic elixirs in the alchemical world. In his previous life, Jason could effortlessly produce the highest grade, with complete internal convergence of the fire element. However, the current vial, despite his best efforts, had fallen short of perfection. Moreover, from the sensation emanating from his hands, Jason knew that the muscle fibers in his arms had undergone minor tearing and damage during the previous intense preparation, a notion inconceivable to the Jason of his past life. The streets bustled with traffic and pedestrians, accompanied by the clamorous din of voices. Yet, in Jason's mind, the surrounding world, no matter how clamorous, held no color in his eyes. Everything here seemed like a mere dream. After aimlessly wandering the streets for an indeterminate amount of time, a glint of recognition suddenly appeared in Jason's eyes as he focused on a majestic building not far ahead. It was a European-style structure constructed from marble, exuding an air of solemn grandeur. Intriguingly, while the rest of the street teemed with traffic, the plaza in front of this building saw few passers-by. Only a few exquisitely decorated carriages were parked there, adding a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise gray building and lending it an air of nobility. Some pedestrians, passing the plaza from afar, cast glances at the building filled with respect and solemnity. Jason's gaze lingered on the stone emblem above the building's entrance. The emblem depicted a horizontally spread scroll, upon which rested a sharply angled magic crystal leaning against a conical flask containing an elixir. The entire emblem appeared lifelike, clearly the work of a master sculptor. It was the emblem representing one of the continent's major powers, the Alchemist's Guild. Unconsciously, Jason slowly approached the Alchemist's Guild before him. As the sole Ninth Order alchemic sage in his previous life, having dedicated his entire existence to alchemy, Jason could not help but feel a pang of emotion upon seeing the Alchemist's Guild before him. While the entrance to the Alchemist's Guild appeared impressive from the outside, it was not particularly grand. However, upon stepping inside, one was greeted by a vast and open space, a massive hall resembling a small plaza. The hall was not crowded, but it was extremely spacious. Everyone inside was diligently occupied with their respective tasks, and the air was filled with a faint aroma, a blend of various elixirs. The familiar scent instantly transported Jason back to the past. The layout of the Alchemist's Guild in this era was not significantly different from that of 3,000 years later. He recalled how he had been awestruck by this enormous hall when he first entered the Alchemist's Guild to obtain his second-order alchemist certification. "Welcome to the Terran City Alchemist's Guild." A gentle female voice came from in front of Jason. Jason was immediately jolted out of his reverie and looked up to see a short-haired woman in professional attire standing before him. Unbeknownst to him, Jason had already arrived at the service counter in the center of the hall. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Catherine, standing before Jason, wore a faint smile on her face. In fact, Catherine had noticed Jason from the moment he stepped into the Alchemist's Guild. Although the young man before her appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, with a face that had not yet fully shed its childishness, and his attire was not particularly luxurious, Catherine did not dismiss him in the slightest. Alchemists were a highly esteemed profession on the continent, and some alchemists were not particularly concerned with their appearance. For example, the guild's president, Master Sahara, always wore a rather tattered robe. Yet no one dared to show him any disrespect. While the Alchemist's Guild did not restrict anyone from entering, not everyone dared to do so. Even low-ranking alchemists would appear cautious and tentative when entering the guild. However, Catherine sensed a sense of ease and nonchalance in the young man's eyes, as if the Alchemist's Guild were his home, devoid of any restraint or fear. Catherine had only witnessed such an attitude in the eyes of some of the most respected high-ranking alchemists in Terran City. Perhaps he is a disciple of some alchemic master, Catherine thought to herself. Although she had never met Jason before, she had already subtly labeled him as such. "No need for formalities. I'm merely perusing," Jason replied casually, his gaze sweeping across the expansive hall. A radiant smile graced Caitlin's face, appreciating his unstudied demeanor. "If you encounter any quandaries or impediments in your elixir concoctions, the assistant's alcove resides in the third sector on the left. For material acquisitions, the trading enclave is situated in the second sector on the right. Informational postings, elixir displays, and preparation zones are all delineated on the hall's placards." Based on her conjecture, Caitlin offered guidance to the young man, her professional smile unwavering. "Feel free to explore at your leisure. Should any inquiries arise, I'm readily available at the reception desk." Jason's gaze drifted across the grand hall, eventually settling upon the assistant's alcove. Caitlin, having discreetly observed him, surmised that he was a budding elixirist encountering difficulties. She refocused on her duties, cognizant of her remaining tasks. Before Jason stood rows of towering metallic cabinets, each adorned with illuminated information displays and equipped with a pen and paper. Approaching the nearest cabinet, Jason scrutinized the information presented. During the compounding of dissolvent, the introduction of sulfurous tincture precipitates of violent reaction and substantial emanation of spiritual essence, rendering it arduous to gauge the solution's reactivity and regulate the influx of binary hydrate. How can this be effectively mitigated? Is a solution attainable through modification of the elixir's intrinsic composition? Dissolvent, a second-tier superior elixir, is categorized into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades within each tier, mirroring the high, medium, and low ranks of elixirists. A second-tier adept capable of formulating 3 or more second-tier superior elixirs is esteemed as a second-tier grandmaster. Dissolvent, employed to cleanse impurities from spiritually imbued minerals, is among the simplest second-tier superior elixirs. Its preparation poses a challenge solely due to the difficulty in ascertaining the precise moment to introduce binary hydrate after the addition of sulfurous tincture, often leading to failed attempts for those lacking the spiritual acuity of a second-tier grandmaster. Evidently, the originator of the query, a second-tier adept yet to attain grandmaster status, sought a clever stratagem to circumvent the requisite expertise. The final inquiry hinted at an alternative approach, albeit one for which he lacked a solution. The question evoked a wistful reverie in Jason, as past events flashed through his mind. In this realm, elixirists are revered, demanding exceptional talent, notably a potent spiritual sense. Innate spiritual aptitude is paramount, governing one's capacity to commune with the spiritual essence of the cosmos. While spiritual acumen can be honed, its absence precludes one from becoming either an adept or an elixirist. Orphaned by war, Jason aspired to become a formidable adept. However, his latent spiritual sense proved inadequate. Undaunted, he embarked on the path of spiritual cultivation, only to realize after 5 arduous years that his spiritual sense remained stagnant at the second level. Relinquishing his aspirations as an adept, Jason pursued the arduous path of an elixirist. His keen observation revealed that elixir formulation involved transformations in both the intrinsic energy and extrinsic attributes of the solution, such as form, hue, aroma, temperature, density, and texture. Jason displayed an uncanny aptitude for perceiving elemental reactions. Compensating for his limited spiritual sense, he meticulously studied the physical properties of elixirs, gradually mastering the art of concocting high-grade elixirs. By the age of 26, he had ascended to the rank of 9th-tier Grandmaster, the sole individual of his caliber on the continent. His innovative techniques, predicated on the physical transformations of elixirs, charted a new course for elixirists and earned him the moniker of technical alchemist by the Continental Elixirist Guild. As an elixirist, Jason's ambition was to attain the 10th tier. However, he understood the limitations of his path. At 27, his spiritual sense remained at the 5th level. His technical prowess had propelled him to the 9th tier, but could not transcend the threshold of apotheosis. The realm of apotheosis was a forbidden domain, accessible only through the fusion of 9th tier spiritual sense and unparalleled technical finesse. Despite his eminence, Jason harbored a deep-seated regret for his inability to breach the 10th tier. During the formulation of dissolvent, the addition of sulfurous tincture will engender a delicate oleaginous stratum within the compounding vessel. The optimal juncture for introducing binary hydrate occurs when this stratum ascends to the median of the vessel. Jason inscribed these words on a sheet of paper, appending his initials, J.S., before depositing it into the cabinet's receptacle. He then turned his attention to the next information display. Chapter 6. A new objective. As Jason emerged from the Apothecary's Guild, the evening sun had bathed the city of Tailing in a golden hue. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent the entire afternoon within the guild's walls. The soft, golden rays illuminated his eyes, and the bewilderment that had lingered earlier had vanished, leaving only a spark of eager determination. Given that in his previous life, he was unable to become a powerful alchemist due to a lack of talent, and that his spiritual awareness had forever barred him from reaching the realm of a 10th order apothecary, these had become enduring pains in his heart. However, now that fate had granted him another chance, was it not an opportunity to fulfill the dreams unattainable in his past existence? With a faint smile gracing his face, Jason made his way back towards the Sis Academy of Spiritual Energy. In the twilight glow, his slender figure, though not imposing, emanated an inexplicable sense of grandeur and resolve. Xiaobo had been working at the Apothecary's Guild in Tailing for over a year. As a senior at the Sis Academy, having reached the 9th level in apothecary studies, he was merely one step away from becoming a true first-order apprentice apothecary, thus gaining entry into the esteemed ranks of professional apothecaries. Currently, he was engaged in menial tasks at the guild that offered little compensation. In truth, given Xiaobo's status, he need not perform such duties, even in the prestigious Apothecary's Guild. Every apothecary is an invaluable asset. As a 9th-level apprentice, Xiaobo was already capable of concocting a variety of basic potions. What he lacked was the experience and ability to independently create a true first-order potion. The profession of apothecary demands both innate talent and accumulated knowledge, and the atmosphere within the guild greatly benefited Xiaobo, which was why he continued to work there despite his esteemed rank. Having just replenished the public potions in the guild's preparation area, Xiaobo now stood before the metallic cabinets in the assistance zone, ready to complete his final task of the day, retrieving excess answers from the cabinets and delivering them to the service desk, notifying the information's originators. As he deftly opened the first cabinet, a casual glance revealed a piece of answer paper lying quietly in the corner. The assistance zone, serving as a platform for posting inquiries, had not proven particularly useful during Xiaobo's year at the guild. Generally, while many encounter various issues during their potion making, Most of these stem from the inexperience of the seekers themselves. Such errors can typically be resolved through peer discussions, making the questions that appear in the assistance zone often those without definitive answers. Thus, it was rare for Xiao Bo to discover answer papers in the cabinets, and upon finding one, the likelihood of resolution increased significantly, as few would dare to submit false answers, given the guild's meticulous records. Gently extracting the answer, Xiao Bo registered it before moving to the second cabinet. As he was about to close it, yet another answer paper caught his eye, resting at the bottom of the cabinet. What is happening today? Has a master apothecary visited the guild, or has President Saha taken an unexpected interest in the assistance zone? Xiao Bo murmured to himself, documenting the find before proceeding to the third cabinet. Once again, an answer paper lay quietly at the bottom, presenting itself to him. Upon returning to the academy, the sky had darkened. After a light meal at the school cafeteria, Jason immediately retreated to his dormitory. In the CIS Academy of Spiritual Energy, dormitories were categorized based on tuition fees into standard 6-person, intermediate 4-person, and advanced 2-person accommodations, with Jason residing in the latter. Pushing open the door to his familiar quarters, he exhaled lightly, surveying the well-known arrangements. He settled cross-legged on his bed, a fierce light flickering in his eyes before they slowly closed. Let us begin. With a soft exhalation, he intertwined his fingers, and his entire being suddenly fell into a tranquil state, his soul enveloped in ethereal stillness. Having identified his objective, Jason wasted no time in assessing the current state of his body. In his previous life, he had reached the esteemed rank of Saint Apothecary through sheer determination, closely tied to his unyielding character. With delicate breaths, Jason, possessing profound cultivation experience from his past life, gradually entered the meditative state referred to in the apothecary community. He felt the sensations within his body dissipate over time, whether it be smell, sight, touch, or any other sense. They receded one by one. The world around him transitioned from brightness to darkness until it was entirely shrouded in blackness, not the darkness of the eyes, but rather a void state achieved by shutting down the 6 senses, entering a realm of emptiness. To become an apothecary, one must first attune to the elemental energies of the world, which necessitates entering a meditative state, one that obscures the 6 senses, allowing the mind to become utterly devoid of thought. This state can be attained by those of higher comprehension with guidance from their predecessors, while others with lesser insight may toil their entire lives without ever achieving such a formless state. In his previous life, Jason achieved this meditative state in less than half a day upon first attempting it, showcasing his remarkable talent despite lacking in spiritual awareness. Soon, as he settled into this meditative state, Jason began to meticulously explore his body. Moments later, upon sensing his internal condition, he was taken aback. Within his perception, streams of milky white energy, composed entirely of spiritual power, were slowly circulating through the 5-level meridians of his body. What astonished him was the viscosity of these streams, which felt almost liquid in nature. In a past life, prior to his transmigration, Jason had attained the 5th grade of spiritual power. Consequently, he possessed a profound understanding of the state of spiritual power at that level. Ordinarily, a spiritualist who had not yet cultivated to become a 1st-grade spiritual apprentice would have exceedingly sparse spiritual power within their body. Below the spiritual apprentice level, with each advancement, the spiritual power manifesting within their meridians would be faint, akin to a translucent, misty vapor. Through persistent cultivation and accumulation, this translucent vapor would gradually thicken, eventually transforming into a pale white hue, signifying the attainment of sufficient strength to attempt the next grade. Therefore, upon perceiving that the spiritual power within his 5th grade meridians was as dense as milky white liquid, Jason, despite his extensive experience in his previous life, was astounded. Fragmentary memories surfaced intermittently in Jason's mind. As these recollections coalesced, he gradually comprehended the circumstances. The original Jason was exceptionally gifted in spiritual power cultivation. Having begun his spiritual power initiation at the age of 12, he ascended from the 1st grade of spiritual power in a mere year, entering the Sith Spiritual Power Academy with a foundation of the 3rd grade. Within 6 months of his enrollment, he advanced by 2 more grades, rapidly reaching the 5th grade of spiritual power, an achievement that caused considerable sensation at the Sith Spiritual Power Academy. However, just as the Academy's instructors held high expectations for Jason, his cultivation abruptly stagnated. To all observers, Jason seemed to have declined suddenly. For the subsequent 2 years, his strength remained at the 5th grade of spiritual power, with no further advancement. Due to his lack of progress, Jason consistently failed the Academy's assessments. At the 6th Spiritual Power Academy, students were not subject to a fixed graduation deadline. As long as they became spiritual apprentices within 10 years, they could graduate successfully. However, if a student failed to achieve spiritual apprenticeship within a decade, they would be dismissed from the Academy. Moreover, the 6th Spiritual Power Academy had a rule stipulating that any student who failed the Academy assessment for 2 consecutive years would be forcibly expelled. In the Academy's history, no student had ever been forcibly expelled. Gradually, Jason, who consistently failed his assessments, was branded with the title of the first waste in the history of the 6th Spiritual Power Academy. Superficially, it appeared that Jason had declined after reaching the 5th grade of spiritual power. He ceased paying attention in class, ceased diligent training, and frequently skipped classes, ignoring all advice. In reality, Jason had never ceased his arduous cultivation. Over a year prior, when his 5th grade spiritual power first condensed into a pale white vapor, Jason commenced his initial attempt to breach the gateway to the 6th grade meridian. On that occasion, as soon as his 5th grade spiritual power touched the entrance to the 6th grade meridian, an excruciating pain, searing through his soul, instantly engulfed Jason's entire body. Before he could react, he succumbed to the immense pain and lost consciousness. Upon awakening the following day, Jason was drenched in sweat, as if he had been caught in a downpour. He felt utterly drained. It took him nearly a month to recover. To Jason's dismay, this was merely the beginning of his nightmare. As his 5th grade spiritual power continued to condense, Jason repeatedly attempted to breach the gateway to the 6th grade meridian. However, each time his 5th grade spiritual power made contact with the gateway to the 6th grade meridian, a pain that pierced bone and soul would instantly engulf his entire being. Repeatedly gritting his teeth and persevering, repeatedly striving relentlessly, he was met with repeated episodes of agonizing unconsciousness. Jason had lost count of how many times he had attempted to breach the 6th grade gateway in the past year and a half. All he knew was that with his continued cultivation, the spiritual power in his 5th grade meridians had become increasingly refined and dense. However, all of this was futile for Jason. What is happening? Upon understanding his past cultivation experiences, Jason could not help but emit a soft sigh of resignation. His heart was also filled with perplexity. In the world of 3,000 years hence, the spiritualist cultivation system had been refined to an astonishing degree. The discovery and rectification of various theories had enabled spiritualists to develop far more powerfully than in this era. Although Jason's own spiritual power grade in his previous life was only 5, failing to even reach the 1st grade spiritual apprentice level, he had never encountered or heard of a spiritualist experiencing such a situation during meridian breaching. Given his status as a 9th grade spiritual medicine Saint Master at the pinnacle of the later generations, if that's the case, then let me see why the original self has been unable to break through the 6th grade spiritual power barrier. Unable to discern the reason, Jason immediately ceased further contemplation and slowly mobilized the highly condensed spiritual power within his 5th grade meridians. Although his acquired memories were filled with trembling recollections of attempting to breach the 6th grade meridian gateway, as well as the fear and horror that permeated his soul, Jason, who had already set his sights on the Spiritual Medicine Master Guild today, was determined to persevere, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Under Jason's mobilization, the dense 5th grade spiritual power within his body was now circulating slowly and methodically. Given the intensity of Jason's current spiritual power, it was, in fact, unnecessary to prepare. He could directly attempt to breach the 6th grade gateway. However, Jason employed the exercise routes he had mastered in later generations, which could enhance the activity of spiritual power within the body and increase the chances of breakthrough, constantly elevating the activity intensity of the spiritual power within his body. Finally, after several cycles, the activity intensity of the spiritual power within Jason's body reached its peak. Without hesitation, the spiritual power within Jason's body transformed in an instant from a gentle flowing river into a raging torrent, violently crashing into the gateway to the 6th grade. In the dormitory, Jason's body, which had been sitting motionlessly on the bed, suddenly trembled violently in the midst of its stillness. Abruptly, Jason's eyes snapped open, and an invisible stream of air flashed through his pupils. Jason exhaled a long stream of stale air, slightly clenching his fists. A surge of power instantly coursed from Jason's body to his fists. The The sudden sensation of power filled Jason with an impulse to shatter the sky with a single punch. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Jason's eyes. During the preceding breach, Jason had advanced from the 5th grade to the 6th grade of spiritual power without encountering the slightest resistance, experiencing none of the painful sensations from his memories. Regardless, I've finally reached the 6th grade. Muttering softly, Jason was about to rise when a black shadow suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, Jason's fists, already brimming with power, lunged forward in a fierce attack against the black shadow. Ouch! Struck by Jason's fists, the black shadow emitted a shriek and retreated to the dormitory entrance with a backward somersault. Chapter 8. Gradual progress. Good heavens, Jason, weren't you a bit excessive? I don't believe I've ever wronged you to such an extent. The shadowy figure, retreating towards the doorway, voiced a complaint. Carrot? Is that you? Jason, now fully awake and out of bed, recognized the person before him as Carrot, his roommate and lab partner from the afternoon's experiment. Who else would it be? Jason, I hadn't realized you packed such a punch. Gingerly massaging his arms, which had borne the brunt of Jason's blow, Carrot spoke through gritted teeth. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he fixed Jason, who stood there calmly, with a questioning gaze. Jason, has your spiritual force reached level 6? Initially, Carrot had dismissed Jason's punch, but upon reflection, he realized something was amiss. Given Carrot's level 9 spiritual force, even a full-strength blow from Jason, with his level 5 spiritual force, should have been inconsequential. Yet, Jason's instinctive, casual punch had left Carrot's level 9 protected arms aching intensely. This was beyond Jason's previous capabilities, especially considering he had been meditating on his bed. With a subtle nod, Jason acknowledged Carrot's inquisitive look and the basin of water and towel on the desk. Understanding Carrot's actions, he offered a quiet, "Thank you." From his memories, Jason knew that Carrot was one of the few people at Sith's Spiritual Force Academy who truly understood him. In the past, whenever Jason had fallen unconscious during training, it was Carrot who had quietly cared for him. It was this understanding of Jason's efforts and the pain he endured during cultivation that prevented Carrot from looking down on him like others did. Cut the sentimentality. Are you cured? Never mind that. Carrot gave Jason a hearty embrace, his face beaming with genuine joy. This calls for a celebration. It's your treat. And we'll make sure those naysayers eat their words. Carrot held Jason in high regard. He had witnessed Jason's struggles to break through to level 6, the agony, sweat, and convulsions that preceded his unconsciousness. Carrot had often wondered if he could persevere as Jason did, enduring such torment in pursuit of advancement. Does the opinion of others truly matter so much? Jason responded with a serene smile, while not entirely comfortable with the embrace. His 2 lifetimes of experience allowed him to sense the genuine friendship and concern emanating from Carrot. Perhaps not. But where did you disappear to this afternoon? Master Klein was searching for you. By the way, when did you master the preparation of the fire element-based liquid? You should have seen the looks on everyone's faces when you left. You've become quite the sensation in the spiritual medicine department. Carrot regarded Jason with newfound curiosity. He had sensed a change in Jason during the experiment, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. Now he understood. Both the past and present Jason possessed a similar composure. But the former's was born of isolation, a form of self-protection stemming from a lack of confidence due to his inability to advance to level 6. The current Jason's composure, however, was one of superiority, tinged with a hint of disdain, as if an adult observing children. Carrot couldn't quite explain this perception. Master Klein was looking for me. Jason was taken aback. The fire element-based liquid was a simple concoction that anyone could prepare with sufficient effort. Returning to his bed, Jason sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and ceased to acknowledge Carrot. Having just broken through to level 6, he needed to consolidate his spiritual force and heal the injuries sustained during the preparation of the fire element-based liquid. Anyone can prepare it. Carrot muttered to himself with a wry expression. Observing Jason's return to cultivation, he also sat cross-legged on his bed, muttering, "I suppose I should put in some effort as well. It would be rather embarrassing if I, a level 5 spiritual medicine practitioner, couldn't manage what you, a mere level 1, can." Under the restorative influence of his level 6 spiritual force, Jason's injuries quickly healed, while not fully recovered. At least there would be no lasting repercussions. Jason had no easy solutions for his somewhat frail physique. Enhancing physical strength was a gradual process, requiring extensive training and specialized elixirs, as he had learned in his previous life. To Jason's delight, the liquid-like Milky white spiritual force and his level 5 meridians had transformed into a pale white spiritual force stream upon reaching level 6. This level of intensity gave Jason the confidence to attempt a breakthrough to level 7. However, Jason refrained from doing so. While his path as a spiritualist had been short-lived, his subsequent role as a pioneer in spiritual force research had taught him that cultivation was not merely about accumulating energy. It was equally important to control and master the structure and combination of spiritual force elements. He understood the need for a gradual, step-by-step approach, solidifying his level 6 state. Moreover, level 6 was a significant milestone in spiritualist cultivation. Below level 6, spiritual force primarily served to strengthen the body, but upon reaching level 6, explosive power increased dramatically, granting the qualification to cultivate spiritual techniques and skills. According to the rules of Sith's Spiritual Force Academy, any student who reached level 6 was entitled to acquire a basic cultivation technique from the Academy's library. Chapter 9, President Saha Morning. In the office of the Alchemist Guild in the city of Talon, an elderly man clad in a tattered robe sat at a desk, intently gazing at a piece of paper before him, deep in thought. This venerable figure was none other than President Saha, one of the only 2 4th-tier intermediate alchemists in Talon. Despite his position, Saha did not spend much time in the guild. Often, he would vanish into his laboratory for an entire week, immersed in his research. As a 4th-tier alchemist dedicated to the study of alchemy, he had become somewhat indifferent to worldly matters. However, upon receiving a certain piece of news that morning, he hastened to his office without a moment's hesitation. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Without lifting his gaze, Saha uttered, "Enter," his eyes still fixed on the paper in hand. A short-haired woman, carrying a stack of documents, pushed the door open. Upon seeing Saha, her face immediately radiated respect, with a hint of admiration evident in her expression. If Jason had been present, he would have recognized this woman as Catherine, the receptionist who had assisted him at the guild the day prior. Esteemed President, here is the information you requested. According to our statistics, the alchemist who signed as J.S. answered a total of 26 queries in the assistance area yesterday. As per the feedback received so far, 23 of the inquirers have confirmed the correctness of his answers, while 3 queries are still awaiting a response. Catherine reported briskly, her voice trembling slightly from nervousness. Her heart brimmed with gratitude towards the alchemist J.S., for without him, she would never have had the opportunity to personally report to President Saha. Upon hearing Catherine's report, Saha's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. After a brief moment, he lifted his head slightly, his gaze scrutinizing. "Are you certain that this alchemist J.S. is merely a youth of 17 or 18? Feeling the weight of Saha's authoritative gaze, Catherine instinctively lowered her head, only to raise it again with newfound confidence. "I am certain, President. The boy I encountered yesterday, whom I had never seen before, must be J.S. I have checked our guild's records, and there is no entry for an alchemist by that name. Moreover, I distinctly remember him from yesterday afternoon. He appeared quite casual in the guild, resembling a disciple of some esteemed alchemist. Initially, I thought he was there to seek assistance." Catherine was confident in her memory. Aside from the boy, she had encountered no one else in the assistance area who left a remarkable impression on her throughout the day. "If this J.S. is indeed the youth you describe, then he is already an accomplished alchemist," Saha mused. "Pay close attention. If you see him again, notify me immediately." "Yes." Catherine bowed in response, understanding Saha's intent, and promptly turned to exit. "By the way, regarding the 3 unanswered questions, you may mark the one numbered 01 in the assistance area as correct," Saha remarked nonchalantly. Catherine paused momentarily at the threshold, recalling that when the assistance area was established, President Saha had placed a question in the 01 cabinet that he himself could not solve, meant to serve as a benchmark. Everyone knew that this particular problem was merely a formality, as Saha, being the highest-ranked alchemist in Talon, faced no challenge that was insurmountable to him. Now, hearing Saha's words, she was astonished. Had his question truly been resolved? Could it be possible? After Catherine exited, Saha's gaze lingered on the desk before him, where several vials of dissolving agents sat quietly. Years ago, when he was merely a 2nd-tier intermediate alchemist, he had conceived the idea of altering the form of the potion to create a 2nd-tier advanced dissolving agent, but had never succeeded. When the assistance area was established, he had casually submitted this unresolved question, never expecting that it would actually be answered yesterday. To his astonishment, after conducting experiments, Saha discovered that following the solution provided, the resultant dissolving agents were of exceptionally high quality. In contrast, if he were to formulate the second-tier advanced dissolving agents solely with his fourth-tier intermediate alchemical knowledge, the quality would not necessarily match that achieved through the proposed method. This revelation left Saha utterly astounded. He had never imagined that his whimsical idea could possess genuine feasibility, and moreover, that it would yield superior results compared to his own capabilities. Saha murmured to himself, resolute that as long as this individual remained in Talon, he would seek him out. However, first, he must inform Old Ghost about this development, and see if he would still dare to claim that Saha was merely daydreaming. The thought of Old Ghost's incessant taunts regarding his ideas from years past filled Saha with frustration. With a long sigh, Jason abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of light gleaming from their depths. Feeling the enhanced sixth-tier spiritual energy within him, Jason nodded slightly and leapt from his bed. After a night of cultivation, his sixth-tier spiritual energy had become remarkably stable within his meridians. Despite having gone without sleep, Jason appeared more invigorated than ever, his spirit brimming with vitality. Having endured countless hardships in his past life, Jason understood that to attain more than others, one must be willing to sacrifice more. After a quick wash, Jason made his way towards the martial training ground of the Sith Spiritual Academy. Today marked the semi-annual evaluation day at the Academy. Chapter 10. Assessment. He strolled leisurely across the campus of the Sith Spiritual Academy. En route, many individuals, upon recognizing Jason, would point and murmur, some even casting glances of pity in his direction. In actuality, the assessments for various faculties and grades within the Sith Spiritual Academy did not occur simultaneously, and the timing for evaluations in different subjects also varied. However, aside from those students scheduled to undergo assessment alongside Jason that day, a considerable number throughout the Academy were aware of Jason's impending evaluation. As a notorious figure within the Sith Spiritual Academy, dubbed the #1 waste, Jason had been the subject of much campus gossip in recent days. After all, should Jason fail this evaluation, he would become the first student in the Academy's history to face expulsion. In the distance, a colossal stone edifice loomed into view. Its magnificent architectural style and imposing presence rendered it exceptionally conspicuous within the Sith Spiritual Academy campus. This stone structure was none other than the renowned martial arts arena of the Sith Spiritual Academy, where all major competitions and spiritualist assessments were typically held. Look, Jason's here. Jason's arrived. Jason's arrived. Indeed, it's Jason. I didn't expect he'd dare to show up. The first student in the history of the Sith Spiritual Academy to be expelled. How pathetic. As soon as Jason entered the martial arts arena, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd ahead. The students in Jason's year, who were also undergoing assessment, began whispering among themselves upon seeing him, their gazes reflecting a variety of emotions. Having been the strongest expert on the continent in his previous life, Jason naturally remained unfazed by the gazes of these students. After spotting his spiritual power cultivation instructor, Master Feng Yi, in the crowd, he proceeded to join the group. Upon Jason's arrival, a student assisting Master Feng Yi with the assessment promptly approached and handed Jason an evaluation form. The form included basic sections for age, level, and other essential information. At the bottom, there was a section for the opponent one wished to challenge. In principle, one could nominate any classmate, except for those whose level was more than 2 grades below the form filler. The Sith Spiritual Academy's assessment was divided into 2 phases. The first phase involved testing the student's spiritual power level. If the student's level had improved since the last assessment, they would pass directly. If not, they could challenge an opponent they had nominated on the form. The instructor would then evaluate the student's performance based on the challenge's process and outcome. Senior Jason, you can choose me as your challenge opponent. After handing Jason the form, the student glanced at Master Feng Yi in the distance, a benevolent smile gracing his face, and whispered to Jason. This student, named Luo Yi, was only 14 years old and had entered the Sith Spiritual Academy 2 years after Jason. However, they were in the same class. In the previous assessment, Luo Yi had just broken through to spiritual power level 6. His exceptional talent had earned him Master Feng Yi's favor. Upon hearing Luo Yi's well-intentioned suggestion, Jason merely smiled slightly, accepted the form, filled in the various sections with practiced ease, and left the opponent's section blank before handing it in. Let's go over there and observe the assessment of Master Feng Yi's class. Just then, an instructor from another class, around 30 years old, abruptly halted his own testing and led his students toward Jason's class. Master Stowe, why aren't you properly testing your own students? What brings you here? Seeing Stowe standing near his class's assessment area, Master Fengyi frowned and inquired. Haha, Master Fengyi, I'm merely bringing my students to learn from your class. No need to be so tense. Spiritual power cultivation only progresses through mutual exchange. Carry on, Master Fengyi, carry on. Don't mind us. I just want to see how the senior students under Master Fengyi are doing. With Master Fengyi's capabilities, I imagine all your students must be quite formidable. Stowe stood to the side with a mocking expression. Having often been overshadowed by Fengyi in the academy, he now crossed his arms, a peculiar smile on his face, and addressed his students. You must watch carefully and remember to learn from the students in Master Fengyi's class, especially the senior students. They have much to teach you. At this point, Master Stowe's gaze settled directly on Jason in the crowd. Having always been second to Fengyi in the academy, he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. This time, he would make sure to embarrass Fengyi. So what if you're a third-order advanced spiritualist? Your students are still inferior to mine, a third-order low-level spiritualist. One of your students is even about to become the first to be expelled from the Sith Spiritual Academy. Let's see how Fengyi maintains his position in the academy after this. This is too humiliating. I heard Master Stowe and Master Fengyi don't get along in the academy. Is it true? Master Stowe is doing this on purpose, bringing so many people here just to embarrass our class. It's all Jason's fault. Our class is going to lose face because of him. Upon hearing Stowe's words, the students in Jason's class began to murmur among themselves. Continue testing. Anyone who makes any more noise will be disqualified. Hearing the murmurs in the crowd, Master Fengyi's face instantly flushed with anger, and he spoke in a low voice. Next, Jin Ming. A student standing next to Master Fengyi immediately called out a name from the list. A somewhat slender student stepped forward to the arena in front of Master Fengyi. In the center of the arena was a massive stone, neither gold nor iron, with a faint, green glow shimmering on its surface. The student named Jin Ming approached the spirit testing stone, adopted a hoarse stance, and took a few deep breaths. Then, his eyes flashed, and he let out a low roar, throwing a punch. With a thud, energy surged, and the spirit testing stone was slightly dented. A fist mark appeared on the stone's surface, then slowly dissipated. Jin Ming, 16 years old, spiritual power level 6. Next, Jin Ming was crestfallen. Although he knew he was still at spiritual power level 6 and had not advanced, he couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard those words from Master Fengyi. The testing continued methodically. Buelo, 17 years old, spiritual power level 7, advanced. Next, Carlisle, 14 years old, spiritual power level 5, next. Next, Jason. With the announcement of this name, the eyes of everyone in the arena instantly turned to a certain individual in the crowd. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Jason walked forward unhurriedly, as if oblivious to everything around him. Chapter 11. Incensed, Klein watched Jason. Fengyi's eyes narrowed, for he had instructed Jason for over 2 years. He knew Jason well. Yet, inexplicably, as he watched Jason approach the spirit stone with an air of nonchalance, Fengyi felt a sense of inscrutability towards him. Compared to the past few days, Jason seemed subtly different. From Jason's very being, Fengyi discerned a faint pressure, not from any formidable strength, but from the way Jason seemed to regard everything around him with indifference, as if surveying all before him. Fengyi discreetly shook his head, glancing at the expressions of those around him. Their gazes towards Jason were filled with disdain and derision, while slightly angered. Fengyi couldn't help but wonder if he was being overly sensitive. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. With few exceptions, most students, including Stowe, averted their eyes from Jason as he stepped onto the platform, many gathering in small groups to whisper amongst themselves. In the past 2 years of assessments, Jason's spirit power tests had consistently remained at level 5. In their minds, this test would yield the same result. They were more interested in who Jason would challenge. Likely the weakest in the class, for that would be his only chance of success. Regardless of the challenge's outcome, Jason's final assessment would still be a failure. The fact that he hadn't advanced a single level in over 2 years would make him the first student to be expelled from the Zai's Spirit Power Academy. Jason approached the Spirit Stone, his level 6 spirit power rapidly circulating through his meridians, converging towards his right fist in a unique rhythm. This power-gathering technique, learned from a 9th Order Saint Spirit Master in his previous life, could maximize a Spirit Master's spirit power. Bang! His right fist lashed out with sudden force. A thunderous boom echoing through the arena, drawing everyone's attention to Jason standing before the spirit stone. Energy surged, and spirit power intertwined. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Jason slowly retracted his right fist. A deep crater was clearly visible on the spirit stone, etched into everyone's vision. Feng Yi abruptly stepped forward, a hint of barely perceptible delight flickering amidst his uncertain expression. Such formidable power, such remarkable fist energy. This is impossible. Can anyone tell me? Was that punch really thrown by Jason, the so-called Academy's biggest waste? That punch Jason threw earlier, it was definitely more than level 5 spirit power, right? Many students muttered in disbelief, their minds replaying Jason's powerful punch. Feng Yi quickly strode forward, examining the crater Jason had created. He was shocked to see that it was the size of a person's head, its bottom as smooth as a mirror, unlike the irregular indentations with uneven bottoms formed by the knuckles of ordinary punches. Even more astonishing was that the spirit power shockwave from Jason's punch seemed to sever the spirit stone's connection with the surrounding spirit power, causing the crater to slowly recover only after a long while. What kind of fist technique is this? It's terrifying. Jason, 17 years old, level 6 spirit power, passed. Feng Yi's gaze swept across the arena, his voice unconsciously rising, reaching everyone's ears. A deathly silence fell. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Jason, who stood there composed. The unexpected outcome left everyone momentarily stunned. They had imagined countless scenarios for this day, but no one had foreseen such an ending. Jason, who hadn't advanced in over 2 years, had actually passed on his final assessment. Teacher Feng Yi, now that the assessment is over, I have some matters to attend to outside the academy, so I'll be leaving first. Also, please update my rank on my identity record to level 6 as soon as possible. Jason nodded slightly to Teacher Feng Yi and Luo Yi, who stood beside him, and walked towards the exit of the training ground. He had important matters to attend to and didn't have much time to linger here. Amidst the astonished gazes, Jason's figure slowly disappeared into the distance. All right, everyone, stop watching and continue testing. Regaining his composure, Feng Yi immediately urged his students to continue the tests, while smiling at Stowe, who stood to the side. Teacher Stowe, feel free to keep watching. Encourage your students to learn from mine. I don't mind, haha. Feng Yi's hearty laughter echoed through the training ground. So what if he advanced? Even at level 6 spirit power, Jason is still a good for nothing. Let's go back. Stowe's face was ashen as he coldly snorted and turned to walk towards his class's testing area. Would a student I value be lacking? Facing Teacher Stowe's provocative words, Teacher Feng Yi merely smiled gently, without uttering a single word of rebuttal. From the confident and resolute look on Jason's face earlier, Feng Yi realized that Jason, once hailed as a genius of the Zai's Spirit Power Academy, seemed to have returned. Feng Yi squeezed his pocket, where a basic spirit power training notebook lay quietly. Originally, Feng Yi had planned to secretly give him this notebook, which was the essence of his efforts, if Jason failed the test. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Where's Jason? Just as Feng Yi had tested a few more students, an anxious yet melodious voice reached everyone's ears. A red figure flashed past, like a butterfly fluttering by. In an instant, a person stood before Feng Yi. Teacher Klein, what brings you here? Seeing the person before him, Teacher Feng Yi immediately asked in surprise. It was Klein, the third-order low-level spirit medicine master who taught Jason spirit medicine. Feng Yi, where's Jason? Klein's gaze swept quickly through the crowd, and after confirming that Jason wasn't there, she immediately questioned Feng Yi. Jason? He left. Teacher Klein, are you looking for him? Jason might have already left the academy. What? Jason left? Already out of the academy? No way, Teacher Feng Yi, you actually. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Klein glared at Feng Yi with anger, at a loss for words. After seeing Jason use that unique technique to concoct the fire element basic liquid yesterday, Klein was filled with curiosity about Jason's method. However, Jason had disappeared immediately after concocting the fire element basic liquid yesterday, which frustrated Klein after class. As Jason's teacher, Klein naturally knew that Jason would be expelled from the Zai's Spirit Power Academy if he failed today's assessment. Anxiously, she was delayed by something this morning. By the time she arrived at the training ground, she learned from Feng Yi, who tested Jason, that Jason had already left the academy, which almost made Klein vomit blood in frustration. Dean Feng Yi, your audacity in unilaterally dismissing a student without the sanction of the academy is appalling. While it is ostensibly true that this was to be Jason's final evaluation, I must inform you that I have already conducted an advanced assessment of his competence in spiritual pharmacology, the results of which were exemplary. Instructor Feng Yi, You shall be held accountable for this impetuous action. Klein, having regained his composure, regarded Fignet with a chilling countenance. Instructor Klein, Fignet responded, perplexed. Who has propagated the notion that Jason was dismissed by my decree? Jason has, in fact, advanced. He completed his preliminary assessment and has already departed. Instructor Klein was momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 12. Celestial Core Fruit. As Jason ambled through the hallowed grounds of the Sith Spiritualist Academy, his mind meticulously catalogued the items he intended to procure forthwith. Following a day of profound contemplation, Jason had formulated a comprehensive roadmap for his future endeavors, chief among which was the augmentation of his physical fortitude. Born into an era 3 millennia hence, where the spiritualist system was impeccably refined, Jason possessed an acute awareness of the profound impact a spiritualist's physical resilience exerted on their cultivation. In this epoch, the significance of physical conditioning among spiritualists was largely unappreciated. The prevailing sentiment held that each successive tier of spiritual advancement inherently enhanced physical prowess through the metamorphosis and nourishment of spiritual energy, sufficiently equipping spiritualists to wield their inner power adeptly in both combat and cultivation. Consequently, few spiritualists in this era dedicated themselves to the deliberate enhancement of their physical capabilities, as the consensus dictated that even the most rigorous physical training paled in comparison to the tangible benefits of ascending a spiritual echelon. However, 2 millennia later, the emergence of a maverick faction known as the Brute Spiritualists irrevocably shattered this paradigm, nearly upending the established hierarchy of spiritual power. These individuals demonstrated an uncanny ability to consistently outmatch opponents of equal or even superior rank, with some prodigies even challenging spiritualists of higher echelons. Their most celebrated exploit involved their founding patriarch, who, as a mere 7th-tier royal spiritualist, famously stalemated a 9th-tier saint spiritualist through sheer physical might and unorthodox techniques, thereby etching his name into the annals of spiritualist lore. In his previous life, Jason maintained an intimate association with the 5th-generation progenitor of the Brute Spiritualist lineage, granting him unfettered access to their comprehensive training methodologies. Jason's own regimen was meticulously crafted through the synthesis and refinement of the Brute Spiritualist's core principles. Thus, whether for the advancement of his spiritualist cultivation or the refinement of his apothecary skills, Jason was determined to rapidly restore his physical condition to its former glory, or even surpass it. Master Saha. Master. As Jason pondered, he approached the academy's entrance when a chorus of reverent voices suddenly reached his ears. He lifted his gaze to behold an elderly man clad in a simple gray robe, slowly entering the Sith Spiritualist Academy. Upon sighting the elder, the academy's gatekeepers and instructors alike stood respectfully aside, heads bowed in deference. 2 instructors of slightly higher rank offered muted greetings, refraining from further discourse. As the president of the Apothecaries Guild of Terran City, and the only 4th-tier intermediate spirit apothecary, celestial master besides the academy's own Dean Bifam, Master Saha was held in the utmost esteem by the entire faculty. A 4th-tier spirit apothecary celestial master? As he passed the elderly man, Jason's brow furrowed imperceptibly. His past life as a 9th-tier spirit apothecary saint master allowed him to discern the elder's profession from the subtle gestures of his hands. Jason had detected a faint trace of spirit control fluid emanating from Master Saw, a fundamental 4th-tier potion that only a 4th-tier novice spirit apothecary, celestial master could concoct. Combined with the obsequious demeanor of the surrounding instructors, Jason readily deduced that the venerated Master Saha was indeed a 4th-tier spirit apothecary, celestial master. Look, isn't that Jason? The first student to be expelled from our academy. A student, noticing Jason near the entrance, couldn't help but exclaim in a hushed tone. Expelled from the Sith Spiritualist Academy? Hearing the student's words, Saha, who had been walking as if oblivious to his surroundings, paused momentarily. Turning to glance at Jason, who was already exiting the academy, he murmured to himself, aware of the academy's regulations, these youngsters today are so apathetic. If he lacks ambition, he'll likely never even become a 1st-tier spirit apothecary apprentice. With a slight shake of his head, Master Saha turned and headed towards the dean's office, eager to tease his old friend Bifam. The thought of it made him want to burst out laughing. J.S., where could this master be? If he has already left Terran City, it would be troublesome. Saha frowned, patting his head in frustration, and quickened his pace towards the academy's dean's office. He was now solely focused on finding the J.S., who had solved his problem. unaware that he had become a figure of mystery within the Terran City Apothecaries Guild. Jason left the Sith Spiritualist Academy and headed towards the Terran City Spiritualist Guild. Typically, every city had a large trading market, and most of these markets were located near the city's Spiritualist Guild. In the Stern Continent, although apothecaries were the most esteemed profession, the Spiritualist Guild, as the gathering place for the most widespread profession on the continent, was the most prosperous place in a city. Therefore, most city markets were built near the Spiritualist Guild. Jason strolled leisurely through the market, soon accumulating a collection of materials. Cauliflower, burro leaf grass. These were common and basic medicinal herbs and plants on the continent, readily available for purchase. Jason's only remaining need was a first-tier fierce tiger beast spirit core. In the physique enhancement potion he intended to concoct, the fierce tiger beast spirit core was the indispensable primary ingredient. Although spirit cores were generally valuable in the Stern Continent, first-tier spirit cores were not exceedingly expensive. However, in Jason's previous life, fierce tiger beasts were rare spiritual beasts, and their population was scarce. Finding one was difficult, and the spirit core Jason had obtained back then had required considerable effort. As Jason glanced around, a dark green, fruit-like object on a nearby stall caught his eye, instantly captivating him. Could that be the celestial core fruit, which is extinct on the continent? After a careful examination of the dark green fruit, Jason's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he murmured in astonishment. Chapter 13. An unexpected surprise. The heavenly heart royal fruit, despite its imposing name, is actually a spirit fruit of a relatively low grade. Its flavor is exceptionally sweet, and its juice possesses remarkable protective properties for the human body, gently nourishing various tendons and muscle tissues. Consequently, it is often incorporated as an additive in various medicinal potions for treating wounds. Although the heavenly heart royal fruit is of a lower tier, its value pales in comparison to that of higher-tier spirit fruits. However, in Jason's previous life, this nourishing fruit had long been extinct on the continent, with traces only found in some hidden mountains and deep jungles. In his former life, after ascending to the rank of a 9th-tier spirit medicine master, Jason had sought to procure materials for an incredibly potent body-refining potion, among which the heavenly heart royal fruit was included. Given Jason's prestige and power, numerous prominent families and powerful individuals hurried to establish connections with him by offering the required materials. Yet, the heavenly heart royal fruit eluded him until the very end. Thus, when Jason unexpectedly spotted one at a stall in the small market of Talon City, his astonishment was entirely justified. When something you have desperately sought after appears before you in such a casual manner, it often evokes feelings of both joy and surprise. Could it be that the stall owner obtained this fruit without realizing its true worth? After a swift contemplation, Jason approached the stall, casually perusing the other items on display. The stall owner, upon noticing Jason, perhaps perceived that a young person like him was not a significant buyer and merely opened his squinting eyes slightly. How much for this spirit fruit? After a moment, Jason's hand casually landed on the heavenly heart royal fruit as he inquired in a nonchalant tone. This heavenly heart royal fruit? The stall owner glanced at Jason and paused slightly before replying, 200 spirit coins. 200 spirit coins? Jason was momentarily taken aback. The heavenly heart royal fruit, once regarded as an invaluable treasure in his past life, was now available for merely 200 spirit coins. This revelation struck Jason deeply. After all, this was a fruit that even he, as a 9th-tier spirit medicine master, could scarcely hope to find. Moreover, this fruit was crucial for Jason as he prepared to concoct a body-refining elixir. Incorporating the heavenly heart royal fruit into his upcoming potion would dramatically enhance the intensity and speed of his physical training. Gently retrieving his spirit card, Jason noted that he had approximately 1,000 spirit coins at his disposal, making the price of 200 spirit coins entirely acceptable. Upon witnessing Jason's actions, the stall owner was momentarily stunned. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Jason would genuinely purchase the heavenly heart royal fruit. His initial price was merely a casual offer, not expecting the young man before him to actually spend 200 spirit coins. Boss, selling this heavenly heart royal fruit for 200 spirit coins is rather steep, isn't it? Just as Jason was about to finalize his purchase, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. A figure appeared at Jason's side, wearing a friendly smile. Who are you? The newcomer was a young man, around 20 years old, clad in a grayish-blue robe resembling those worn by spirit medicine practitioners. An emblem of the Spirit Medicine Association was embroidered on the left side of his chest. Jason found the young man somewhat familiar but could not place him. Jason, my junior. I am Xiaobo, also a student in the Spirit Medicine Department at the Zai Spirit Power Academy. You may not have seen me before, but I know you. Xiaobo smiled at Jason and then turned to the stall owner, stating, 50 spirit coins, and this heavenly heart royal fruit belongs to us. Having just completed his morning duties at the Spirit Medicine Association, Xiaobo had rushed to the market in Talon City without changing out of his work attire, fortuitously encountering Jason, who was about to be overcharged. Seeing Jason about to be taken advantage of, Xiaobo stepped in to negotiate on his behalf. 50 spirit coins is simply too little. Can we not increase the offer? The stall owner, realizing he was on the verge of a lucrative sale, was taken aback by the unexpected interruption, especially since the proposed price aligned perfectly with his expectations. With a mix of frustration and respect, the stall owner glared at Xiaobo, whose attire bore the emblem of the Spirit Medicine Association. Despite his irritation, he recognized that offending a practitioner from the association was unwise. 50 spirit coins is already quite generous. If you choose not to sell, we shall seek our purchase elsewhere. After all, the Heavenly Heart Royal Fruit is not an exceptionally rare item. Xiaobo maintained a polite smile, fully aware of the market value of spirit fruits. Fine, fine. Seeing your sincerity, I shall part with it for 50 spirit coins. The stall owner's expression was pained as he wrapped the Heavenly Heart Royal Fruit and handed it over. I must say, young man, this transaction is a loss for me. Business is tough. Pay up, Jason, Xiaobo prompted. If you ever need to buy any materials in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I work at the Spirit Medicine Association, and though I can't claim to know everything, I have a solid understanding of potion and spirit fruit prices. Feeling somewhat bewildered by Xiaobo's enthusiasm, Jason paid for the fruit, realizing they were not particularly close acquaintances, yet Xiaobo's warmth was overwhelming. By the way, do you know where I might find a spirit core from a flame tiger beast? After placing the Heavenly Heart Royal Fruit safely away, Jason inquired, recalling Xiaobo's connection to the Spirit Medicine Association. The spirit core of a flame tiger beast? Xiaobo's brow furrowed slightly. What do you need it for? Such cores should be available at specialized spirit core shops. However, I happen to have a core from a flame tiger king. I acquired it in exchange for a basic potion last time. If you're interested, I can let it go for 500 spirit coins. Only 500 spirit coins for the core of a flame tiger king? A sudden realization struck Jason. He was not in his past life, but rather 3,000 years in the past. During this era, flame tigers were not as rare as they would later become, and the Heavenly Heart Royal Fruit had not yet faced extinction due to human activities. Many plants, animals, and minerals, once considered precious in later times, were commonplace in this era. What a splendid life this was. In front of Xiaobo, Jason, once the esteemed 9th-tier spirit medicine master of his previous life, wore a blissful expression akin to that of a carefree child. Chapter 14. The body-nourishing elixir. Gazing at the pile of materials before him, Jason took several deep breaths, his eyes now clear and focused. It was an unexpected delight to acquire the spirit core of the fierce tiger beast king from Xiaobo for 500 spirit coins. As the primary ingredient for the body-nourishing elixir, the quality of the fierce tiger beast spirit core directly influenced the overall grade of the potion. Using the second-tier spirit core from the king of the fierce tiger clan as the main ingredient would undoubtedly elevate the quality of the elixir significantly. After purchasing the spirit core from Xiaobo, Jason gathered all the necessary materials and promptly returned to the academy. Following a quick lunch, he wasted no time resting and made his way to the laboratory of the spiritual pharmacy department. After paying a fee to the supervising instructor, Jason selected some basic potions from the laboratory's potion room before entering his chosen private lab. At the Westies Academy of Spiritual Energy, students in the spiritual pharmacy department could use the laboratory's equipment and basic potions upon registering. To facilitate those wishing to concoct potions during their free time, the academy allowed students to access private laboratories specifically designed for potion preparation by paying a nominal fee. These private labs were equipped with essential tools and potions for potion making, and if students encountered any issues during the process, they could consult the instructor on duty in the laboratory. In the quiet confines of the lab, Jason picked up a sprig of broccoli, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a moment, he exhaled gently, flipping his hand, and in the next instant, the broccoli was cast into a conical flask filled with a blue liquid. A puff of red mist erupted as the broccoli made contact with the blue liquid, dissolving almost instantly, filling the air with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Again, Jason grasped a sprig of bolo leaf grass, and in an instant, he tightened his grip. His sixth-level spiritual energy surged forth, obliterating the bolo leaf grass into fine powder, which scattered from his fingertips into the conical flask. Upon contact with the blue liquid, which was tinged with a hint of red fluff, the powder emitted a cool luminescence akin to fireflies on a summer night, twinkling like stars scattered across the vastness of the night sky. Next, Jason poured the extracted juice from the heavenly heart fruit directly into the conical flask, triggering a violent reaction that sent a flurry of bubbles rising. Finally, he seized the second-tier spirit core of the fierce tiger beast king and swiftly dropped it into the flask. Simultaneously, Jason's spiritual awareness plunged into the reaction of the solution. The immense energy reaction made his not-so-powerful spiritual awareness feel somewhat elusive. With a sudden motion, he grasped the conical flask, which had begun to vibrate violently. The rapid oscillation transformed Jason's hand into a mere blur as an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. A red serpent, shimmering with starlight, coiled and writhed upon his hand, with the spirit core of the fierce tiger beast king nestled at its center. With each roll, a different hue of light flickered through the air, and the spirit core diminished in size with each revolution. This entire process persisted for nearly half an hour, and the exertion caused beads of sweat to form on Jason's forehead and face. Suddenly, unable to withstand the violent tremors, the conical flask shattered with a resounding crack. In that instant, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Jason's eyes as a shadow darted through the air. Moments later, he found himself holding a vial filled with red liquid that gleamed like a ruby. Breathing heavily, Jason surveyed the scene. Shards of the shattered conical flask littered the lab table, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably from the preceding intensity, pain radiating through his arm, causing him to grimace. His gaze fixated on the vial of the red elixir. He could sense the abundant energy contained within it, a palpable force that resonated with his very being. The body-nourishing elixir had finally been successfully concocted. A soft murmur of triumph escaped his lips, a rare smile gracing the face of one who had once been the foremost figure on the continent. However, this was quickly replaced with a wry smile as he glanced at his still-twitching right hand. What he needed most at that moment was to visit the Academy's infirmary for treatment. Just as Jason was about to secure the vial of the body-nourishing elixir and head to the infirmary, the laboratory door was abruptly flung open. A fiery figure rushed into the lab and seized Jason's right hand. "Jason, I finally found you. Where have you been yesterday afternoon and this morning?" "Never mind that. I need to take you to meet someone right away." It was none other than Klein, a third-tier low-level spiritual pharmacist from the spiritual pharmacy department, who had been searching for Jason for quite some time. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him out of the private lab and into the main hall of the Academy's spiritual pharmacy lab. A unique fragrance wafted into Jason's nostrils, the scent unmistakably belonging to the captivating Klein, admired by countless male instructors and students alike. Yet, in that moment, Jason felt no sweetness. Instead, he stared at her with pained eyes, his expression contorted in agony. "Klein, could you be a little gentler? My hand. It hurts so much." The once bustling laboratory hall fell into a profound silence as numerous pairs of eyes turned to Jason and Klein, akin to ghosts in the night, frozen in astonishment. The entire room was enveloped in a stillness that echoed with disbelief. Both Jason and Klein seemed to sense the sudden shift in the environment. After glancing around in confusion, Klein's face flushed crimson as she released Jason's hand and shot him an indignant glare. The two of them then hurriedly fled the Academy's spiritual pharmacy lab, like a pair of startled deer escaping the shadows. Chapter 15, Spirit Rings. Damn it. Klein finally halted her hurried steps. Having dashed far from the laboratory of the potion department at the Sith Academy of Spiritual Energy, she cupped her flushed cheeks with both hands, feeling an overwhelming warmth. At merely 23 years of age, and having never held another man's hand before, the memory of having grasped Jason's hand in public made her heart swell with embarrassment and awkwardness. How could he have said such a thing in the hall? Klein glared fiercely at Jason, who trailed behind her face a portrait of anger. Her fair nose flared slightly in indignation, complementing her luscious red lips, exuding an enticing allure. In that moment, she resembled not a dignified instructor, but rather an irate schoolgirl. The thought of the stares from the students who were studying potions during their free time in the lab only intensified Klein's urge to slap Jason and then succumb to despair herself. "Teacher Klein, it was you who dragged me out without reason." Jason lamented silently, feeling the sharp pain in his injured right hand. If there were no pressing matters, he would have claimed he had other business and departed. No, Jason, I have been searching for you for quite some time. You must accompany me to meet my mentor. Klein declared imperiously, cutting off Jason's thoughts. Your mentor? Jason was momentarily taken aback, a memory stirring deep within him. If he recalled correctly, Klein's mentor was none other than Master Bispham, one of the two fourth-tier intermediate potion masters in the city of Talon. Suddenly, Jason comprehended the significance of Klein's summons. Having adapted to this era over the past day and night, he realized the profound impact his high-purity fire elemental-based liquid and unique potion formulation method would have on the potionists of this time. An innocent man is often punished for his treasures. Jason understood the gravity of his situation. Without sufficient strength, revealing too much would bring him convenience, but also immense trouble. But at least let me heal my hand first. Jason raised his swollen and distorted right hand before Klein. His reckless attempt to concoct a body-strengthening potion had severely damaged the tendon and muscle fibers in his right hand, leaving it bruised and bloodied. What happened to you? Only then did Klein notice Jason's injured hand, her expression softening. Reflecting on Jason's earlier endurance through such pain, a pang of compassion stirred within her. Extend your right hand. Stand still, Klein commanded with a serious demeanor. Suddenly, an indescribable pressure emanated from her, making Jason's breath hitch. 3 green rings materialized above her head, radiating a blinding emerald light that expanded around her, shimmering in the sunlight. The 3 green rings represented Klein's identity as a third-tier spiritual master. Murmuring softly, Klein's eyes gleamed as one of the outer rings flared brightly. A massive aqua-green apparition of a coiling serpent emerged behind her, adorned with small fleshy wings and a crystal-like horn shimmering with watery patterns. With the discerning eye of a 9th-tier potion saint from his past life, Jason recognized this serpent-like phantom as the manifestation of the 3rd-tier water spirit beast, the azure water demon. Klein's spirit beast obtained when she attained her 3rd spirit ring. In Stern Continent, any spiritual master reaching the next tier may choose to continue their cultivation or acquire the spirit core of a spirit beast. The spirit core is the essence of the beast, and within an hour after its demise, it can appear in liquid form, containing vital energy and less volatile than its solid counterpart, hence termed the spirit heart. However, extracting the spirit heart requires immense willpower, as the volatile energy can severely harm the spiritual master's body, necessitating the use of supplementary potions, making it unattainable for average practitioners. The benefits of acquiring a spirit heart are considerable, significantly enhancing the power of the spirit energy and granting the practitioner a unique skill from the beast. Far more efficient than self-cultivation. Divine rainfall, Klein chanted softly, and the phantom of the azure water demon erupted in green brilliance. A dazzling green light cascaded from her hands onto Jason's right arm. An indescribable coolness surged through Jason's arm to his brain. Under the nurturing effects of Klein's release technique, divine rainfall, his arm visibly healed, the swelling and bruising vanishing in moments, restoring its smoothness. Exhaling deeply, Klein, a 3rd-tier low-level spiritual master, felt a sheen of sweat on her brow after releasing her technique for so long. Yet, the sight of Jason's nearly healed arm filled her with joy. Here, take this. It's a coagulation agent. Be more careful in the future and don't get injured again. I know you work hard, but don't overexert yourself during experiments, Klein said, handing Jason a vial of pink liquid. I can't accept this, Teacher Klein. Stop the nonsense and take it. Klein glared at Jason once more. Seeing the concern in Klein's eyes, Jason fell silent, understanding the value of the 2nd-tier, high-grade healing potion he now held. Though merely a 2nd-tier potion, the coagulation agent was highly sought after by all spiritual masters, worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit coins in the market. Let us go, stop dawdling. Klein began walking towards the director's office, unaware that at that very moment, the director of the Sith Academy, Master Bispham, one of the 2 4th-tier intermediate potion masters in Talon, was in extreme peril while concocting a potion in the laboratory of the Dean of Sith's Spiritual Academy. An aged man garbed in a cerulean robe clutched a vial of deep crimson liquid on the experiment table, his gaze fixated on the swirling concoction, his countenance grave. This venerable figure was none other than Master Bispham, the Dean of Sith's Spiritual Academy, and one of the 2 esteemed Tier 4 intermediate spiritual alchemists in Terran City. While Dean Bispham was typically perceived as refined and amiable by the faculty and students, any observer would find it hard to reconcile this disheveled man with their revered dean. Beads of perspiration cascaded down Bispham's forehead, coalescing into rivulets that dripped onto the floor, yet he dared not divert his attention to wipe them away. He was vexed at the sight of the churning crimson potion before him. Earlier that day, his old friend, President Saha of the Terran City Spiritual Alchemist Guild, had rushed to him, claiming that a spiritual alchemy grandmaster had arrived in Terran City. This master had ingeniously utilized the physical properties of spiritual reagent reactions to concoct a Tier 2 high-grade dissolving agent with spiritual perception below Tier 2 high-grade. To substantiate his claim, President Saha demonstrated the process in Bisfam's lab, controlling his spiritual perception to Tier 2 low-grade and successfully creating a high-quality dissolving agent by observing the physical transformations during the concoction. Bisfam was astounded by this revelation, recalling how he had scoffed at Saha when his friend, then a Tier 2 intermediate spiritual apothecary, had first conceived such an idea. In the realm of spiritual alchemy, the strength of a spiritual apothecary's perception determined their aptitude and rank, but Saha's method subverted this convention. After Saha's departure at noon, Bisfam, foregoing lunch, immediately began to concoct the Tier 2 high-grade dissolving agent using Saha's method. Elated by his success, the reflective Bisfam wondered if this could be replicated with other potions. Unable to contain his excitement, he experimented with a berserk potion he had on hand, a Tier 3 intermediate spiritual reagent. The berserk potion could temporarily elevate a spiritualist's strength by 1 level. For a Tier 4 intermediate spiritual alchemist like Bisfam, a Tier 3 intermediate berserk potion was child's play. However, in an attempt to scrutinize the potion's physical changes during the reaction, Bisfam deliberately suppressed his spiritual perception to Tier 3 low-grade. Tragedy ensued as the reduced spiritual perception led to an imperfect harmonization of the materials. The potent medicinal conflicts within the berserk potion caused the spiritual elements to run amok. If these chaotic elements were not promptly appeased, the outcome would be an explosion. Bisfam, realizing the danger, tried to reconcile the conflicting elements with his Tier 4 intermediate spiritual perception, but the magnitude of the conflict proved overwhelming, even for him. Resigned, Bisfam sighed. As a Tier 4 intermediate spiritual alchemist, he would only suffer minor injuries from such an explosion. His sole regret was that his laboratory and office would be reduced to rubble. He shuddered at the thought of the rumors that would spread throughout Terran City about how Dean Bisfam had failed to concoct a potion, resulting in the destruction of his laboratory and office. "Teacher, are you inside?" A voice echoed from outside the laboratory, and the door swung open, revealing a woman in a scarlet robe, followed by a student who appeared to be 17 or 18 years old. It was Klein and Jason, who had come to find Bisfam. "You two, get out of here now." Bisfam's composure vanished at the sight of Klein and Jason. The berserk potion was churning more violently, and Bisfam was frantic. He had initially loosened his grip on the spiritual elements, and now, even with his utmost effort, he could only prevent the potion from exploding for 20 seconds. Beyond that, he was powerless. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Klein was stunned by the turbulent spiritual elements and Bisfam's surging spiritual perception. "What are you waiting for? Get out now." Bisfam roared, his voice filled with urgency. "Yes, teacher." Sensing Bisfam's anxiety and the increasingly chaotic spiritual elements, Klein's expression changed. She grabbed Jason's hand, ready to flee. "It's too late." Jason shook off Klein's grasp and strode towards Bisfam. With his keen eyes, Jason immediately grasped the situation. As a former Tier 9 spiritual alchemy saint, he recognized the Tier 3 intermediate berserk potion and knew that the vial would explode in less than 15 seconds due to the complete imbalance of spiritual elements. The explosion would engulf not only the laboratory, but also the dean's office and the surrounding area, leaving nothing but ruins. 15 seconds was not enough time to escape the blast radius. The only outcome of fleeing would be a more gruesome demise. "What's wrong with you, child? Didn't you hear me? Get out of here." Bisfam bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. At this moment, he exerted every ounce of his mental acuity, tirelessly striving to harmonize the elements of spirit within the frenzied concoction. He understood that if Klein and the youth failed to vacate the vicinity before the explosion, their chances of survival amidst the chaos would be less than a mere 10%. Ignoring Bisfam's bellowing, Jason's gaze incessantly flitted back and forth over Bisfam's experiment. Even then, there was not a trace of confusion in Jason's eyes. They resembled a deep, tranquil pool, eerily steady. Observing Jason's demeanor, Klein was reminded of the previous afternoon during the pharmacology lab when Carrot's attempt to prepare a basic fire element solution had resulted in an explosion. At that moment, Jason had stood calmly at the periphery of the blast zone, his expression as composed as it was now, mature beyond his years. For reasons unknown, The anxiety that had once consumed Klein seemed to dissipate significantly upon witnessing the steadiness in Jason's gaze. Perhaps, just perhaps, Jason possessed a solution? A fleeting thought crossed Klein's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. How could he, a mere student, possibly resolve what even her instructor could not? As her thoughts flickered like lightning, Klein's steps remained unceasing as she rushed towards Jason, who was approaching the volatile potion. Today, she was determined to pull him away from this perilous situation, even if it meant dragging him out against his will. Just then, Jason's eyes suddenly brightened, his intense focus fixating on a particular ingredient within the laboratory's materials cabinet. Chapter 17. I see before him lay several seemingly ordinary emerald green leaves, fan-shaped and adorned with irregular yellow patterns on their surfaces, quietly resting within a transparent glass apparatus in the materials cabinet. Upon sighting these verdant leaves, Jason hastily approached, pulled open the cabinet, and retrieved the leaves from the glass vessel. Blast it! What in the world are you doing, you rascal? If you're not in trouble, I will surely expel you, Klein. Hurry and drag him out. Besifum's heart raced with anxiety as he beheld the youth leisurely extracting herbs from his materials cabinet at such a critical moment. His frustration was so intense he felt as if he might vomit blood. If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut and focus on suppressing the chaotic elemental turbulence in the violent potion, buying time for others, people like me. Your exasperation will only exacerbate the situation. As Jason approached the volatile potion, holding the leaves, he admonished Besifum as if he were chastising a young student. You insolent brat! How dare you lecture me? Besifum's anger surged, his hair almost standing on end. After decades of living, he had never encountered a student so defiant in his presence. At that moment, he even questioned whether this boy brought by Klein was truly a student of their academy, wondering if there existed any other student with such a dreadful attitude. Just then, Klein had reached Jason's side, poised to pull him away when Jason suddenly turned and calmly remarked, Teacher Klein, if you wish to remain unscathed, it would be best not to touch me. In that instant, Klein, locked in a gaze with Jason, felt an inexplicable force emanating from his eyes, compelling her outstretched hand to retract involuntarily. Damn it, Klein. Come to my side quickly. I can barely maintain control. Besifum shouted suddenly, his face flushing crimson. His formidable spiritual awareness surged throughout the cramped laboratory. Yet the strain caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Young man, if you wish to survive, step back to my side. Struggling to utter the words, Besifum had exhausted all his strength. His eyes wide with desperation, he summoned the last vestige of his power. His spiritual awareness had completely lost control over the elemental chaos within the potion. As he formed a barrier of spiritual energy in front of him, he witnessed Jason gently dropping the leaves into the violently boiling potion. With a soft hiss, the leaves made contact with the turbulent liquid, instantly dissolving into it. At that moment, the myriad chaotic elemental energies that filled the laboratory vanished from Besifum's perception as if they had never existed. The atmosphere became as tranquil as a serene lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Then, a unique fragrance began to waft from the potion, reaching Besifum's nostrils. What is happening? Besifum, who had unleashed all his spiritual power to withstand the impending explosion, disregarded the discomfort that made him feel as though he might retch due to the abrupt disappearance of the chaotic energies. He rushed forward, seizing Jason, his eyes fixed on the boy's face as if staring at a monster. What is so surprising about this? Jason replied with a bemused expression, his gaze shifting to the crumpled collar Besifum had grasped. My apologies, I became overly excited. Realizing his actions, Besifum quickly released his grip, smoothing out the wrinkles he had caused. He could hardly fathom why the explosive potion had suddenly calmed after Jason introduced the leaves. The explanation was rather straightforward. Jason smiled gently, explaining that the potion was termed violent due to the volatile and active nature of its elemental components. The primary ingredients for concocting this potion included 3 materials: Qianqianji, Sanshenging, and the blood of a demon. Qianqianji was a plant that generated a significant amount of gentle spiritual energy within the human body, serving to protect the spiritual veins during the potion's activation by producing a soothing energy. In contrast, Sanshenging and demon blood were materials with highly conflicting properties. However, with Qianqianji present, as long as their proportions were maintained within a certain range, they could achieve a delicate balance. As Jason spoke, he glanced up at Besifum. The violent potion is a highly refined spirit elixir. Generally, Someone of your caliber as a 4th-tier mid-level potion master should not miscalculate the ratios. However, it was evident that the demon blood in the potion you prepared exceeded the sanshenging by a significant margin. If these two materials could remain stable despite such a discordant ratio, the only possibility would be that the materials you purchased were counterfeit. Hearing this, Bisifum's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been entirely focused on the physical changes occurring in the potion, and by the time he realized the imbalance, it was too late. But I wish to know why the reactions ceased instantaneously after you added the Tianxiang leaves. Bisifum gazed at Jason, his eyes filled with anticipation. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the renowned 4th-tier, mid-level potion master from Talon City. Rather, he appeared as a diligent student attentively listening in class. Meanwhile, Klein stood in astonishment, observing Jason's articulate explanation and Bisifum's serious demeanor as he listened intently, feeling utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. Well, this involves a bit more depth. The primary reason for the conflict between demon blood and sanshenging lies in the presence of a substance called the demon factor in the blood. While sanshenging contains a calming element that stabilizes the mind, these two elements are fundamentally oppositional. However, the Tianxiang leaves contain a fragrance that can render the calming element ineffective in an instant. Yet, this fragrance can easily mutate under spiritual awareness, which is why I waited until you retracted your awareness at the last moment before introducing the Tianxiang leaves into the potion. Hence, the outcome is simple. Without the opposing calming element, how could the violent potion possibly explode? Having been a 9th-tier spiritual alchemist in his past life, Jason possessed profound knowledge of the violent potion, which was merely a 3rd-tier mid-grade elixir. His explanations flowed effortlessly, akin to a mathematics professor elucidating a concept to a middle school student. So that is how it is. After listening to Jason's explanation, Bisifum nodded thoughtfully. In that moment, his gaze towards Jason transformed entirely. Chapter 18 Asking without shame. Klein, do introduce me to this master at once. After listening to Jason's explanation, Bifam immediately turned to Klein, who stood idly by. In Bifam's mind, he had already placed Jason on an equal pedestal with himself. Although Jason's earlier explanation of the principles seemed straightforward, Bifam, as a mid-level 4th-tier potion master, understood deeply that anyone capable of elucidating the principles of a 3rd-tier potion so clearly, especially one as volatile as the Berserk potion, must possess extraordinary expertise in alchemy. It was worth noting that even he, a mid-level 4th-tier potion master, did not comprehend the Berserk potion as thoroughly as this young man before him. This realization led Bifam to ponder whether there was any justice left in the world. Master? Klein, feeling slightly vexed, glanced at Jason and replied to Bifam, Teacher, this is the Jason I mentioned to you. Jason? Which Jason? Bifam paused, momentarily taken aback. The one who prepared the high-purity fire elemental-based liquid using a unique technique during yesterday's lab class. I left that bottle on your desk last night. Upon hearing this, Klein felt a pang of exasperation. He had only mentioned Jason to Bifam the day before, and it seemed his teacher had already forgotten. Oh, that bottle of fire elemental-based liquid. So, this Master Jason is a student at our academy? Bifam gazed at Jason with astonishment. Given Jason's previous performance and understanding of potion principles, he would have been more than qualified to teach at the academy, yet he was merely a student. It was no wonder Bifam had momentarily forgotten about Jason. Although Klein had told him about a student who had skillfully prepared a high-purity fire elemental-based liquid without releasing any spiritual awareness, Bifam had only been mildly curious. After all, the fire elemental-based liquid was one of the most fundamental potions, requiring only a basic level of potion mastery. Even a novice with a strong spiritual awareness could potentially brew it if they understood the process and managed the conditions well. Though he was a mid-level 4th-tier potion master, Bifam did not believe he excelled in the preparation of every single potion compared to those of lower ranks. It was akin to a sniper expert in various firearms not necessarily being superior in precision with a basic handgun compared to a novice who had diligently trained in handgun shooting. This notion seemed perfectly reasonable to Bifam. Thus, he had only harbored a slight curiosity about the student Klein had mentioned, which he completely forgot after his friend Saha visited that morning. Jason? Jason? I feel as though I have heard that name before. Is this Jason renowned within our academy? Bifam furrowed his brows, feeling a flicker of familiarity upon hearing Jason's name. He recalled some teachers and students mentioning it, but the specifics eluded him. Well, Klein felt a bit awkward upon Bifam's inquiry. Stealing a glance at Jason, he lowered his voice to Bifam. Teacher, Jason has failed the Academy's evaluations for the past 2 years. If he fails this time as well, he will be expelled. What? We have such a rule at our academy? Bifam responded, realization dawning on him. Oh, yes, it seems there is indeed such a provision. Klein looked at Bifam, who was recalling the Academy's regulations with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Although Bifam was the head of the Academy, he was so engrossed in alchemy that he rarely concerned himself with administrative matters. It was rather creative for him, as the head, to be unaware of the Academy's rules. What? You mean he is about to be expelled? That cannot be. Absolutely not. I will not allow anyone to expel him. Suddenly, Bifam's expression changed dramatically as he grasped the implications of Klein's earlier words. He sprang to his feet and rushed to Jason's side. Master Jason, do not worry. You may study at the Academy for as long as you desire, fail as many times as you wish, and act as you please. I shall see who dares to expel you from my Academy. Clear's throat even with 2 lifetimes of experience. Jason felt somewhat overwhelmed by Bifam's fervor. He coughed lightly, feigning confusion. Ah, by the way, I wonder who mentioned that I would be expelled if I had no issues? What? There is someone who said that? Bifam's face turned serious, his eyes narrowing as he glared. That is utterly unacceptable. If I find out who uttered such words, I shall humiliate them thoroughly and then expel them myself. Simply outrageous. Teacher. Observing Bifam's rapid change of demeanor, Klein's face flushed with embarrassment. Jason has actually passed the spiritual power assessment this morning. Huh, that is splendid. I knew it. Someone as capable as Master Jason could never be expelled. He's merely concealing his true potential. Klein, do you see? One must learn from Master Jason. One must never be ostentatious. Isn't that right, Master Jason? As Bifam beamed at Jason, Klein felt an overwhelming urge to disappear from the scene. This was simply mortifying. Master Jason, you mentioned that there is a berserk factor in the berserk blood. Is there any effective method to address this issue? Bifam inquired, a sycophantic smile adorning his face as he turned to Jason. Well, there are methods, although they are somewhat challenging. For instance, we can. Ignoring Klein beside him, Jason and Bifam began to converse as if they were long-lost friends, deeply engrossed in their discussion. In that moment, Bifam completely disregarded that the young man before him was merely 17 and a student at his academy. Instead, he regarded Jason as an equal, a master of potion-making deserving of collaboration and guidance. Klein, standing by, listened for a brief moment, but with her limited understanding of alchemy, she quickly found herself unable to follow the flow of their conversation. She had brought Jason along out of curiosity regarding his technique for preparing the fire elemental-based liquid, hoping her mentor could offer some insights. However, the turn of events had completely surpassed her expectations. Gazing at her teacher, who was earnestly engaged in discussion with Jason, Klein couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this truly the Bifam she knew? What Klein remained unaware of was that his mentor, Bismarck, possessed only a modest talent in the art of alchemy. His ascent to the rank of a mid-level alchemist, one of the 2 most formidable potion masters in Talent City, was largely attributable to his character, an unwavering willingness to inquire without shame, regardless of the status of his interlocutor. This intrinsic quality destined him to be an extraordinary alchemist, and his journey in the realm of alchemy would undoubtedly continue to advance beyond this point. Emerging from the dean's office at the Sith Spiritualist Academy, Jason found the entire institution shrouded in the dim hues of twilight, its stone-paved paths illuminated by the ethereal glow of magical lamps, creating a dreamlike ambience. Patting his somewhat distended stomach, he waved farewell to Dean Bifam, who had escorted him to the office door, feeling overwhelmed by the dean's effusive hospitality. Throughout the afternoon, Jason and Dean Bifam had engaged in a spirited discourse on the pharmacological aspects of potions and materials in spiritual medicine. As evening approached, Dean Bifam eagerly invited Jason to partake in a sumptuous dinner prepared by Klein. Following the meal, the dean, reluctant to part ways, entreated Jason to continue their discussion, seemingly prepared for an all-night session. Only Jason's repeated assertions of pressing evening engagements dissuaded the dean from detaining him further. In reality, Jason had dominated the afternoon's discourse, yet he had also gleaned invaluable insights from Dean Bifam, enriching his understanding. In the realm of spiritual medicine's technical school, Jason, the founder of the school 3 millennia later, possessed unparalleled expertise. Similarly, his comprehension of the pharmacological properties of spiritual elixirs and materials surpassed that of anyone in this era. owing to his access to 3 millennia of advanced knowledge. However, when it came to utilizing spiritual perception in elixir preparation, any formal spiritualist of this era could serve as Jason's mentor, even upon attaining the status of a ninth-order spiritual saint through his technical school achievements. Jason's spiritual perception remained at a mere 5th level, failing to even reach the level of a first-order spiritual apprentice. Due to his lack of innate talent in spiritual perception, Jason had never sought extensive knowledge about its application in elixir preparation from the many powerful spiritualists he encountered. Consequently, Jason's knowledge in this area was virtually non-existent. Now, blessed with spiritual perception, he sought to learn the intricacies of its application in spiritual elixir preparation. Jason returned to his dormitory without delay, finding it empty and silent. His roommate, Carrot, absent. At the Sith Spiritualist Academy, students like Carrot and Shaw, who had attained spiritual or medicinal levels of 9, enjoyed considerable freedom, requiring only weekly registration. They could also request leave from the academy for extended periods. Students like Jason, however, were subject to mandatory courses and frequent evaluations, adhering to a strict regimen. After a brief respite in his dormitory, Jason filled the bathtub with water. He then retrieved the body-tempering elixir he had concocted in the academy's private laboratory that day. Upon uncorking the vial, a potent surge of energy emanated from the deep crimson potion, permeating the bathroom. A flicker of anticipation in his eyes, Jason gently shook the vial, releasing a single drop of the body-tempering elixir into the water-filled tub. Almost instantly, the once clear water transformed into a deep red hue under the influence of the elixir. Securing the remaining elixir, Jason disrobed and calmly settled into the tub. Assuming a meditative posture with his hands forming a mudra over his abdomen, he exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and initiated the rapid circulation of his 6th-level spiritual power. Instead of the usual practice of absorbing external spiritual energy to enhance his internal reserves, Jason directed the pale white spiritual energy from his 6th-level meridians into his 5th-level meridians. The superior 6th-level energy exerted intense pressure on Jason's 5th-level meridians, causing sharp pain as they became saturated with the compressed energy. Fine beads of sweat formed on Jason's forehead. Undeterred, he forced the concentrated energy into his 4th-level meridians. A distinct cracking sound echoed in his ears as Jason's body convulsed. His jaw clenched, emitting a grating sound as waves of searing pain coursed through his heart. Through his spiritual perception, Jason clearly registered the tearing and rupture of the entrance to his 4th-level meridians under the assault of the 6th-level energy. Cold sweat streamed down Jason's face, but the agony of shattered meridians did not deter him. Instead, it fueled his resolve, reflecting the unwavering determination of a youth striving for strength. With gritted teeth, Jason exhaled deeply and, driven by his relentless will, channeled the 6th-level energy deeper into his 4th-level meridians, unleashing a relentless assault. Cracking sounds reverberated within Jason's body as the relatively weak 4th-level meridians succumbed to the destructive force of the 6th-level energy. Muffled groans escaped Jason's lips as a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, staining the water. Just as Jason's body threatened to succumb, strands of crimson energy seeped from the tub into his body, converging upon the damaged 4th-level meridians. A wave of soothing coolness washed over Jason's mind as the crimson energy enveloped the ruptured meridians, initiating a rapid healing process. The repaired meridians exhibited a noticeable increase in thickness and resilience compared to their original state. After the 6th-level energy had coursed through his 4th-level meridians, it reached the entrance to his 3rd-level meridians. Trembling, Jason steeled himself and directed the depleted 6th-level energy toward the entrance of his 3rd-level meridians. Chapter 20. Confrontation. As dawn broke, the nascent sunlight streamed through the window's apertures, casting fractured patterns upon the pristine chamber. Within the bathhouse of the dormitory, a youth, his countenance aglow with a gentle luminescence, sat motionless in the wooden tub, eyes sealed shut, his breathing measured. The limpid water within the tub bore a subtle crimson tinge, refracting an ethereal radiance with each undulation. With a protracted exhalation, the youth's eyes snapped open, a singular vermilion flash momentarily gracing his irises before receding, leaving behind only pellucid pupils. Sensing the vitality coursing through his veins and the robust strength imbued in his very being, the youth's lips curved into a serene smile, so genuine that the sun's brilliance seemed to dim in deference. With a gentle splash, the youth emerged from the tub, a mere blur of motion carrying him aloft. A tremor shook his form, scattering droplets that refracted into a myriad of shimmering lights. Without the need for toweling, his skin was instantly dry. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Jason's visage was not etched with weariness, but rather sparkled with vitality and an effervescent spirit. Donning simple attire, Jason stretched languidly, savoring the abundant, pale essence flowing through his meridians, murmuring, "At this rate, I shall ascend again within days." Although Jason sensed the potential to surge into the 7th level upon achieving the 6th, he intended to solidify his current strength before progressing further. He had anticipated that fortifying his meridians with the physique enhancement elixir and cultivation would necessitate at least a month. However, the elixir crafted from the king of the second-order fierce, striped tiger, and the celestial heart fruit proved far more potent than any he had concocted in his previous life. Not only were his damaged meridians completely restored overnight, but the residual energy imbued all his meridians, from the 1st to the 6th level. With the essence of the 6th level, typically, upon reaching the 6th level of spiritual energy, only the 6th meridian would be capable of channeling the potent energy. However, in Jason's case, each meridian pulsed with the energy of the 6th level, absorbing elemental energies from the atmosphere. This enhanced speed of cultivation and elemental condensation far surpassed that of ordinary spirit masters, and the volume of 6th level energy within Jason's body was also several times greater. At this rate, Jason was confident that he would soon be able to challenge the 7th level of spiritual energy. After tidying the bathhouse, Jason, noting the hour, strode from his quarters and toward the academy's periphery. His training regimen included the physique enhancement elixir, nightly meridian strengthening, and physical augmentation. To fortify his physique, he needed to procure materials to craft pendants capable of generating localized gravity fields. Well, if it isn't the illustrious Jason. What's this? Still not expelled? A voice laced with mockery cut through Jason's thoughts as he pondered the acquisition of materials and their fabrication. Before him stood a youth of similar age, his demeanor haughty, flanked by a maiden with golden tresses and azure eyes, clad in a rose-hued robe. Her alabaster skin radiated an ethereal aura in the morning light. Upon seeing the youth, Jason involuntarily recoiled, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind. The maiden, Lucy, was Jason's former paramour. Once hailed as a prodigy, Jason had been the object of many affections, but he had been captivated by Lucy's beauty. At the time, Keith had also courted Lucy, but she had chosen Jason. However, when Jason's progress stalled after reaching the 5th level, he was branded a failure. Lucy, disillusioned by his repeated failures, was easily swayed by Keith, who had ascended to the 8th level. Jason gazed deeply into Lucy's eyes. As a 9th-order spirit apothecary, he had seen countless women. He wondered what qualities had caused his former self to tremble and love so deeply. Sensing Jason's intense gaze, Lucy averted her eyes, a fleeting twinge of guilt quickly suppressed. "You stagnated for too long. Women seek strength, not a laughingstock." She raised her head, her expression resolute, and clung to Keith's arm. To her surprise, Jason's eyes betrayed no reproach or sorrow, only a placid depth. "This is she? Rather unremarkable." Having known countless beauties, Jason shook his head. Though comely, she paled in comparison to the continent's renowned beauties and imperial princesses. Ignoring Keith's words, Jason proceeded toward the academy's periphery, unwilling to waste time on such trivial matters. "Who said you could leave, you wretch?" Seeing that Jason was actually ignoring her, this filled Kate, who had originally intended to humiliate Jason, with displeasure. She took a step forward, immediately blocking Jason's path. Noticing the figure obstructing his way, Jason's brow furrowed slightly, his somewhat chilling gaze instantly settling upon Kate's face, which he found utterly loathsome. Chapter 21. The duel. Get out of my way. Jason uttered coldly, his words directed at Keith, who stood before him. An inexplicable aversion filled Jason's heart for this individual he was meeting for the first time since his transmigration. "What did you say?" Keith, taken aback by Jason's words, paused momentarily before his countenance shifted. "You little whelp, do you have a death wish? Don't think you're anything special just because you advanced this time. It was a fluke. I think you should just withdraw from the academy. Next time, you won't be so lucky, you good for nothing." Keith's face was etched with mockery as he scrutinized Jason with disdain. Jason raised his head, his frigid gaze locking onto Keith. How long had it been? Jason had almost forgotten how long it had been since anyone had dared to address him with such insolence. Likely since he became a 6th-tier spiritual apothecary at the age of 18 in his previous life. Under normal circumstances, Jason, having experienced so much in his previous existence, would not have paid heed to Keith's provocation. However, perhaps influenced by the emotions of the original owner of this body, a surge of anger welled up from the depths of Jason's being. Jason took a slight step forward, his body colliding forcefully with Keith's robust frame. His sixth-tier spiritual power surged into action instantaneously. A tremendous force emanated abruptly from Jason, propelling Keith backward. Jason then proceeded towards the entrance of Sith's spiritual academy as if nothing had occurred. In his previous life, even a ninth-tier saint spiritualist would not have dared to obstruct him. Yet now, even a student who had not even reached the first-tier spiritual apprentice stage, a mere 8th-level spiritual power practitioner, dared to stand before him and berate him. In this world where the law of the jungle prevailed, Jason once again understood the paramount importance of strength. The force of Jason's impact caused Keith to stumble backward several steps on the granite-paved path. A crowd of students had gathered, drawn by the apparent conflict. Many who recognized Jason pointed and whispered, while others, seemingly privy to the situation, began to broadcast the details of the trio's relationship. Feeling humiliated in front of the onlookers, Keith's face contorted with rage. Roaring, he lunged towards Jason. "Enough, Keith, stop it." Lucy hastily restrained Keith's arm, her eyes pleading. Although she had left Jason and severed all ties, she did not want any further conflict between Keith and Jason. "Get out of my way. Don't stop me." Enraged by the surrounding whispers, Keith forcefully shook off Lucy's hands and charged towards Jason. "What do you think you're doing? Do you want to be expelled?" A commanding voice suddenly echoed from the periphery. The booming sound, laden with a formidable sonic wave, halted Keith's advance and silenced the crowd. "Teacher Feng Yi." The crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man with a somber expression. It was Feng Yi, the third-tier advanced spiritualist who instructed Jason in spiritual power cultivation at Sith's Spiritual Academy. Teacher Feng Yi. Jason, who had been walking forward as if oblivious, halted upon hearing the voice. He held a degree of respect for Teacher Feng Yi, who guided his spiritual power training. "What is this? Do you wish to engage in fisticuffs in a public place? Are you so idle that you desire expulsion from the academy?" Teacher Feng Yi stepped between the two, his gaze settling on Keith, his face stern. Despite the prevalence of strength in the world of Stern, and the academy's frequent organization of competitions to enhance students' combat experience, private brawls were strictly prohibited, with offenders facing expulsion. Keith glanced at Feng Yi with deference. Despite his arrogance, he still held some fear of the academy's teachers. He then sneered at Jason, "You're nothing but a coward. If you're a man, agree to a fair duel." "A fair duel?" Jason chuckled, his gaze fixed on the provocative Keith. "You are 19, while I am only 17. You have been at the 8th level of spiritual power for over half a year, while I only advanced to the 6th level yesterday. If you consider courting death a fair duel, then I am at a loss for words. Is your skin so thick that you don't even blush?" Haha. The onlookers burst into laughter upon hearing Jason's words. They suddenly found the so-called academy's #1 waste to be quite amusing. Feng Yi, who had been worried that Jason would rashly agree, couldn't help but smile. Keith gritted his teeth, glaring at the jeering students. His face alternated between green and white as he hissed, "A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. Just admit you're afraid to accept the challenge. No need for so many excuses. Who said I wouldn't accept the challenge?" Jason retorted, rolling his eyes at Keith. A mocking smile played on his lips as he scrutinized Keith. 3 days from now, the academy's training grounds. Jason will be waiting. Sensing Jason's frigid gaze, Keith felt as if he were being targeted by a predator. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he forced himself to maintain his composure. "Humph. 3 days from now, the academy's training grounds. Keith will be there." The surrounding students were astonished by Jason's words. They never expected him to agree to Keith's challenge. "Jason, how could you agree?" Teacher Feng Yi's expression changed. In his opinion, Jason, who had just reached the 6th level of spiritual power, was practically courting death by challenging Keith, who had been at the 8th level for over half a year. However, Stern valued martial prowess. Although the academy prohibited private brawls, it had no authority to prevent public duels. Jason smiled at Teacher Feng Yi, who looked at him with a mix of reproach and concern. "Don't worry, Teacher Feng Yi. I just find him annoying." He turned and headed towards the academy gate. "Since the original owner of this body harbored such resentment towards Keith, then I will fulfill his wish." Jason clenched his fists as he walked out of the academy gate. 3 days. It seems my training schedule will need some adjustments. Chapter 22. The Spirit Mastery Technique. After wandering through the marketplace once more, Jason acquired some essential materials and gathered information before promptly returning to the academy. Initially, Jason had intended to dedicate these 3 days to sourcing certain materials, as crafting a gravity-manipulating spiritual ornament required several rare components, albeit not particularly precious. However, with his duel against Kate looming in 3 days, these pursuits had to be temporarily set aside. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jason found that Carrot, who had been absent for a day, had yet to return. Such occurrences were no longer surprising to him. Whether it was a day or several days without seeing his roommate, Jason had grown accustomed to it. He placed the materials he had procured into his cabinet and made his way to the bathing area, filling the large wooden tub with water once again. This time, rather than adding merely a drop of bodybuilding spiritual liquid, he poured in 3 full drops. Under the influence of the liquid, the once clear water quickly transformed into a deep crimson hue. Stripping off his clothing, Jason immersed himself in the tub, slowly closing his eyes as he recalled a technique he had obtained from an ancient ruin in his previous life. When accepting Kate's challenge earlier that day, Jason was not acting impulsively. As a former 9th-rank spiritual alchemist, he believed it would be beneath him if he could not triumph over Kate, a mere 8th-rank spiritual practitioner. In truth, given sufficient materials and time, Jason could concoct various spiritual potions that would guarantee his dominance even against a 6th-rank spiritual master, provided he could restore his strength to that of his past life. Despite possessing an abundance of 6th-rank spiritual energy within his meridians, Jason's current level was still only that of a 6th-rank practitioner. Although his reserves surpassed those of an average student by several folds, he would still find himself at a disadvantage against Kate, who had immersed herself in her 8th-rank prowess for over 6 months. The true reason Jason dared to accept Kate's challenge lay in the technique he was currently training in, the Spirit Mastery Technique. In the Stern Continent, spiritual cultivation techniques are classified into 4 tiers: Sun, Moon, Star, and Constellation, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, totaling 12 ranks across 4 tiers. Constellation techniques are the most prevalent, yet not everyone can access them. Smaller families and certain libraries within academies may house lower-tier or mid-tier constellation techniques. Star techniques are reserved for the noble families of kingdoms and renowned warriors. Moon techniques are exceedingly rare, typically only accessible to imperial families or the continent's most formidable practitioners. Sun techniques remain almost legendary, scarcely heard of across the land. In his previous life, Jason, as a 9th-rank spiritual alchemist, was accompanied by top-tier 9th-rank spirit masters, among whom the most formidable practiced a superior moon technique. When Jason acquired the Spirit Mastery Technique, its tier was not explicitly stated. However, alongside the technique were the formulas for 2 holy-grade spiritual potions. The fire goddess liquid he had concocted was one of those formulas. Given his status, Jason could access nearly any technique available on the continent, and thus, upon encountering the Spirit Mastery Technique, he was confident it was at least a mid-tier moon technique. Seated within the wooden tub and feeling the immense energy emanating from the bodybuilding spiritual liquid, Jason began to gradually mobilize his 6th-rank spiritual energy. As he gathered a substantial amount of this energy, he ceased the accumulation, directing the concentrated 6th-rank energy through a lesser-used meridian in his right arm. The powerful energy surged through the delicate meridian like a raging torrent, overwhelming it and causing it to shatter like glass. The intense pain caused Jason, submerged in the tub, to convulse involuntarily, beads of sweat dotting his flushed face. Gritting his teeth, he remained silent, controlling the gathered 6th-rank energy as it pressed forward through the fragile meridian. Akin to a heavy vehicle traversing a narrow road, most individuals would have succumbed to unconsciousness under such torment, and even ordinary 6th-rank spirit masters would struggle to maintain awareness amidst such agony. However, Jason's soul had traversed dimensions, though his spiritual consciousness was not particularly strong. His formidable spiritual fortitude allowed him to perceive pain with acute clarity. After a span of time, 5 subtle explosive sounds resonated within the bathing area, and 5 streams of pale energy erupted from the tips of Jason's fingers, dissipating into the air. The meridian in Jason's right hand had been successfully opened, expanding its width several times over. After a brief rest, Jason wiped the sweat from his brow, inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and once more directed the gathered 6th-rank energy forcefully into the meridian of his left arm. Chapter 23. Baron Harvey under the diligent training of Jason. He finally opened his eyes and stood up as dusk approached in the afternoon after meditating in the wooden barrel for nearly a day. After rigorous practice, Jason had successfully opened several subtle meridians in his arms and legs. Although these newly opened meridians were still somewhat fragile, they had largely healed thanks to the restorative properties of the bodybuilding elixir. After discarding the now transparent water from the barrel, Jason changed into a fresh set of clothes. Having not eaten for nearly a day, his stomach let out a loud growl just as he was about to step out for a meal. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock at the dormitory door. Upon opening the door, Jason found Professor Klein standing there, visibly anxious. Her face lit up with a hint of joy upon seeing him, quickly followed by a flicker of anger. "You fool, who told you to accept Kate's challenge?" Before Jason could respond, Professor Klein launched into a reprimand. After learning from her own mentor, Master Bispham, about Jason's profound knowledge in pharmacology the previous night, Klein had hardly slept. As Jason's pharmacology instructor, she understood him well. Both he and Carrot had always been thorns in her side for their lack of attention in class. Yet, in contrast to Carrot, who had reached the 5th level of pharmacology, Jason remained at the 1st level after 2 years of study, leaving Klein utterly speechless. However, the changes she observed in Jason over the past few days left her astounded. Particularly recalling the depth of discussion he had with Master Bispham about advanced pharmacological concepts last night. She felt a flush of embarrassment. The boy she often chastised in class possessed a theoretical foundation that rivaled her mentor's. Upon hearing by chance about Jason's impending duel with Kate, Klein's heart raced with concern. She was acutely aware of Jason's capabilities, having only recently broken through to the 6th level of spiritual power, while Kate had already reached the 8th level for over 6 months. The disparity in their strengths made the prospect of such a duel perilous. Indeed, it could easily lead to Jason's demise. Fuming, Klein rushed to Jason's dormitory to question his intentions. Just yesterday, she had resolved to refrain from yelling at him. Yet upon seeing him, she couldn't help but scold him. "Enough. You must come with me to see Kate and cancel your duel. I know there are conflicts between you, but surely there are better ways to resolve this." "Professor Klein, do you not trust me?" Jason replied, fixing his intense gaze upon her. Although he understood her intentions were for his benefit, he felt a twinge of discontent. Klein, momentarily at a loss for words, observed Jason's unwavering confidence and recalled the events of the past few days, particularly his calm demeanor in the face of crisis. After bidding Klein farewell and having dinner, Jason returned to his dormitory, not indulging in further rest. Waves of robust spiritual energy flowed through his newly opened meridians, and a rare smile graced his face. 3 days later, in the early morning, dueling among students at the West Spirit Academy was not an uncommon sight, although it was not frequent either. Conflicts often arose among individuals, and in a world where strength reigned supreme, private duels served as the best resolution for insurmountable disputes. The training arena, an excellent venue for such confrontations, was now teeming with students. Given the current state of affairs in the Orlando Kingdom, Kate, at 19, had reached the 8th level of spiritual power and was on the verge of breaking into the 9th. While such prowess did not classify him as a prodigy, he was certainly deemed talented. With diligent effort, he could potentially attain the status of a 3rd-tier spirit master, making a name for himself in any city. If fortunate enough to ascend to the 4th-tier celestial spirit master level, he would gain considerable recognition within the kingdom. However, the throngs gathered at the Academy's training arena were not drawn by Kate's 8th-level prowess. Rather, they were captivated by Jason, once deemed the Academy's most hopeless student, who narrowly avoided expulsion after a stroke of luck in his last evaluation. Upon hearing the news of Jason's duel with Kate, the student's initial reaction was disbelief, quickly followed by excitement at the prospect of witnessing such a spectacle. As Jason approached the training arena, he was met with a sea of nearly 1,000 students, crowding the space in layers. "Look, Jason is here. The show is about to begin. Is Jason really foolish enough to come? Kate's strength is 2 levels above his. I bet Kate could defeat that so-called Academy waste in just 2 moves. He doesn't even know what death means. What a prideful fool. This is going to be entertaining." As Jason made his way through the crowd, whispers and pointed fingers followed him. Most faces were etched with mockery, while a few displayed sympathetic expressions. "Professor Foam, Professor Klein." Upon entering the training arena and surveying the surroundings, Jason was momentarily taken aback upon spotting a few familiar faces. Professor Foam and Professor Klein were seated at tables on either side, along with other faculty members. In the center, a middle-aged man Jason had never seen before sat confidently. Surrounded by several teachers who conversed with him, their expressions filled with respect. A warm feeling washed over Jason. Generally, teachers refrained from intervening in student duels. But it was evident that Fong and Klein were there to keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would occur. You actually dared to show up. Kate sneered disdainfully at Jason from the arena. Jason remained silent, continuing forward without pausing, stepping onto the training platform, which was about a foot high. Jason, give it your all. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, reaching Jason's ears. Are you crazy? Cheering for Jason? Don't you know he's the academy's biggest loser? A few nearby students immediately reacted with indignation upon hearing the encouragement. However, when they caught sight of the person who had spoken, they quickly fell silent, turning back around. The one cheering for Jason was a prominent figure among the academy's students, someone not to be trifled with by mere commoners. Jason nodded slightly toward Xiaobo, who was cheering for him, before stepping up to face Kate. Son, show that brat what you're made of. Upon witnessing Jason ascend the stage, the middle-aged man seated among the teachers suddenly became animated, directing his shouts towards Kate in the training arena. This man was none other than Baron Harvey, the commander of the city guard of Tarlin. Father, just watch how your son deals with this worthless fool, he exclaimed. Kate gazed at Jason with eyes that resembled those of a lamb awaiting slaughter, radiating a malevolent glimmer. Chapter 24. A single strike to victory. Baron Harvey, as the commander of the city guards in Talon, was a prominent figure responsible for maintaining law and order both within and outside the city. A second-tier intermediate spirit master. He was deeply fond of his son, Kate, who at such a young age had already reached the 8th level of spiritual power. Kate became a source of pride for Baron Harvey, who frequently boasted to his friends, exemplifying the notion that a tiger begets no dog. The news of Kate's duel with Jason reached Baron Harvey on the same day. In front of his father, Kate confidently assured him that he would make Jason kneel and surrender, proving that while his father was formidable, he too possessed strength. Harvey was elated by his son's words. On the day of the duel, he set aside all matters concerning the city guards and made a special trip to the Cis Spirit Academy to witness his son's prowess and offer encouragement. Lord Harvey, I believe that with Kate's abilities, it will take merely a few moves to handle that Jason fellow, exclaimed Stowe, seated beside the Baron. Though Stowe was a teacher at the academy and a formidable third-tier low-level spirit master in his own right, he still respectfully addressed Harvey, a noble baron and commander of the city guards. Haha, dear Stowe, you jest. Since that lad has accepted my son's challenge, he must possess some ability. However, I am well aware of my son's strength. While a few moves might be ambitious, it is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Baron Harvey chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Lord Harvey is too modest. I know Kate is quite a standout at the academy. The saying holds true, like father, like son. It is indeed plausible that he could defeat Jason in a few moves. Another teacher chimed in, eager to flatter. Indeed, I have even heard that Dean Bispham once praised Kate's talent in spirit mastery. Several teachers interjected, attempting to seize the moment to curry favor with Baron Harvey. Oh, so even Master Bispham has spoken highly of my son? Harvey's grin widened with pride, his face radiating an unmistakable sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Feng Yi and Klein exchanged glances at the flattery, their expressions reflecting mild distaste, yet they remained silent, casting encouraging looks toward Jason on the stage. Are you ready to face Lord Kate's relentless assault? Kate sneered at Jason from the training ground. In truth, despite his outward nonchalance, Kate had prepared thoroughly. Beneath his outer garment, he wore a soft armor previously obtained by Baron Harvey, capable of withstanding typical first-tier spirit attacks. Coupled with Kate's 8th-level spiritual power, he felt confident against Jason, who only possessed 6th-level abilities. Enough of the chatter. If you have the guts, come at me. Jason replied impassively, turning to the referee. Shall we begin? Upon assessing the readiness of both participants, the referee nodded and announced, although this is a voluntary duel aimed at resolving personal grievances, harming one another's life is strictly prohibited. Strike to the point, or face the consequences. While the Cis Spirit Academy did not forbid dueling among students, it maintained specific regulations, as the academy was a place of learning, not a battleground for life and death. Begin. The referee signaled with a decisive wave of his hand before stepping aside. Come forth, worthless one. I will demonstrate the difference between 8th and 6th level spiritual power. Kate taunted Jason, though he positioned himself carefully, accelerating his 8th level spiritual energy within. Despite the protective armor, he remained vigilant and prepared. Rest assured, I will abide by the Academy's rules and not eliminate you. You should be grateful. I will merely render you incapable of self-sufficiency for the rest of your life and ensure you leave the Cis Spirit Academy in disgrace. As his 8th level energy coursed through his meridians, Kate focused intently, ready to unleash a recently learned spiritual technique to bring Jason down in an instant. A faint explosive sound echoed beneath Jason's feet as he smirked. At the moment the referee declared the start, his 6th level spiritual energy surged through his meridians, propelling him forward like a torrent breaking free. In an instant, Jason transformed into a blur, shooting toward Kate with astonishing speed. Go steps, he silently urged himself, feet tapping rapidly on the training ground, as his 6th level energy surged through him, converting into an incredible velocity. Is this for real? Kate's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to track Jason's movements, only perceiving a swirling blur. He could not lock onto Jason's rapid approach with mere sight. This was a skill only true first-tier spirit masters possessed, leaving Kate momentarily stunned. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlooking students as they witnessed Jason's extraordinary agility. Among the students of the Cis Spirit Academy, the strongest only reached the 9th level of spiritual power. Their eyes could barely discern Jason's form, which had become a mere shadow, rapidly closing in on Kate. Stowe and the others, previously showering compliments on Harvey, now fell silent, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. They turned their gaze toward Feng Yi, suspecting that as Jason's mentor, he had secretly imparted this extraordinary technique. Feng Yi, who had been sitting calmly, found it difficult to remain seated. Among everyone present, he was the most powerful, having reached the 3rd-tier high-level spirit master rank. He was equally astonished, recalling that he had never taught Jason such a peculiar technique. How could Jason have learned it? Had he stumbled upon it in the Academy's library? No, he had never seen a manual detailing such movements there. As the astonished gazes of the crowd fell upon him, Jason arrived before Kate in the next heartbeat. Unable to capture Jason's speed, Kate was left with no choice but to disperse his 8th level energy around him, frantically flailing his arms in a futile attempt to defend himself. In the piercing gaze of the discerning Academy instructors, Jason approached Kate and, without any flourish, forcefully pressed his hands against her chest. His swift movements sliced through the air, emitting a chilling whistle as they ruptured the atmosphere and space between them, akin to striking a tattered sack, producing a dull thud. With a grunt of discomfort, Kate's entire body soared like a severed kite, propelled through the air for a distance of 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily onto the granite training ground, letting out a pained groan. Chapter 25. Promotion to Level 7. Silence enveloped the arena, a profound stillness that rendered the entire training ground mute. The students, who moments ago had been animatedly discussing or gasping at Jason's peculiar movements, now stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer incredulity. In a single, fluid motion, Jason, once labeled the most useless student of the Sisling Academy, had effortlessly sent Kate, an individual renowned within the Academy, hurtling through the air. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, exuding a sense of aesthetic delight. In just one strike, Jason, who had ascended to the 8th level of spiritual energy, left Kate, who just moments ago had been standing energetically, now writhing in agony on the ground. The spectators, struck dumb by the unfolding drama, found their minds momentarily incapacitated. Yet, Jason had no time to revel in his triumph. The rapid circulation and consumption of his 6th level spiritual energy did not ease with the cessation of his exertion. Rather, it surged into a heightened state of activity due to the previous battle. A torrent of pale 6th level energy raced through the 6 meridians within Jason's body, converging into a milky white current that pressed against his 6th level meridians, constantly swirling at the threshold of the 7th. Jason understood that the intensity of his 6th level energy had reached an insurmountable pinnacle due to his earlier maneuvers. Now was the opportune moment to strive for the 7th level. Should he choose to suppress the nearly boiling 6th level energy instead of pushing forward, it would not only inflict severe harm upon his body, but also leave an irreparable scar on his future as a spiritual master. With this thought, Jason closed his eyes before the assembled audience without the slightest hesitation. His 6th level energy, as if responding to a general's command, surged together in an instant, launching a fierce assault on the barrier to the 7th level. The thick, milky white energy roared and crashed like relentless waves, continuously battering the threshold of the 7th level. Had Jason actually advanced? Witnessing him slowly close his eyes, subtle waves of energy emanated from his form, compelling teacher Feng Yi, seated below, to rise abruptly. As a third-tier advanced spiritual master, he comprehended that Jason was attempting to breach the 7th level. However, Jason had only recently achieved the 6th level before the last evaluation. It had barely been 3 months since his last promotion. If Feng Yi were to learn that Jason had only ascended to the 6th level the night before the last evaluation, with this current attempt occurring just days later, he would likely be left in utter shock. Such rapid advancement had never been witnessed in the annals of spiritual mastery. Most of the students present were bewildered, unable to fathom the connection between Jason's closed eyes and the notion of promotion, perceiving it as too extravagant to believe. Baron Harvey, his expression cold, gazed at Jason with flickering eyes, lost in thought. The instructors who had previously fawned over him now fell silent, their discomfort palpable. The referee cast a helpless glance at Jason, who stood with his eyes shut, and at Kate, who lay on the ground. It was evident to any observer what the outcome of the duel would be, yet Jason's silence was perplexing. Just as the referee was about to declare Jason the victor, Kate suddenly coughed, slowly rising amidst the murmurs of the crowd. A trickle of blood traced down from the corner of his mouth as he gingerly touched the spot on his chest that Jason had struck. A ferocious expression crossed his face. Fortunately, he had donned a protective vest that morning. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries. Damn this wretch, Kate thought bitterly, anger surging within him at the humiliation he had suffered before the crowd. Fueled by rage, his 8th-level energy surged violently through his body, forming a unique cycle. As the tremendous energy gathered within Kate, preparing for a thunderous strike, he propelled himself toward Jason with alarming speed. The moment Kate initiated his attack, Feng Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He understood the dire consequences if Jason, in the midst of his promotion, were struck by Kate's assault. The disruption of his energy structure could lead to catastrophic results. Time was of the essence. Within mere instants, Kate reached Jason, his fists poised to strike. The air around him crackled with energy, and the force of his fists created a sharp, explosive sound as they compressed the air, surging forward with tremendous power. In that critical moment, Jason's 6th-level energy burst forth, shattering the barrier to the 7th level. A deluge of 7th-level energy flooded into his meridians, flowing freely within him. Just as Kate's fists were about to collide with Jason, Jason's eyes flew open, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. With a thunderous shout, he met Kate's incoming assault head-on. A colossal explosion reverberated through the arena, unleashing an energy storm that stirred up dust and debris. Accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones and the spattering of blood, a figure was hurled from the cloud of dust, soaring several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, Jason stood calmly amidst the chaos, emanating an imposing aura, steadfast and unyielding. On the opposite side of the arena, Kate lay on the ground, his robe tattered and revealing a cracked protective vest, an armor designed to withstand attacks from first-tier spiritual apprentices, now severely damaged by Jason's onslaught. Gazing at Kate, whose arms were twisted and blood pooled at his chest as he lay unconscious, Jason exhaled softly and addressed the stunned referee, "Please render your judgment." Upon hearing Jason's reminder, the referee regained his composure and announced, "Student Kate has fainted. Student Jason is the victor." After speaking, the referee instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting that he had not anticipated such a brutal confrontation among students of varying levels of spiritual energy. Such a scene was indeed rare, even in a duel among first-tier spiritual apprentices. At that moment, Baron Harvey, who had been seated below, suddenly leaped onto the training ground and rushed to Kate's side. After assessing her injuries, his gaze turned fiercely toward Jason. 2 guards following Baron Harvey sprang into action, drawing their weapons and aiming them at Jason on the training field. "This is the Zeiss Spiritual Academy, Baron Harvey. Do you intend to violate the rules of dueling among spirit masters?" Suddenly, 2 figures landed between Jason and the guards, Feng Yi and Klein. Meanwhile, the other teachers exchanged glances, standing in stunned silence. An intense tension enveloped the training ground, thick with an unmistakable sense of impending conflict, as the atmosphere grew taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Chapter 26. Consolidation. As Baron Harvey gazed at Feng Yi and Klein standing before him, he cast a deep glance towards Jason on the other side of the training ground. Despite his position as the commander of the city guards in Talon, he dared not act with impunity within the confines of the Sisling Institute of Spiritual Mastery. "Let us go." Acknowledging that he could not gain the upper hand at this moment, he spoke in a low voice, then lifted the unconscious Kate in front of him and made his way out of the training ground. The two guards who had been closely following Baron Harvey, upon receiving his command, hastily sheathed their weapons, exhaling a sigh of relief. Their previously tense hearts finally eased as they followed behind the Baron, exiting the training grounds of the Sisling Institute. It is worth noting that their abilities were merely at the first tier of advanced spiritual apprentices. While they were not considered weak within the city guards, facing Feng Yi, a third-tier advanced spiritual master, had initially left their palms sweating with anxiety. In a genuine confrontation with Feng Ye's prowess, it would take only a few moves to bring them both down without any doubt. "Thank you, Teacher Feng Yi, Teacher Klein." Jason expressed his gratitude to the two, feeling a twinge of emotion as he looked at the two who stood resolutely in front of him. In his former life, there were countless individuals willing to stand up for him in such situations, but now, as an ordinary student, the selfless stance of Feng Yi and Klein was imbued solely with care for him. Being a person who values gratitude, Jason deeply buried this appreciation within his heart, vowing to repay the kindness of his teachers when the opportunity arises. Casting a glance at Lucy, who stood aside, somewhat at a loss, Jason's expression remained impassive as he walked out of the Institute's training ground amidst the envious and astonished gazes of the surrounding students. As he passed through, all the students instinctively parted to create a path, whispering amongst themselves with eyes filled with profound respect. In a world where strength reigns supreme, Jason's ability to defeat Kate, who was on the brink of reaching level 8 in spiritual energy, positioned him as one of the most formidable figures within the academy. It is noteworthy that even those seniors who had long since attained level 9 in spiritual energy might not easily defeat someone like Kate in a single move. Moreover, not long ago, Jason had been labeled as the student most likely to be expelled from the academy, remaining stagnant at level 5 in spiritual energy for nearly 2 years. In the minds of all the students, Jason now radiated not only strength, but also an air of mystery. As Feng Yi and Klein exchanged glances, their faces lit up with joy while watching Jason gradually disappear at the entrance of the training ground. Prior to the duel, they harbored little confidence in Jason's capabilities. Yet he had demonstrated through his actions that his commitment was not a mere whim. At that moment, Feng Yi and Klein were unaware of the significant benefits their concern for Jason would bring to their futures. "Look, isn't that Lucy?" "Indeed, it's Lucy. I heard that the duel between Jason and Kate seemed to have happened because of her. Truly, a beauty can bring disaster." With that last strike from Senior Jason, Kate won't be getting out of bed for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Now that Kate has been taken away by her father, she has left all alone. I wonder if she regrets it. Speaking of which, that final move from Senior Jason was truly impressive. Can't blame anyone for that. After all, Senior Jason was in a dormant phase, and Kate was at level 8 in spiritual energy, with her father being the city guard commander. It's common for one to act unwisely in the heat of the moment. One can only fault her for lacking foresight. I've seen through Jason's exceptional nature long ago. Just you? Huh, you're just boasting. Weren't you the one who bet me before the duel that some waste would be defeated in a few moves? Shoo, one can eat indiscriminately. But this must not be said aloud. The student quickly covered his mouth upon hearing his companion's words, cautiously glancing around before continuing. "I must tell you. Senior Jason is my idol." Standing at the edge of the training ground, Lucy, feeling somewhat lost, listened to the murmurs of the students around her. A wave of bitterness filled her heart as her nose tinged with the onset of tears. "Do I truly regret it?" Lucy silently questioned herself. Without an answer, she simply knew that the image of Jason striking down Kate with such grace had been indelibly etched in her heart, reminiscent of the brilliant genius he once was. Upon exiting the academy's training ground, Jason's steps did not falter as he proceeded directly to the laboratory of the Institute of Spiritual Alchemy. After a brief moment, and upon paying the necessary fees to the supervising teacher, Jason arrived at his private laboratory. Upon entering his personal laboratory, the first thing Jason did was to sit cross-legged in a corner. Having just broken through to level 7 in spiritual energy during the battle, his immediate need was to solidify his newly attained power. Having studied a comprehensive system of spiritual energy cultivation theories in his past life, he understood deeply the immense benefits of consolidating each upgrade for future cultivation. The level 7 spiritual energy within his body circulated repeatedly through the established pathways, distributing itself throughout various parts of his being, flowing in cycles. Meanwhile, Jason's mind replayed the entire battle over and over. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jason's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, a heavy exhalation of stale energy escaping his lips, a fleeting brilliance illuminating his face. As he felt the stable, mist-like level 7 spiritual energy within his meridians, a faint smile emerged. The spiritual energy that had once filled his 1st to 6th tier meridians had now completely vanished. The previously expanded meridians, which could only channel level 6 intensity of spiritual energy, required further robust enhancement after Jason's recent advancement. However, these tasks were what Jason needed to attend to later that night. For now, he had something far more pressing to address: the formulation of the 3rd-tier high-grade potion, Revitalizing Elixir, which was still in its developmental stages within the realm of spiritual alchemy. Having taken a deep breath, Jason, invigorated from his recent cultivation, exuded vitality. He meticulously arranged the ingredients procured from the Terran City marketplace 3 days prior upon the laboratory table. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial containing a pinkish fluid, a hemostatic agent, a 2nd-grade superior potion bestowed upon him by Klein out of concern for potential injuries. In Jason's previous life, the mana restoration potion was merely a commonplace 3rd-grade superior potion, readily concocted by any 4th-grade spiritual alchemist. However, in this era, 3 millennia passed. The development of spiritual alchemy was still in its nascent stages. As a newly emerged elixir capable of swiftly replenishing a spiritualist's internal mana, its preparation was exceedingly challenging. Despite the Spiritual Alchemists Guild of the continent assigning this highly effective potion a modest 3rd-grade superior rating, the vast majority of 4th-grade spiritual alchemists across the land were incapable of concocting it. Even some high-ranking 5th-grade spiritual grandmasters might not succeed in producing a high-quality mana restoration potion. It is worth noting that within the entire Orlando Kingdom, the highest-ranked spiritual alchemist, Royal Court Alchemist Rudolph, was merely a 5th-grade advanced spiritual grandmaster, underscoring the rarity of the mana restoration potion in this era of the Stern Continent. With newfound resolve, Jason inhaled deeply, entering a state of profound tranquility. In his perception, everything within the laboratory vanished, save for the vial of hemostatic agent and the necessary materials arrayed before him. In the blink of an eye, Jason moved with sudden alacrity. A black blur flashed across the hemostatic agent, instantly transforming it into a pink disk, which ascended into the air like the sun rising over the distant horizon. Jason furrowed his brow, his hands trembling rapidly as he unleashed and controlled his 7th-grade mana. The pink disk fluctuated in size and shape. Gradually, the disk morphed into a tricolored array, an outer layer of colorless aura, a middle layer of red aura, and an innermost layer of pale purple disk. Under Jason's meticulous control, the 3 primary spiritual elements that comprised the hemostatic agent were completely dissected. In his past life, Jason would have been unable to accomplish this feat with his current physical constitution. However, now, with the dual control afforded by his 7th-grade mana, he successfully completed this stage. Jason's face remained impassive, his eyes intently fixed upon the hemostatic agent hovering in midair. The intensity of his efforts caused beads of sweat to form on his brow, trickling down the contours of his face. "Huh!" Jason suddenly roared, several afterimages flashing in the air. In an instant, 3 vials, each containing a different colored essence, were neatly arranged upon the laboratory table before him. The vial containing the small amount of pale purple essence even emitted faint wisps of vapor. Without pausing, not even to wipe the sweat from his brow, Jason's right hand danced, deftly adding the various materials before him into the vials in precise proportions and timing. Intense aromas of various medicinal herbs permeated the laboratory. Drawing upon the spiritual alchemy knowledge imparted to him by his mentors, the 8th-grade spiritual Emperor Bispham and Master Klein, Jason focused his nascent 7th-grade spiritual perception, meticulously sensing the subtle changes in the spiritual elements within each vial, carefully modulating the infusion of his 7th-grade mana to participate in the potion's creation. Half an hour, 2 hours. Time seemed to stretch on, just as Jason was drenched in sweat and on the verge of exhausting his 7th-grade mana. The once quiescent spiritual essences within the vials suddenly began to churn violently, releasing billows of vapor from their openings. In an instant, the turbulent essences settled, revealing a deep purple elixir, as pure and flawless as the finest amethyst, resting regally before Jason. Dividing the deep purple elixir into 3 equal portions, Jason added each to a vial of basic non-attribute spiritual essence, diluting them into 3 vials of pale purple mana restoration potion. Streaks of purple shimmered faintly within the vials, attesting to the identity of the elixirs before Jason. 3rd-grade superior mana restoration potions. Jason exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, his 7th-grade mana nearly depleted. Soaked and exhausted, he gazed upon the 3 vials of high-quality mana restoration potion, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Throughout the entire process, although Jason's 7th-grade spiritual perception was insufficient to fully comprehend the transformations of the spiritual elements within the vials, and his limited 7th-grade mana could not significantly influence their interactions. This was the first time he had organically and successfully integrated his spiritual perception, mana, and the technical alchemy he had developed in his past life. Though imperfect, it marked the first step on the path of a true spiritual alchemist for Jason, who had achieved the rank of 9th-grade spiritual saint solely through technical proficiency in his previous life. He had taken his first firm stride towards the goal of spiritual divinity. Finding a quiet corner of the laboratory, Jason meditated to replenish his depleted 7th-grade mana. He then carefully stowed the 3 vials of mana restoration potion close to his person, checked out of the private laboratory, and strode purposefully toward Terran City's largest auction house. The initial accumulation of wealth is always arduous. In his previous life, Jason could have created a mana pendant without any effort. A mere request would have prompted countless empires, families, and powerful individuals to offer their services. However, in this life, Jason had to concoct potions and sell them at auction to acquire the resources to purchase the materials to craft a simple mana pendant. Jason's brisk pace soon brought him before the Oliver Auction House, Terran City's most prestigious establishment. Chapter 28. Appraisal. The Oliver Auction House, the largest in the city of Talon, also stands as the most prominent chain auction house in the Kingdom of Orlando, owned by the affluent Oliver family. In the realm of wealth within the Kingdom of Orlando, the Oliver family reigns supreme. This illustrious family is one of the 3 founding heroes of the kingdom. Centuries ago, during the tumultuous campaigns of Emperor Claire, the founding monarch of Orlando, the kingdom struggled financially. Lack of funds rendered the army beleaguered and stunted its growth. It was only with the support of the then-established Oliver family that the kingdom could flourish, expanding its territories and ultimately establishing a new nation. The Oliver family's assistance was a necessity, as they could not remain aloof amidst the chaos of war. Among the many contenders, they chose to support Claire, whom they deemed promising. Upon Claire's eventual victory in the establishment of the Kingdom of Orlando, he inquired of the Oliver family regarding their wishes. The family requested that the region they once inhabited be granted back to them and sought permission to withdraw from court politics. Grateful for their earlier support, Claire readily agreed, bestowing upon the head of the Oliver family the title of Duke and granting hereditary marquis titles to their descendants. He delineated the northwestern territories of the kingdom as their domain. After returning to their lands, the Oliver family recuperated and established the Oliver Chamber of Commerce. Over the centuries, they expanded their influence, becoming a formidable entity within the Kingdom of Orlando, their wealth rivaling that of nations. Even the current king, Lysant, gazes enviously upon their riches. However, due to the family's adherence to propriety and their discreet manner of operation, alongside substantial annual tax contributions to the royal treasury, the Oliver family has remained steadfast, sheltered by their status as one of the kingdom's founding benefactors. As Jason beheld the grand edifice before him, clutching the rejuvenating potions, he veered into a narrow alley. Donning a black cloak he had previously purchased, the broad brim of his had cast a shadow over his face, shrouding him in darkness. After ensuring he was adequately concealed, Jason emerged from the alley, confidently striding toward the Oliver auction house. Under the scrutinizing gaze of several heavily armed guards stationed at the entrance, Jason continued unabated, stepping into the auction house. The moment he crossed the threshold, the oppressive heat outside seemed to dissipate, replaced by a refreshing coolness that enveloped him. His eyes danced across the interior of the auction house, which was divided into several sections: a lavish hall for auctions, a reception area for guests, and a backstage area for the collection of items post-auction. At each entrance stood guards with keen eyes, clad in uniform attire, exuding an air of formidable prowess. With Jason's discerning eye, he immediately recognized that these guards were all adept at the second tier of spiritual mastery, although they were likely low-level practitioners. It was noteworthy that even the personal guards of Baron Harvey, the commander of the city's militia, only reached the first tier of advanced spiritual disciples. Such a display of strength was unique to the Oliver auction house, a privilege only the wealthiest family in Tallinn could afford. After surveying the external hall, Jason's gaze landed on a room marked by the gilded inscription Appraisal Hall. He approached and pushed the door open. Inside, he found a modest chamber with a middle-aged man seated at a table, seemingly bored, jotting down notes from a list. Upon hearing the door creak, the man looked up, and upon seeing Jason enveloped in his dark cloak, his brow slightly furrowed, followed by a formulaic smile as he inquired, "Sir, are you here for an appraisal?" With a low murmur, Jason simply placed 3 vials of rejuvenating potions on the table before the man. Rejuvenating potions? The middle-aged man straightened involuntarily, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, his tone betraying a hint of reverence. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire about the nature of these potions?" The man, a steward of the Oliver auction house, had encountered numerous notable figures and rare artifacts in his tenure. However, in the presence of Jason, he felt compelled to treat him with utmost respect. In Stern Continent, potion masters held the highest esteem, and potions were among the most valuable commodities. While common potions could be procured from specialized shops, those brought to auction for appraisal were invariably of the 3rd tier or exceedingly rare. 3rd tier superior potion, rejuvenating potion. Jason remained succinct, lapsing into silence. The steward's demeanor became even more deferential. "Sir, may I request a moment? I need to summon Master Roni from the auction house for the appraisal." "Very well. But do hasten," Jason replied, gesturing dismissively as he settled into a chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. The steward nodded and hurriedly exited the room. It was not long before he returned, accompanied by an elderly man in a cerulean robe, his white hair a stark contrast to his attire. Affixed to the man's chest was the emblem of the Potion Masters Guild, adorned with 3 silver waves and a red wave encircling the outer edge, glimmering with an air of nobility. Familiar with the hierarchy of potion masters, Jason quickly discerned that this elder, like his mentor Klein, was a low-tier 3rd-tier potion master. Chapter 29 Master J.S. Allow me to introduce Master Roni from our auction house. He is a 3rd-tier alchemist and also an elder of the Alchemist Guild in Tallinn City, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Jason merely nodded slightly, casting a brief glance at Roni before averting his gaze. As a former 9th-tier alchemy master, Jason found little merit in a mere 3rd-tier novice like Roni. While Jason was assessing the alchemist, Roni was scrutinizing Jason in return, speculating about his identity. However, he quickly shifted his focus to the 3 vials of potions on the table before him. Cautiously, he produced a silver needle from his person and gently dipped it into the purple potion, withdrawing it shortly thereafter. A thread of spiritual energy swiftly permeated the needle and reached the potion at its tip, allowing him to analyze the elemental composition and efficacy of the potion with his 3rd-tier spiritual perception. As time passed, Roni's expression transformed from calm to grave. After a moment, he nodded slightly, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He then touched the needle to his tongue and closed his eyes, slowly savoring the experience. Moments later, Roni's eyes shot open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He nodded towards the middle-aged man beside him, affirming, "Indeed, it is a superior-grade healing potion of the 3rd tier." At that instant, Roni regarded Jason with a hint of reverence. As an alchemist, Roni understood the significance of healing potions within the realm of alchemy. Generally, he could ascertain the quality of standard potions through spiritual perception alone. But when faced with a superior-grade healing potion, he dared not be careless. He had to personally sample it to confirm its quality. The minuscule amount he had tasted had already yielded a noticeable enhancement in his internal spiritual energy, stirring within him a deep admiration for the alchemist capable of crafting such a high-quality potion. Upon hearing Roni's assessment, the middle-aged man exhaled a sigh of relief and enthusiastically addressed Jason. "My lord, do you wish to auction these 3 healing potions?" "Yes." "Could you arrange the earliest possible auction time for me?" Jason inquired. "Of course, my lord. Please register here. We happen to have an auction event tonight, and your potions will be showcased," the man replied. As Jason casually filled out the form presented to him, he entered merely the letters J.S. in the name field. This information was solely for the auction house's records. Many individuals with dubious intentions often provided false information, and the auction house did not insist on verification. After the auction concludes, please transfer the funds directly to this account. Jason filled in his spiritual card number on the form. wishing to avoid any inconvenience by having to return to the auction house later. He was unperturbed by the thought of the auction house misappropriating his funds. After all, the Oliver family, the wealthiest in the Orlando kingdom, would not be so short-sighted as to pilfer his modest sum. Very well. Accepting the information from Jason, the middle-aged man retrieved a black iron token and respectfully informed him, "My lord, your items will be displayed at tonight's auction. If you wish to attend, you may enter the designated private room with this VIP token." All right. Jason accepted the token without hesitation and, under the watchful eyes of the two, exited the room. "Master Roni, is he truly an alchemist?" the middle-aged man inquired in a hushed tone once Jason vanished through the door. "Cannot say for certain, but my intuition suggests he is," Roni replied, a serious expression crossing his face as he observed Jason's departing figure. He then turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "By the way, make sure to feature these 3 healing potions as the finale of tonight's auction." "The finale item?" The middle-aged man appeared puzzled. "Aren't these healing potions merely superior-grade third-tier potions? While they are indeed valuable, there are several significant items scheduled for tonight's auction." Roni cast an exasperated glance at the bewildered middle-aged man. "This healing potion is no ordinary superior-grade third-tier potion. I am aware of the significant items slated for tonight's auction, and frankly, there are very few that could surpass the value of this healing potion." "Understood." The middle-aged man lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In terms of knowledge about potions, he was leagues behind Roni. From Roni's tone, he realized he had gravely underestimated the true worth of the 3 healing potions. With this thought, the middle-aged man hesitantly suggested, "Master Roni, should I investigate his background?" "Do not. If this healing potion is indeed crafted by him, neither we nor even the Oliver family would dare to offend him lightly." As he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed Roni's eyes. When did Talon City gain an alchemist capable of producing healing potions? Such high-quality potions would likely be beyond even the capabilities of the guild's president, Sa, a 4th-tier intermediate alchemist. Reflecting on this, Roni's gaze involuntarily fell upon the information Jason had submitted. When he reached the names section, he froze. "JS. Isn't that the very person President Saha has been searching for?" In the midst of the middle-aged man's astonished gaze, Roni, who had been deep in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality and bolted out of the appraisal hall. As Roni exited, the guards at the entrance greeted him with respect, but he paid them no heed. Rushing out of the auction house, he scanned the street for Jason, but found no trace of him. "Damn it, this is urgent. I must inform President Saha. Not only might that young man be the J.S. he has been seeking, but the auction of the healing potion should also be communicated to him. And it is highly likely that the young man will attend the auction tonight." With this determination, Roni finally steadied himself and made his way toward the Alchemist Guild in Talon City. Chapter 30. The auction after changing out of his cloak in a narrow alley. Jason returned to his dormitory and immersed himself in the bodybuilding elixir to continue his arduous training. Having just attained the 7th level of spiritual power, he understood the necessity of seizing every fleeting moment to expand the meridians within his body, enabling them to accommodate the flow of 7th level spiritual energy alongside the existing 1st to 6th levels. Indeed, the simultaneous operation of spiritual energy across all meridian levels would exponentially accelerate his cultivation speed, rendering it 7 times that of an average practitioner confined solely to the 7th level. Coupled with Jason's relentless dedication and his exceptional innate talent for cultivation, what might take others 10 days to achieve, he often accomplished in a mere day, while the journey from the 7th to the 8th level of spiritual power might take others 1 or 2 years. Jason was poised to achieve this milestone within a couple of months. However, such thoughts were far from Jason's mind as he gritted his teeth, repeatedly unleashing his 7th level spiritual energy to assault every meridian within him. The intense pain caused his entire body to convulse, beads of sweat cascading down his face, and he even succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he remained silent, his eyes red-rimmed, and resumed his monumental task of reshaping his meridians. To onlookers, Jason, once deemed a failure, now basked in glory, yet they remained oblivious to the ceaseless sweat, the excruciating pain that nearly drove him to the brink, and his unrelenting commitment to training. In this world, how many could truly achieve such feats? Genius is born from 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. While Jason persevered in his grueling training, the middle-aged man, after Ronnie's departure, perused the information on the restorative elixirs before him, finally grasping the immense value of the 3 vials. Upon notifying the upper echelons of the Oliver auction house, they promptly made the decision to include several more precious items in that evening's auction. Subsequently, gilded invitations were dispatched to the heads of various families throughout Tarlin City. What began as a routine auction had transformed into a significant event, capturing the attention of all corners of the city. As dusk descended, Jason, having trained for a while in the bodybuilding elixir, casually dined in the school cafeteria before making his way on foot to the Oliver auction house. Observing the bustling crowd outside the auction house and the numerous luxurious carriages, Jason, seasoned by countless grand spectacles in his past life, couldn't help but marvel at humanity's insatiable greed for valuable possessions. However, upon reaching the ticket booth, he was taken aback. The announcement of rare treasures to be auctioned had drawn the attention of the entire city. Even those ordinary adventurers without the means to purchase were clamoring for entry, eager to witness the spectacle. According to the Oliver auction house's description, the scale of this auction rivaled their annual grand event, albeit with less promotional time and impact. Thus, when Jason arrived at the ticket counter, a sign indicating that all tickets had been sold out hung prominently. Still, a throng of disappointed patrons gathered, some even attempting to resell their excess tickets. Furrowing his brow, Jason tightened his grip on the iron token he carried, realizing he would have to settle for the reserved booths arranged by the auction house. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through the crowd. "Hey, Jason, what brings you here? Are you attending the auction as well?" He looked up to find Xiao Bo standing at the entrance, a look of surprise on his face. "Indeed, what a coincidence," Jason replied. But as he glanced at the throng around the ticket booth, he offered Xiao Bo a resigned smile. He held a favorable view of Xiao Bo, not only for assisting him in acquiring the Tianxin royal fruit and selling him a fierce tiger beast king spirit core, but also for standing by him during his confrontation with Kate, providing encouragement when he needed it most. "Looks like you didn't get a ticket. No worries, you can join me. I have a package ticket, but it's just me for now, so it won't be too much of a loss. However, it will cost you," Xiao Bo said with a grin. "All right, I'll pay you back later." "You sly fox, charging me for this," Jason chuckled, playfully punching Xiao Bo as they both laughed and entered the auction house together. As evening approached, the auction commenced. Jason and Xiao Bo settled into their seats, which were part of the package ticket located on the second floor of the auction hall, providing an excellent view of the auction stage. In contrast, Jason's iron token granted access to a private room encircling the stage, each room attended by staff and offering complimentary food, desserts, and beverages for guests. As they sat together, Jason observed the bustling crowd below and sighed softly, acutely aware of the disparities in status that pervaded every setting. An elderly gentleman clad in a blue robe ascended to the front of the auction hall, and, with a gentle tap of his gavel, silence fell over the venue. "Good evening, esteemed guests. I am William, the auctioneer for tonight's event. We have a total of 132 items up for bid, and given the number of items, we shall begin the auction forthwith." This auctioneer was quite straightforward, and after a brief introduction, he unveiled the evening's offerings. The initial items were a selection of weapons crafted by renowned artisans. Having witnessed countless treasures in his past life, Jason found little interest in these items, which were not applicable to his current needs. Listening to the surrounding bids, he chuckled softly, noting the abundance of wealth present. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, he recognized that many of the items were being sold for far beyond their original worth. Below is a relic unearthed by a band of adventurers within the ruins of death. Esteemed appraisers have scrutinized the artifact, confirming its exceptional capacity for channeling spiritual energy and its inherent ability to store a certain quantum thereof. These experts posit that it would serve as an exquisite material for crafting alchemical implements, specifically spiritual weaponry. While its complete potential remains veiled, one must ponder the significance of an item originating from the most enigmatic forbidden zone on the continent. Behold, the object we designate as the Spirit Accumulation Stone. Observing the anticipatory gazes of the attendees, Jason shook his head. The auctioneer was skillfully cultivating suspense, presenting an object of indeterminate nature as if it were a treasure of immense value. As the auctioneer concluded his preamble, a server presented a platter. The auctioneer unveiled the item, allowing the auditorium's lights to cascade upon it. A stone, the size of a fist, materialized before the assembly. Under the illumination, it shimmered with an otherworldly radiance. Upon closer inspection, nebulous wisps of dark vapor seemed to undulate within the stone, creating a spectacle of captivating beauty. The Spirit Accumulation Stone. The The bidding will commence at 1,000 spirit coins. Let the offers begin, the auctioneer declared, his eyes sweeping across the hall before stepping aside. Bah! A mere rock with a starting price of 1,000 spirit coins? That's highway robbery. It's probably on par with the mystic stone used in crafting spiritual weapons, which goes for a few hundred coins. So what if it's from the ruins of death? A rock is still a rock, scoffed Shaw, unimpressed by the auctioneer's theatrics. After all, only a few would be swayed by such hyperbole. To think they'd put something like this up for auction. I heard there would be some real treasures here tonight. That's why I came. Even Guildmaster Saha was intrigued, Shaw divulged with an air of insider knowledge, turning to Jason with a mysterious expression, only to find him seemingly transfixed. Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? Upon beholding the stone on the dais, Jason was momentarily stunned. After a protracted study of the black stone, a glimmer of elation flickered in his eyes. Initially, he had dismissed the auctioneer's spirit accumulation stone as an inconsequential item, likely a mystic stone variant as Shaw suggested. However, upon setting eyes on the artifact, Jason's perception underwent a complete transformation. The Philosopher's Stone. With his discerning gaze, Jason immediately recognized the black stone as what later generations of alchemists would revere as the supreme Philosopher's Stone. Instances of the Philosopher's Stone were exceedingly rare on the continent. Even in Jason's future, he had encountered only 3 specimens, the largest of which was merely half the size of the one on display. Consequently, only after meticulous observation could Jason affirm the stone's identity. Shaw, I require a favor. How much currency do you possess? After identifying the black stone as the Philosopher's Stone, Jason resolved to acquire it, regardless of the cost. What for? Don't tell me you intend to purchase this worthless rock, Shaw exclaimed, startled by the abrupt inquiry. A foreboding sensation crept into his mind upon meeting Jason's gaze. Indeed, I am determined to possess this item. Tell me, what is the total amount of money you have available? Consider your decision carefully, Shaw cautioned, but recognizing the fervor in Jason's eyes, he knew his dissuasion would be futile. Very well. I have 15,000 spirit coins in my spirit card. I am grateful. I will borrow it for now. I will reimburse you for whatever amount I spend within a few days. Jason cast a thankful glance at Shaw. His 3 spirit recovery potions were worth far more than that sum, but Shaw, unaware of this fact, remained oblivious. I implore you, deliberate carefully. Do not act rashly and later regret your decision, Shaw reiterated, not out of concern for his money, which he had diligently earned, but out of fear that Jason was succumbing to a fleeting impulse. 15,000 spirit coins. Surely, that should suffice. After all, no one could possibly recognize the true value of the Philosopher's Stone, Jason mused inwardly. He distinctly recalled that the stone's worth would remain undiscovered until a brilliant alchemist named Edward made the revelation 5 centuries hence. Ignoring Shaw's continued entreaties, Jason focused his attention on the ongoing auction. 2,500 spirit coins. An attendee below raised the bid. 3,000. Another countered without hesitation. 4,000. I bid 5,000 spirit coins. A resonant voice boomed, silencing the surrounding bids. Very well, Mr. 176 has bid 5,000 spirit coins. Are there any higher offers? This is an enigmatic item from the ruins of death. Observing the lull, the auctioneer attempted to reignite the frenzy. His words bore fruit as another voice emerged. 5,500. 6,000. Jason, observing the escalating prices, broke into a sweat. Shaw had informed him that he possessed only 15,000 spirit coins. Should the bidding exceed that limit, he would be powerless. How foolish these wealthy individuals were. Squandering their fortunes on an object of unknown properties based solely on the auctioneer's claim that it originated from the ruins of death. Did they not fear being deceived with a common stone? 7,500. The price finally plateaued at this level. 10,000. Jason declared his bid. No one dared to challenge him. No one would squander 10,000 spirit coins on an unknown item, even if it hailed from the ruins of death. 10,000. Very well, Mr. 218 has bid 10,000. Does anyone wish to offer a higher bid? The auctioneer paused, but no one responded. Very well. The spirit accumulation stone is awarded to this gentleman. Let us now proceed to the next item. My money. Shaw lamented as Jason secured the spirit accumulation stone. The auction continued, but Jason was engrossed in his triumph, savoring the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 32. The contest. The kingdom of Orlando borders the Spirit Domain Mountains, one of the 6 forbidden lands of the continent, and is renowned for its abundance of spirit beasts. The items to be auctioned next are all high-grade spirit cores, with many of the exceptionally pure advanced spirit cores fetching prices close to 100,000. Soon, the auction reached its climax, presenting the highlight items of the event. With a resounding thud, the auctioneer struck the table, and the entire hall fell silent, as everyone anticipated the unveiling of the final items. Now, we will commence the auction of the highlight items, comprising 4 exceptional pieces. With a sweeping gesture, the auctioneer dimmed the lights, directing a spotlight toward the entrance where 3 stunningly beautiful attendants appeared, each carrying a silver tray. On their chests gleamed the emblem of the Spirit Master Guild, indicating that they were all intermediate second-tier spiritists. The 3 attendants gracefully approached the auctioneer, placing their silver trays upon the podium before him. Without feigning mystery, the auctioneer abruptly pulled back the silk covering the trays, revealing 3 vials of elixirs that shimmered with a captivating purple glow under the lights. Advanced third-tier spirit elixirs, regeneration elixirs, the auctioneer proclaimed, his voice rising with excitement. Certified by our appraiser and master Saha of the Spirit Pharmacists Guild, these elixirs are of the highest quality, capable of healing most 4th-tier and below spirit damage. The contained spirit energy can restore a 3rd-tier advanced spiritist's energy to full capacity in a short time. Initially, the audience was not overly astonished to hear that the elixirs were advanced 3rd-tier. Some even believed that while impressive, they might not be worth the hype as highlight items. However, upon learning of their effects, the auction hall erupted in fervent discussions. "Now this is a true elixir. I must concoct one myself someday," exclaimed Xiaobo, unable to contain his excitement as he turned to Jason. After a moment of astonishment, the crowd regained composure, their eager gazes fixated on the regeneration elixirs. Indeed, these highlight items lived up to their reputation, and the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. "Quick, let us start the bidding," someone shouted from the audience. Auctioneer William smiled slightly, surveying the crowd before announcing, per the seller's request, these 3 regeneration elixirs will not be auctioned separately, but as a bundle, starting at 100,000 spirit coins. The auction begins now. As this price was declared, the hall quieted significantly. It was evident that few possessed the means to afford such an amount. William's eyes scanned the private booths, knowing that the heads of families from Talent City would find this item enticing, and only those prominent families would have bidding rights. Jason couldn't help but feel perplexed. He certainly hadn't made such a request. Yet he understood this was merely a tactic employed by the auction house to maximize profits. Selling the elixirs individually would allow multiple buyers to acquire them, diminishing competition. Bundling them, however, would ignite fierce bidding among those desperate to claim the elixirs. Observing the momentary lull in excitement, William maintained his smile, aware of the elixir's true worth. 4 seasoned spiritists engaged in constant battles. Possessing a single regeneration elixir could mean the difference between life and death. He believed some would go to great lengths, even risking their fortunes, to secure these 3 vials. As anticipated, the lull did not last long. A middle-aged man, dressed in intermediate 3rd-tier spiritist attire and seated not far from Jason, called out, 110,000. He was the captain of a well-known adventurer team in Talent City, possessing substantial influence in several businesses. 115,000. 120,000. The bidding escalated rapidly following the middle-aged man's proclamation, the voices rising and falling as they approached 150,000. Yet, despite their fervor, many bidders hesitated. Recognizing the exorbitant prices, the annual profit of a shop in Talent City's bustling district typically ranged around 30 to 40,000 spirit coins. 18,000. As the bidding began to wane, an elderly voice emerged from an upper booth, suddenly raising the bid by 3,000. William's heart raced. As the premier auctioneer of Oliver Auction House, he understood that the seasoned veterans of Talent City were finally taking action. The real auction was just beginning. 20,000. Following the elderly voice, a woman's voice from another booth chimed in. 22,000. The elderly voice countered, exuding authority and determination. 23,000. 24,000. As expected, the various booths simultaneously entered the fray, each participant acutely aware of the elixir's immense value. Even if they themselves had no immediate use for them, possessing such powerful items could attract formidable allies to their families. From the auctioneer's introduction, attendees recognized that these 3 elixirs were not only appealing to 3rd-tier spiritists, but also to 4th-tier heavenly spiritists and even 5th-tier sect spiritists. Securing just a couple of 4th-tier heavenly spiritists could significantly bolster a family's strength. After all, even the most formidable individual in Talent City Lord Jones, the commander of the city's guards, was merely a low-level 5th-tier sect spiritist. Realizing this, everyone began to raise their bids, quickly driving the price toward the 300,000 mark. Xiao Bo shouted enthusiastically, as if the elixirs were his own creation, while Jason remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the escalating prices. Though the auction's figures were high, Jason had witnessed far more extravagant scenes in his past life as a 9th-tier spirit pharmacist. And beyond the allure of enhancing his own power, nothing could sway his steadfast resolve. A heartfelt thanks to classmates Mo Yi Shuanghua for their generous rewards and messages, and to Tianji Pai for their donations. I am truly touched by the support. I will continue to strive for updates. Brothers, please lend your support. Chapter 33. Discomfiture 330,000. 350,000. The bidding for the rejuvenation elixir had reached a fever pitch. Only 3 private suites remained in contention, and one of the bidders bowed out at 350,000, having reached their financial limit. 350,000 spirit coins was no trifling sum. Such a substantial expenditure on a restorative potion could strain even the wealthiest families. 360,000. 370,000. 380,000. The price continued its relentless ascent. The increasingly fierce bids betrayed a simmering animosity and a palpable hesitation. 400,000. A resonant voice boomed from one of the suites, laced with an icy authority. Those familiar with the City Lord of Terran would have recognized the speaker as Jones, the captain of the City Lord's Guard, Terran's most formidable warrior. A 5th-tier lesser spirit master. 450,000. A somewhat senile voice countered from another suite, eliciting gasps from the assembled crowd. Sir Jones, it appears we are the only contenders left. This is the utmost I can offer. If you are willing to exceed this, I, Harbina, shall gladly cede the 3 rejuvenation elixirs to you. The entire auction house held its breath. So, Sir Jones, the foremost power in Terran, had been the one driving up the price. No wonder he was so confident. Harbina, the name was familiar to all in Terran. He was the head of the Noki family, who virtually monopolized the city's medicinal herb trade. A man of influence, with connections reaching the kingdom's upper echelons. He was the only one who dared challenge the authority of Sir Jones, the City Lord's representative. You have prevailed. After a protracted silence, the suite occupied by Jones emitted these 3 words, followed by an eerie stillness. Lord Harbina has bid 450,000. Are there any who wish to bid higher? Such high-quality rejuvenation elixirs are rare, not only in Terran, but throughout the kingdom of Orlando. The auctioneer's voice cut through the silence. Damn it. We know it's valuable, but we need the funds to buy it. Many lamented inwardly, their hearts aching. Such a remarkable item, once missed, would be hard to come by again. But the price. Auctioneer William, is it not time to conclude the bidding? Lord Harbina's voice drifted from his suite. William smiled faintly. Despite Lord Harbina's considerable influence in Terran, William, as an auctioneer of the Oliver family, had no reason to fear him. He scanned the room, then raised his gavel and brought it down. Congratulations to Lord Harbina, who has acquired the 3rd-grade superior rejuvenation elixirs for 450,000 spirit coins. A smile graced Jason's face upon hearing the final bid. After deducting the 5% commission, he would receive over 420,000 coins. The auction continued, but Jason had lost interest. He had witnessed countless grand auctions in his previous life. However, seeing his enthusiasm, Jason decided to stay and see what else was on offer. The second highlight was a 5th-tier spirit core, which fetched a price of 350,000. The third treasure was a spirit-infused weapon crafted by a renowned kingdom artisan, the Flame Sword, engraved with the 4th-tier skill Roaring Flame and numerous spirit arrays. It ignited another bidding war, finally selling for the princely sum of 550,000. The ultimate treasure of the auction was a mid-level star-grade cultivation technique, the glacial art. The bidding was intense, with the technique ultimately going for a staggering 1,100,000. Such a price was well-deserved. The family that acquired the glacial art, though pained by the exorbitant cost, was also overjoyed. While a spirit core or flame sword could only create one powerful individual, the mid-level star-grade glacial art could sustain a family for generations. Perhaps, thanks to this technique, a formidable new family would emerge in Terran in the decades to come. After the auction, Jason followed the crowd out of the auction hall and headed toward the auction house's back office. Upon learning that Jason were there to collect their auction proceeds, an attendant quickly escorted them to the back for the transfer of funds, collection of items, and completion of necessary formalities. As sat filling out the forms, the president of the Spirit Medicine Association, Saha, entered from the auction house's inner chambers, accompanied by a group that included Master Ronnie, who had appraised Jason's rejuvenation elixirs that afternoon, and the middle-aged man. President Saha, Elder Ronnie, immediately stopped writing, stood, and bowed to Saha and Ronnie. As an employee of the Spirit Medicine Association, would normally not have the opportunity to speak with them. However, encountering the association's president and elder outside the association, he could not simply pretend not to see them. Did you also purchase something at the auction? Saha inquired with a smile. He had some recollection of this diligent young man who worked at the association. He recalled that it was this young man named who had first discovered that Master J.S. had answered 26 questions in the association's difficult problem area in half a day, had reached the 9th grade of spirit medicine at the age of 18. While not a genius in the cultivation of spirit medicine, he still possessed some talent. In Saha's eyes, it was only a matter of time before became a first-grade lower-level spirit medicine apprentice in the next 2 years. Yes, President Saha. Overjoyed that President Saha remembered his name, S. face flushed red, and his speech became somewhat disjointed. I bought something at the auction. It was that accumulation stone. Thinking about what he had bought, felt a pang of annoyance and stammered out the words. Hearing that had purchased the accumulation stone. Saha and the others could not help but smile, some even laughing outright. Damn it. Hearing the laughter, cast a resentful glance at Jason, feeling so ashamed that he wanted to disappear into a hole. Jason rolled his eyes at Saha and the others. They had no idea of the value of the Philosopher's Stone. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Young man, keep up the good work. Saha encouraged with a smile. He glanced at Jason and felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment, he recalled having seen this young man at the entrance of the Cis Spirit Academy. Saha was in a good mood that day. After receiving Ronnie's notification that Master J.S., whom he had been seeking, had appeared at the Oliver auction house. Saha had immediately come to the auction house that evening and waited outside the suite where Master J.S.'s iron badge was located, hoping to meet the master. Although Master J.S. had not appeared even after the auction ended, leaving Saha somewhat disappointed, he was generally happy. At least he had confirmed that Master J.S. had not yet left Terran. Saha had also examined the 3 rejuvenation elixirs before the auction. The master is indeed a master, Saha sighed inwardly. At least with his current skills, he could not produce such high-quality rejuvenation elixirs. President Saha and others swiftly exited Xiaobo's line of sight. However, Xiaobo found it curious that Elder Ronnie, for reasons unknown, kept gazing at Jason beside him. At the moment they stepped out of the backstage hall, he could not help but glance back at Jason. Ronnie, too, was perplexed. Upon seeing Jason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered him before. Yet he failed to connect Jason with the figure in the black robe who had come earlier to return the elixir. Chapter 34. The Elite Hall. Upon obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, Jason and Xiaobo returned to the academy. After promising Xiaobo to repay him the money the following day, Jason retreated to his dormitory, where he carefully examined the Philosopher's Stone in his possession. Wisps of black mist swirled slowly within the stone, resembling playful fish in a lake, exuding an extraordinary vitality. Under the glow of the dormitory lights, it shimmered with a splendid brilliance. This black mist was later confirmed to be the crucial element that allowed the Philosopher's Stone to store vast amounts of spiritual energy while providing formidable protection for it. Gently infusing a trace of his 7th-level spiritual energy into the Philosopher's Stone, Jason felt as though his energy flowed through the stone with the same ease as it would through his own meridians, experiencing neither obstruction nor loss. After scanning the entire stone with his spiritual perception, Jason couldn't help but nod slightly. This Philosopher's Stone was not only of considerable size, but also contained a significant amount of the black mist. In terms of both area and quality, it surpassed the 3 stones he had encountered in his previous life. He chuckled to himself, carefully storing the Philosopher's Stone, filled with delight. Acquiring this gem for merely 10,000 spirit coins was a stroke of fortune Jason had never dared to dream of in his past life. In those days, even an exorbitant sum of 100 million spirit coins might not have secured such a priceless treasure. Few would part with the Philosopher's Stone, which was deemed invaluable. After securing the stone, Jason added a couple of drops of bodybuilding elixir to the wooden tub in the bathing area, then immersed himself completely, resuming his cultivation. During the brief afternoon hours, he had not fully expanded all his meridians up to the 7th level, but he resolved to accomplish this daunting task by the end of the night. Waves of powerful spiritual energy surged violently through Jason's fragile meridians, yet he remained silent, allowing beads of sweat to roll down his forehead as he controlled the seventh-level energy, circulating it repeatedly. The following morning, having concluded his cultivation, Jason felt the complete expansion of his meridians and the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him. A smile crept onto his face. The pain endured throughout the night seemed to vanish in the light of today's results, filling him with an overwhelming sense of achievement. Having been a waste of spiritual energy in his previous life, Jason cherished this second chance bestowed upon him by fate. In the ensuing days, Jason immersed himself in relentless training within his dormitory, occasionally visiting the market to see what treasures might be procured and experimenting with various potions in the Academy's alchemy lab. On one particular day, just as Jason finished washing up and had not yet ventured out for breakfast, he heard Xiaobo's voice calling from outside. "Come on. You haven't returned the money in the past few days, but must you disrupt my peaceful slumber so early?" Jason opened the door, greeted Xiaobo with a smile, and displayed a look of disdain. "So, is this how you perceive me?" Xiaobo looked back at him with an innocent gaze. "I seek you for an important matter. Come. I shall take you somewhere." "Seriously? What important matter could you possibly have?" "I haven't even eaten breakfast yet," Jason replied as he dressed and followed Xiaobo out of the room. "Don't worry, I'll treat you. It's just breakfast," Xiaobo proclaimed generously. "I may lack many things, but I never lack money." "Really? Well, I'll return the 10,000 spirit coins to you later." "Don't. I'm quite broke at the moment. Can't even afford a meal," Xiaobo quickly backtracked. After breakfast with Xiaobo, Jason found himself perplexed as Xiaobo led him to a seemingly ordinary, grayish-blue building behind the academy. As the only primary spiritual energy academy in Talon City, the Shisi Academy, while not far from the city center, boasted an expansive campus filled with various structures. Although Jason had been at the academy for over 2 years, there were still many places he had yet to explore. With a mysterious smile, Xiaobo opened the door to the room, and a cacophony of cheers and applause greeted Jason. Before him lay a spacious room of approximately 500 square meters. At the center stood a small arena where 2 individuals were engaged in a fierce competition, their shouts echoing throughout the space. Surrounding the arena were bar-like areas where clusters of people watched the duel with keen interest. "Xiaoge, you're early today," greeted 2 individuals seated at the entrance as they smiled at Xiaobo, their faces reflecting respect, then glanced at Jason before returning their attention to the match. Xiaobo nodded in response and led Jason to a corner where they sat. As they settled, everyone around greeted Xiaobo, who reciprocated each salutation. Jason observed that there were about a dozen individuals in the room, all academy students, many of whom he recognized. However, all had achieved the 9th level of spiritual energy, a notable distinction within the academy. Previously deemed the academy's greatest waste, Jason had had no prior interactions with these esteemed individuals. Noticing Jason's puzzled expression, Xiaobo explained, "This is the leisure room of the elite hall, to facilitate advancement to the first stage. Numerous members of the elite hall gather here daily to share insights and engage in friendly sparring to enhance their skills." Jason nodded slightly. "I've heard of the elite hall. It is said that only those who reach the 9th level of spiritual energy may enter." Though he had been aware of the elite hall, Jason had scarcely paid attention to such student organizations, preoccupied with his struggles to reach the 6th level. From his experiences in his past life, he understood that many academies across the continent established similar organizations to promote interaction and improvement among students. Generally, exceptional students received rewards based on their progress, fostering a spirit of competition. One could imagine how swiftly the most elite group within the academy would advance when competing, cultivating, and exchanging knowledge together. Just then, a sudden eruption of cheers filled the air as the match concluded. The victor emerging as a muscular youth clad in a brown short-sleeve shirt, a red headband adorning his forehead. Breathing heavily, he stood resolutely, his expression cold, seemingly unscathed except for a few traces of chalky residue from the bout. Opposite him knelt a long-haired boy in a white linen shirt, disheveled and battered, one cheek swollen from injury. He gazed forward with a look of defiance, a trickle of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 35. Get out. "Humph, Gallo. I thought you had improved these past few days, but it seems I was mistaken." The victorious youth sneered at the long-haired boy kneeling before him, a hint of mockery in his voice, before turning and descending from the arena. Gallo, his teeth gritted, clenched his fists, his gaze filled with resentment. "Ha-ha, Zoff. You've won again. Although, this time it took you a bit longer." Some of the spectators below congratulated Zoff as he stepped down. TCH. It was only because I was momentarily soft-hearted and didn't go all out, Zoff retorted dismissively. Gallo just advanced to level 9 3 months ago and ranks 30th in the hall, yet he dares to challenge me, Zoff. He's simply overestimating himself. Well, you can't deny that Gallo has some talent. It's just unfortunate for him that he ran into you, Zoff. If you ask me, with Gallo's strength, he might have a different outcome against someone ranked outside the top 20. Old MO, I don't appreciate that remark. Let him try me. I calf, will be waiting. Another youth, clad in a cyan top, retorted with a hint of defiance. The one in the brown short sleeves is called Zoff, and he has been at level 9 for over a year. He is considered a senior member of the hall, ranking 9th. The one in the white linen top is Gallo, who reached level 9 3 months ago and ranks 30th. Generally, within the hall, one can challenge someone ranked higher once a week. These two have some friction, so Gallo always chooses to challenge Zoff, though he always loses. The one with short hair is Old MO, ranked 16th, and the one in the cyan top is Calf, ranked 23rd. Oh, and your roommate is called Carrot, right? He's also in the hall, ranked 6th. Xiao Bo explained each person's situation to Jason while they chatted in the room. Seeing Gallo silently walking down the arena, Jason smiled faintly. It seemed that harmony was not a prevalent characteristic within the elite hall. However, competition fosters progress, a situation the academy instructors likely encourage. Hence the ranking system. Brother Xiao, you're here too. Many people noticed Xiao Bo's arrival and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Xiao, who is this beside you? Won't you introduce us? A youth named Siri, whom Xiao Bo had previously introduced to Jason and ranked 15th in the hall, asked curiously. You don't recognize Jason? He's a celebrity in our academy. Some of the youths who recognized Jason immediately chimed in, exaggerating Jason's recent exploits. After all, Jason was practically the top news story at Sith Spiritual Academy. They had seen Jason earlier, but they were unsure why Xiao Bo had brought him, so they refrained from asking. Despite Jason's fame, it was mostly among the ordinary students. The elite students, who had mostly reached level 9, focused solely on cultivation. They understood that fame was fleeting, and that reaching the first-tier spirit apprentice and becoming a true spirit master was their top priority. Furthermore, they often went out on missions or joined adventure teams, like Jason's roommate, Carrot, who had been missing for days. The academy didn't interfere much. Therefore, many might have heard of Jason but never met him in person, so they didn't recognize him. Jason is my friend, so I brought him to meet everyone and exchange ideas. I believe that with Jason's strength, he will soon join our elite hall, Xiao Bo said with a smile. Xiao Bo, what do you mean by this? I heard that Jason is only at level 6. It seems inappropriate to bring him here with that level of strength, Zoff said, his eyes gleaming as he stepped forward and looked disdainfully at Jason. Xiao Bo chuckled. Zoff, you're mistaken. Jason has already reached level 7. And his true strength is far beyond that. Level 7. That's still against the rules. What is level 7? Do you think our elite hall is a garbage dump? Zoff sneered at Jason. Jason was taken aback. He didn't recall having any animosity with this Zoff. Why was he acting as if he had swallowed gunpowder upon seeing him? Even Xiao Bo, known for his amiable nature, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Zoff's blatant provocation. Understanding Zoff's motives, Xiao Bo's expression turned cold. Zoff, I don't care what your relationship with Keith is. Don't bring your personal friendships into the elite hall. Jason is my guest, and he definitely has the strength to be here. Wasn't Keith brought here by you as an outer disciple for exchange, and didn't he lose to Jason? Xiao Bo, one of the 3 level 9 spirit herbalists at Sith Spiritual Academy, had reached the first-tier low-level spirit apprentice. He ranked 2nd among the 36 students in the elite hall and held a far higher position than Zoff. Seeing that Zoff remained uncooperative despite his polite attempts, Xiao Bo couldn't suppress his anger. Keith was just careless. It's a joke that a trash who just became level 6 defeated Keith, who had been at level 8 for over half a year. Who knows what tricks he used? Zoff scoffed, pointing at Jason. Now get out. Zoff, since Brother Xiao brought Jason here, I'm sure he has his reasons. Just let it go. The surrounding students, sensing the escalating tension, tried to mediate. The Sith Spiritual Academy's elite hall had 36 official members. The top 3 were level 9 spirit herbalists, while the rest, apart from 5 level 8 spirit herbalists, were all level 9 spirit force users. Generally, spirit herbalists, in addition to their achievements in herbalism, also possessed a higher spirit force level than their herbalism level. For example, a level 8 spirit herbalist would have a spirit sense of at least level 8, usually above level 9, or even at the first tier, resulting in a higher spirit force level. Besides the 36 official level 9 spirit force users, some level 8 users were brought by the official members for observation and exchange. After all, someone at level 8 might break through to level 9 and become an official member. However, bringing a level 7 user was virtually unheard of in the Elite Hall's history. There was a significant gap between level 7 and level 9. Of course, someone like Xiaobo, who ranked second in the hall, could bring Jason without causing much objection. It wasn't a written rule, but it was somewhat unconventional. Chapter 36. Quintuple Strike. Zoph's willingness to offend Xiaobo in order to expel Jason was, as everyone surmised, motivated by his affection for Kate. The surrounding onlookers, unwilling to antagonize either Xiaobo or Zoph, offered only hushed words of dissuasion. Zoph and Kate shared a close bond. Having attained the 9th level of spiritual power for over a year, Zoph knew he would soon become a first-order spiritualist. Eschewing the life of an adventurer, he sought a stable position in Talon City. Upon learning that Kate, the son of Baron Harvey, the commander of the Talon City Guard, was also studying at the Sith Spiritual Power Academy, Zoph deliberately cultivated a friendship with him. He tutored Kate and even brought him into the Elite Hall. Zoph understood that with his strength as a first-order spiritualist upon graduation, he could easily secure a position as a squad leader in the Talon City Guard by fostering a good relationship with Baron Harvey. Therefore, upon hearing that the individual Xiaobo had brought was the same Jason who had defeated Kate, Zoph, seeking to avenge Kate and leave a favorable impression on Baron Harvey, was willing to offend Xiaobo to discipline Jason. The astute Jason, upon hearing the conversation, understood the reason for Zoph's animosity. Although interested in the Elite Hall, a place where one could learn a great deal, he merely stood there with a faint smile, unfazed by Zoph's bluntness. In Jason's eyes, Zoph was but a child. However, when Zoph pointed a finger at him and shouted for him to get out, Jason's face darkened. His indifference did not equate to tolerance of Zoph's arrogance. He simply did not consider him worthy of attention. "You're Zoph, right? I don't care what your relationship with Kate is. Get your filthy paws off me," Jason said coldly, his face darkening as he stopped Xiaobo, who wanted to step forward to defend him. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced into Zoph's heart. Regarding him as an insignificant ant. "Worthless trash. What did you say?" Sensing Jason's gaze, Zoph felt a prick in his heart. He sneered, stepped forward swiftly, and his right foot transformed into a blur as he kicked towards Jason's chest. He had decided to teach this arrogant kid a lesson. Zoph's attack was instantaneous, without warning. By the time the others noticed, Zoph's leg was already nearing Jason's chest. Sensing Zoph's attack, Xiaobo's expression changed, but it was too late. Zoph knew that Xiaobo, a first-order low-level spiritualist whose strength far surpassed his own, stood beside Jason. With Xiaobo present, he would not be able to discipline Jason. He had to use a surprise attack to injure Jason in one blow. Zoph had secretly used 80% of his strength in this kick. Zoph could already imagine the pain Jason would experience as he was sent flying. A mere 7th-level spiritual power user would surely break several ribs and be bedridden for a couple of months. A cruel smile appeared on Zoph's lips. The other students, seeing Zoph's sudden attack and sensing the force he was using, felt a pang of pity for Jason. Just as everyone thought Jason was about to be sent flying, Jason, who had been standing there as if unable to react, suddenly transformed into a phantom. In an instant, he miraculously dodged in front of Zoph and seized Zoph's kicking leg. Jason shifted his body slightly to dissipate the force of Zoph's kick, then lifted Zoph's leg slightly, causing Zoph to lose his balance and stagger backward. Not good, Zoph thought to himself. He had no time to wonder how Jason had done it. With his extensive combat experience, Zoph quickly bent his left leg and unleashed his 9th-level spiritual power, ready to kick out. However, Jason, having anticipated this, would not let him succeed. Before Zoph's left foot could leave the ground, Jason channeled his 7th-level spiritual power and unleashed a punch. Crushing fist. Jason roared, his right hand, clenched into a fist, struck Zoph's exposed chest along an incredible trajectory. All of the 7th-level spiritual power contained within Jason's 1st-level meridian surged out along Jason's arm. With a muffled thud, Zoph's body was sent flying like a broken sack. A wave of energy erupted on Zoph's chest, shattering the spiritual power surrounding his body. This was just the beginning. Without losing momentum, Jason pursued Zoph and struck Zoph's body again, unleashing all of the 7th-level spiritual power from his 2nd-level meridians. Zoph's protective spiritual power wavered again. On the verge of collapse, Zoph was shocked. He was defenseless and could only hope to land quickly. Based on his understanding of 7th-level spiritual power users, Jason should be out of strength after these two attacks. But he was wrong. Jason, with nimble steps, pursued Zoff again and struck Zoff's chest again, unleashing the 7th-level spiritual power from his 3rd-level meridians. Zoff's protective spiritual power shattered completely, and he groaned in midair. A hint of fear appeared in Zoff's eyes. But this was not the end. Jason moved swiftly, becoming a blur, clenched his fist, and struck again. This time, the 7th-level spiritual power from his 4th-level meridians entered Zoff's body, wreaking havoc. Then Jason lunged forward again. Several bones cracked in Zoff's chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed from Zoff's mouth. His body flew across the room for dozens of meters and crashed into an ironwood table. The sturdy ironwood table shattered into pieces, and Zoff's body fell heavily to the ground. His eyes widened as he stared at Jason, his eyes filled with fear. Zoff coughed up another mouthful of blood, convulsed, and fainted. Crushing fist with concentrated force, 5 consecutive strikes. The 5 strikes were executed so quickly that they were completed in an instant. All others saw was Zoff's missed kick, Jason blocking it, Jason punching Zoff. Then Jason lunging forward and throwing several punches, followed by the sound of cracking bones, and Zoff spewing blood and falling to the ground. Some observant students noticed that the hard marble floor beneath Zoff's chest, where his chest had caved in, was covered in a web of tiny cracks emanating from Zoff's body. One move, knocking out Zoff, the 9th-ranked 9th-level spiritual power user in the elite hall, his life hanging in the balance. The commotion attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone, including Xiaobo, was stunned, staring in disbelief at Jason standing there calmly. The room was filled with an eerie silence. Those who had been trying to dissuade earlier were now in a daze, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief at what had just transpired. Garo, who had been defeated by Zoff earlier, now stared at Jason with sparkling eyes. Although Jason had defeated Kate in yesterday's duel, who had been at the 8th level of spiritual power for more than half a year, according to Xiaobo, Jason and Kate were only 1 level apart, which was understandable. But now, the person before him was Zoff, who ranked 9th in the elite hall, had been at the 9th level of spiritual power for more than a year, and was about to become a first-order spiritual apprentice. Even if Zoff had just fought with Garo and had spent a lot of energy, he shouldn't have been knocked unconscious with a single punch, right? Everyone in the elite hall knew Zoff's strength. The 9th ranking in the hall was not something that could be obtained casually, but was earned through challenges. To defeat Zoff with one move? Was that possible? If so, was this Jason really just a 7th-level spiritual power student? Even a first-order low-level spiritual apprentice might not be able to defeat Zoff so easily. More importantly, everyone present had come from the 7th level of spiritual power. When could the 7th level of spiritual power easily break through the 9th level of spiritual power's defenses? However, to shatter Zoff's sternum, smash a table made of iron wood with his falling body, and leave such terrifying traces of destruction on the ground. Such immense power was even more terrifying than a full blow from a 9th level spiritual power student. Did a 7th level spiritual power student have such terrifying strength? Jason glanced coldly at everyone present, his gaze piercing into their hearts like a knife. 9th level of spiritual power, is that all there is to it? Everyone present stared blankly at Jason. Facing this sentence from a 7th level spiritual power student, no one dared to say a word of disagreement. Because Jason's previous blow was too shocking. Just as everyone was stunned, a commotion suddenly came from the doorway, and then a group of people walked in directly. The leader was a girl in red leather armor, about 18 or 19 years old, with black hair draped behind her head and a hint of heroism between her eyebrows. A short sword was slung across her waist, and below the red short leather skirt were a pair of red leather boots, giving the whole person an extremely fresh and heroic feeling. Behind her were 3 teenagers, either carrying bags or holding weapons, all covered in dust. To Jason's surprise, his roommate Carrot was among the 3 teenagers. Sister Linda. Seeing the black-haired woman, everyone present came back to their senses from their daze and stepped forward to greet her, their tone filled with a hint of respect. This Linda was the number 1 in the elite hall of Sith's Spiritual Power Academy. Her strength had reached the intermediate level of a first-order spiritual apprentice, and she was a 9th level spiritual medicine apprentice. At Sith's Spiritual Power Academy, any student who reached the first-order spiritual apprentice level could graduate. However, like Linda and Xiaobo, although they had both reached the first-order spiritual apprentice level, their spiritual medicine studies were only at the 9th level. Therefore, they could choose not to graduate and wait until they became a first-order spiritual medicine apprentice before graduating. The academy would not make things difficult for them. What's going on? I just came back from a mission, and I'm greeted with this scene? Seeing the smoky situation in the room, the girl at the head couldn't help but frown slightly, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. After her gaze swept over the crowd, it finally settled on Xiaobo's face. Xiaobo, how did Zoff offend you? Why did you use such a heavy hand? In Linda's eyes, among so many people present, only Xiaobo had the strength to injure Zoff like this. At this time, the people who had come back to their senses were also busy helping the unconscious Zoff up. Seeing Zoff's miserable state, Linda couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in her heart. The joy of completing the task had faded a lot at this moment. He attacked first. It was just self-defense. Regarding Zoff's sudden attack earlier, Xiaobo still had a trace of anger in his heart. Fortunately, Jason blocked Zoff's attack. Otherwise, Xiaobo would probably feel guilty if he was injured here. Self-defense? Linda's gaze swept around the room, and then fell on Jason, who was standing there indifferently. Carrot, who was in the crowd, had already noticed Jason standing there. Behind Linda, he was grinning and winking at Jason, although he didn't know how Jason would appear here. Seeing Linda's questioning gaze, someone immediately told Linda what had happened earlier. Because Xiaobo and Jason were both present, there was no embellishment in the whole process. But the tone was still more towards Zoff. After all, Zoff, as a member of the elite hall, was beaten into this state by Jason, an outsider, which made the people present feel quite uncomfortable. After hearing what the student said, Linda carefully looked at Jason again, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes as she looked at Jason, and then she became as cold as ice. You are the guy who injured Zoff? Only 7th level of spiritual power. What exactly is going on? And Carrot, who knew Jason the best, was shocked. Damn, didn't Jason just break through to the 6th level a few days ago? When did this guy reach the 7th level of spiritual power? And he beats off into this pig-headed look? This is too exaggerated. However, despite his surprise, Carrot still stood behind Linda and secretly gave Jason a thumbs up. Completely ignoring the gloomy look on the faces of the two people next to him after hearing the student say that Zoff was injured by an outsider, Jason stopped Xiaobo, who wanted to explain, and stepped forward and said, I just didn't like him, that's all. Jason, who was not a member of the elite hall, was not interested in Linda, who was arrogant and fiery as soon as she came in. This girl, who looked like a spoiled young lady at first glance, was the girl that Carrot had always told him about, the one he liked and had been pursuing. Her character wasn't that good either. Jason shook his head secretly in his heart. The coldness in Linda's eyes was even worse, and her gaze fell on Xiaobo, her tone still carrying a trace of blame. Xiaobo, you brought Jason here. No matter what, Zoff is also a member of our elite hall. To be beaten into this state by a low-level student, is this what you, the number 2 in the elite hall, have been doing in the days I've been away? Hee, Sister Linda, I believe Jason is not such a person, and I think it was just an unintentional mistake. Let's just forget about it. Seeing that Linda seemed to be angry, Carrot hurriedly stood up and smiled at Linda, and then gave Jason 2 winks, meaning don't be so stubborn. Just say a few nice words. Linda's face sank. Carrot, this is none of your business. You stand aside. Carrot continued to smile. Sister Linda, Jason is my roommate. Carrot, don't you even listen to me? I told you to stand aside, didn't you hear? Linda directly interrupted Carrot's words, stepped forward, and looked at Jason coldly and said, Boy, I won't make things difficult for you, but you injured a member of our elite hall, considering that we are both students. As long as you break the hand that injured Zoff and then apologize, our elite hall will not pursue this matter. Xiaobo and Carrot's faces both changed, while Jason's face was still indifferent. Linda waved her hand dismissively, her voice cold and resolute. Carrot, you need to leave now and rest well. After being out for so many days, I can see you are exhausted. If you continue to speak on his behalf, do not blame me for turning against you. Carrot's entire body stiffened momentarily. It took him a while to regain his composure. He cast a complex glance at Linda before silently stepping in front of Jason. You. Linda's brow furrowed, her tone laced with anger. She had not anticipated that Carrot, who had always obeyed her commands, would defy her now, standing in opposition to her. Though aware of Carrot's quiet affection for her, Linda, with her noble lineage and superior strength, had never considered him a suitable match. Surrounded by far more exceptional peers, she had merely treated him with casual indifference, despite a flicker of fondness in her heart. At that moment, Carrot's unexpected rebellion felt like a cherished toy being snatched away from her, igniting a surge of indignation within. Carrot, you come here this instant. Linda's voice erupted, otherwise. I will deal with you too. Carrot shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he looked at the furious Linda. Jason is my brother. To confront him is to confront me. Carrot had always believed that his kindness towards Linda would earn her consideration, but as she silenced him without a second thought, he realized his efforts had granted him no standing in her eyes. In that moment, he understood that the girl he had once adored was drifting away from him. Yet he felt no regret. Observing Carrot's bittersweet smile and unyielding stance, Jason felt an inexplicable wave of emotion swell within him. In his previous life, Jason had risen from nothing to the pinnacle of the continent, surrounded by enemies, subordinates, and allies, yet he had never known true friendship. Now, gazing at Carrot and Xiaobo standing before him, he suddenly recognized that his rebirth had not only been about gaining power. It also encompassed the pursuit of genuine camaraderie, something he had lacked in his past. Carrot, you. Linda's gaze pierced through him, revealing her unmasked fury. Linda, that guy is utterly unreasonable. How dare he disregard your words? A youth standing behind Linda stepped forward, his eyes glinting with malice as he addressed Carrot. Love, ranked fourth in the elite hall, was one of the most promising students, just like Carrot, in his pursuit of Linda's affection. Seizing the opportunity, he sought to undermine Carrot. Very well. Since this fool refuses to act, we in the elite hall shall not allow ourselves to be bullied, Linda declared, her eyes scanning the room. The members of the elite hall exchanged glances, hesitant after witnessing Jason's formidable prowess. Despite Linda's fury, none dared to confront Jason. You all. Linda's frustration boiled over as she observed the reluctance of her peers to act. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd, compelling the members of the elite hall to lower their heads, unable to meet her eyes. Confronting Jason? That would be tantamount to courting death. The display of his strength had left them trembling, and the unconscious Zoff served as a grim warning. Seeing Linda's exasperation, Jason couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he spoke loudly. So, Linda, you truly believe this elite hall belongs to you? It exists to foster competition and growth among students. And you are merely the strongest at this moment. The others here are valiant youths, equal to you, not subordinates to follow your orders. Should they surpass you one day, you will find yourself just another ordinary member. As Jason's words rang out, the majority of the elite hall students lowered their heads even further. What did you say? Lav stepped forward, weapon in hand, directing his disdainful gaze at Jason. Since no one else dared to act, he seized the moment to assert his dominance. Eager to impress Linda by humiliating Jason, I will make Linda see who truly protects her, he thought, exhilarated at the prospect. But before he could act, Xiaobo emerged, his expression dark, standing firmly in front of Lav. Back off, Lav. This is not your place to speak. He then turned to Jason, offering an apologetic smile. Xiaobo had intended to showcase Jason's abilities, but felt guilty that it had devolved into chaos. His temper, usually mild, flared as he watched others seek to provoke Jason, a man whose strength had already saved him from Zoff's attack. Unlike the others who feared Linda, Xiaobo, having achieved the 9th level in alchemy, felt no trepidation. He might be a low-level apprentice compared to Linda's intermediate status, but he was resolute in defending his brother. Seeing Xiaobo stand before him made Lav take a hesitant step back. He could only boast against the weak, but against someone like Xiaobo, he felt intimidated. Xiaobo, are you really opposing me? Linda's voice, once filled with fury, softened slightly. Being the top-ranked student in the elite hall and a mid-level apprentice at just 19, Linda was no fool. It's not that I wish to oppose you, but if you insist on targeting my friend, I cannot back down. If you have the ability, then have the academy remove me from the elite hall, Xiaobo said calmly, then turned to Jason and Carrot. Let us go. Xiaobo, what if I insist on keeping that guy here? Linda's eyes narrowed, her expression fierce and unyielding. As it stands, Linda understands that this is no longer merely about disciplining the fellow, but a contest between herself and Xiaobo. Should she yield today, many in the elite hall will cease to respect her, let alone obey her commands. Xiaobo observes Linda, his expression unwavering and his gaze as steadfast as a mountain. Then try your luck, he says. Though you are a woman, I assure you, I will not hold back. The top spot in the elite hall. Yes. I'd like to taste what that's like. If I were you, I would certainly not choose to fight. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, Jason steps forward, his eyes gazing deeply at Linda. Do you not feel a subtle ache in your meridians with each battle now? It began in your abdomen, gradually spreading throughout your body. And your initial mid-level first-order strength has diminished to low-level first-order, or even lower. How do you? Hearing Jason's words, Linda, previously full of anger, stares at Jason in utter shock, her tone filled with disbelief. Jason smiles slightly and continues, if I am not mistaken. You should have several green spots on your abdomen now, and each time you fight, Those spots will throb, with faint green lines emerging and spreading throughout your body. In your current state, it is impossible for you to defeat Xiaobo, not to mention that strenuous combat will exacerbate your condition. I advise you to seek medical attention as soon as possible. This ailment, while not life-threatening, only causes intense pain and affects one's strength, but for a woman, if not treated promptly, it could lead to the inability to conceive. If Linda's expression was one of shock before, now she looks as if she has seen a ghost, her eyes wide, her cherry lips slightly parted, her expression tense, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Even a hint of dread. Seeing Linda's reaction, Xiaobo and the others stare at Jason in astonishment. From Linda's expression, they all understand that what Jason said is likely all true. But when did Jason become so proficient in healing? Carrot, standing aside, appears somewhat lost. No wonder he felt Linda was acting strangely during this mission, as if she hadn't been displaying her true strength all along. So that's how it was. Let's go? Jason, after glancing at the astonished Linda, walks out of the elite hall's room with Xiaobo and Carrot. This time, Linda, in her state of shock, doesn't even dare to stop them, because everything Jason said earlier struck her heart. Linda, who had been troubled by the sudden appearance of this condition on her body, was utterly shocked that Jason had revealed such a secret. Oh, by the way, just as the three of them are leaving the elite hall's entrance, Jason suddenly turns around and says, "Women inevitably have those days of the month, but it's best to keep your temper down, or the condition will spread even faster." This time, Linda is so astonished that she can't even speak, just staring with wide eyes, her face pale, her mind in a daze. Chapter 39. Teaching Xiaobo. Jason, is what you just said true? How do you know Linda is unwell? As soon as they exited the elite hall, Carlotte was eager to inquire, while Xiaobo looked at Jason with equal curiosity. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Jason chuckled. Is it really that difficult? Did you not notice the scent emanating from Linda? Scent. Carlotte and Xiaobo exchanged puzzled glances, and then Carlotte's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Are you referring to her natural fragrance? Jason shot Carlotte an exasperated look, suppressing the urge to give him a good knock on the head for his jumbled thoughts. She carries the delicate aroma of the ethereal flower. Moreover, have you noticed the faint green glow at the tip of her right finger when illuminated from behind? That is a remnant from prolonged contact with the green charm stone. More importantly, when she is angered, a subtle green mist appears on her face. Carlotte and Xiaobo exchanged glances once more, while Jason turned his attention to Xiaobo. Upon seeing the look of confusion in Xiaobo's eyes, Jason couldn't help but sigh. As a 9th-tier alchemist, Linda must concoct 3 different types of low-grade first-tier potions to advance to a first-tier apprentice. Among all low-grade first-tier potions, the ethereal flower is a primary ingredient in the pain-relieving potion, designed to rapidly lower the temperature around a wound to alleviate pain and slow the spread of infection. Hence, its medicinal properties are extremely cold. The green charmstone is one of the foundational materials for crafting charm poison, containing a faint neurotoxin that becomes more active when it encounters cold substances. At this point, Jason paused before continuing. If Linda had been working on either of these potions separately, she might have avoided trouble. However, she attempted to concoct both simultaneously, causing a chain reaction between the cold poison and charm poison, which made it easy to deduce that she had been poisoned. One of the most apparent signs of charm poisoning is a subtle green tint to the skin on her face. The conclusion is rather straightforward. As Jason elaborated, Xiaobo, who had also reached the 9th tier of alchemy, was left utterly astonished by Jason's profound understanding of potion properties. Carlotte, on the other hand, scrutinized Jason with a look of disbelief. After Jason finished speaking, Carlotte hesitantly remarked, "Wow, is this really the Jason I know? I remember your alchemy level being only 1st tier. Listening to you now feels like attending a lecture by a master alchemist." Jason rolled his eyes at Carlotte. Among those in the academy, Carlotte had spent the most time with him over the past 2 years, and as he mentioned, Jason's official alchemy record indeed indicated he was still at the 1st tier, largely because he had not chosen to revalidate his status. Xiaobo regarded Jason with newfound respect. Initially, they had merely been acquaintances in the marketplace, but through their interactions, Xiaobo discovered that Jason consistently surprised him. After a moment of hesitation, a surge of inexplicable courage compelled Xiaobo to earnestly ask, "Jason, what effort do you believe I should invest to advance to a genuine 1st-tier alchemist?" Having been a 9th-tier alchemist for over a year, Xiaobo had interned at the Alchemist Guild in Talon City, learning a great deal. Yet he had struggled to successfully concoct 3 types of low-grade 1st-tier potions to become a true alchemist. After hearing Jason's earlier insights, Xiaobo was struck by the thought that perhaps Jason could guide him. The notion seemed absurd, yet he voiced it nonetheless. Jason pondered for a moment. Given the events of the day, he had genuinely started to consider Xiaobo a friend, and he decided to assist him. You have a faint indentation around your finger, indicative of long-term use of a medicine retrieval clamp. In the preparation of low-grade first-tier potions, the use of such clamps is not frequent. If I am not mistaken, you have been attempting to concoct the spirit-enhancing liquid used in weapon forging, which enhances a weapon's resistance to spiritual energy. Xiaobo was taken aback that Jason could deduce what he had been trying to concoct simply by glancing at his fingers. He felt a swell of astonishment and newfound confidence in Jason. The spirit-enhancing liquid is regarded as a potion of moderate difficulty among low-grade first-tier potions, but given your experience, you still possess a considerable chance of success. The primary reason you have yet to succeed lies in your failure to grasp the essence of potion making. The essence of potion making? Xiaobo's gaze reflected his confusion. Potion preparation is an exceptionally meticulous process. Even the slightest error or variation can significantly impact the outcome. Take the spirit-enhancing liquid as an example. Without delving into advanced concepts like spiritual control, let's focus on a simple detail. In the third step of preparing a standard batch of spirit-enhancing liquid, one must add 5 grams of fresh crystal leaf. Do you know how much that leaf weighs? Jason casually plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and inquired of Xiaobo. Xiaobo's face showed signs of uncertainty. Jason chuckled softly. If I am not mistaken, you weigh out 5 grams of crystal leaf using an instrument before each preparation. If that's the case, how can it be considered fresh? This alone will prevent you from ever concocting a high-quality spirit-enhancing liquid. Observing the leaf in Jason's hand, Xiaobo fell into contemplation. Low-grade first-tier potions are foundational in potion making, and with your current capabilities, it should not be overly challenging. The reason for your lack of success is that you have not optimized every detail, causing each attempt to fall short. While Xiaobo was lost in thought, Jason's mind seemed to drift back to his former life, recalling the time he taught his followers on the sacred mountain. Wow, this is impressive, Carlotte remarked, still in shock. Jason, how can I advance from a 5th-tier alchemist to a true alchemist? You? Jason glanced at Carlotte. If you do not first abandon your lazy habits, well, perhaps in your next life. Carlotte could not help but sigh dramatically. Jason, you needn't be so harsh. After all, I, Carlotte, am a notable figure at the Westies Academy of Spiritual Energy. Chapter 40. Cold Star Iron Crystal. After listening to Jason's words, Xiaobo respectfully bowed deeply to Jason. Seemingly enlightened, he hurriedly bid farewell to Jason and Caro before rushing towards the laboratory of the alchemy department at the academy. Meanwhile, Caro had been occupied with tasks outside for the past few days. Although he was astonished that Jason could defeat Zoff and possessed such profound knowledge in alchemy, his laid-back nature led him to feign seriousness upon learning that Jason had other matters to attend to. He decided to interrogate Jason later that night and swiftly returned to his dormitory for a good night's sleep. For Caro, nothing was more invigorating than rest. Once Xiaobo and Caro departed, Jason chuckled and shook his head. With other matters at hand, he made his way outside the academy. In short order, Jason arrived at a currency exchange near the academy, transferring 10,000 spirit coins to Xiaobo from his card. He then set off towards the western district of Talon City. As Jason moved forward, the surrounding buildings grew increasingly desolate. Exiting the bustling area of Talon City, he navigated through a maze of narrow alleys. After wandering for an indeterminate time, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of clanging metal. A wave of excitement surged within him as he turned a corner, spotting a dilapidated flag in front of a nearby building, upon which the words blacksmith shop were inscribed. This must be the place. Jason quickened his pace, entering the blacksmith shop where a young man, seemingly in his 20s, was vigorously wielding a massive hammer, striking a glowing red-hot iron block. The intense heat from the furnace enveloped him, beads of sweat glistening on his bronze skin as he remained utterly focused on his work, rhythmically hammering away. Behind him, an elderly man with a scruffy beard sat idly, fanning himself, his robe open, half asleep, his gaze placidly fixed on the young blacksmith. Upon seeing Jason enter, neither of them lifted their heads or even cast a glance in his direction. Is Mr. Teish here? Jason inquired. He had spent considerable time at the Alchemist Guild seeking information to craft a superior gravity pendant. He even paid for intelligence, ultimately discovering that the most renowned blacksmith in Talon City was the chief blacksmith of the Continental Chain Weapon Store, Shinbing. However, the finest blacksmith in Talon City resided in the west, known as Teish. It was said that Tej was born in Talon City and became the city's foremost blacksmith in his youth. He later traveled to the royal capital to study weapon forging, gaining great renown. After retiring, he returned to Talon City, but it had been a long time since he accepted any commissions. The old man finally glanced at Jason and said, "I am he. Young man, do you seek something from me? I would like to request your assistance in crafting an item." The old man chuckled softly. "This blacksmith shop is no longer in operation, so I advise you to take your leave." Jason smiled but remained silent, producing 2 potion vials from his person and placing them on a nearby shelf. One vial contained a vibrant red elixir, its surface shimmering with specks of light, resembling tiny flames dancing within. Beside it sat a blue vial, its deep color unassuming yet ordinary in appearance. "What is this?" Upon seeing the 2 vials, the old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He stood up abruptly, his expression shifting as he asked in a low voice, "May I inquire what you intend to forge?" The old man, despite his vast experience, could not suppress his excitement upon seeing the vials. The red elixir, known as the fire departure potion, and the blue one, the smelting potion, were both of low grade, one being a second-tier inferior item and the other a second-tier medium item. "It's a bracelet. I have provided all the materials myself. These 2 potions will be partially used in the crafting process, and the remainder shall serve as payment for your services, esteemed sir." "What do you say?" Observing the old man's fluctuating expressions, Jason stood confidently, aware of the immense allure the potions held for a blacksmith. When forging weapons, the required flame temperature varied based on the materials used. Ordinary iron could be forged with regular flames, but special materials necessitated exceedingly high temperatures. The fire departure potion was specifically designed to enhance flame intensity and temperature for blacksmithing. The smelting potion, on the other hand, aided in melting metals and special materials during weapon forging, improving malleability and strength. Though the fire departure and smelting potions were not of high grade, their preparation was complex. Most alchemists typically focused on potions that enhanced strength, treated injuries, or accelerated training, rarely venturing into those that aided blacksmiths. Hence, it was no wonder that even someone as worldly as Tej would be taken aback by their presence. "Very well." Tej pondered for a moment before succumbing to Jason's enticing offer. He called to the young blacksmith, "Star, your tasks for today are concluded. Please close the door." "Understood, master." The young man responded, striking the iron block one final time with a resounding thud, flattening it before plunging it into cold water for tempering. "Young brother, may I ask what kind of bracelet you wish to forge?" Tej inquired, his voice serious. A bracelet crafted using these potions would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Jason laid out several materials before the old man, including a piece of the philosopher's stone. "What is this?" Tej's eyes gleamed with excitement as he beheld the materials. Upon noticing a thumb-sized black crystal, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Is this Cold Star Iron Crystal?" The Cold Star Iron Crystal is one of the most precious ores in the continent. A renowned warrior once forged a sword using 50% Cold Star Iron Crystal, which fetched an astounding 15 million coins at auction after the warrior's demise, highlighting its rarity. The thumb-sized Cold Star Iron Crystal in Tej's hand had cost Jason an entire 100,000 spirit coins after scouring Talon City. Gazing at the materials Jason had presented, Tej was filled with wonder. Every piece, save for the largest one with a flickering shadow, was a prime material for crafting spiritual instruments. Little did Tej know that the combined value of all the materials displayed before him amounted to less than 1/10,000th of the value of the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 41. Gravity Pennant Star, you will assist me. After receiving the blueprints from Jason, Tiger glanced at them and went directly to the smithing forge. He picked up a vial of Empyrean fire elixir from the shelf and carefully poured a small amount into a hole in the forge. As the Empyrean fire elixir entered the hole, the raging crimson flames within the forge erupted in a resounding blast. The churning red flames instantly transformed into a pale cyan hue, with a wisp of white flame flickering at its core. The temperature in the entire workshop soared abruptly. Waves of heat ravaged the room, and beads of sweat quickly formed on Jason's face. Even with his strength, he could not withstand the scorching heat and involuntarily took a few steps back. "Excellent. The purity of this Empyrean fire elixir is remarkable," Tiger exclaimed. A surge of white light emanated from his body as he placed the materials on the forge and began to hammer them with great force. The incandescent light pulsed, channeling through the hammer into the materials on the anvil. The young man named Star, upon Tiger's commencement, also radiated a faint white glow. He assisted by adding materials, his luminescence far weaker than Tiger's. A spirit craftsman, Upon witnessing the dense white aura surrounding Tiger, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Jason's eyes. Tiger truly lived up to his reputation as the foremost blacksmith in Terran City. He was indeed a spirit craftsman. With him at the helm, Jason felt a surge of confidence. The intense heat within the workshop was almost unbearable even for Jason. Knowing that the forging process would take a considerable amount of time, he retreated to the inner room of the smithy, where the temperature was more tolerable. The inner room was filled with various materials and miscellaneous items, but despite the abundance, everything was neatly organized. Jason surveyed the room and found a clean spot to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Given the extended duration of the forging process, he decided to seize the opportunity to enhance his strength. He meticulously circulated his 7th grade spiritual power through his meridians, from the 1st to the 7th levels. The battle with Zoth had depleted the spiritual power in his 1st to 5th level meridians. This intense output and depletion of spiritual power had further refined his control over it. Now, circulating 7th grade spiritual power felt more fluid and effortless. He also noticed that each time his meridians were replenished after depletion, the spiritual power contained within was slightly greater and more robust than before. As Jason continued to cultivate, an indeterminate amount of time elapsed. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated in his ears. Jason's eyes snapped open. A surge of intense heat swept through the gaps in the walls from the outside. Immediately afterward, he heard Tiger's hearty laughter from the outer workshop. A treasure, a treasure. Ha ha ha. Jason stepped into the outer workshop to find it in disarray. Before Tiger, an unassuming, jet-black bracelet rested quietly. Waves of dense spiritual power emanated from it, gradually converging into the bracelet before disappearing. Tiger's forging skills were truly extraordinary. The bracelet before Jason was an exact replica of the design he had provided. Even the patterns on the bracelet were identical, without the slightest flaw. The bracelet's design was remarkably simple. An ordinary person might find the unremarkable, ebony object quite mundane. However, Tiger, the spirit craftsman who had forged it, understood the bracelet's true significance. The materials are simply extraordinary. Upon seeing Jason, Tiger could not suppress the admiration that surged within him. With each strike of his hammer, the released spiritual power seamlessly integrated into the materials. The materials themselves responded perfectly to his intentions during the forging process. As a spirit craftsman, Tiger had never heard of such a material, let alone seen it. He wondered where the young man had acquired such exquisite materials. Gently picking up the bracelet from the forge, Jason channeled a portion of his spiritual power into it. The spiritual power flowed smoothly through the bracelet without any loss, eventually being absorbed into its depths and concealed. Then, on a whim, Jason sent a wisp of his spiritual consciousness into the bracelet. Guided by his consciousness, the spiritual power he had previously infused returned to Jason's meridians from the bracelet. Jason nodded, his expression filled with satisfaction. As Jason put the bracelet away, a hint of reluctance arose in Tiger's heart. Having forged countless items throughout his life, this was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Although he did not understand the purpose of the bracelet Jason had commissioned, Tiger felt that it was the finest creation he had ever crafted. Well then, Elder, I shall take my leave. Having obtained what he desired, Jason did not linger. He waved goodbye to Tiger and headed towards the door, which Star had already reopened. Young friend, wait. Tiger called out, stopping Jason as he reached the doorway. Is there anything else, Elder? Jason paused, looking at Tiger with a hint of confusion. If you ever require anything else to be forged in the future, I hope you will bring it to me. I will exert every effort to fulfill your request, Tiger said, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Certainly, Jason nodded. As Jason left Tiger's smithy, he entered a small alley. After ensuring that no one was around, he took out a vial of colorless liquid, the most basic earth elemental essence. Jason slowly poured the earth elemental essence into the patterns on the bracelet. Then, he channeled a wisp of 7th grade spiritual power into the bracelet, guiding the liquid along a pattern on its surface. As the earth elemental essence completed a circuit on the bracelet, a faint gray light emanated from it before dissipating into the air. Jason put the bracelet on his wrist. He channeled a wisp of 7th grade spiritual power into the bracelet, guiding it along the path of the earth elemental essence. A barely perceptible gray glow flickered on the bracelet, and Jason suddenly felt his body grow heavy. Success! A surge of joy welled up in Jason's heart. As he gradually increased the 7th grade spiritual power flowing through the bracelet's patterns, the pressure on his body intensified. Beads of sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. After stabilizing the 7th grade spiritual power flowing through the bracelet, Jason happily began to walk towards his dormitory with heavy steps. The pattern through which the earth elemental essence had flowed was the gravity array that Jason had inscribed on the bracelet. If people of later generations were to discover that Jason had used the Philosopher's Stone to create a bracelet solely for inscribing a gravity array, it is likely that 80% of them would denounce Jason for squandering such a precious treasure. The remaining 20% would undoubtedly seek Jason out with blades in hand. After all, it was the Philosopher's Stone, a priceless treasure. Such a waste of such a magnificent treasure was an act that deserved divine retribution. Having crafted the gravity pendant, Jason embarked on his subsequent training regimen. In the aftermath of recent events, his reputation preceded him within the Zai's spiritual academy, with many regarding him with a palpable apprehension. Xiaobo sequestered himself within the alchemical laboratory for days on end, while Carrot, upon hearing of Jason's recent exploits, challenged him to a friendly contest. The result was, predictably, a draw. Upon confirming that Jason was indeed only at the 7th level of spiritual power, Carrot was rendered speechless. Had he known that Jason had not exerted his full capabilities, he would have been utterly demoralized. Thereafter, a crestfallen Carrot began to frequent the Academy's spiritual training facilities from dawn till dusk, often seeking guidance from his spiritual studies mentor, Obey Eyes. Carrot's transformation filled Obey Eyes with both bewilderment and delight. He held Carrot, a prodigy who had attained the 9th level of spiritual power at a young age, in high regard. However, Carrot's indolent nature had always been a source of frustration for Obey Eyes. Witnessing Carrot's newfound diligence, Obey Eyes was secretly overjoyed and imparted his knowledge without reservation. Despite his past as a 9th-order spiritual alchemist, Jason diligently attended Master Klein's alchemy lectures, as Klein imparted knowledge that had eluded Jason in his previous life. However, whenever Klein observed Jason attentively absorbing her lessons, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awkwardness, especially considering that she often witnessed her own mentor, Bispham, humbly seeking Jason's counsel in the laboratory. Choosing to ignore Jason, Klein inadvertently frustrated Jason's attempts to pose questions. Bispham continued to seek Jason's insights, treating him as an inexhaustible source of knowledge. He relentlessly bombarded Jason with inquiries, and Jason dutifully provided answers to the best of his ability. In doing so, Bispham came to regard Jason as a veritable alchemy maestro, constantly marveling at Jason's comprehension of elixirs and the medicinal properties of various ingredients. While not grandiose, the Zai's Spiritual Academy, as a primary institution, occupied a vast expanse within Terran City. Amidst the Academy's winding pathways, one could find secluded groves, stone steps, and babbling brooks, which were typically frequented by courting couples. However, the students of Zai's Spiritual Academy had recently noticed Jason engaging in a peculiar ritual. During his leisure hours, he would venture into the rear courtyard and perform frog jumps along the stone paths, his breath labored and sweat pouring down his face. News of Jason's activities quickly spread throughout the academy, leaving students utterly perplexed. What was Jason up to? Was this some form of cultivation? They had never heard of such a method. Intrigued and mindful of Jason's recent accomplishments and rapid progress, some students secretly shadowed him, attempting to emulate his frog jumps. However, much to their dismay, while Jason would quickly become flushed, breathless, and drenched in sweat, they could perform several circuits without even breaking a sweat. Given that these students had already reached the 5th level of spiritual power, frog jumps posed little challenge to them. After a period of experimentation, the curious students gradually dispersed, while Jason persisted in his daily frog jumping routine, relentlessly pushing his physical limits. Each time, Jason would exhaust every ounce of strength within him, often gritting his teeth and straining with all his might just to inch forward. The excruciating pain that coursed through his body was almost unbearable. Upon standing, his legs would tremble uncontrollably. After each circuit, Jason would sit in a meditative posture, utilizing his spiritual power to cleanse his meridians, muscles, and bones. Nourished by the spiritual energy, his fatigued body would greedily absorb the surrounding energy, eliciting involuntary moans of pleasure. Back in his dorm, Jason would immerse himself in the body-tempering elixir. His energy completely depleted, his mind would often go blank. Utterly exhausted, he would collapse into the wooden tub, allowing his spiritual power to circulate autonomously as he drifted into a deep slumber. The high-intensity training left Jason feeling physically drained, but he was gratified to sense his 7th-level spiritual power steadily increasing at a discernible rate. Moreover, His proficiency in alchemy was also rapidly advancing. Jason possessed an innate talent for alchemy that defied ordinary comprehension, constrained by his limited aptitude in his previous life. Jason had made little progress in controlling the reaction of his spiritual consciousness to elixirs. Now, however, drawing upon his understanding of elixir formulations and his past experiences, Jason combined the techniques of elixir formulation with the participation of his spiritual consciousness in the reaction. Through meticulous experimentation, he achieved a quantum leap in his perception and control of spiritual element reactions. Were Jason to participate in an alchemy assessment now, his mastery of alchemy would far exceed the first level. After several days of communication with Jason, Xiaobo arrived at Jason's dormitory, his face beaming with delight. Following Jason's guidance, Xiaobo had, through diligent study and experimentation, achieved a 1/3 probability of successfully formulating the spirit-attaching elixir. This accomplishment filled Xiaobo with elation. Coupled with his prior mastery of a first-order, low-grade elixir formulation, Xiaobo now possessed 2 first-order, low-grade elixirs. With further practice to improve the success rate of the spirit-attaching elixir, he would be able to seek verification from the Alchemist Guild and become a true first-order, low-level alchemy apprentice. However, Xiaobo was in no rush. After communicating with Jason, he realized that he had not fully grasped some fundamental aspects of alchemy. He had been diligently studying these concepts, consulting his alchemy mentor for clarification on any confusing points. If he still remained uncertain, he would turn to Jason for guidance. Unbeknownst to Xiaobo, it seemed that Jason's mastery of alchemy surpassed that of his own mentor. Jason could readily explain concepts that his mentor struggled to elucidate. This realization filled Xiaobo with astonishment. Xiaobo's progress further motivated Carrot, who became even more diligent in his training. Jason was delighted by Carrot's newfound diligence. And so, as time passed, Jason and those around him diligently trained, silently enhancing their strength. Chapter 43. The arena. Time elapsed swiftly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. This past month had been one of intense dedication for Jason. Filled with purpose and marked by a subtle, yet noticeable shift in his demeanor, a result of his burgeoning strength. Word had spread about Jason's chastisement of Zoff within the Academy's elite hall. Once confirmed, those who had attributed Jason's victory over Kate to mere luck were silenced. Unlike Kate, Zoff was a renowned figure within the Academy, one of the most promising candidates to ascend to the rank of a first-tier apprentice spiritualist this year. The mere thought of Jason subduing such a figure sent shivers down the spines of many, deepening their apprehension towards him. Constantly subjected to gravity training, Jason's cultivation advanced at an accelerated pace compared to his peers. Over the past month, he had relentlessly assailed his 1st to 7th meridians with 7th level force. Fortified by the restorative properties of the body-tempering elixir, his meridians had become exceptionally resilient, embodying both strength and flexibility. Jason had also experienced a growth spurt, adding 2 centimeters to his height. At 17, he now stood at 1 meter and 72 centimeters. His once gaunt frame had gradually filled out with muscle through rigorous training. His robust physique exuded an aura of youthful vigor and charisma, further amplified by his newfound notoriety, which had begun to attract the attention of several female students. However, after a month of training, Jason realized that frog jumps had become less effective. Despite the exertion under increased gravity, the intensity of the exercise had gradually diminished. His body, having absorbed a significant amount of energy, now required a more potent stimulus to further enhance its physical prowess. Jason knew that he was about to enter the most crucial phase of his violent spiritualist training, the final stage before reaching the first-tier apprentice spiritualist level. On this particular day, Jason appeared before the arena adjacent to the Spiritualist Guild in Terran City. Throughout the Stern continent, the number of spiritualist practitioners was countless. Commoners sought to elevate their social standing through spiritualist cultivation, while nobles aimed to bolster their power and influence within their families. However, the primary distinction between noble and commoner spiritualists lay in their training methods. Commoner spiritualists, upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, would often undertake tasks from the Spiritualist Guild to earn a living and hone their skills by engaging in combat with spiritual beasts in the wilderness or forests. Noble spiritualists, constrained by their social status, were relegated to alternative methods. The arena, established by the Spiritualist Guild, served this purpose. Within the arena, commoners or ordinary spiritualists would serve as sparring partners or punching bags for noble spiritualists, receiving compensation for their services. These noble spiritualists were typically affluent, Some ordinary spiritualists, seeking to advance their rank and gain practical experience, would also pay for sparring partners to refine their techniques. However, the reputation of being a punching bag or sparring partner was undesirable, and the remuneration was meager. As a result, most commoner spiritualists preferred to battle spiritual beasts in the wild or work as guards rather than participate in the arena. Those who frequented the arena were often burly commoners or spiritualists with limited talent and low spiritual power. Spiritualists with higher spiritual power were generally in demand. Earning money was not easy. Although the arena strictly prohibited fatalities during sparring, it was not uncommon for punching bags to be accidentally killed by spiritualists. This was often overlooked, with the spiritualists simply paying a small sum as compensation. As Jason entered the arena, he observed a considerable number of individuals lined up, awaiting selection by spiritualists. "Miss, I'd like to register." The registration desk was staffed by a tall girl with striking features, particularly her lively, dark eyes. Beside her, a lecherous-looking man, seemingly an employee, was attempting to flirt with her, a lascivious grin plastered on his face. "Sir, are you here to earn money or to hone your spiritual skills?" Noticing Jason's arrival, the girl exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to him, addressing the man beside her. "To earn money." Upon learning that Jason intended to be a punching bag, the man cast a disdainful glance in his direction. "I see." The girl hesitated. "Sir, you should be aware that earning money here carries a degree of risk. Perhaps you should reconsider." Despite Jason's more muscular physique, he still appeared relatively young at 17, lacking the imposing stature of others. The girl felt compelled to warn him. Having worked there for some time, she was well aware of the dangers, and someone like Jason would likely be overwhelmed quickly. "Monica, why waste time with this kid? Boy, if you don't want to die, scram. This isn't a place for children like you," the man interjected impatiently. Observing Jason's plain robe, the man sneered. "These money-grubbing fools have no sense of self-preservation. Is there a requirement for registration?" "Not exactly, but—" Monica began, attempting to dissuade him. "Monica, why are you wasting your breath? Here, kid, fill this out and go line up over there." The man grabbed a form from the counter and tossed it at Jason. "By the way, Monica, a new jewelry store opened near my place. They have some really nice stuff. When can I take you to see it?" "Ellie, you can't do that," Monica said, concerned. "Sir, I really think you should reconsider." "Don't worry," Jason replied, smiling at Monica. He picked up the form, filled it out, and handed it back to her. "By the way, what's the usual rate here?" 1 to 5 spirit coins. Seeing Jason's determination, Monica relented. "Hey kid, are you always this annoying?" the man exclaimed, irritated by Jason's repeated interruptions. Jason remained silent, his gaze turning cold. How terrifying. Ellie sensed a sudden chill in the air. He looked up and met Jason's eyes, his words catching in his throat. Good heavens, what a look. Ellie had only seen such a fierce gaze in the eyes of hardened spiritualists who lived on the edge, constantly prepared to draw their swords. Typically, those who came to be punching bags were meek and subservient, unlike this young man who, despite his age, exuded an aura of murderous intent. Despite feeling embarrassed in front of Monica, Ellie couldn't muster any arrogance under Jason's piercing stare. Jason scanned Ellie with his frigid gaze before turning and joining the line. "Monica, when can we go check out that jewelry store?" After witnessing Jason's departure, Ellie let out a long sigh, forcing a smile as she addressed Monica. Her voice involuntarily laced with a subtle tremor. Amidst the throng, Jason's gaze swept across the assembly. The majority awaiting selection were commoners, their physiques displaying considerable brawn. A minority comprised low-ranking spiritualists, those whose spiritual power had not reached the 5th level, rendering them unlikely to ever ascend to the rank of a first-tier spiritual apprentice. In essence, they were akin to commoners, albeit possessing greater strength and resilience. Intriguingly, 2 youths, seemingly at the 7th or 8th level of spiritual power, stood aside. Noticing Jason's gaze, they offered smiles, their eyes betraying a hint of deference and trepidation. "Do I know them?" Jason mused, perplexed by their demeanor. A sudden commotion erupted at the arena's entrance. Before Jason could react, the previously languid figures straightened, their faces taut, their eyes fixed forward. A dozen or so youths, resplendent in ornate attire, entered the hall. Their ages varied, and their gazes, imbued with arrogance, swept over the assembly as if appraising merchandise. Their attention converged upon the 2 spiritual youths. Well, 2 decent targets today," someone remarked, noting the unusual presence of 7th and 8th level spiritualists volunteering as sparring partners. "Jia Ping, Li Wang, is that you?" Three ostentatiously dressed youths emerged from the crowd, their expressions smug. Freeze you. Jiaping and Li Wang blushed, acutely aware of their humble origins. Their intent was merely to earn some spiritual coins to supplement their livelihoods, but encountering acquaintances in this setting was unexpected. They feared ridicule should word spread. Indeed, esteemed colleagues, Freeze addressed his companions. These two are distinguished students of the Sith Spiritual Academy. One is at the 7th level of spiritual power, the other at the 8th. Authentic and reliable, surpassing even myself. They are frequently commended by our instructors. Freeze chuckled, then approached Jiaping, patting his head. If you need funds, seek me out. As fellow students, a loan is hardly an issue. Your presence here tarnishes our academy's reputation. Imagine the disgrace if our instructors learned of their students serving as sparring partners in the arena. Freeze's laughter was ostentatious, eliciting mirth from his entourage. The two students lowered their heads, their faces crimson, wishing for the earth to swallow them whole. Jason, amidst the commoners, experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that the youth's familiarity stemmed from their shared affiliation with the Sith Spiritual Academy. Forgive me, everyone, Freeze proclaimed. Let us three avail ourselves of these two 7th and 8th level individuals. As classmates, I, Freeze, am eager to assist them. It pains me to see them in this predicament. The others exchanged knowing smiles. While finding sparring partners of that caliber was rare, they were unwilling to offend Freeze and his companions, who held some influence in Talon City. Over mere sparring partners. Allow me to inquire whether they are willing to be my sparring partners, a voice interjected. A towering man emerged from the crowd, standing before Freeze. Freeze, initially indignant, softened upon recognizing the speaker. Very well, let Brother Zack negotiate terms. Zack, Jiaping, and Li Wang exchanged uneasy glances. The commoners and low-ranking spiritualists nearby stirred, whispering amongst themselves. Jason surmised that Zack was the most formidable among them, likely possessing the strength of a mid-level spiritual apprentice. I am Zack, the man said, his fleshy face attempting a gentle expression. I merely came to observe, but I find you two quite suitable. Would you be willing to serve as my sparring partners? Rest assured, the price will be fair, if not generous. Perhaps not, Jiaping and Li Wang murmured, shaking their heads. They had heard tales of Zack's brutality in the arena, where he had caused numerous injuries and even fatalities. They were unwilling to risk severe harm for meager earnings. Do not fret, Zack boomed. I assure you, I will be gentle. As 7th and 8th level students. What is there to fear? The two youths remained unconvinced. Zack's gentleness was notorious in Talon City's arena. Damn it all, you lot are ruining my reputation, Zack roared, frustrated by their reluctance. Come with us, Freeze said, patting Jiaping's cheek smugly. What price do you ask? Jiaping and Li Wang hesitated, wary of Freeze's intentions. 5 spiritual coins, Freeze offered. That is too low, Jiaping protested. Commoners typically fetch 2 or 3 coins per session, while 2nd or 3rd level spiritualists earned 5. 7th and 8th level spiritualists usually commanded at least 10 coins. Too low? Freeze's countenance darkened. 5 coins is more than generous. If your classmates learn of your presence here, your standing in the academy will be compromised. Freeze's eyes glinted with malice. As a member of the nobility, he resented commoners like Jiaping and Li Wang attending the academy. He believed they were unworthy of sharing classes with him. Furthermore, Jiaping's diligence often earned him praise from instructors, further fueling Freeze's animosity. Now, seizing an opportunity, Freeze intended to exploit it to the fullest, aiming to humiliate them and spread the tale throughout the academy. Freeze felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, unperturbed by the potential disapproval of Jiaping and Li Wang. The two, their faces flushed, dared not to retort. Their greatest fear was the revelation of their vulnerability, of being mere targets in this cruel game. The more humiliated one becomes, the more sensitive they are, and their pride swells in equal measure, making them dread the loss of face even more. In the crowd, Jason could scarcely contain his indignation at Freeze's treatment of fellow students, particularly those from the same class. Excuse me, he politely urged the 2 burly civilians blocking his path, seeking to advance. What do you think you're doing, kid? Are you looking for trouble? The muscular civilians snarled, turning with menacing glares and raising their fists, their voices low yet filled with malice. Jason furrowed his brow slightly, gently pushing against the 2. To his surprise, the seemingly robust civilians stumbled several paces forward, creating a ripple of chaos among the throng. Damn it, you're asking for it. They barked, their anger palpable as they turned back, their expressions fierce. Yet Jason paid them no heed, striding directly towards Fries and his companions. Isn't it convenient? You three are just one short. Perhaps I could join you? Fries, anticipating a response from Jiaping and the others, was abruptly interrupted by a voice emerging from the crowd. He scoffed dismissively at first, but upon catching sight of Jason, he froze in astonishment. Who are you? Jason? Fries stammered, his face a mask of disbelief, eyes wide in horror. Good heavens, how did this fierce individual end up here? Chapter 45. Bargaining. The two companions of Fries, who had been standing there with smug expressions, froze upon seeing Jason, realizing that Jason seemed to know the group. The two furious men hastily unclenched their fists and retreated. What is the matter, Fries? Is it that my strength is too lacking, not up to par? Jason inquired with a smile, noticing Fries' stunned silence. Monica and Eli, staff members of the arena, had been observing the scene. When Jason emerged from the crowd, a hint of worry crossed Monica's face, while Eli felt an uncontainable joy, thinking, you dare to act arrogant in front of the masters? You're finished today. However, the next scene left Monica and Eli utterly astounded. Brother Jason, you jest. How could we dare to trouble you? Fries, who had previously been excessively arrogant, now wore an effusive smile. Indeed, Brother Jason, you must be joking. The other two Academy members standing beside Fries quickly echoed, their smiles radiant as if they were greeting long-lost parents. This sudden change baffled everyone around, leaving them in a state of confusion. How could this happen? Upon seeing Jason, Fries and his companions lost their bravado and wilted instantly. Fries believed he could bully Jiaping and Li Wang because they would not resist him. However, Jason was a different story. He was regarded as the most notorious figure at the Cis Spirit Academy, although the Academy forbade dueling. A single challenge from Jason could lead to dire consequences, especially when he had previously caused Baron Harvey's son, Kate, to vomit blood and lose consciousness in front of the city guards. Fries had witnessed the brutal scene firsthand. It was nothing short of horrifying. Moreover, rumors circulated within the Academy that Jason had brutally beaten Zoff, the 9th-ranked member of the Elite Hall, who had attained the 9th level of spirit energy for over a year, and managed to leave unscathed after facing the Academy's top master, Linda. Fries, well-versed in the noble circles of Talon City, understood Linda's formidable background, and the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. While others remained skeptical about Jason's confrontation with Zoff, Fries had seen the latter as pitiful state when he was brought into the infirmary, an image that was heartbreaking and tear-inducing. Fries, you dare to bully your own classmates? You're quite audacious, Jason remarked with a cold smirk. Oh no, we were merely joking, Fries hurriedly replied, plastering a forced smile on his face. Yes, we were just having some fun, the two behind Fries quickly chimed in, their expressions betraying their fear of Jason's earlier smirk. Suddenly, Fries seemed to remember something, slapping his thigh. Oh, I just recalled that my mentor was looking for me today. How could I forget? I'm terribly sorry, Brother Jason, but I must take my leave. With that, Fries flashed a smile at Jason, bid farewell to the surrounding crowd, and dashed away. His companions, cursing under their breath, pretended to have an epiphany. Right. I also remember the mentor wanted to see us. Fries, wait up, they shouted, chasing after him. What just happened? The onlookers were left bewildered as they watched Fries and his companions flee. Thank you, Jiaping and Li Wang expressed softly to Jason, their eyes filled with gratitude. The remaining spirit masters regarded Jason thoughtfully. Fries and his companions were known for their arrogance, and to see them intimidated was a clear indication that this young man was not to be underestimated. There is no need for such formality. Nevertheless, as students of the Cis Spirit Academy, your primary focus should be on enhancing your abilities. Once you reach the 9th level of spirit energy, you can undertake various tasks. The Academy also offers some low-paying odd jobs if you're in need of money. However, it would be unwise to compromise your health in pursuit of wealth, as it could hinder your progress in spirit cultivation, Jason advised earnestly. We understand. Thank you, Brother Jason, they replied gratefully before departing the arena. Hey kid, you seem to possess some skill. How about becoming my target? Zach, who had been observing the entire exchange, approached with gleaming eyes. Jason smiled lightly. Only if you can meet my price. 15 spirit coins, how does that sound? Zach tentatively proposed. Anything below 30 is non-negotiable. Zach's face displayed hesitation. Typically, 15 spirit coins would suffice for someone at levels 7 or 8, and the higher rates hovered around 20. However, the prospect of finally finding a target made him push his doubts aside. Fine. Zach agreed readily. Zach, Shouldn't you realize that someone at the 8th level only deserves about 15 spirit coins? This guy seems to be at a similar level to those two earlier. Zach, thrilled to have found someone willing to be his practice target, replied, "It is a bit pricey, but no one at levels 7 or 8 dares to accept my invitation. Plus, there are stronger opponents waiting here today. If you seek practice, you must be willing to invest. A weaker opponent will only lead to injury and yield minimal improvement." Moreover, as he spoke, anticipation flickered across Zach's face. When have you ever seen Freeze and his companions flee from a level 8 spirit user? This kid must possess something unique. Surveying the hall, it was evident that aside from a few individuals at levels 2 or 3, only a group of robust commoners remained. While they might not splurge excessively, they wouldn't mind spending a few dozen spirit coins for a practice partner. Zach retrieved 30 spirit coins from his pocket and handed them to Jason, grinning. "Here is your 30 spirit coins. I hope you can surprise me." Jason carefully stowed the coins away, smiling back at Zach. "I'm Jason. I look forward to your guidance. I hope you can also impress me and not let me down." Despite Jason's financial capability, he was unwilling to waste even a single spirit coin earned through hard work. Zach paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You're an interesting kid. Follow me. Let us see if you're worth the price." With that, Zach led the way toward the training room, and Jason followed closely behind. As I watched the receding figures of Zach and Jason, a sense of silent mourning enveloped everyone for the young lad, despite Jason's earlier display of formidable strength. Zach, after all, had recently slain a formidable foe of level 8 spiritual power. Although Jason appeared impressive, he was likely only comparable to that level at best, and it was possible that he would soon find himself incapacitated. Unbeknownst to everyone, Jason's heart was devoid of any fear. Instead, he brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming sparring session. Yes, let the tempest rage with even greater ferocity, Jason mused. Chapter 46. Exhilarating. The sparring chamber within the Spiritualist Guild's arena bore a resemblance to the training grounds of the Westies Mana Academy. It was a spacious room, spanning over 100 square meters, sparsely furnished with a few miscellaneous items relegated to the corners. The floor was paved with rough, sturdy granite, providing ample traction for any spiritualist to maintain control over their movements. Reaching the center of the room, Zach stretched languidly, shedding his outer garment to reveal a physique sculpted with sinewy muscles. Unlike the physique of a typical strongman, Zach's chest and back were a canvas of scars, each telling a tale of battles past. One particularly gruesome gash, reminiscent of a jagged blade's work, stretched a full 50 centimeters across his back, lending him an aura of ferocity. Noticing Jason's gaze drawn to his scars, Zach grinned, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. "These are the marks of honor I earned battling spiritual beasts in the wilds. Each one is a testament to a brutal encounter. See this one on my back? That's from a skirmish with a 3rd-tier advanced side main lion half a year ago. Had our captain not intervened, my life would have ended in those woods." Listening to Zach's account, Jason could envision the ferocity of the battle. 3rd-tier advanced spiritual beasts often surpassed 3rd-tier advanced spiritualists in strength, and Zach, a mere 1st-tier intermediate spiritual apprentice, would have stood little chance. Yet, a question arose in Jason's mind. Those who seek sparring partners in the arena are typically inexperienced nobles. With your experience, why would you need a sparring partner? "I hardly need sparring to hone my combat skills," Zach conceded. "However, I tend to expend excessive mana due to my inability to regulate my force. My primary goal here is to learn to control the magnitude of my power." A sheepish grin spread across Zach's face. Rest assured, that last fellow with 8th level mana was already in poor health. Coupled with my lack of restraint, I accidentally killed him, causing a heap of trouble. But don't worry, I've improved my control since then. While I still struggle at times, I'm unlikely to repeat that fatal mishap. Jason nearly choked at the reassurance. Some comfort, he thought. Even those who weren't initially apprehensive would be unnerved by Zach's scars and unsettling words. However, Zach's words had little effect on Jason. Gazing at Zach's scarred body, Jason licked his lips, a surge of excitement coursing through him. "Whenever you're ready." Jason's eyes gleamed with anticipation as 7th level mana coursed through his meridians. Zach paused, taken aback. In all his time searching for sparring partners in the arena, he had never encountered one so eager to begin. "This one is truly unique," he mused. "Brace yourself." Zach's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. An aura of deadly intent emanated from him, born from countless bloody battles. Thwack! Zach's right foot slammed against the granite floor, a sharp crack echoing in Jason's ears. Before Jason could react, Zack materialized before him, a blur of motion carrying an irresistible force. His fist hurtled toward Jason's chest. Phantom Step. A jolt of adrenaline surged through Jason. He activated the Phantom Step, his body blurring as he evaded the strike. Ripe despite Jason's efforts, Zack's fist grazed his left arm, tearing the fabric of his sleeve. A tingling sensation spread across the point of contact, followed by a searing pain. Jason frowned. Zack was unlike any opponent he had faced before. He had underestimated Zack's speed, assuming his bulky frame would impede his agility. Yet, Zack moved with remarkable swiftness, a testament to his life-or-death struggles against spiritual beasts. Zack exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. He had never encountered anyone capable of dodging his initial strike. A flicker of excitement ignited within him. This one must be formidable to have deterred Ferris. Pay attention, lad. Zack grinned, transforming into a phantom once more as he lunged toward Jason. Jason steeled himself, focusing his attention on Zack. His 7th-level spiritual sense expanded outward, attempting to anticipate Zack's movements. Whoosh! Zack's fist bore down on Jason. With heightened concentration, Jason shifted his weight, his body blurring as he retreated. Zack pressed his attack, matching Jason's pace. His fists rained down on Jason's chest and abdomen. The barrage of blows echoed through the room. Jason gritted his teeth, channeling his 7th-level mana to withstand Zack's onslaught. Huh! Zack roared, his right foot lashing out with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Jason was struck squarely in the chest and sent hurtling through the air, landing heavily on the granite floor. Huh! Jason exhaled, his face flushed from the exertion. Exhilarating! He groaned. Huff, huff. Zack, who had been panting and clutching his arms, nearly stumbled upon hearing Jason's words. In the arena of Talon City, where Zark was a familiar face, it was unheard of for a target to utter the words so delightful after enduring a brutal beating. Observing Jason's slightly gratified expression, Zark was thoroughly perplexed. Was this truly a target? Had he been too gentle earlier? Surely not, although he hadn't infused Jason's body with battle chi. He had still employed combat techniques to augment his attack speed and power. While Zark stood by, bemused, Jason was inwardly elated. The preceding pummeling had left his body racked with pain. Were it not for his prior emphasis on physical cultivation, an ordinary 8th-level spirit energy practitioner would have been incapacitated. However, Jason could also sense that as his body sustained injuries and generated intense pain, his 7th-level spirit energy was circulating and nourishing the wounded areas, producing a fiery sensation. Moreover, the body-tempering spirit fluid stored in his gravity pendant was coursing along his left arm, through his meridians, to the injured sites, repeatedly soothing the muscles, bringing a touch of coolness amidst the excruciating pain. This was the marvel of the Philosopher's Stone, capable of storing various attributes and states of power. Since Kairos returned to the dormitory, Jason had ceased lying in the wooden barrel infused with body-tempering spirit fluid for cultivation. Instead, he had channeled the fluid's unique power into the gravity pendant on his left wrist for more convenient application. The piercing pain from the injuries, the scorching sensation from the spirit energy's nourishment, and the cooling effect of the body-tempering spirit fluid coalesced, spreading throughout Jason's body, creating an indescribable tingling and itching sensation, leaving him in a state of unparalleled comfort. Even more astonishingly, after over a month of arduous training, Jason's 7th-level spirit energy in the 1st to 7th meridians had long reached saturation. Yet, after Zark's earlier assault, his 7th-level spirit energy had increased once more, giving him the vague sensation of breaking through to the 8th level. Again, Jason exclaimed, springing to his feet, stretching slightly, and feeling much of the pain subside. He extended another invitation to Zark. As the sacred fluid of the later violent spirit master faction, the body-tempering spirit fluid was indeed extraordinary. Capable of completely repairing shattered meridians overnight, it effortlessly mended Jason's mildly torn muscle fascia tissue in a short time. Roar! Jason's actions, while frustrating to Zark, ignited his ferocity. Jason's nonchalant demeanor after being struck invigorated Zark. With a smirk, Zark's face revealed a hint of haughty arrogance. His first-tier intermediate spirit energy rapidly circulated within his body. With a resounding roar, Zark's eyes widened, his figure surged, and he attacked Jason with savage intensity. Bang, bang, bang. Smack, smack, smack. Thump, thump, thump. Jason's body once again endured Zark's tempestuous onslaught. The fierce fists and leg strikes, like ocean waves, relentlessly crashed upon Jason, striking various parts of his body. Jason, like a tiny boat in a raging sea, rolled and swayed, constantly on the verge of capsizing. Boom. A muffled impact reverberated through the training room. Jason collapsed heavily once more, a trickle of blood snaking down from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, his internal organs had sustained some damage in the previous beating. Yet, Jason remained undeterred, his eyes gleaming with a brilliant light. After a brief respite, Jason somersaulted to his feet, stood firm once more, and shouted at Zark, again. Roar. Zark. Aching all over, panting heavily, and feeling unsteady on his feet, reddened at the sight of Jason's vigorous resurgence. Roar. He roared, charging forward like a tiger descending from the mountains. Instantly, the room filled with the sound of violent gusts, the wind generated by the rapid movement of bodies and fists. Bang, bang, bang. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, Jason was struck down again, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his figure somewhat unsteady. Yet, his eyes shone even brighter than before. The violent Spirit Master faction emphasized destruction and rebirth. Each injury, each recovery, might leave ordinary Spirit Masters with latent problems. But for Jason, it was a necessary process of constant tempering, ultimately achieving invulnerability. Each injury strengthened his body further, which was the madness of the violent Spirit Master. Again. Roar. Thump, thump, thump. Boom. Again. Thump. Bang, bang, bang. Falling and rising. Jason was an immortal warrior, constantly resurrected. If the body-tempering spirit fluid and spirit energy initially healed Jason's injuries quickly, now, with his body numb, his muscles aching, and occasional twitches, it was his will to become stronger that sustained him. Roar. Bang. With Zark's reddened eyes and a roar, Jason was blasted away once more. An irresistible force, like a high-speed drill, penetrated Jason's body, wreaking havoc within. With a splurt, a mouthful of blood gushed from Jason's mouth, and his bones emitted a chorus of fragile groans. Damn it! Zark, standing to the side, panting, covered in sweat, and feeling unsteady, paled slightly at the sight of Jason crashing heavily onto the hard granite floor. His bloodshot eyes, previously inflamed by Jason's repeated resurrections, returned to their original color in alarm. Zark, who had gradually grown furious and whose blood was boiling as Jason rose again and again, had failed to control his power in his previous strike, unleashing a full-force fist of first-tier intermediate spirit energy. Zark clearly remembered that the last 8th-level spirit energy practitioner had died under his fist because he hadn't controlled himself. Now, Zark was anxious. He admired the little fellow who had stubbornly risen in the face of his attacks. He had never seen or imagined that a 7th or 8th-level spirit energy practitioner could withstand such a fierce assault for so long. Cough, cough, Zark. Are you trying to kill me? Just as Zark was extremely nervous, Jason, lying on the ground, coughed twice, spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then, using his hands to support himself, shakily stood up. Damn it, he can still stand up after being beaten like that? Are you even human? Seeing Jason stand up at this point, Zark's face, which had been pale with tension and worry, turned green. Damn, this guy is too terrifying. Even I might not be able to get up after taking so many attacks. No more, no more. Seeing Jason about to speak, Zark hurriedly waved his hand, afraid that Jason would say again. The previous battle had left him exhausted, but, well, today's fight had been really enjoyable. Cough, cough, who said anything about fighting? Let me rest first. Having sustained a blow imbued with intermediate first-tier spiritual power from Zack, Jason settled into a cross-legged position directly in the sparring chamber. His body had suffered unprecedented damage, and his immediate need was to recuperate. To continue in his current state would be suicidal, a course of action Jason would likely eschew. Streams of 7th-tier spiritual power, imbued with the essence of body-tempering elixir, coursed through Jason's body, nurturing every inch of his injured tissues. The sensation of being reborn, though excruciatingly painful, was a source of profound pleasure for Jason. Observing Jason seated in recovery, seemingly unharmed, Zack felt relieved. The preceding battle had depleted his physical and spiritual reserves, leaving him feeling enervated. It was the first time Zack had felt such exhaustion from practicing in the arena. He promptly found a spot and began to cultivate. Chapter 48. Ascension to level 8. As Jason continuously circulated his spiritual energy, he lost track of time, feeling an invigorating sensation coursing through his body. The level 7 spiritual energy within all his meridians seemed to awaken with a restless impulse. A flicker of joy ignited within him as he focused his mind, repeatedly channeling the level 7 energy towards the entrance of his level 8 meridian. In the realm of consciousness where Zach resided, he sensed the spiritual energy in the training room fluctuating, seeping from the air and gradually flowing into Jason's still-closed eyes. Could it be an ascension of spiritual energy? Zach's face bore a hint of astonishment as he murmured to himself, "What kind of anomaly is this? How can he ascend while severely injured?" Typically, ascension occurs when a spiritual practitioner is in peak condition or has achieved a significant breakthrough. Yet, Jason had just endured a brutal battle, and he had been severely wounded by Zach himself. Zach stood silently, vigilant beside Jason, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity for ascension. If someone were to disrupt Jason's cultivation at this moment, it could potentially rob him of a remarkable chance to advance. Gentle currents of spiritual energy flowed around Jason's body, appearing serene, while within him, a fierce battle raged as countless level 7 energies relentlessly battered against the entrance of the level 8 meridian. Under the formidable onslaught of the level 7 energies, the entrance to Jason's level 8 meridian emitted a series of groans, trembling and shattering under the pressure. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the entrance burst open under a powerful surge of level 7 energy. Waves of this energy rushed eagerly into Jason's newly opened level 8 meridian, transforming within to forge an even more potent level 8 energy. As the warm spiritual energy gathered around Jason's exterior began to flow into him, the last remnants of energy fully entered his body. Jason's eyes abruptly opened, a glint of brilliance flashing within, and he exhaled a breath of stale air slowly. "Congratulations on your ascension," Zach said, extending his hand. This young man had earned Zach's respect, who had always looked down upon others. "Thank you," Jason replied with a smile, standing up with Zach's assistance. "No need for gratitude. I feel remorse for my earlier lack of control," Zach said sincerely. He referred to the last strike, which had contained an intermediate level 1 energy. Most level 7 or 8 practitioners would have been gravely injured or worse from such an attack, yet Jason had proven resilient. Due to his dedicated training, Jason's physical strength now surpassed that of an ordinary level 1 advanced practitioner, nearly reaching the standards of a level 2 spiritual master. This allowed him to endure Zach's strike with injuries that were neither too severe nor too light. Remarkably, his recovery had almost brought him back to full health, a feat that even a revered spiritual master could not achieve. Haha, there's no need to apologize. It seems you were right, Zach. Your control over your power indeed requires further refinement. I sense that once you fully entered combat, it became somewhat uncontrollable, Jason remarked with a grin. Zach chuckled. I am aware, but the previous sparring partners hardly pushed me to that extent. Thus, while I gained some practice, it wasn't significant, and I still occasionally miscalculated. Jason locked eyes with Zach, stating, I believe our arrangement can continue long-term. Zach stared at Jason, taken aback by his tattered appearance, bruises visible on his exposed skin. He shook his head, speaking earnestly. Jason, to be honest, I greatly admire your tenacity. I have no objections. But being frequently injured could hinder your training as a spiritual master. Someone of your caliber should not jeopardize their future for a few spiritual coins. Moreover, if you seek others, that's fine, but my strength is considerable, and today was merely a beginning. I fear your body may not withstand it in the long run. Zach's expression was filled with sincerity, having been deeply impressed by Jason's indomitable spirit. He believed Jason should not sacrifice his prospects for mere coins, and he voiced his honest feelings. As a spiritual master, Zach understood the long-term effects of persistent injury on one's training. I am aware of that, but do not worry. Today's experience is a form of training for you, just as it is for me. As for my body's endurance, you needn't fret. If you doubt me, shall we continue? In truth, Jason sought out Zach for a reason. Given his current physical state, typical attacks would yield minimal training benefits. The proximity of Zach's strength to that of a high-level practitioner was precisely what Jason required. This was why he had not approached Carrot or Xiaobo for training. More importantly, through their previous interactions, Jason had discerned that while Zach appeared rough and violent, he possessed a heart brimming with sincerity and camaraderie. No, not today, Zach exclaimed, hastily waving his hands, a hint of apprehension on his face. He had developed a certain fear of Jason, who seemed like an unyielding force of nature. Seeing Zach's expression, Jason and Zach exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter, feeling a newfound closeness amidst their shared mirth. After changing into a fresh outfit, Jason and Zach exited the training room together. Given Jason's repeated requests for more training and the time consumed by his recovery and ascension, it was already afternoon when they stepped outside. Since Jason and Zach entered, Monica had been somewhat distracted, feeling an inexplicable concern for Jason. The other spiritual practitioners who had entered alongside Zach had long since emerged, 2 commoners having been carried out, their ribs and legs accidentally broken by the spiritual masters. Yet, Zach and Jason had been inside for a considerable time, and as afternoon waned, there was still no news of them. Unexpectedly, it's taken so long. Come, let us head to the restaurant in the neighboring Spiritual Master Guild. I'll treat you to a meal, Zach said, patting his slightly hungry stomach as they arrived in the hall. Hee, there's no need for you to spend, brother Zach. Allow me to treat you, Jason replied, feeling hungry from the exertion. You? Perhaps not. It's the thought that counts. Zach glanced at Jason, knowing that while a meal wouldn't cost much, it was a significant expense for someone like Jason, who was training in the arena to earn a living. Zach likely couldn't fathom that, in terms of wealth. This young man possessed resources beyond his imagination. Monica, standing in the arena's hall, was suddenly enveloped by the sounds of Jason and Zach. To her astonishment, the two emerged from the training room, engaged in jovial conversation, with no visible signs of injury on Jason. As relief washed over her, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, Eli stood nearby, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that they had spent the entire day conversing in the training room? The duo wandered out of the arena, and as they reached the exit, Jason cast a fleeting smile at Monica before casting a chilling glance towards Eli. Eli shivered, his body trembling involuntarily. Chapter 49. The city steward, after finishing a meal at the Spirit Master Guild's dining hall and agreeing with Zach to continue training in 3 days, Jason made his way towards the Cis Spirit Academy. During his conversation with Zach, Jason learned that Zach was a member of the Blade Adventurer team from Terran City, which comprised 6 individuals, with their captain, Lin Yin, being the strongest among them, reputed to possess the strength of a low-level Tier 4 Spirit Master. Zach, being the younger brother of Baroque, the deputy captain and a high-level Tier 3 Spirit Master, was the weakest among the team. In Terran City, aside from the most powerful, Jones, a low-level Tier 5 Spirit Master, the number of low-level Tier 4 Spirit Masters, including Sahar and Bifam, did not exceed 10. The Blade Adventurer team, boasting a low-level Tier 4 Spirit Master, was quite renowned throughout Terran City. The reason why the noble offspring like Freeze held such fear towards the relatively weaker Zach was also rooted in this. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jason wasted no time and closed his eyes to meditate once more. At this moment, he needed to solidify his 8th-level spiritual energy stage and thoroughly heal his injured body. This was also the reason why he agreed with Zach to continue their training after 3 days. Jason understood that, despite appearing fine and his injuries seemingly not serious, many areas of his body had yet to recover fully. The brief period of earlier training had only addressed some of the major wounds, and he was still not completely healed from the finer details and minor injuries. He needed to utilize the next 2 days to achieve complete recovery before he could resume the harsh training regimen. While employing the violent Spirit Master method to circulate his spiritual energy and using the bodily enhancement liquid contained in the gravity pendant to mend his wounds, Jason continuously circulated his 8th-level spiritual energy through his meridians, absorbing the free spiritual energy elements from the air to enhance the purity of the energy within his 8th-level meridians. Time flew by rapidly. At this moment, Jason had completely forgotten his surroundings. Unlike before, when he would maintain a thread of spiritual awareness around his body, this time, having sustained injuries, he was entirely immersed in his training and healing, with his mind in a state of void, consumed solely by the determination and resilience of his practice. Now deeply absorbed in his endeavor, Jason forgot the pain of his injuries, the passage of time, his own existence, and all mundane thoughts of the world. In this peculiar state, he remained unaware that a significant amount of free spiritual elements in the air was converging into streams of spiritual energy, entering his body at a speed several times faster than during his previous training sessions. After an indeterminate period, Jason awakened from his practice, feeling a refreshing clarity in his mind. Upon examining his body, he was astonished to find that the injuries he had sustained seemed to have completely healed, showing no difference from before his injuries. To his surprise, the spiritual energy in his 8th-level meridians appeared to be fully saturated, the rich 8th-level spiritual energy circulating thoroughly within. Jason stretched his neck and limbs, climbing off the wooden bed to discover 2 pieces of bread, a ham, and a drink on the table in the corner, with a note tucked beneath the drink. Teacher Klein is looking for you. The handwriting on the note was somewhat crooked, and Jason immediately recognized it as his roommate Carrot's, whose writing had always been like that. Taking the food, Jason stepped onto the dormitory balcony, stretching languidly. His mind felt unprecedentedly clear, and his muscles felt incredibly resilient. Glancing at the sun hanging high in the sky, Jason was taken aback. It seemed he had trained for an entire day. After returning to his dormitory the previous afternoon, it was now the following midday. This was the first time Jason had trained for such an extended duration. Finishing the food Carrot had left behind, Jason took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed towards Teacher Klein's office, pondering what matters could compel her to seek him out. However, unable to fathom the reason for her inquiry, he soon redirected his focus elsewhere as he was approaching Klein's office. Knock, knock, knock. Jason stood outside Teacher Klein's office and raised his hand to knock on the door. Come in, came Klein's gentle and melodious voice from within. Upon hearing this, Jason pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, Klein was seated at her desk, engaged in conversation with others, with two individuals occupying the guest chairs before her. One was Linda, ranked first in the elite hall, whom Jason had met previously, clad in a grayish-blue leather armor, sitting upright. The other was an elderly man around 60, with a head full of grizzled hair, yet exuding an energetic demeanor, smiling as he looked at Klein, occasionally glancing at Linda with an affectionate gleam in his eyes. Upon noticing Jason's entrance, Klein turned her gaze towards the door and smiled. Jason, you're here. Carrot just mentioned you were meditating in your dorm. How has your training been lately? Thank you for your concern, Teacher Klein. I've been feeling quite well, Jason replied, nodding. I saw Carrot's note saying you needed to speak with me. Is there something I can assist you with? After hearing Jason's exchange with Klein, the elderly man immediately shifted his attention to Jason. Please, take a seat, Jason. In fact, it is Linda and this gentleman who are looking for you. Klein gestured for Jason to sit down and introduced him. Let me introduce you. You should know Linda. And this gentleman is Butler Meyer from the City Lord's Manor. Ah, Butler Meyer. This is the young man you were looking for, Klein stated. Indeed. It seems that heroes emerge from youth. The elderly man, Butler Meyer, said with a broad smile as he stood, addressing Jason. I am merely a humble steward, and I have come today to seek your assistance with a matter. Linda stood up alongside Meyer, her head lowered, occasionally casting glances at Jason, her expression revealing reluctance, a hint of defiance, and an undercurrent of anticipation. Thank you for your courtesy, sir. May I inquire what brings you to seek my help today? Jason replied, maintaining his composure and not allowing the elder's status to alter his demeanor. Upon seeing Linda and the elder together, Jason had already begun to suspect the nature of the elder's request. However, upon hearing Klein refer to him as the steward of the City Lord's Manor, Jason felt a slight surprise within, though he did not allow it to show on his face as he glanced at Linda standing behind the elder. Chapter 50, I can heal, haha. Young brother Jason, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. I've heard that you recently discerned the ailment afflicting Linda, so I have come to inquire if you possess a means to treat her. Upon finishing his words, Meyer gazed at Jason with eager anticipation, while Linda, standing behind Meyer, was equally filled with hope. Jason hesitated slightly. There is a method, but, observing the troubled expression on Jason's face, Meyer mistakenly assumed that Jason sought some form of compensation, which immediately diminished his regard for the young man. As the steward of the Lord's residence in Talon City, Meyer believed that even nobles deserved a measure of respect. How could someone as minor as Jason be so ungrateful? However, Meyer concealed his thoughts and smiled at Jason. Young brother, please articulate your needs. As for compensation, if you can provide a remedy for Linda, our Lord's residence will reward you with 500 spirit coins. But do keep in mind, Linda is the daughter of Lord Sonus of Talon City. Her health must not be compromised. Unbeknownst to Jason, the entire Lord's residence had been in turmoil due to Linda's condition. Initially, Linda did not pay much attention to her symptoms until the day Jason spoke with her, which instilled a sense of dread. After much deliberation, she confided in her father, Lord Sonus. Upon learning of Linda's condition, Sonus was understandably frantic and summoned 2 physicians from the residence to conduct an examination. However, the physicians merely suggested that she might have been poisoned, leaving them unable to propose specific treatments. They prescribed basic therapeutic and detoxifying potions, but while there was some improvement, she did not fully recover. In his desperation, Sonus called upon all renowned physicians in Talon City. After examining Linda, The so-called famous doctors exchanged glances, failing to offer any concrete solutions, which infuriated Sonus, leading him to pound the table in frustration and berate them as worthless. Throughout these days, the atmosphere in the Lord's residence was one of despair, and Linda was left to manage her condition with basic potions. This morning, Linda suddenly recalled how Jason had immediately recognized her condition, and she shared this with Sonus. Hoping that Jason might possess a remedy, Sonus instructed Meyer to escort Linda to the Zeiss Spirit Academy to find Jason. Not being very familiar with the Zeiss Spirit Academy, Meyer sought out Klein, who taught Jason in the field of herbalism. After inquiring with Jason's friends and mentors, Klein eventually located Jason through Carrot, who informed him that Jason was practicing in his dormitory. Out of consideration for Jason, Klein did not immediately rouse him. In fact, when Jason arrived at Klein's office, Meyer and Linda had already been waiting for over an hour. Although Klein did not insist on waking Jason, Meyer, feeling anxious, hesitated to speak up. Upon hearing Meyer's words, Jason quickly realized that she had misunderstood. He refrained from explaining further and simply stated, "I can treat Linda's condition, but the process will require her cooperation." "Jason, do you feel confident?" Klein interjected, concerned. "Linda is not an ordinary individual. If you heal her, it would be fortunate. However, if you fail or exacerbate her condition, even my mentor, Biffam, would find it challenging to defend you. Rest assured, Professor Klein." Sensing Klein's concern, Jason expressed gratitude with a glance, his words imbued with confidence. "Very well, we agree to your terms." Meyer nodded at Linda before inquiring, however, "What will you require to treat her, despite being merely a youth?" Jason still elicited some unease in Meyer, yet he felt he had no alternative but to place his hopes in this desperate situation. "Haha, there is nothing much needed. Please follow me to the laboratory shortly. I need to concoct some materials and conduct a preliminary treatment for Linda." Jason replied with a smile, then turned his gaze to Linda. "Linda, have you continued preparing the wound healing and charm poisons?" "Yes. How did you know I was preparing those?" Linda's face was filled with astonishment. Overwhelmed by her illness, Linda had initially harbored resentment towards Jason. However, upon hearing he could actually cure her, her animosity began to dissipate. Now, Jason's knowledge of her recent preparations filled her with amazement and curiosity. "These 2 potions should be set aside for now. Your ailment stems from their preparation. With your abilities, advancing to a novice herbalist by learning to concoct some simple first-tier potions should pose no challenge." Jason smiled gently, then proceeded to the door. "Let us head to the laboratory now." Thus, Klein, Meyer, and Linda followed Jason out of Klein's office. "Isn't the herbalism laboratory located over there?" Linda inquired. Noticing that Jason was heading towards the rear of the academy instead of the left side where the laboratory was situated. "We are not going to the herbalism laboratory," Jason replied calmly, providing no further explanation as he swiftly approached the door to the office of the academy's president. Meyer and Linda watched in astonishment as Jason retrieved a key from his pocket to unlock the door. While they were taken aback, Klein followed Jason naturally, aware that he possessed the key to the president's office. After a moment of hesitation, Meyer and Linda hurriedly caught up, passing through the president's office. Meyer cast a complex glance at Jason, her murky eyes suddenly sparkling with intrigue, her thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, Linda's curiosity about Jason intensified. Upon crossing the president's office, a small courtyard emerged before them. This was Biffam's laboratory within the academy. To facilitate communication with Jason, Biffam had entrusted him with a set of keys to both his office and laboratory, which Jason graciously accepted for the sake of convenience. After all, the herbalism laboratory at the academy required funding, and the available materials were rather basic, primarily used for student experiments. In contrast, Biffam's private laboratory contained a wider array of materials, including some rare components. Klein, well acquainted with Biffam's laboratory, settled Meyer and Linda comfortably, pouring them each a cup of tea before engaging them in conversation, while Jason adeptly gathered materials from the cabinet to begin his preparations at the workbench. During their chat, the seasoned Meyer and Klein conversed animatedly, though Meyer frequently cast glances toward Jason, her eyes occasionally flickering with unspoken thoughts. Linda observed the laboratory of Biffam with a sense of curiosity. As a fourth-tier alchemist, the array of items and materials within was remarkably diverse and comprehensive, leaving Linda in a state of awe and envy. Chapter 51. The sensuous treatment in a swift moment. Jason completed the preparation and approached Linda with a vial of vibrant crimson elixir. "You must take a small dose of this elixir daily. Its contents should suffice for approximately 15 days. Once it is depleted, return to me for another vial. After consuming 2 vials, your condition should improve significantly. He handed the elixir to Linda. Indeed, it is correct to consume the detoxifying potion daily. However, this potion merely alleviates the progression of your ailment without offering a complete cure. Furthermore, your continued studies in crafting both analgesics and charm toxins have led to an accumulation of toxins within your body. Remember, the combination of analgesics and charm toxins should not be prepared together for extended periods. Upon hearing Jason's words, Linda nodded, while Klein, though puzzled by the toxic implications of combining the 2 potions, respected Jason's profound knowledge of pharmacology, which even her own mentor held in high regard. Observing their expressions, Jason sighed inwardly. In this age, despite the flourishing and rapid development of potion making, it remains woefully primitive compared to 3 millennia hence, where even the most rudimentary concepts of potion crafting are beyond comprehension here. Now that the elixir is prepared, I shall proceed with the external treatment. Linda, are you ready? Jason's gaze became solemn as he addressed her. Influenced by his demeanor, Linda's expression turned serious as well. The torment of her illness had stripped her of the confidence she once displayed before Jason, rendering her as gentle as a neighborhood girl. A stark contrast to her former self. Please lie down on that bench, Jason instructed, gesturing to a nearby long seat. Without protest, Linda complied and reclined upon it. Without hesitation, Jason moved closer and began unfastening the clasps of her leather armor at her chest. What are you doing, Jason? Is this necessary? The previously silent Meyer exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm, while Klein wore a look of confusion. Linda, however, merely flinched but remained silent. I must treat the afflicted area directly. If you disagree, I can forego the treatment, and you may seek alternatives, Jason replied, his demeanor unchanged as he turned to Meyer. Meyer hesitated, her gaze falling upon Linda. Deeply anxious to see Linda healed, she struggled with the notion of exposing her to another. Having cared for Linda as if she were her own daughter throughout their time in the Lord's Manor, she felt torn. Let him proceed with the treatment, Linda interjected. Her voice firm despite the tension, revealing her determination. As a woman, she understood the significance of her own body. Yet the pain wrought by her illness had made Jason her only hope. Clenching her teeth, she resolved to allow the treatment, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Throughout this exchange, Jason's expression remained steady. With both Linda and Meyer in agreement, he continued to unfasten her armor. Soon, the gray leather was removed, revealing her delicate pink undergarment, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Upon unveiling her abdomen, Jason noted the alarming sight. Small green spots, akin to green bean seeds, dotted her navel, with thin green tendrils spreading across her pale skin, an ominous sight indeed. Both Meyer and Klein gasped at the sight, while Linda bit her lip. Silent yet resolute, Jason furrowed his brow, realizing Linda's condition was more severe than he had anticipated. He retrieved a vial of basic fire element liquid from the lab table, poured a small amount into his palm, and gently pressed it against her abdomen. Massaging the elixir into her skin, Linda shuddered at his touch, her usual fierceness dissolving as she became a vulnerable woman under his care. A surge of 8th-level spiritual energy coursed through Jason, infused with the essence of bodybuilding liquid, entering Linda's body through his hands. As the warmth radiated from his palms, Linda felt the chill and pain within her abdomen dissipate, her pores seemingly opening in response. Ah, she involuntarily gasped, the sound echoing in the stillness of the lab, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Klein and Meyer feigned ignorance, maintaining their focus on Jason, who poured every ounce of his energy into the treatment. Linda, fighting the urge to vocalize her comfort, bit her lip hard enough to leave distinct imprints. All done, Jason announced, withdrawing his hands after several thorough massages. He wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. The exertion required to channel spiritual energy for healing was taxing, and he felt drained. Yet, he also recognized that his current abilities were limited. As he advanced to a first-level spiritual apprentice, he would gain greater control over his powers. Upon hearing Jason's confirmation, Linda sat up abruptly, hastily donning her gray leather armor. When she glimpsed her abdomen, she was taken aback. The previously stark green spots and tendrils had faded significantly, leaving her feeling unprecedentedly relieved. Your condition, while more serious than I expected, is not beyond hope. Continue taking the elixir I prepared daily, avoid cold foods, and keep warm. Soon, you shall be restored to health, Jason assured her. moving to wash his hands at the basin. Grateful that Linda's affliction had not escalated uncontrollably, he felt fortunate that the green markings had not spread to her chest, where treatment would have been exceedingly awkward. In that moment, both Meyer and Linda gazed at Jason with profound gratitude and respect. Words cannot express my thanks. I knew I had not misjudged. True heroes emerge in youth. At the threshold of the Sith Spiritual Academy's office, Meyer clasped Jason's hand, his face radiant with joy, visibly trembling with elation. Linda's recovery filled Meyer with genuine happiness and profound gratitude towards Jason. Linda, standing beside them, remained silent, her gaze upon Jason punctuated by intermittent flashes of thankfulness. As students and instructors traversed the academy grounds, the scene elicited bewilderment. Some students, upon recognizing Jason and Linda, engaged in hushed whispers, as the two were renowned figures within the academy's lore. You are too kind, sir. I merely did what was within my capacity, Jason remarked with unassuming modesty. He felt he had contributed little, merely capitalizing on the era's physicians' inability to diagnose and treat an ailment lacking theoretical explanation, offering only minor assistance. Despite past discord with Linda, Jason, once the continent's foremost ninth-tier spiritual alchemist, harbored no lingering resentment. Moreover, he had accepted the 500 spiritual coins, adhering to his principle of receiving compensation for healing, while also replenishing materials expended from Bisfam's laboratory during the preparation of spiritual elixirs. Nonsense, nonsense. Should you ever require assistance, please seek me out at the City Lord's mansion. I shall endeavor to assist in any way possible, Meyer declared resolutely. Driven not only by gratitude but also by a desire to cultivate a rapport with Jason, Meyer, discerning in his judgment of character, had perceived Jason's exceptional nature during their brief acquaintance. Access to Master Bisfam's private laboratory hinted at deeper significance, further underscored by his ability to cure a disease that baffled all physicians in Terran City. Meyer anticipated the elation that would grip City Lord Sonus upon receiving the favorable news. Indeed, Jason responded with composure. After exchanging pleasantries with Klein and Jason, Meyer and Linda boarded their carriage and departed from the academy gates. Meyer even leaned out to wave farewell to Jason and Klein. As dusk approached, Jason, after a brief conversation with Instructor Klein, exited his office. Watching Jason's silhouette fade into the distance, Klein shook his head, increasingly perplexed by this enigmatic student. Chapter 52. A narrow path for rivals. Upon exiting Professor Klein's office, Jason visited the laboratory of the alchemy department in search of Xiaobo. After several days of exertion, Jason found that the last batch of body-strengthening elixir he had prepared was nearly depleted, prompting him to ask Xiaobo to keep an eye out for the spirit core of the fierce tiger beast if he happened to visit the Alchemist Guild. However, upon seeing Xiaobo in the lab, his hair disheveled, Jason could not help but feel speechless. Xiaobo had essentially immersed himself in the lab for days on end, venturing outside only for meals. Upon spotting Jason, Xiaobo greeted him with enthusiasm, inviting him to sit down and excitedly sharing that he had achieved a certain success rate in concocting a third-tier low-grade elixir. He planned to apply for advancement to a low-grade apprentice alchemist at the guild in the next few days. At this point, Xiaobo looked at Jason with immense gratitude, acknowledging that without Jason's guidance, he would still be fumbling through the intricacies of elixir preparation. After spending some time with Xiaobo, Jason returned to his dormitory. With a training session with Zack scheduled in 2 days, he resolved to expand the meridians in his body, aiming to accommodate 8th-tier spiritual energy. Over the next few days, Jason diligently followed his training regimen. Upon reaching 8th-tier spiritual energy, his recovery capabilities improved significantly, much to Zack's dismay. Each time he aimed to impress Jason, he found himself utterly exhausted. Of course, Jason's fate was even more dire. He would return each time battered and bruised. Yet, just days later, he would once again approach the training room with renewed vigor, leading Zack to question whether a specialized medical team was treating him after every session. The extraordinary recovery ability of an 8th-tier spiritual practitioner was indeed remarkable. After 2 training sessions with Zack, Jason became increasingly dissatisfied with Zack merely restraining his spiritual energy and relying solely on physical strength to challenge him. Under Jason's strong insistence, Zack began to infuse his attacks with a hint of low-grade spiritual energy, which, at Jason's request, intensified with each successive strike, ostensibly to enhance Zack's control over his spiritual power. Gradually, Zack realized that Jason's frequent visits to the training room were not motivated by financial gain, but rather his penchant for enduring hardships. According to Jason's eloquent justification, he was merely training, although Zach had never heard of a cultivation method that left practitioners battered and bruised each day. Zach had come to fully accept Jason's extraordinary physique. Even at his best, Zach's attacks, which approached the strength of a high-tier apprentice, could not bring Jason down. This led Zach to regard Jason as somewhat of a monster. After all, Jason was still merely at 8th-tier spiritual energy. And even a mid-tier practitioner would likely be left bloodied and incapacitated after taking several of Zach's full-force strikes. In these days, Jason was completely engrossed in his training. Each spar with Zach drained his 8th-tier spiritual energy entirely. And this substantial consumption allowed him to notice a notable increase in the density of his spiritual energy with every recovery. This frenzied pace of cultivation was surpassing his previous efforts. Furthermore, after each bout with Zach, Jason felt his muscles reconsolidating and healing, growing exceptionally resilient, almost to the extent that he felt his muscles could withstand blows better than most armors. Even a typical sword thrust would struggle to pierce his defenses. Based on his experiences as a violent spiritual practitioner, Jason recognized that he had achieved a small measure of success in his cultivation. One afternoon, after savoring lunch, Jason chose not to continue his training in the dormitory, but instead meandered through the bustling marketplace of Talon City. The extensive damage to his body had led to a rapid depletion of the body-strengthening elixir, and he estimated that he would need to train with Zach only a few more times over the next 10 days to a fortnight before his supply was entirely exhausted. Thus, the preparation of a new batch of the elixir became a pressing matter. As he wandered, Jason's gaze flitted across the various stalls. Having already procured the basic herbs like broccoli, however, he had yet to acquire the spirit core of the fierce tiger beast. With his current standards, Jason found ordinary fierce tiger beast spirit cores unworthy of consideration, having grown accustomed to the superior effects of the fierce tiger king's spirit core. Just as Jason was casually perusing the stalls, a commotion drew his attention. A group of people suddenly entered his line of sight, and upon recognizing one of them, he paused momentarily in surprise. Kate had been feeling quite vexed after being thrown out of the dueling arena by Jason. He had spent an entire month bedridden before he could walk again. Upon returning to school, many students whispered and exchanged glances, some even expressing pity towards him. Did Kate need pity? Such looks only fueled his resentment. In recent days, Kate had avoided school altogether, opting instead to roam aimlessly outside. Today, he fortuitously encountered his cousin Troy, who suggested visiting the marketplace. Typically disdainful of such places teeming with adventurers, Kate reluctantly acquiesced to accompany him. As Jason spotted Kate, in turn, recognized Jason amidst the crowd, causing him to recoil instinctively, colliding with Troy, who was examining some items behind him. "Who did you see?" Troy inquired. Noting Kate's startled expression, Kate gritted through clenched teeth, forcing the name out with palpable disdain. "Are you referring to the one who injured you a few days ago?" Troy scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Jason, the only youth present who resembled a student from the Cis Spiritual Academy. "Do you want me to help you seek revenge?" Troy offered with a hint of amusement, observing Jason. Kate's frantic heart began to steady as he regarded Troy and the 4 guards trailing them. A cold smile crept onto his face, his eyes glinting with malice as he clenched his fists, stepping purposefully toward Jason. Sensing Kate's approach and the seething animosity directed at him, Jason sighed inwardly, pondering why some individuals were so oblivious to their own limitations. Chapter 53. The Battle. Jason, long time no see. Kate approached Jason, a cold smirk etched upon her face. "Ah, Kate, indeed it has been a while. I trust you have been comfortably resting in bed these past days," Jason replied without so much as glancing at her, his gaze fixed on the items before him. "You." A flicker of resentment flashed in Kate's eyes, Jason's words piercing deep into her heart. "Humph." Arrogant, even when facing death, Kate stepped in front of Jason, declaring, "If you kneel and apologize today, I shall let you go. Otherwise, you shall regret it." The 2 guards accompanying Kate positioned themselves menacingly behind her, their eyes locked on Jason, while Troy and his own guards observed from a distance. "Step aside." Jason's voice was cold as he uttered the words, unwavering as he faced the obstruction before him. "You seek death." A chilling glint ignited in Kate's eyes, her 8th-level spiritual energy surging rapidly. With a furious roar, her right fist lunged towards Jason's chest. Troy couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Jason was utterly oblivious to the danger, failing to recognize the number of allies surrounding him. If he had shown some wisdom and offered a simple apology, perhaps Kate would have spared him. Now, Troy's lips curled into a faint smile. It seemed he would merely watch, allowing Kate to beat Jason to the brink of death without actually killing him. After all, Jason was a student from the Cis Spiritual Academy, and a fatal incident could lead to unwelcome complications. Bang! To the astonishment of all present, Jason did not flinch. He allowed Kate's fist to collide squarely with his chest, producing a thunderous sound. How is this possible? Kate murmured, disbelief coursing through her as she realized her punch had left Jason unscathed. Although her injuries had yet to heal and her strength was not fully restored, a punch infused with her 8th level energy should not have been so feeble. The onlookers, including Troy, were similarly stunned. Little did Kate know, Jason had been enduring Zach's attacks for days, rendering her earlier strike nothing more than a mere tickle. Gazing at Kate's fist pressed against his chest, Jason lifted his head, his icy glare piercing like daggers into her heart. Under his gaze, Kate felt an involuntary shiver run through her body. Get lost. Jason growled, a phantom flickering past him, the air suddenly filled with the sound of something slicing through it. With a resounding thud, Kate felt as though a massive hammer had struck her chest. Her ribs groaned in protest, and her vision darkened as she was forcefully propelled backward. Coughing up blood, Kate tasted iron as it stained her garments. Just days earlier, Jason, at the 7th level of spiritual energy, had been able to penetrate Kate's soft armor and send her flying. Now, having reached the 8th level, he easily inflicted harm upon her. Young master. The 2 guards behind Kate shouted in alarm, swiftly drawing their swords. One aimed at Jason, while the other rushed to assist the fallen Kate. Meanwhile, the guards standing behind Troy hastily unsheathed their weapons, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Strike, cough, strike him hard, cough, kill him, and I will take the blame. Kate glared venomously at Jason, blood still spilling from her lips as she commanded fiercely. The surrounding vendors, witnessing the unfolding conflict, hurriedly packed up their stalls and retreated. After all, this was the marketplace of the Spiritual Masters Guild, and they dared not become collateral damage. Die. One of the guards, having heard Kate's orders, felt a surge of hatred as he drew his blade. Sent by Baron Harvey to protect Kate, he now feared the repercussions he would face for her state. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a series of rapid thrusts towards Jason. Spectral step. Jason focused intently, his eyes locked on the guard's sword hand. He swiftly maneuvered through the flurry of strikes, appearing directly before the guard and delivering a powerful punch. Startled, the guard hastily raised his sword in defense, but it was too late. Jason's fist connected with his chest, forcing him to stagger backward, breathless as his spiritual energy fluctuated. You little brat. The guard, taken aback by Jason's strength, realized that despite his own status as a mid-level spiritual apprentice, Jason seemed to barely reach the threshold of a novice. How could he, a seasoned warrior, be outmatched by someone he deemed inferior? Yet Jason, having landed a successful hit, was not about to grant the guard any reprieve. Before the guard could retaliate, Jason leapt into the air, delivering a swift kick to the guard's wrist. His 8th level spiritual energy surged forth, rendering the guard's grip on his sword ineffective, causing it to clatter to the ground. Without missing a beat, Jason propelled himself off the ground, aiming another kick at the guard's throat. You seek death. Enraged at being struck repeatedly, the guard roared, channeling his energy as he lunged at Jason, heedless of the kick aimed at him. Thud. The simultaneous impact reverberated through the air as Jason was struck heavily, sent flying backward, while the guard crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath. Humph. The guard grunted, blood seeping from his lips. Jason had aimed for the guard's throat, but, in midair, redirected his kick to the heart. With the explosive force of his 8th level energy, the guard's heart sustained injury. Jason, now on the ground, appeared pale for a moment, but quickly rose again, his cold gaze fixed on Troy and the others. Could this Jason be a monster? As Kate watched him rise unscathed, dread gripped her heart. She was acutely aware that both of her guards were mid-level spiritual apprentices, while Jason was rumored to be merely at the 7th level. How could a 7th level individual withstand a confrontation with mid-level practitioners while they lay defeated? It was utterly absurd. Jason's gaze remained unyieldingly cold as he assessed the remaining opponents. His earlier success had stemmed from the guard's momentary underestimation of him, and having fought against Zach for days, he had grown familiar with the movements and strength of mid-level apprentices. Now, with 4 adversaries remaining, one seemingly a low-level apprentice and the others all mid-level, he found himself at a disadvantage, especially after sustaining some injuries from the previous encounter. The situation was far from favorable. Yet within Jason's heart, there was no trace of fear, only the fervor of battle ignited within him. What of mid-level spiritual apprentices? In his lexicon, the notion of surrender held no meaning. Chapter 54. A life or death strike truly worthless. Bork, take him down. Upon witnessing the earlier guard injured by Jason, Kate cursed vehemently on the ground and then commanded another guard at her side. Yes, young master. The other guard, with a glimmer of seriousness in his eyes, approached Jason with his sword drawn. Although he discerned Jason's overall strength was somewhat lacking, the earlier guard's unfortunate fate weighed heavily on Bork's mind, rendering him cautious and alert. What is happening? Who dares to cause trouble at the Spirit Master Guild? Just then, a commotion erupted in the marketplace, as a group of spirit masters clad in matching attire hurried towards them. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man with brown hair, wielding a massive sword, his gaze radiating a fierce intensity as it swept over Troy, Jason, and the others. Following him were about 10 weapon-bearing spirit masters, each exuding an aura of formidable prowess. These individuals were tasked with maintaining order around the Spirit Master Guild. Each possessed either low-level or mid-level first-tier abilities, while the leader, Mike, had reached the pinnacle of high-level first tier and was on the verge of advancing to second-tier Spirit Master. The city guards and the inspection office are performing their duties. We kindly request Captain Mike to accommodate us. Upon seeing the imposing man, one of the guards beside Troy produced an inspection badge under Troy's direction, while Bork, facing Jason, revealed a city guard badge. Bork and the other guard were sent by Baron Harvey to protect Kate. Thus they belonged to the city guards of Talon, while Troy, Kate's cousin, was the son of Steel, the head of the Talon inspection office. The two guards protecting him were affiliated with the inspection office. Oh, it is young Master Kate and young Master Troy. Mike glanced at Jason. We kindly ask you to conclude your matter swiftly, so as not to cause trouble for our Spirit Master Guild. Despite his deep-seated disdain for the noble youths of Talon, Mike recognized the necessity of yielding. Otherwise, the city guards and inspection office would frequently trouble the guild, which, although unlikely to result in severe consequences, would undoubtedly lead to great annoyance. Whoever's unfortunate enough to offend them, I pity him, Mike silently mused, standing aside and refraining from further comment. What are you waiting for, Bork? Kate bellowed in anger. Yes, young master. With sword in hand, Bork's pupils constricted in an instant, his inner spiritual power surging rapidly. The sword in his grasp transformed into myriad beams of sword light, descending upon Jason like a torrential wave. Given the earlier incident with his companion, Bork was acutely aware of the need for caution. Sizzling sounds echoed as Jason's figure danced amidst the sword light, dispersing strands of 8th-tier spiritual energy around him as he focused intently on finding an opening in Bork's assault, hoping to close the distance. Bork, however, was determined not to grant Jason any chances. In a matter of moments, Jason's robe was riddled with countless holes, tiny fragments of fabric swirling in the air, swiftly shredded by Bork's relentless sword light. Within the briefest of moments, Jason's body was punctured with innumerable small wounds, blood trickling down from each. Jason fixated on Bork's sword hand, having gained some resistance to such attacks from his recent battles with Zack. Yet, he was still up against a genuine mid-level spirit apprentice. A moment's lapse in evasion would lead to injury, and though he had barely managed to dodge in time, he now bore several new small wounds. This cannot continue. Jason narrowed his eyes, realizing that the depletion of his spiritual energy and the loss of blood would render him increasingly vulnerable. A thought quietly formed in his mind as he gazed at Bork's relentless strikes. A flicker of fierce determination ignited in his eyes. Just like that. Well done, Bork. Subdue Jason for me, and I shall reward you handsomely. Seeing Jason struggling under Bork's onslaught, Kate shouted triumphantly, having regained some vitality after consuming a healing potion. Bork remained undistracted by Kate's words, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jason as he maintained the ferocity of his assault. To endure against such a vehement attack. It is astonishing that this boy is not even a spirit apprentice. Just as Bork contemplated how to swiftly subdue Jason, Jason suddenly let out a mighty shout, leaping towards Bork with fervor. What an opportunity! A spark of excitement ignited in Bork's eyes. The audacity of the boy to leap amidst his fierce assault was akin to courting death. Channeling his spiritual power, Bork's sword lunged towards Jason's chest with the swiftness of a striking serpent, aiming to inflict a grievous wound. With an unwavering focus on the rapidly approaching blade, Jason's spiritual awareness ensnared it just as it was about to pierce him. With a swift motion, he struck the sword with his left palm. A dull thud resonated as Bork felt as if his sword had encountered a slab of leather. An immense resistance surged through the blade, devoid of the smooth sensation of penetration he anticipated. Crushing fist. Jason's right hand curled into a claw, gripping the sword embedded in his chest. With a bellow, his crimson eyes widened in fury as he unleashed a devastating punch towards Bork's chest, the air crackling with the force of his blow. Seeking death, Bork's pupils constricted in terror as he fiercely rotated his sword, attempting to carve a gaping wound in Jason's chest while simultaneously withdrawing it. To Bork's utter astonishment, his sword felt as though it had lodged into a block of solid ironwood, resisting his every effort to extract it. Boom. Jason's fist slammed into the heart region of Bork's chest, an immense surge of 8th-tier spiritual energy hurtling through Jason's left arm and into Bork's body, overwhelming him with a force that coursed into his heart, causing it to tremble violently. Bork's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. He was violently propelled backward, blood spewing forth in a spray as he crashed heavily to the ground. In that moment, he understood why his companion had been injured by Jason's attack. The sheer power was formidable enough to challenge even a mid-level spirit apprentice like him. What bewildered Bork was the realization that his sword, after penetrating Jason's body, felt as though it had embedded itself in an impenetrable substance, leaving him puzzled as to why human flesh could possess such hardness. Witnessing Jason's desperate and daring assault against Bork, everyone present involuntarily gasped in shock. Panting heavily, Jason cast a cold glance at the fallen Bork and then turned his attention to the unscathed Troy and his 2 guards. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Jason grasped the blade that Bork had thrust into his body and gently pulled it free. As the sword was withdrawn from his flesh, Jason's complexion turned pale. Yet he emitted not a single sound of pain. His gaze towards Troy and the others was filled with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hint of retreat or fear. The agony of shattered muscles and torn meridians is a torment I, Jason, have endured. What is this pain before me compared to that? With a clang, the blood-stained longsword was wholly withdrawn by Jason, clattering to the ground as a trickle of blood erupted from the wound, yet Jason remained unfazed. In a moment of imminent peril, when Bork was about to strike, Jason deftly adjusted the position of the blade with his right hand, skillfully avoiding vital organs within his body. He lodged the sword firmly between 2 ribs, using his muscles, honed to the hardness of steel, to grip the blade tightly, rendering Bork's weapon immovable. On the precipice of life and death, Jason sacrificed his own flesh and blood as bait, injuring Bork, a mid-level spiritual practitioner. Who else wishes to step forward? Come forth. Jason addressed Troy and his companions with an icy calmness, his gaze sharp as 2 pointed daggers, piercing directly into them. Chapter 55. United in battle, truly a remarkable man. The onlookers, including Mike, could not help but exclaim in awe at Jason's valor. In a world where strength reigns supreme, those who display courage and fearlessness earn the utmost respect from the spirit masters. Jason's unwavering character at such a tender age profoundly impacted everyone present. Damn it. You 2 can't even capture a level 7 spirit master? Useless, a bunch of worthless fools. Kate, equally stunned by Jason's earlier actions, erupted in anger. That boy is merely a level 7 spirit master? Upon hearing Kate's words, the crowd erupted in murmurs, their gazes towards Jason filled with admiration. Subdue that boy. Both of you attack together, Troy commanded, furrowing his brow at his 2 guards. One was an intermediate spirit master, while the other was an advanced spirit master. Either of them could easily handle a level 7 spirit master. However, having witnessed Jason's peculiar defeat of 2 intermediate spirit masters, Troy felt compelled to exercise caution. Yes, young master. The 2 guards exchanged glances, remaining silent as they drew their swords, surrounding Jason with swift, deadly intent. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed as Jason staggered under their assault, blood streaming from his mouth and soaking his tattered clothes. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb, occasionally launching counterattacks. What a true man, what a true man. Whispers spread through the crowd, all captivated by Jason's indomitable spirit, some even turning their heads away in sympathy. However, none dared to intervene, for they were aware that Troy and Kate were the sons of Baron Harvey, the commander of the city guard, and Viscount Steele, the chief prosecutor. To oppose them would be tantamount to courting death. Jason, is that you? What are you doing? Who dares to bully my brother Zach? Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from the crowd, followed by a figure charging forth to shield Jason from the guards' attacks. A towering man, standing over 6 feet tall, blocked Jason's path, his face ablaze with fury as he beheld the bloodied boy before him. Zack had been at the Spirit Master Guild for a rank verification when he heard of the commotion in the marketplace. Intrigued, he rushed over, only to see that the victim was Jason, igniting his anger. "Zack, it's you." Jason managed a faint smile. "You should leave. This doesn't concern you." Understanding the caliber of his adversaries, Jason sought to protect Zack from the impending danger. After all, Zack was merely an adventurer. Antagonizing Kate and Troy would lead to dire consequences. "Humph, what nonsense is that? We are friends." "Your troubles are my troubles, Jason," Zack retorted, his indignation palpable. Jason could only smile wryly. Once Zack set his mind to something, he would pursue it relentlessly. "Who are you?" Troy glared at Zack, frowning. "This doesn't concern you. Get lost, or you'll face the same fate." "Zack of the Blade Adventurers team, come at me." Zack's face twisted into a cruel smile. No matter Troy's intentions, Zack was determined not to let them escape unscathed for bullying his brother. He is Zack, known for his boldness, indeed, a true hero. The Blade Mercenary team, led by Lin Yen, is rumored to be a formidable spirit master. Is it true? The crowd buzzed with excitement, recognizing the prowess of the Blade Adventurers team, one of the 3 renowned 3-star adventurer squads in the city. Roar. As the guards withdrew, wary of Zack's imposing presence, he unleashed a thunderous shout, drawing his massive sword with a whoosh, cutting through the air towards the 2 guards. A palpable aura of menace surrounded Zack, causing the guards' hair to stand on end, compelling them to join forces against him. Having trained alongside Jason, Zack had reached the level of an advanced spirit master, and now he clashed fiercely with the guards, proving his mettle. Meanwhile, Jason slowly advanced toward Troy, his eyes fixed on him with icy determination. "Don't come any closer," Troy shouted, his bravado wavering as fear flickered in his gaze. "Young master." The guards, sensing the shift in dynamics, grew anxious, attempting to rush to Troy's side. "Ha ha ha. You face me," Zack bellowed, an aura of lethal intent spreading across the venue. As an adventurer accustomed to battling spirit beasts, Zack's hands were stained with blood. In contrast, the guards had limited experience in real combat, rendering them ill-prepared to face Zack. In terms of momentum, the guards faltered, and the wealth of Zack's battle experience overwhelmed them. With Troy's safety on their minds, the guards began to retreat under Zack's relentless onslaught. Chapter 56, Guild Overseer, Death Awaits. Troy, witnessing Jason's relentless approach, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear, gritted his teeth and threw a punch, his gaze darting about as he entertained the notion of retreat. His terror diminished the force of his blow to less than half of its usual potency. Barely initiating the attack, he already contemplated escape. Bang! Jason, unfazed by Troy's strike, stood his ground, his chest absorbing the impact. A wry smile played on his lips as a trickle of crimson snaked down his chin, seemingly unnoticed. "Stay away," Troy shrieked, his voice cracking with hysteria, as if a viper had sunk its fangs into him. His hair stood on end, and a chilling sensation crawled down his spine. He spun around, desperate to flee. "Allow me to escort you, Master Troy." Jason's voice dripped with scorn as his fists connected with Troy's back. With a sickening thud, Troy sprawled forward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He scrambled backward on his hands, his eyes wide with terror. "Young master." The 2 guards, witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm, attempting to break free from Zack's assault. "You seek death," Zack roared, his greatsword whistling through the air as it collided with the guards' blades. Clang, clang. Under Zack's immense strength, the guard swords shattered into pieces, the broken shards clattering to the ground. Their grips loosened, and they stumbled backward, the solid stone beneath their feet cracking under the force of their retreat. "Halt!" A commanding voice cut through the commotion as a middle-aged man, his face etched with authority, strode through the parting crowd. His eyes narrowed with displeasure at the sight before him. "Mike, what is the meaning of this? What kind of guard captain are you?" Unable to resolve such a minor incident after so long, the man's tone was laced with indignation. "Lord Macy, I." Mike stammered, eager to explain. Macy was his superior, the overseer of the Spirit Guild in Tallinn, a man of considerable influence. "Uncle Macy, it's me, Troy," Troy wailed from the ground, his voice laced with desperation. "Master Troy, what are you doing here?" Macy frowned, his gaze falling upon the disheveled figure sprawled on the ground. "Uncle Macy, you must avenge me. These villains attacked us. They openly defy the city guard and the Bureau of Investigation. Does the law mean nothing in this kingdom?" Troy's voice was thick with tears as he clung to Macy's words like a lifeline. He had met Macy once at his home, Introduced by his father as the Spirit Guild's overseer, a formidable third-tier intermediate spirit master, a figure of considerable importance in Talon. Zach, is that you? Macy's eyes scanned the figure wielding the greatsword. Mike, seize them both and deliver them to the Talon Bureau of Investigation. Macy, you dare? Zach gripped his greatsword, his expression defiant. Is there anything I wouldn't dare? Macy sneered, his figure blurring as he closed the distance between himself and Zach. Zach's eyes widened in alarm as he raised his greatsword, but Macy intercepted it, his third-tier intermediate spirit energy erupting as he wrenched Zach's hands away. A palm struck Zach's chest. Bang! Zach was sent flying, his face paling. The chasm between an advanced spirit apprentice and an intermediate spirit master was insurmountable. Zach! Jason's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged toward Macy. Overestimating yourself, Macy scoffed, batting aside Jason's fists with a casual gesture. A swift kick landed squarely on Jason's chest. Cough! A torrent of blood erupted from Jason's mouth, his vision blurring as he crashed to the ground. A searing pain coursed through him, stirring a cold rage within. As a ninth-tier spirit medicine grandmaster in his previous life, even ninth-tier Holy Spirit masters treated him with deference. Now, his current weakness had subjected him to such humiliation. He vowed to make them pay. I await it. Macy sneered, dismissing Jason with a contemptuous glance. A mere level 8 spirit energy user, who had dared to injure Kate and Troy so severely, would be fortunate to survive the night in the Bureau of Investigation. Mike, take them to the Bureau of Investigation, and escort Masters Kate and Troy back, offering apologies to Baron Harvey and Viscount Steele. Macy issued his orders, then turned and strode away. Unbeknownst to Macy, he had made a grave error, one that he would rue for the rest of his days. Yes, Lord Macy, Mike replied, his face grim as he barked orders to the guards. He was in a foul mood after Macy's reprimand. Soon, Zach and Jason were dragged away, along with Kate, Troy, and the two incapacitated guards, leaving the Spirit Guild's marketplace. The once bustling crowd fell silent. None noticed a striking woman with short hair, her gaze fixed on Jason, her face a mixture of excitement and shock. She had seemed poised to intervene during the fight, but had ultimately hesitated, choosing instead to memorize every detail. As Jason was led away, she hurried after him, disappearing into the throng. A bystander overheard her muttering something about A.J.'s master, but the identity of this J.'s master remained a mystery. Unrest simmered beneath the surface of Talon. None present knew that the battle they had witnessed would unleash a tempest upon the city. Chapter 57. The Four Directions trembled. Jiaping had been in remarkably high spirits these past few days. Ever since Jason had persuaded him to leave the arena, Jiaping had engaged in deep reflection. Under the guidance of his mentor, he secured a work-study position at the academy, where he sparred with lower-tier students. This practice was far more than mere target practice. For these less experienced learners, Jiaping's participation brought a pedagogical quality to their training. Through observing and correcting the mistakes made by these novice students, Jiaping was able to rectify many missteps in his own cultivation of spiritual energy. This endeavor proved beneficial to his own growth, filling him with gratitude for Jason, who had initially steered him in this direction. Yesterday, his mentor instructed him to visit the Spiritual Master Association's marketplace to procure protective gear for his sparring sessions with the lower-tier students. Eager to fulfill this task, Jiaping hurried over after his classes. Upon arriving at the marketplace, he discerned an unusual atmosphere. Many individuals were animatedly discussing recent events. That battle was truly spectacular. That young man, I must say, is quite impressive. Indeed, for such a young age, to wield 7th-tier spiritual energy against 2 mid-level spiritual practitioners and emerge victorious is nothing short of astonishing. That display of power was remarkable. I believe his name is Jason. Yes, Jason. Alas, he has crossed paths with the young masters Kate and Troy. It seems he is in grave danger today. What a promising young man he is. Excuse me, are you referring to Jason? Jiaping interjected, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the name. He approached a middle-aged vendor, who promptly launched into a recounting of the earlier events, with other stall owners chiming in. As the conversation unfolded, Jiaping's expression grew increasingly grave. Could the Jason you speak of be of this height, with a fit build and black hair, resembling this? He gestured as he spoke, his anxiety escalating when the vendor recounted how Jason had been taken to the Talon City prosecutor's office by Mike and his companions. How do you know him, young man? The vendor inquired, suddenly intrigued. Upon hearing that one of Jason's adversaries was none other than the son of Baron Harvey, the commander of the city guards. Jia Ping's heart sank. He was certain this Jason was indeed the brother who had once guided him. "Make way, everyone, please," Jia Ping called out as he navigated through the crowd, hastening toward the direction of the West Sis Spiritual Academy. In his frantic state, his first instinct was to inform the teacher responsible for mentoring Jason. Catherine, filled with an exhilarating anticipation, felt her heart racing as she made her way. She had not attended work at the Alchemist Association that day. A few days prior, she had learned of a newly promoted first-tier alchemist capable of concocting a beauty potion. After much persistence, the alchemist had agreed to prepare a vial for her, provided she supplied the necessary ingredients. Today, Catherine took half a day off to gather these materials. But a nearby skirmish drew her attention. It was then that she caught sight of a face that was both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar. Unfamiliar, for she had only glimpsed it once before. Familiar, because she had longed to see it again, dreaming countless times of a reunion. And now, in the marketplace of the Spiritual Master Association, she finally beheld him again, the young man revered by Master Saha as Master JS. The very individual Saha had tirelessly sought in Talent City. As Jason engaged in battle, Catherine contemplated intervening, yet refrained. Fully aware of her position as a mere service staff member at the Alchemist Association, regardless of whether he was indeed the formidable Master JS, or simply the son of the city guard commander, she felt it was not her place to intercede. Instead, she silently absorbed every detail of the confrontation, committing it to memory. Once the skirmish concluded, she dashed out of the marketplace toward the Alchemist Association, eager to relay her discovery of Master JS to President Saha with utmost urgency. "Catherine, why are you back so soon?" a fellow worker queried as Catherine rushed into the association's hall, her urgency evident. "Has President Saha arrived today?" Catherine panted, disregarding the question. "Saha? He hasn't been here this morning. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with him?" the girl replied. Puzzled, Catherine mused internally that Saha had likely either gone out of town or was in his laboratory. "If you see him, tell him I found the person he asked me to locate. I'm heading to his home now," she instructed, quickly conveying her message before darting out the door. "What person did he ask you to find?" the girl called after her, but Catherine had already vanished. Meanwhile, Jia Ping sprinted back to the academy, not pausing for a moment as he headed toward the office of his mentor. At that moment, he encountered a figure blocking his path. "Carrot, do you need something from me?" Carrot asked, a hint of confusion on his face. "Jason, your roommate, has had a confrontation with Kate and Troy at the Spiritual Master Association's marketplace, and has been taken to the Talon City prosecutor's office. If we don't act swiftly, Jason's life could be in jeopardy," Jia Ping urged. "Is this true?" Carrot's expression turned serious. Jia Ping nodded emphatically. "You must inform Teacher Feng Yi immediately and relay this information to him. I will seek out Teacher Klein." Understanding the gravity of the situation from Jia Ping's anxious demeanor, Carrot swiftly instructed him before rushing toward Teacher Klein's office. At this moment, Xiaobo's heart brimmed with joy as he strolled through the academy, having just returned from the Alchemist Guild. With the guild's certification, he had officially ascended to the rank of a novice alchemist, marking his entry into the illustrious realm of noble alchemists on the continent. His heart swelled with elation. An overwhelming desire to share this momentous news with his friends surged within him, particularly with Jason, for without him, Xiaobo might not have achieved this milestone so swiftly. Suddenly, a figure raced towards him from afar. It was Carrot. "Carrot, I have splendid news to share with you," Xiaobo exclaimed, a radiant smile lighting up his face. "Xiaobo, is that you? Hurry. Jason has been taken to the Talon City prosecutor's office by Kate and Troy, and they mean him harm. I must inform Teacher Klein immediately," Carrot replied, urgency lacing his voice. "What?" The joy that had once illuminated Xiaobo's countenance was instantly eclipsed by a shadow of despair, his pupils narrowing in shock. "Kate intends to harm Jason? That scoundrel!" he seethed. "Carrot, you go notify Teacher Klein. I will head to the Talon City prosecutor's office to uncover the truth." "All right, we shall split up," Carrot affirmed, his pace quickening towards the building housing Teacher Klein's office. "Whoever dares to threaten Jason shall face my unwavering wrath." A glint of cold fury flashed in Xiaobo's eyes as he clenched the novice alchemist badge recently bestowed upon him by the guild. Drawing a deep breath, he dashed towards the academy's gates, determination fueling his every step. Chapter 58. Lord Steele, akin to Baron Harvey, belonged to the illustrious Brandt family of the kingdom. As the chief prosecutor of the city of Talon, he presided over the city's prisons, clerks, and various security matters. Each day, just before noon, Lord Steele would indulge in a cup of steaming tea while reclining in a grand chair within the precincts of the prosecutor's office, contemplating his recent obligations, occasionally dozing in the sun's warm embrace. During these moments, he would find his thoughts particularly lucid, and his subordinates, aware of this habit, typically refrained from disturbing him, allowing him to relish the rare tranquility. However, today, before he could take more than a few sips of his tea, a commotion erupted at the entrance. As a guard hurriedly rushed in, "My lord, what is the matter? Is there something that warrants such a fuss?" Steele felt an inexplicable surge of anger at the disruption of his peace. "Yes, my lord," the guard replied, swallowing hard at Steele's apparent displeasure. "The young master has just been brought back from outside, and he is gravely injured." "What?" Steele sprang up, his expression darkening. "Lead me to him." He strode toward the main hall of the prosecutor's office. Upon entering the hall, he was met with a cacophony of voices. A crowd had gathered, and there lay his son Troy and his nephew Kate on a nearby bench, pale and receiving treatment from two physicians, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. "You wretched scoundrels, dare to seize my grandfather Zach? Beware, for I shall bring ruin upon you." In the throng, four middle-aged men clad in spirit master robes were restraining a burly man and a youth. The burly man was shouting furiously, while the youth, drenched in blood, remained motionless, surveying the hall with a fierce glare, as if committing every face to memory. "My lord." Upon seeing Steele, two guards approached and bowed, while a man who appeared to be the leader of the group stepped forward. "Father, you must take my side," Troy cried out, his eyes filled with venom as he glared at the restrained Jason, while Kate echoed his sentiments. "Speak slowly, what transpired?" Steele inquired, kneeling by Troy and Kate to assess their injuries. Finding that they were not in mortal danger, he let out a slight sigh of relief, though a flicker of fury ignited within him. In Talon, few dared to harm his son, and now it was evident that not only had Troy been injured, but also his nephew Kate. Could this be the work of enemies within their own family? Regardless of who it was, Steele was determined to make them pay. "Father, it was that brat who hurt me. His name is Jason, a student from the Sisling Academy. He had bullied Kate previously, and today in the market, he attacked Kate and injured both of his guards. If Uncle Macy hadn't shown up, you might not have seen me alive today," Troy exclaimed, his voice choked with indignation. "Jason?" Steele's gaze darkened as it fell upon Jason, the youth he had recently heard about from Harvey, who had caused Kate to languish in bed for an entire month. "Take them to the torture chamber and ensure they receive proper care," Steele commanded in a low voice. "Yes, my lord." Several guards from the prosecutor's office seized Zach and Jason from the Spirit Master Guild's guards and dragged them into the depths of the prosecutor's office. "My lord," Mike approached, "this is how the events unfolded." He recounted the situation in detail, concluding, "Zach is an adventurer from the Blade Adventurers team. His brother Barlock is the vice captain and a high-level spirit master, while the captain, Lin Yen, is a low-level celestial spirit master." The Blade Adventurers team, it seemed, was one of the few three-star adventurer teams in Talon. But what of it? Steele regarded Mike meaningfully. "They brazenly committed violence in the Spirit Master Guild's market today. As the chief prosecutor of Talon, it is my duty to deal with such heinous individuals. For the sake of the kingdom's security, I shall deliver severe punishment to those who engage in such vile conduct, as a deterrent to others." Seeing his son in such pain, Steele was genuinely enraged. Observing the flames of fury flickering in Steele's eyes, Mike stood respectfully to the side, knowing that how Steele chose to act was entirely his prerogative. Given Steele's current demeanor, it appeared that both Jason and Zach were in for a grim fate. Though the Blade Adventurers team held considerable power, Steele was the chief prosecutor and a low-level celestial spirit master himself. Mike speculated that Steele might give Zach a thorough lesson, but likely would not kill him. After all, the Blade Adventurers team would not take such an affront lightly. However, Jason's fate seemed uncertain. With a sigh, Mike reflected on the earlier battle in the market, feeling a certain respect for Jason, a young man with potential who had unfortunately drawn the ire of the privileged Troy and Kate. After exchanging pleasantries with Steele, Mike led his subordinates toward the exit. "What are you doing? You scoundrel, this is the Talon prosecutor's office. No unauthorized persons are allowed to barge in." Before Mike and his men could exit the hall, a loud commotion erupted outside. "Stop that brat. How dare he strike someone? Seize him," came a furious shout from outside. Amidst the clamor, a boy around 19 burst through the hall's entrance, followed closely by two guards from the prosecutor's office, one of whom was clutching his face, clearly having just been punched. What is happening? Steele bellowed. His mood further darkened at the sight of the two guards. My lord, this boy. He barged in here on his own. We couldn't stop him in time. The guards stammered nervously, sensing Steele's fury. Xiaoba, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Kate from his position on the bench, recognizing Xiaoba, ranked second in the academy's elite hall. Ignoring Kate, Xiaoba fixed his gaze on Steele. Where's Jason? I am his friend, and I demand to see him. You seek Jason? Steele's eyes narrowed slightly. With his strength, he discerned that Xiaoba was likely a low-level spirit practitioner. Such audacity to confront the prosecutor's office was astounding. If he was a friend of Jason's, then he too would be apprehended. With that thought, Steele let out a cold snort. You dare to disrupt the prosecutor's office at such a young age? Seize him. Yes, my lord. The eager guards responded and lunged towards Xiaoba, who had just dared to strike one of them. You dare. Xiaoba brandished his spirit pharmacist badge. I am a royal spirit pharmacist, protected by the laws of the kingdom. In any nation on the continent, alchemists constitute an exceedingly unique cohort, possessing privileges that, in certain instances, surpass even those afforded to the nobility. Ordinarily, judicial bodies lack the authority to adjudicate offenses committed by alchemists. Only specialized departments within the kingdom are vested with such jurisdiction. Chapter 59. The pleasure of torture. Upon noticing the alchemist's badge in Xiaoba's hand, Steele was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that this youth was indeed an alchemist. This complicates matters, although the badge he held was merely that of a novice. Being a formally recognized alchemist in the kingdom meant that the inspection office could not easily condemn him. Nevertheless, he was merely a low-level apprentice. While I cannot condemn or kill him in Terran City, a lesson can certainly be imparted, and no one would dare to object. Humph, an alchemist, what of it? Steele coldly snorted. Get to it. The two guards, who had halted their advance due to Xiaoba's words, revealed sinister smiles upon hearing Steele's command and lunged forward with renewed ferocity. You wretches dare to lay a hand on your grandfather? Do you even know who I am? Beware, for I shall annihilate you. At that moment, in the torture chamber of the Terran City Inspection Office, Zack and Jason were suspended high on the torture rack. Before them stood two brutish men wielding long whips, their faces contorted with malice as they gazed at Zack and Jason. I care not who you are. You dare to act arrogant here, having fallen into my hands? Even a dragon must bow to me. The brute in front of Zack spat vehemently, raising his barbed whip high and bringing it down with force. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp lash struck Zack, tearing his garments into tatters, and blood welled up from the wounds, trickling down his body. The sounds of the whip echoed throughout the torture chamber, reaching the ears of all prisoners in the nearby cells, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Those who had previously endured similar punishments were especially gripped by terror, cowering in corners, fearful of being dragged out themselves. That sensation, they had experienced it once and desired never to relive it. The agony was akin to a living death. Haha, strike well. If you can kill me, go ahead, you little brats. If you cannot, you're the weaklings. Zack laughed boisterously amidst the crack of the lash. The whip soaked in brine and chili stinging his skin, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Let us see how tough you are. The brute gritted his teeth, striking down the whip with renewed vigor. I've seen many like you, and soon enough, you'll be begging for mercy. Meanwhile, the other brute relentlessly lashed Jason, who remained silent, fixing a cold gaze upon his assailant, instilling dread in the brute's heart. Look at you, staring me down, the brute said, swinging his whip harder, as if to quell his own fear. Let us take a break. Big River, one of the brutes huffed after delivering several lashes. Fine, Baldy. We have all the time in the world to deal with them later. The two men submerged their bloodied whips in a nearby mixture of salt and chilly water before stepping out of the torture room. Cough, cough. Jason, how are you holding up? Zack asked, gasping for breath, weakened from the severe beating and the earlier injury inflicted by Macy. I'm fine. But you look like you're nearing your limit, Jason remarked, turning his head towards Zack on the rack. Jason's words were not mere pleasantries. He had felt the sharp pain from the earlier lashes, but inexplicably, as his blood flowed, a peculiar strength surged from within him, spreading throughout his body in an instant. This power was not derived from the body-enhancing elixir Jason had consumed, nor was it the recuperative force from the violent alchemist's cultivation technique. It seemed to emanate from his very blood and flesh, exhibiting exceptional restorative capabilities. In mere moments, Jason's previously injured body was restored to its prime condition. Had a physician examined Jason at that moment, they would have discovered that the last whip mark he had received had already scabbed over. and the muscle tissue was gradually mending. The wounds sustained during the previous battle in the market had vanished, leaving him in an immaculate state, healthier than ever. What puzzled Jason even more was that he could distinctly sense that with each lash, each new injury he sustained, his 8th-level spiritual energy increased incrementally. The meager reserves he had after the battle in the Alchemist Guild's marketplace had fully replenished in that brief span, even surpassing his previous peak state, seemingly on the verge of ascending to the 9th level. Such revelations filled Jason with astonishment. The recovery ability of the violent alchemist faction was indeed formidable, yet he had never encountered such an occurrence. Moreover, this power seemed innate to his body, only triggered under specific conditions. A plethora of bizarre phenomena surrounding his body piqued Jason's curiosity: a searing pain during his ascension to the 6th level, the terrifying restoration ability he now experienced, and the mysterious force that surged from his blood and flesh. Most alarming of all was the realization that each injury only served to strengthen his capabilities. Even with his extensive knowledge surpassing 3,000 years, and having once held the title of 9th-level alchemist in his past life, Jason found it difficult to explain these occurrences. "Damn, I almost forgot about your freakish body," Zack exclaimed indignantly. "You think I'm weak? That's a jest. These trivial injuries are mere tickles to me. Look at my scars. I've endured far worse. This is nothing." Zack twisted slightly, inadvertently brushing against a wound, causing him to gasp faintly. "I've dragged you into this," Jason said, feeling the warmth of camaraderie igniting within him as he regarded Zack. "Nonsense. You're being overly sentimental. Mark my words, I won't forget these brutes. When I escape, I will make them pay," Zack declared with bravado. "Indeed, you're right. I am being sentimental. Once we're free, we shall seek vengeance upon them all." Jason laughed heartily, then turned to Zack and quietly said, "If you trust me, channel your spiritual energy along this path. It will aid in healing your wounds." Seeing that no one was around, Jason imparted a fundamental technique from the Violent Alchemist Cultivation Manual to Zack. Given the time constraints, he could only share this brief method. Otherwise, even if Zack were rescued, his severely injured state would hinder his future cultivation. "Heal my wounds?" Zack queried, slightly bewildered, yet he began to circulate his 1st-level advanced spiritual energy, as instructed by Jason. The pathway Jason described was simple, and soon, Zack felt his spiritual energy flow along the prescribed route. "Wait, what is this?" Zack's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed something peculiar within himself. Circulating his energy along that route, he discovered an extraordinarily strange force emerging, which, upon contact with his injured organs and muscles, imparted a refreshing sensation, alleviating some of the pain he had been enduring. The effect was akin to imbibing a novice-level healing elixir, an astounding revelation for Zack, who now comprehended the resilience Jason exhibited during their sparring sessions. Jason, it seemed, possessed the extraordinary ability to mend himself even amidst the throes of combat. In the realm of stern, arcane practices were often closely guarded secrets within families. Yet, Jason had imparted this knowledge to him, stirring a maelstrom of emotions within Zack. Despite the simplicity of the spiritual energy pathway Jason had revealed, Zack, a seasoned adventurer, recognized the profound significance of this technique and the uproar its dissemination could incite across the land. Such a potent ability was beyond recompense, even were he to meet a gruesome end. Zack's heart churned with complex sentiments, but he remained silent, offering Jason a profound gaze. He had resolved that henceforth, he would brave any peril for Jason, unflinchingly facing even certain death. Observing the technique's efficacy, Jason offered a faint smile, unaware of the torrent of thoughts it had unleashed in Zack's mind. He had merely shared the most rudimentary segment of the violent spiritualist's training method, a trifle to him. However, even this elementary fragment would greatly benefit Zack, transforming his torment into a form of cultivation. With a creak, the dungeon door swung open once more, and 2 burly figures strode in, their faces contorted in cruel grins. Jason's anticipation soared, for each lash amplified the spiritual energy within him. He was likely the only soul on the continent who reveled in such torment. Or perhaps not. "Come on, you whelps. Unleash your fury upon Zack. Once I'm free, you'll rue the day," Zack roared, channeling his spiritual energy to mend his wounds, a surge of exhilaration coursing through his mind. "Dream on if you think you'll leave this place," one of the brutes sneered, brandishing a spiked whip. The whip descended with brutal force, its echoes reverberating through the desolate halls of the prosecutor's office, striking terror into the hearts of the inmates. Yet, amidst the torment, Jason savored the surge of his physical prowess. To be punished is truly sublime, he mused. Chapter 60. No plea will suffice. In the grand hall of the Talon City prosecutor's office, Xiaobo stood there, panting heavily. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, while two guards gripped him tightly, their own appearances equally disheveled. How dare you treat a pharmacist like this? Do you not fear the Pharmacists Guild will come after you? Xiaobo glared at Steele. The Pharmacists Guild? Huh. Do not try to intimidate me with that. You, a mere apprentice pharmacist, have provoked the prosecutor's office. Let us see if the guild will protect you, Steele replied darkly. Throw him outside. Despite having given Xiaobo a severe thrashing, Steele was cautious about detaining a pharmacist without just cause, for he had not committed any grave offense. To his surprise, Jason had a friend who was a pharmacist. Mike, who had been watching from the sidelines, muttered to himself. Then followed the two guards escorting Xiaobo as they made their way outside. Previously, Xiaobo's sudden intrusion had prevented their departure, and it was time for him to report back. Hey, you can't go in there. This is a restricted area of the prosecutor's office. But before Mike and his companions could reach the hall's entrance, a commotion erupted outside, and a group entered under Mike's watchful gaze. Leading them was a woman clad in a fiery red robe, her expression icy, accompanied by a relatively young middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist, exuding authority. Behind them trailed two young boys. Xiaobo, are you all right? Upon seeing Xiaobo being restrained by the guards, one of the boys rushed forward, shouting, Let him go. The red-haired woman commanded coldly. The guards, unsure of what transpired, instinctively released Xiaobo upon hearing her words. Teacher Klein, Teacher Fengyi, you're here? Jason should be inside. Xiaobo exclaimed, a glimmer of joy lighting up his face at the sight of the four, Klein and Fengyi, along with the informants Jiaping and Karoti. Seems like they won't be letting anyone go, Mike thought, somewhat speechless, retreating to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Kate, lying on the ground, instinctively shrank back upon seeing Klein and Fengyi. While she had been somewhat at ease with Xiaobo, the presence of Klein and Fengyi, teachers from the CIS Spirit Academy, instilled considerable fear in her. Director Steele, we have heard that our student Jason has been apprehended by your office. We would like to know the details, Klein stated with a cold demeanor, fixing his gaze on Steele. Jason assaulted someone in the Spirit Master Guild's market, severely injuring my son Troy and Kate, along with his two guards. To maintain order in Talon City, we must keep a close watch on such lawless and heinous individuals. Steele retorted, May I ask your names? Oh, what I heard was quite different. It was Troy and Kate who were abusing their power, attempting to harm our student Jason, who only acted in self-defense. Regardless, I implore you, Director Steele, to hand Jason over to us. The CIS Spirit Academy will ensure he receives proper guidance, Klein countered. Humph. Are you implying that my office has mishandled this situation? Steele's eyes narrowed. It is our duty to ascertain the facts, and you cannot merely speak without evidence. Captain Mike from the Spirit Master Guild is here. He witnessed Jason's assault, and it was the guild's steward, Macy, who subdued the assailant, saving my son. Mike, feeling the pressure, shrank back. Damn it. Why is everything being pinned on me? I didn't want to be involved in this, he thought. Recognizing the formidable presence of Klein and Fengyi, realizing he was but a small ant before them. So, Baron Steele, you are unwilling to relinquish Jason to us? Klein's voice carried a hint of anger. Such a vicious criminal will be dealt with severely by my office, to serve as a warning. Otherwise, what becomes of the kingdom's laws and justice? Today, no plea will be of any use, Steele sneered. Teacher, I heard people saying that if we do not rescue Brother Jason, he may face dire consequences, Jiaping chimed in, unable to contain himself. Apologies, but today, we must take him with us. Fengyi, who had been silent until now, stepped forward, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Humph. Since when can the CIS Spirit Academy interfere with the work of the kingdom's prosecutor's office? Steele's aura surged, as a low-level spirit master. He felt no fear before Klein and Fengyi. Then, Baron Steele, do not blame us for being ungracious. Today, we shall take Jason. Klein and Fengyi advanced resolutely, fully aware that Steele was determined to keep Jason. Klein had initially thought that their presence would suffice, given that no lives had been lost on either side. However, Steele's attitude ignited a fire within him, deepening his concern for Jason's predicament. With Principal Bispham absent these days, Klein feared that if anything were to happen to Jason, not only would his mentor blame him, but he would also be unable to forgive himself. Humph, as long as I am here, I shall see who dares to take Jason away. Steele's eyes gleamed with a cunning light, and he bellowed, "Guards, secure this area. You must think carefully. Forcibly removing a criminal from the prosecutor's office is an act of treason." Steele's face was filled with cold disdain. The tension between both parties was palpable. In the courtyard of the Cis Spirit Academy, Meyer and Linda strolled slowly across the marble-paved ground. The sweltering summer was drawing to a close, and the weather had begun to cool slightly. Yet, Meyer found no joy in this change. After Linda had received treatment from Jason, upon returning to the Lord's Manor, they learned from Sonus that Linda's condition was under control and would soon be cured, which greatly pleased him. He had praised Meyer heartily. While most would be thrilled to receive such praise from Sonus, Meyer, having served in the Lord's Manor for decades, felt little excitement. He regarded himself as part of the manor. What truly delighted him was the long-awaited smile on both Lords Sonus and Linda's faces, as well as the dissipating gloom and sighs that had filled the manor. With the prospect of Linda's recovery, smiles returned to the faces of everyone in the manor. Following Jason's instructions, Linda had refrained from using any injury recovery potions or charm poisons over the past few days, diligently taking the potion Jason provided. As the days passed, the green spots on Linda's abdomen faded significantly, now barely visible, with most of the green streaks having virtually disappeared. Today marked the last day of taking the potion Jason had given Linda. Following his guidance, Meyer and Linda had come to the Cis Spirit Academy, but to his dismay, Jason, who had promised to wait for them in the laboratory, was nowhere to be found. This left Meyer feeling quite frustrated, prompting him to lead Linda toward Klein's office, knowing he would need to contact Jason through Teacher Klein. However, to Meyer's surprise, not only was Jason absent, but even Teacher Klein was not in his office, leaving Meyer at a loss for words. "Professor Norton, do you happen to know where Teacher Klein has gone?" As Meyer and Linda lingered before Professor Klein's office, a middle-aged gentleman approached them. Recognizing him, Linda immediately inquired, "Oh, is that you, Norton?" A smile promptly graced Norton's face upon seeing Linda. As a prominent member of the Academy's elite hall, nearly every faculty member was familiar with her. "It seems Professor Klein has gone to the prosecutor's office. I heard that a student rushed over earlier, claiming that another student was causing a disturbance at the Spirit Masters Guild market and was taken to the prosecutor's office. Consequently, Professor Klein left," he explained. "Ah, I see," Linda replied with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Professor Norton." "Not at all, Linda. Do strive to work diligently and aim for an early graduation from the Academy," Norton said with a cheerful demeanor before turning to depart. "To the prosecutor's office?" A flicker of anger crossed Meyer's face. What business do they have apprehending a student from the West Spirit Academy? Can there truly be a malevolent individual among them? This is utterly absurd. "Come, let us pay a visit to the prosecutor's office," Meyer declared, her expression fierce as she led Linda towards their destination. Typically, Meyer would not involve herself in such matters, but with Linda's supply of spirit medicine about to run out, she felt compelled to seek out Professor Klein first in order to locate Jason. Chapter 61. The Fury of Bifam and Saha in the outskirts of Tarlin City. Within Saha's private laboratory, two elderly gentlemen busied themselves. "Haha, old Saha, I have once again successfully concocted the awakening potion." Suddenly, one of the old men exclaimed, brandishing a vial containing a blue potion as he danced around the laboratory. "How is this possible? The awakening potion is notoriously difficult to prepare. I recall just a while ago you were utterly clueless. How could you have mastered it so quickly? Bifam, you must be pulling my leg." Upon hearing the old man's shout, Saha, filled with disdain, seized the potion vial from Bifam's hand, his eyes widening in disbelief. This truly is the awakening potion. How could this be?" Saha murmured, bewildered. What is so impossible about it?" "Admit it, old man. I possess a greater natural talent for potion making than you. Now I can concoct 2 types of 4th-tier superior potions. If I master one more, I will ascend to the rank of 4th-tier senior potion master in the royal city. Meanwhile, you can only manage 1 type. Alas, old chap, you still have much to learn." Bifam could not help but laugh triumphantly. "Old fool, how could this be? I remember the last time you tried to make the awakening potion. You were completely lost. How could such a short span of time have changed that?" Watching Bifam's smug expression, Saha felt a surge of irritation and wished to sweat him into silence. "TCH, what of it? Over the past 2 months, I have delved deeply into the intricacies of the awakening potion. Old friend, I have struck gold." Reflecting on the long discussions he had with Jason every night over the past 2 months, Bifam felt his efforts were well worth it. Struck gold? What do you mean? Saha asked, unable to contain his curiosity at Bifam's mysterious demeanor. Listen, one of the students in my academy possesses an even deeper understanding of potion making than I do. Recently, I've been studying alongside him, gaining considerable insights. Otherwise, it could have taken me another 6 months to successfully prepare the awakening potion, Bifam revealed, not holding back from Saha, with whom he shared decades of friendship. Is that so? Saha exclaimed, astonished. Just then, the two old men were interrupted by a faint voice calling from outside. President, are you home? Someone's looking for you, Bifam remarked, slightly irritated by the interruption. Oh, it's our guild member, Catherine. I wonder what she wants, Saha mused, recognizing Catherine's voice. After a moment's thought, he opened the laboratory door and stepped outside. President, I finally found you. Catherine panted, excitement lighting her face. The youth you asked me to keep an eye on. I found him. Youth? What youth? Saha asked, momentarily confused. The Master J.S. You said to notify you as soon as I spotted him. What? The Master J.S. You found him? Saha gasped, grabbing Catherine's arm. Where is he now? What Master J.S.? Bifam inquired, intrigued. The one I mentioned before. The one who successfully concocted a second-tier superior dissolution potion using an inferior second-tier spiritual consciousness, based on the physical properties of potion reactions. I have a secret. The third-tier superior recovery potion that was auctioned at Oliver's auction house was crafted by that Master J. So that recovery potion was indeed made by him. His skills are truly remarkable. Bifam shook his head. He had not attended that auction but had heard about it. As a mid-level potion master, he prided himself on his ability and knew he could not achieve such high purity in a recovery potion. By the way, where is that Master J.S. now? Saha asked anxiously. His name is Jason. Previously, he had a conflict in the marketplace with Baron Harvey's son, Kate, and Viscount Steele's son, Troy. After being injured by the guild's manager, Macy, he was taken to the Tarlin City Prosecutor's office, and he is seriously wounded. Catherine's heart raced as Saha held her hands tightly, her face flushed. What? Jason? Bifam interjected, alarmed. You mean he was injured? And taken to the Tarlin City Prosecutor's office? Yes, Jason is gravely hurt and may be in life-threatening danger, Catherine replied, gazing at Bifam, sensing his extraordinary presence alongside Saha. Though she did not know Bifam well, she understood that his connection to Saha indicated a person of significance, though Catherine did not comprehend the severity of Jason's injuries. The sight of them covered in blood in the marketplace had indeed frightened her. Damn it, what is Steele thinking? If anything happens to Jason, I will make him pay. Bifam's fury surged uncontrollably. What is happening, old fool? Saha asked, feeling frustrated. He had finally found the Master J.S. he had been searching for, yet here was Bifam, causing a commotion. The student I mentioned earlier is named Jason. His skills in potion making are undoubtedly profound, Bifam said, his face contorted with anxiety. I cannot remain here. I must return immediately. If anything happens to Jason. Clenching his fists, a tremor coursed through him as he gritted his teeth. Even if Steele dies, it will not quell the rage in my heart. Seeing Bifam in such a state, Saha, who had known him for decades, had never witnessed him this furious. Jason J.S. Jason J.S. Saha murmured the familiar name, recalling the youth standing beside Xiaobo at the auction. He had unknowingly encountered the Master J.S. already, believing him to be an unambitious student of the Shisi Spiritual Academy. Isn't J.S. merely an abbreviation for Jason? After searching tirelessly for this Master J.S., what if something were to happen to such a remarkable figure in Tarlin City? Saha momentarily found it hard to fathom. That bastard Steele, I will make him pay. He thought to himself, then shouted at Bifam, old fool, wait for me. I will go with you. In an instant, the two fourth-tier senior spiritual masters summoned their strength and raced toward the Tarlin City Prosecutor's office. I knew it would come to this, Catherine thought, watching the open laboratory door and the two rapidly disappearing figures, feeling utterly speechless. Chapter 62. The unfortunate Viscount Steele in the Grand Hall of the Tarlin City Prosecutor's office. Klein and Feng Yi stood gravely, their expressions etched with seriousness. Klein's crimson robe bore 2 gaping holes, while a trickle of blood stained the corner of Feng Yi's mouth, rendering them both rather disheveled. Yet, their eyes remained resolute as they fixed their gaze upon Viscount Steele before them. Meanwhile, Xiaobo, Karoti, and Jiaping gasped for breath nearby. In contrast to Klein and Feng Yi, their disarray was far more pronounced. Shabba had lost his robe entirely, revealing the inner armor beneath. A cadre of armed guards encircled the five of them, while on the ground, several wounded guards writhed in agony from the earlier confrontation, leaving the hall in utter chaos. Kate and Troy had long been carried into the depths of the prosecutor's office, while Mike and a dozen other spirit masters from the guild huddled at the entrance, cursing inwardly, trapped in a predicament from which there seemed no escape. Klein, although you are merely a third-tier low-level alchemist, protected by the laws of the kingdom, your audacity in leading students to clash with the kingdom's administrative body in an attempt to seize a prisoner equates to treason. As the head of the Talon City Prosecutor's Office and an official of national security, I possess the authority to arrest you and subsequently transfer you to a special department of the kingdom for sanctions. Of course, given your standing, you may escape unscathed, but those accompanying you will certainly face dire consequences. That Feng Yi is a senior spirit master, isn't he? Despite your youth, your potential for future advancement is promising. Alas, you shall pay a heavy price for your actions today. Glaring at Klein and Feng Yi, Viscount Steele spoke with a cold scoff, his attire still marked by the grayish stains of their earlier skirmish. Despite Klein achieving the rank of a third-tier low-level spirit master and Feng Yi being a third-tier senior spirit master, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against the fourth-tier low-level celestial spirit master, Steele. Even in their joint efforts during the previous encounter, they had struggled to gain any ground, suffering considerable internal injuries instead. Anxiously, Klein and Feng Yi felt the weight of their predicament. Each moment they lingered here only increased Jason's peril. The chasm of a single tier loomed before them like an insurmountable divide, even with all their might. They could only inflict minor wounds upon Steele. Old man, this is the Talon City Prosecutor's Office. No unauthorized personnel are permitted inside. Came a guard shout from outside the hall. Unauthorized personnel? How audacious! A dignified voice echoed from beyond the door. I seek Professor Klein of the Sisters Academy. I hear he is here, along with Viscount Steele. Have him come forth to meet me. Professor Klein, so you are in league with that fellow. You should just lie down and wait, a guard retorted upon realizing the old man's intent. Seeking death, a melodious female voice chimed in, and with a resounding crash, a figure was hurled through the entrance, landing unceremoniously upon the marble floor. An elderly gentleman accompanied by a young lady entered the hall. Observing the scene before him, the old man's brow furrowed, and his gaze fell upon Klein. Professor Klein, what is the meaning of this? The elder inquired, his tone laced with displeasure. You are seeking death. Our prosecutor's office has been invaded multiple times today, Steele seethed, barely containing his rage. But upon recognizing the newcomers, he paused in astonishment. Butler Meyer, what brings you here? And Miss Linda as well? As the head of the Talon City Prosecutor's Office, Steele was well acquainted with Butler Meyer of the City Lord's Manor. Though a mere steward, Meyer commanded significant respect among the officials in Talon. Moreover, the presence of Lady Linda, the beloved daughter of Lord Sonus, alongside Meyer intensified Steele's unease. Upon seeing Meyer inquiring after Klein, Steele sensed a brewing storm. Butler Meyer. The student in question detained by Viscount Steele is Jason, who was gravely injured before arriving at the prosecutor's office and is now in imminent danger. If you wish for his assistance, do not dally. Otherwise, you may only encounter his lifeless body, Klein asserted, his frustration evident as he read the atmosphere. Jason? How could it be him? Meyer's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. Concern etched across his face. He realized the implications for Lady Linda should anything happen to Jason. Steele, surrender Jason to me, Linda demanded, her expression transforming at the mention of Jason. What misfortune has befallen me today? To discipline an 8th-tier student on behalf of my nephew and son, only to have an entourage demanding justice. Now even the daughter of Lord Sonus and the manor's steward have appeared. Steele's countenance wavered, his fury palpable. At the entrance, Mike and the others exchanged anxious glances. Initially believing Jason to be an ordinary student, they now felt a chill of apprehension. What if they were held accountable? Though they had merely followed Lord Macy's orders, the others might not see it that way and could easily label them as accomplices. Steele, you have quite the audacity. Just as Steele grappled with his conflicting emotions, a thunderous crash resonated from outside the prosecutor's office. In an instant, a figure burst into the hall, a tempestuous aura enveloping him, transforming into a fierce crimson tiger that roared as it charged toward the standing Steele. Chapter 63. A man must endure feeling the overwhelming aura. Steele's expression shifted, and with a sense of urgency, he channeled his inner energy, thrusting his long sword towards the figure before him. Foolishness! The figure bellowed again, causing a reverberating buzz to fill the hall. Unfazed by Steel's sword, the figure struck with lightning speed, delivering a powerful blow to the back of Steel's sword, while simultaneously landing a palm on his chest. With a resounding impact, Steel was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as his sword shattered into 2 pieces midair. Hold on, old ghost, do not kill him. Just as the figure was about to advance again, another silhouette darted into the hall, restraining the former figure. Master Bifam. Director, President Saha. Upon witnessing the 2 figures standing firm, the crowd paused in astonishment, and the guards surrounding the hall, intent on subduing the assailant after seeing their superior injured, halted in their tracks, shock evident on their faces. Tears glimmered in Klein's eyes. Master Bifam had arrived, which meant Jason was surely safe. In the entire city of Talon, there were 4 renowned figures. If asked who held the most power, it would undoubtedly be Count Sonus, the Lord of Talon City. If the strongest were to be named, it would be Jones, the esteemed spirit master. However, if fame were the measure, it would certainly be Bifam and Saha, both recognized as mid-level 4th-tier spirit alchemists. They were not only the directors of the West Sis Academy of Spirit Power and the Talon City Spirit Alchemist Guild, but also members of the Royal Spirit Alchemist team of the Orlando Kingdom. Where's Master Jason? Bifam inquired as he stepped before Steel, forcefully stepping on the charred wound on Steel's chest. Steel coughed up blood once more, his previously furious glare replaced by sheer terror upon recognizing the 2 figures before him. Steel was acutely aware that while the Lord of Sonus might refrain from completely severing ties due to the Branford family backing him, if Bifam and Saha chose to end his life now, the Branford family would not risk offending 2 royal spirit alchemists over a mere viscount. Good heavens! What misfortune has befallen me? Who exactly is Jason? Was he not merely an ordinary student? Now, not only has the steward Meyer from the Lord's estate intervened, but even the Titans Bifam and Saha have appeared, addressing him as Master Jason. Is he not just an 8th-level spirit student? Speak. Where is Master Jason now? Bifam, noticing Steel's stunned silence, felt a surge of anger and pressed down harder. Crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed as Steel's chest caved in, his eyes rolling back, blood frothing from his mouth. The guards, weapons in hand, hesitated, unsure whether to intervene, yet remained frozen in place. Quickly, tell us where Master Jason is. Saha shouted, equally furious. Master Jason? Initially, the crowd had not comprehended Bifam's words, but now hearing him refer to Jason as Master alongside Sa's acknowledgement, all present were utterly astonished. Who exactly was this Jason? Klein, accustomed to her mentor's address, remained composed, her concern solely for Jason's well-being. In the Steel, blood frothing from his mouth, struggled to articulate a coherent response. Master Bifam, Master Saha. I heard Viscount Steele mention that he was taken to the interrogation chamber in the prosecutor's office. He should be inside, Mike finally blurted out, trembling as he stepped forward, anxious to redeem himself. Seeing Steele in such a state, he feared that if Bifam sought retribution, he might be struck down without mercy, leaving him no place to lament. The interrogation chamber? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Everyone understood what that place entailed, an area for torturing death row inmates. To have Jason sent there was tantamount to a death sentence. Seeking death, Bifam kicked Steele aside and hurriedly made his way towards the prosecutor's office, with Saha and Meyer following closely, disregarding the incapacitated Steele entirely. Bang! Bang bang! Inside the interrogation chamber of the Talon City prosecutor's office, 2 burly men, De Jong and Baldy, were mercilessly pummeling Jason and Zach, treating them like mere punching bags. Each blow from their spiked knuckles left gaping wounds. Go on, scream. Huh, why aren't you shouting now? The brute named De Jong taunted, landing heavy punches on Zach, his face twisted in malice. Despite having learned a restorative technique from Jason, Zach, under such relentless assault, appeared pale and bloodied, his eyes glazing over. Damn it. Ugh. Zach, barely conscious, managed to utter a word, attempting to spit, but only blood spewed forth. Meanwhile, Jason remained silent, eyes tightly shut, his expression betraying immense agony. Jason indeed suffered greatly. Each strike from Baldy heightened the concentration of 8th-level spirit energy within him. During the whipping, his inner energy had surged to a level nearly sufficient to breach the 9th-level meridians, yet he struggled to contain it, knowing that advancing in such a hellish environment was ill-advised. Fortunately, as the torture persisted, the potency of the energy increase with each lash began to diminish, eventually becoming nearly imperceptible, much to Jason's relief. However, to his dismay, after tiring from the whip, the two Hulks resorted to using their fists, turning Zack and Jason into their punching bags, which proved to be far worse. With each blow, Jason felt the surge of 8th level energy intensify beyond what he had experienced with the whip, compelling him to channel the energy throughout his body, compressing it relentlessly. Yet it remained insufficient. He realized that if he relinquished his grip on suppressing the energy, it would effortlessly break through the entrance to the 9th level meridians. A consequence of the extraordinarily high concentration of 8th level energy within him, surpassing even the levels he had experienced during his 2 years at 5th level spirit energy. However, Jason dared not release the suppression of his spiritual energy. Typically, when one advances in their spiritual power, they must remain unaffected by external influences. Otherwise, it could easily lead to chaotic energy and result in demonic deviation. Given the current circumstances of his advancement, Jason even harbored doubts about whether he might succumb to internal turmoil, potentially leading to a catastrophic demise. Thus, he could only endure. A man, at times, must learn to endure. Chapter 64. Advancement to First Order. What do you think you're doing? This is the Hall of Justice's interrogation chamber. How dare you barge in here? A sudden clamor erupted outside, followed by the interrogation room door being violently kicked open. What is the meaning of this intrusion? Startled, De Jiang and the bald man, who were torturing Zack and Jason, turned around to face the unwelcome guests. Before they could react, two massive fists slammed into their faces. With a sickening thud, the two bodies were sent hurtling across the room, crashing against the wall and dislodging the torture implements. They crumpled to the ground, their faces unrecognizable, already devoid of life. Jason, are you all right? A chorus of anxious and concerned voices reached Jason's ears. Dean Biffam, Professor Klein, Instructor Feng Yi, Carrot, Shabo, Jiaping. Familiar and unfamiliar faces swam before Jason's eyes. He exhaled a long breath, finally relinquishing control over the spiritual power suppression within his body. Boom. Unleashed. The suppressed 8th level spiritual power surged like ignited gunpowder and a runaway steed, instantly erupting within Jason's meridians. Without Jason's command, the rampaging power shattered the gateway to the 9th level meridians. The once impregnable barrier of the 9th level meridian crumbled like paper, instantly pulverized into countless fragments. A torrent of 8th level spiritual power surged into Jason's 9th level meridians. However, even after the 9th level meridians were saturated with 9th level spiritual power, converted from the 8th level energy, at least half of Jason's original 8th level power remained unabsorbed. Compress, saturate, compress again, saturate once more. Within Jason's body, a frenzied transformation of spiritual energy was underway, surging towards the barrier of the First Order. A wisp of spiritual energy trickled towards the seemingly insurmountable barrier, gently lapping at its base. Gradually, the trickle transformed into a stream, softly caressing the barrier. In time, the stream swelled into a river, striking the barrier at its midpoint. Finally, the river became a roaring ocean, howling and relentlessly battering the barrier, like an indefatigable lion launching an unending assault upon its foe. Jason. The onlookers watched the blood-soaked Jason with mounting concern. Tears welled in the eyes of Carrot and Shabo. What's happening to Jason? Meyer approached Jason hesitantly, seeing Jason's grievous injuries. Meyer's first thought was that the young lady's elixir would be unattainable today. Do not touch him. Biffam, his face grim, stopped Meyer. He and Saha exchanged glances, a flicker of bewilderment in their eyes. As spiritual medicine practitioners, their spiritual senses were far more acute than those of ordinary spiritualists. Initially, they were alarmed by Jason's bloodied state, but upon closer inspection with their spiritual senses, they discovered that Jason's vitality was not that of a gravely wounded person. On the contrary, he seemed as healthy as someone who had consumed a potent tonic. Even more astonishing to Biffam and Saha was the chaotic fluctuation of spiritual power within Jason's body, indicative of an imminent breakthrough. Such a massive surge of spiritual power could only occur during an advancement. Jason is actually advancing to the First Order, Biffam and Saha realized, overwhelmed with astonishment. Take this man back for treatment, and then all of you leave. Biffam retrieved a vial of healing potion, administered it to Zack, and addressed the surrounding crowd. Everyone looked puzzled, unsure of Biffam and Saha's intentions. Didn't they see that Jason was covered in blood and in dire need of treatment? However, trusting in their judgment, they carried Zack out of the room one by one. Bifam and Saha exchanged a look and sat cross-legged beside Jason, guarding him, unconcerned by the filthy floor of the interrogation chamber. Within Jason's body, a vast amount of 8th-level spiritual power was being converted into 9th-level spiritual power, which was then channeled into the 9th-level meridians, joining the forces assaulting the barrier of the First Order. If the barrier of the First Order was an insurmountable cliff, then the 9th-level spiritual power was the water flowing against it, constantly battering the cliff face. With the conversion of Jason's 8th-level spiritual power, the water level was continuously rising. If the water could breach the cliff or exceed its height, the 9th-level spiritual power would be able to shatter the barrier and advance to the First Order. Jason could feel the increasing intensity of the assault. The barrier was beginning to teeter under the onslaught of the 9th-level spiritual power, and the water level was steadily rising, reaching the summit of the cliff. But at that moment, the water level stopped rising. All of the 8th-level spiritual power in Jason's meridians had been converted into 9th-level spiritual power, joining the battle. Not a single drop remained. No way. Jason lamented inwardly. Just when he was on the verge of success, his 8th-level spiritual power ran out. Am I really this unlucky? Jason, who had previously been bothered by the excess of 8th-level spiritual power in his body, was now dumbfounded. He frantically circulated all of his 9th-level spiritual power, violently slamming it against the barrier. Jason could feel that the barrier was on the verge of collapse, but it was just short of breaking, remaining stubbornly unyielding. Just then, a peculiar force suddenly emerged from Jason's body. This force was identical to the strange power that had previously healed his entire body. Jason had no idea where this power came from, but it abruptly appeared within him, instantly arriving in the 9th-level meridians. Upon sensing this power, all of the 9th-level spiritual power retreated in terror, like sheep before a hungry tiger, clearing a path. Jason's eyes widened in astonishment. He had felt that his 9th-level meridians were already packed with 9th-level spiritual power, leaving no room at all. Yet, when this power appeared, all of the 9th-level spiritual power was able to make way. It seemed that his compression was insufficient. This strange power swaggered leisurely through Jason's 9th-level meridians, circled the entire 9th-level meridian, and arrived at the barrier of the First Order. Then, in Jason's perception, it gently bumped into the barrier. Boom. The barrier, which had been impervious to the 9th-level spiritual power that filled Jason's meridians, completely collapsed and disintegrated into rubble under the gentle touch of the strange power. A torrent of 9th-level spiritual power surged through, entering a brand new meridian, frolicking joyously within it. The strange power, after shattering the barrier of the First Order, vanished without a trace, its whereabouts unknown. Jason felt an instantaneous clarity in his mind, as if he could directly sense the surrounding spiritual energy elements. Every cell in his body was breathing, and as the spiritual power circulated, it was directly absorbed by the cells. Every cell, blood, bone, muscle, fascia, organ, and even hair, was frantically absorbing the power of the spiritual energy, expelling the waste products. It seemed as if a magical light shone through Jason's mind, illuminating his entire body. Previously, Jason could only vaguely sense the state of his body with his spiritual sense, but now, it was as if he were viewing it under a microscope, seeing every detail with perfect clarity. At that moment, Jason finally ascended to the first realm, becoming a genuine spiritual apprentice. Chapter 65. Handling Aftermath. Oh my. As Jason opened his eyes, he was met by two pairs of eyes staring intensely at him, scrutinizing him as if he were some sort of monster. For heaven's sake, could you not stand so close? Do you not realize that frightening someone can have dire consequences? Jason, feeling somewhat speechless, called out to Bismarck and Saha before taking a deep breath. Ugh! A pungent stench assaulted his nostrils, nearly making him retch. As he touched his body, he discovered a sticky, black residue clinging to his hand, emitting foul odors, evidence of the waste expelled from within him. The air in the torture chamber was already far from fresh, and combined with these strange smells, it was utterly unbearable. To make matters worse, Jason had just advanced to the first level, rendering his senses extraordinarily acute. It seemed that leveling up was not entirely beneficial. Jason couldn't help but mutter to himself, though he cast a grateful glance at Bismarck and Saha, marveling at how these two elderly men had endured such an atrocious environment for so long. Are you undergoing a cleansing process? Is this the ascension of a first-level spirit apprentice or a fourth-level celestial spirit master? At this moment, Bismarck finally spoke up, recognizing that what was happening to Jason was akin to the cleansing process that occurs during the ascension to a fourth-level celestial spirit master. However, in Bismarck's perception, Jason was merely a first-level spirit apprentice. He had never heard of a first-level spirit apprentice undergoing such a cleansing, which explained the peculiar looks he and Saha had exchanged earlier. Ah, what a lovely day it is. Yes, the sun shines brilliantly, and the sky is clear and cloudless. By the way, how long have I been cultivating? Jason chuckled as he surveyed the dim torture chamber. This was the advantage of a violent spirit master's cultivation, being able to undergo a cleansing at the first level, thereby maximizing his physical strength and continuously enhancing his constitution. You've been cultivating for half a day. It's already evening, and yet the sky remains cloudless. Bismarck shot Jason a disdainful glance and then stepped aside. You should wash yourself. You smell atrocious. With that, Bismarck put away a half-used bottle of yellow elixir. Seeing that elixir, Jason felt a pang of familiarity, and then it dawned on him, his eyes widening in realization. Wasn't that a deodorizing agent commonly used in farms? The deodorizing agent was merely a basic concoction, not a true elixir. In farms raising low-tier spirit beasts, such as pig-like creatures, the stench could be overwhelming, prompting workers to consume deodorizing agents before entering, rendering them impervious to the foul odors. It appeared that Bismarck had taken him for one of those beasts. Jason cast aside any remnants of gratitude he had felt earlier, feeling deceived. After a quick shower in the internal bathroom of the prosecutor's office, Jason, accompanied by Bismarck and Saha, made his way to the main hall. The hall had been thoroughly cleaned, and the events of the day had sent shockwaves through the entire city of Talon. Who were Master Bismarck and Master Saha? Their mere presence could shake the very foundations of Talon. The most tragic victim of the day was likely Viscount Steele, whose bones and meridians had been shattered under Bismarck's furious assault. Even if he were to survive, he would probably be left paralyzed, his strength irretrievably lost. News of the incident quickly reached Count Sonus, the Lord of Talon. Upon hearing the news, Sonus was furious and reportedly berated the prosecutor's office in his study, even sending officials to express their condolences to Jason. Soon after, the son of Baron Harvey, the city's guard, along with Troy, the son of Viscount Steele, and several guards involved in the incident, were all arrested on charges of public brawling, abuse of power, and harming a royal alchemist. The atmosphere in Talon was tense, with numerous guards from the Lord's office patrolling the streets, creating an air of unease. Most uninformed citizens tread carefully, while the gossip-hungry sought to uncover the truth. A few high-ranking individuals, privy to some information, were left trembling, silently noting the name Jason and cautioning their children and subordinates against crossing him. With the protection of Master Bismarck, the head of the Sixth Spirit Academy, and President Saha of the Talon Alchemist Guild, along with the apparent concern of Count Sonus, who would dare to provoke Jason? Anyone seeking trouble would do well to find a different path. Jason, you rascal, you finally emerged. Just as Jason entered the hall, a boisterous voice reached his ears. He saw Zack, heavily bandaged, lying on a stretcher, grinning at him. Teachers Klein and others stood at the back of the hall, smiling upon seeing Jason. Throughout the afternoon, Jason, Bismarck, and Saha had remained in the torture chamber, and the others, respecting Bismarck's command, had refrained from interrupting. Worrying about Jason, they lingered in the hall, awaiting news of him. Now, seeing him, their hearts were finally at ease. Jason felt a wave of gratitude wash over him as he greeted everyone warmly. Upon learning that Klein and the others had sustained injuries during their battle with Steele for his sake, Jason said little, choosing instead to cherish this bond deep within his heart. Hey, Jason, I have great news. I've ascended to the rank of low-level alchemist and become a true spirit pharmacist. Haha, don't be jealous. I believe I shall reach your heights. But a prodigy like me is not easily surpassed. You'll have to work hard. Xiao Bo felt immense gratitude towards Jason, knowing that his ascension to alchemist was largely thanks to Jason's help. But upon seeing Jason, he couldn't resist showing off a bit. Standing behind Jason, Bismarck and Saha exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Knowing a bit about Jason's prowess in alchemy, they mused internally that reaching such heights would indeed be a daunting task, unless Jason were to impair his own abilities. Rest assured, Jason. Kate and Troy have already been apprehended. Meyer smiled as he approached Jason, glancing at Linda beside him, hesitating to say something, but ultimately deciding against it. Understanding Meyer's concern, Jason smiled gently. Linda should finish that bottle of elixir today. Meyer, have someone come to the academy tomorrow morning to collect another. I'll prepare another batch. Once she finishes that one, she should be fine. That's wonderful. Meyer beamed, his face lighting up. This afternoon, Count Sonus had been furious, likely worried that Jason's injuries and Linda's inability to take the elixir would lead to her condition worsening. With Jason's assurance, Meyer felt greatly relieved. Approaching Zach, Jason exchanged no words, simply delivering a couple of playful punches to his injured chest, eliciting a pained yet joyful grin from Zach. Beside Zach stood a group of individuals, among whom a particularly striking middle-aged man with dark hair caught Jason's attention. With his newly acquired perception following his promotion, Jason discerned that this individual was far from ordinary. His formidable prowess suggested that he was none other than Lin Yan, the low-ranking celestial master and captain of the Blade Adventurers team, as Zach had mentioned. "Thank you, sir, for saving my brother's life," emerged a robust middle-aged man resembling Zach, who stepped forward with a resonant voice. This man was Zach's elder brother, Baroque, the vice-captain of the Blade Adventurers team. There's no need for such formality. Had it not been for my intervention, Zach would not have been embroiled in this predicament. Jason replied candidly. Indeed, had it not been for his efforts to rescue Jason, Zach would not have suffered injuries inflicted by Macy and subsequently been taken away by the prosecutor's office. At that moment, Saha interjected. "I've heard that you two were injured by Macy in the Spirit Master Guild's marketplace, which led to your apprehension by the prosecutor's office, correct?" "Indeed. Had it not been for Macy, those incompetent fools from the prosecutor's office and the city guards could never have detained my grandfather, Zach," Zach grumbled. However, upon realizing he had spoken to Saha, the esteemed president of the Talon City Alchemist Guild, he promptly fell silent, behaving like a well-mannered child in her presence. "What is that scoundrel Macy? How dare he injure Master Jason? Catherine, from tomorrow onwards, cease all supply of potions from the Spirit Master Guild," Saha declared with a huff. "Yes, esteemed president," Catherine responded, having rushed over after relaying Saha's orders. A flicker of excitement coursed through her. The president had entrusted such a significant task to her. A mere attendant of the Alchemist Guild, a responsibility typically reserved for the guild's chief manager. "Master Jason, would this arrangement be satisfactory to you?" Saha inquired, beaming at Jason. Observing the subtly flattering expression on Saha's face, all present were left momentarily speechless. Chapter 66. The Ennui of the Spiritualist Guild Dawn. In the opulent office of the Spiritualist Guild's president in Talon, an elder adorned in resplendent spiritualist robes sat seething with indignation. A middle-aged man stood before him, head bowed in silent contrition. The elder was none other than Isaac, the president of the Talon Spiritualist Guild, a formidable fourth-tier intermediate celestial spiritualist. The man before him was Macy, the guild's administrator, responsible for the assault on Jason and Zach 2 days prior. "Utter imbecile," Isaac roared. "Was it your place to interfere? Now, the Herbalist Guild has severed our supply of spiritual elixirs. How am I to provide for our guild members? You have truly infuriated me." Macy remained motionless, offering no retort, his heart gripped by dread. Macy felt no resentment at Isaac's reprimand, only a rising tide of fear. He had learned of Steele's fate, a count of the Brandt family, a fourth-tier low-level celestial spiritualist, reduced to a cripple by Principal Bispham of the Sith Spiritual Academy. As a third-tier intermediate spiritualist, Macy held a position of considerable status in Talon. Yet, faced with the titans Bispham and Sayre, he felt utterly powerless. Haunted by the prospect of their retribution, Macy had been living in terror. Now, trouble had arrived, not for him, but for the Spiritualist Guild. Isaac, upon learning the situation, was livid. "Very well," Isaac sighed, observing Macy's bowed head and remorseful demeanor. "Dwelling on it is futile. We must seek a solution." Macy possessed administrative competence, but his actions had been imprudent. He must be consumed by remorse. While Isaac held considerable influence in Talon, he was dwarfed by Bispham and Sayre. "I shall visit the Herbalist Guild this afternoon," Isaac mused. "Sayre is not unreasonable, but concessions will be necessary. Who is this Jason, he wondered, to provoke such ire in those two old coots? The sudden crisis had plunged him into vexation. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed from the door, followed by a voice. "President Isaac, it's Mike, with a report." "Enter," Isaac boomed, gesturing for Macy to remain. He valued his subordinate's dignity in public. Mike entered cautiously, closing the door behind him. "Speak," Isaac said blandly. He had heard that Mike was present at the incident and that he and his companions had returned unscathed after delivering Jason and Zach to the prosecutor's office, arousing Isaac's curiosity. In an attempt to atone, Mike and the others had performed menial tasks at the prosecutor's office. Klein, knowing they were acting under orders, had not harassed them. "President," Mike began, "I saw Jason at the guild earlier." "Jason?" Isaac shot up, his head throbbing. "Who accompanied him?" He feared Jason had come for retribution. What if Bispham and Sarah demand Macy's head? What then? "He was alone," Mike replied. "He seemed to be headed for the appraisal hall." "Alone? In the appraisal hall?" Isaac frowned, relieved. He beckoned to Macy. "Let's investigate. I couldn't bear it if some fool offended that young man today." Isaac hurried toward the appraisal hall. Inside the Spiritualist Guild's appraisal hall, Jason gazed around with curiosity. After parting with his companions the day before, Jason had immediately focused on solidifying his newly advanced first-tier spiritual power. He awoke the next morning to find his injuries healed and his scars faded, a testament to the profound effects of the spiritual cleansing. After concocting another elixir for Linda, Jason was summoned by Bispham and Sarah for an interrogation. He confessed to his involvement with the Herbalist Guild's issues and the creation of the rejuvenation elixir at the Oliver auction house. Bispham was stunned. He had believed Jason's expertise lay in his understanding of elixirs and materials, a theoretical knowledge. He had often sought Jason's guidance on the fundamentals of spiritual power in elixir reactions. Learning that Jason could independently create a high-level third-tier rejuvenation elixir, Bispham realized he had underestimated him. Jason understood that he was no longer the ninth-tier spiritualist grandmaster of his previous life, but a mere student. He needed to demonstrate his abilities to earn respect. He spent the afternoon in discussion with Bispham and Sarah. Jason sought to master the application of spiritual power in elixir concoction. Bispham and Sarah sought to absorb the vast knowledge base of elixir formulas and concepts developed over 3 millennia. Their discussions grew animated, with the two elders repeatedly calling Jason master. Jason, overwhelmed, offered a few pointers on the fourth-tier elixir they were attempting to concoct, finally excusing himself from the eager pair, who were keen to experiment. Despite the conflict with the Spiritualist Guild, Jason, now a first-tier spiritualist, decided to undergo the first-tier appraisal. Chapter 67. The Spiritualist Guild Appraisal Hall. Before the appraisal hall of the Spiritualist Guild, several tables crafted from fine sandalwood were arranged. On the hall's far side, a row of small, closed doors stood, while exquisite paintings adorned the walls around the entire hall. Several young female attendants, clad in the Spiritualist Guild's official uniforms, sat around the tables, engaged in lively conversation. Their discussions were punctuated by delightful giggles as they touched upon amusing topics. Upon noticing Jason's arrival, they cast a fleeting glance in his direction but quickly reverted their attention to their own engrossing exchanges. Jason's attire consisted of a grayish-blue canvas shirt, which, combined with his dark, coffee-colored trousers, lent him a rather rustic and unremarkable appearance. In his previous life, despite his status as a ninth-tier spiritual alchemist saint, Jason had never even attained the first-tier spiritual apprentice level. Consequently, he was largely unfamiliar with the appraisal hall of the Spiritualist Guild. Filled with curiosity, he stood there, his gaze darting around in wonder. The female attendants employed at the Spiritualist Guild were, naturally, no ordinary individuals, save for two with more commonplace appearances. The rest were remarkably alluring, possessing captivating figures and graceful demeanors. Upon observing Jason's entrance, they assumed he was merely a casual onlooker and paid him little heed. Even if they suspected he was there for an appraisal, they were generally disinclined to approach such a plain-looking individual. In their minds, powerful, high-ranking individuals or young, noble gentlemen were far more appealing. One of the less attractive attendants, after observing Jason standing there, absorbed in the artwork on the walls, hesitated for a moment before rising to approach him. "Good day, sir. May I be of assistance?" she inquired with a gentle smile. "I am here to be appraised as a first-tier spiritual apprentice. What procedures are required?" Jason responded, unfazed by the dismissive glances he had received earlier. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, he was not easily perturbed by such trivialities. "Ah, you're here to be appraised as a first-tier spiritual apprentice? Please begin by filling out this form." The attendant, clearly surprised by Jason's request, led him to a table and swiftly produced a form and a pen. Placing them before him, realizing the purpose of Jason's visit, she cast an astonished glance at the young man, who appeared to be of no considerable age. In the city of Terran, someone of Jason's age achieving the first tier was indeed considered a prodigious talent. Jason examined the form. noting that it primarily requested basic information such as name and age. He picked up the pen and began filling it out with brisk efficiency. Meanwhile, the other attendants had noticed Jason's actions. The act of filling out the form indicated that he was indeed there for an appraisal, and judging by his age, it was likely for a first-tier spiritual apprentice. The realization that Jason had achieved first-tier status at such a young age sparked a flicker of regret in the hearts of those who had previously ignored him. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed from the entrance of the appraisal hall. All eyes turned to see Guildmaster Isaac. Along with Steward Macy and Captain Mike, striding purposefully in their direction, their gazes sweeping across the hall. The attendants hastily returned to their tables, assuming an upright posture and beaming radiant smiles at the approaching trio. They were well acquainted with Captain Mike, who regularly patrolled the Spiritualist Guild. In the past, he would always greet them with a jest or two, and sometimes even engage in casual conversation. However, on this day, Captain Mike seemed oblivious to their presence, his face unsmiling and his demeanor unyielding. Guildmaster. As Isaac and his companions entered the appraisal hall, all the attendants, including the one assisting Jason, rose to their feet and greeted him in unison. Isaac merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on Jason as he quickly approached him. Haha, Master Jason. It is a pleasure to see you at our Spiritualist Guild. It would have been an honor to have been informed of your visit beforehand, so that I could have prepared a proper welcome. Isaac exclaimed with a broad smile, his manner reminiscent of meeting a long-lost friend, his tone filled with warmth and cordiality. Isaac had heard about the incident from Mike. Masters Biffam and Sacker had been remarkably amiable towards Jason, and according to Mike, they had even shown a hint of deference, addressing him as Master Jason. This had left Isaac perplexed, and upon meeting Jason, he had instinctively addressed him as Master Jason as well. If Masters Biffam and Sacker used such a title, he reasoned, there could be no harm in following suit. The attendants, overhearing Isaac's salutation, were instantly taken aback, wondering if they had misheard him. In the Stern Continent, titles were used with great care. In Terran City, Guildmaster Isaac, despite his status, could address even Jones, the city's most powerful figure, by his given name. The only person he would address as Lord was Count Sornas, the city's Lord, while the title Master was reserved for Dean Biffam of the Sith Spiritual Academy and Guildmaster Sacker of the Alchemist Guild. Who else could possibly warrant such respect? The young man before them appeared to be no older than 20, yet Guildmaster Isaac was addressing him as Master. They must have misheard, they thought. You are? Jason inquired, glancing at Isaac with a puzzled expression. He had never encountered this elder before, but based on the attendant's earlier address, he had a vague idea of his identity. Haha, I am Isaac, the Guildmaster of the Terran City Spiritualist Guild. May I inquire as to the purpose of Master Jason's visit to our guild today? Oh, so you are Guildmaster Isaac. I am here to be appraised as a first-tier spiritual apprentice, Jason replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Macy and Mike behind Isaac, his face devoid of any recognition. Macy, upon receiving Jason's gaze, felt a sudden flutter in her heart. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, tinged with a hint of fear. Indeed, a prodigious talent emerges from a young age. Master Jason, you have reached the first tier at such a tender age. When I was your age, I was still striving to become a first tier myself, Isaac remarked, his words sincere, as he had only achieved the first tier at the age of 19. By the way, Master Jason, have you completed the information form? Isaac directed his attention to the attendant standing before Jason. Yes, I will take it for verification immediately. The attendant, overwhelmed by the fact that Guildmaster Isaac was addressing her, flushed crimson with excitement. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she felt a surge of nervousness. In her 2 years at the Spiritualist Guild, she had rarely seen Isaac, and this was the first time she had ever had the opportunity to speak with him. Verify what? Isaac retorted with a hint of displeasure. Would the information provided by Master Jason be false? Quickly, register the information with the guild, then obtain a first-tier badge from Bobran. I wish to personally present it to Master Jason later. Yes, Guildmaster. The attendant, flustered by Isaac's reprimand, hastily grabbed Jason's information and scurried out of the appraisal hall. Well then, Master Jason, shall we proceed with the appraisal now? Isaac asked, his face beaming with a smile. In an attempt to mend relations with the Alchemist Guild, Isaac was now exceedingly enthusiastic towards Jason, the individual who had initiated the situation. Jason nodded, and under Isaac's guidance, he entered the first door on the other side of the hall. As Jason and Isaac entered the appraisal room, the attendants in the hall exchanged incredulous glances. They could scarcely believe that the young man they had previously disregarded possessed such a significant status. The fact that Guildmaster Isaac had personally rushed over upon learning of his arrival and had addressed him as Master Jason was beyond comprehension. Just who was this young man named Jason? The servers who had previously sat idly by were now consumed with regret, lamenting that they hadn't been the ones to attend to the young man earlier. Chapter 68. A Novel Assessment. First Order Apprentice. The evaluation of a First Order Adept is rather straightforward. One simply places their hand upon the mana appraisal stone, unleashing their First Order mana. The stone then gauges the precise level of the released mana, radiating a corresponding luminescence. Under the scrutiny of the Spiritualist Guild's assessors, Jason's mana grade was swiftly determined to be First Order low. Bearing the report, Isaac, Jason, and their companions exited the small portal, returning to the assessment hall. The procedure was expeditious, and the attendant from before had yet to return. Master Jason, Guildmaster Isaac began, his countenance peculiar, to more accurately ascertain a spiritualist's echelon. We shall administer a brief practical combat evaluation. This constitutes a novel assessment protocol. I trust this presents no impediment? A novel assessment? Practical combat evaluation? Jason, unacquainted with the spiritualist career evaluation process, harbored uncertainty regarding the adept's appraisal conventions. However, observing the guildmaster's curious mien, a sliver of apprehension sprouted within him. Could it be that Guildmaster Isaac was attempting to obstruct his adept accreditation? Implausible, given his demonstrably ardent desire for Jason to pass the evaluation. Jason, enveloped in perplexity, surreptitiously shook his head, dismissing the notion. In any event, he possessed unwavering confidence in his combat prowess. He had vanquished an intermediate spiritualist at the 8th level of mana. Should he falter in the practical combat evaluation, no one could possibly succeed. The attendants in the vicinity, upon hearing Isaac's words, were similarly engulfed in bewilderment. Typically, combat evaluations were reserved for those attaining the 4th Order and beyond, not for the 1st to 3rd Orders, who were classified as lower echelon practitioners. Moreover, as personnel within the assessment hall, they had never encountered this novel protocol. Under Isaac's guidance, the assembly traversed another portal within the hall, revealing an expansive training yard. The arena was vast, its marble-tiled floor polished to a mirror sheen. In the yard's periphery, an assortment of armaments was meticulously arranged. The training yard staff, upon recognizing Guildmaster Isaac and his entourage, promptly approached to offer their greetings. Jason, his attention fixated on the training yard, failed to notice Isaac subtly signaling Macy behind him. Well then, Master Jason, Isaac inquired, a smile adorning his features. Are you prepared? If so, we shall commence the assessment. Proceed, Jason responded tersely, stepping onto the training yard's central expanse. Master Jason, as a gesture of esteem, the Spiritualist Guild has designated Macy, a steward of our guild and a 3rd Order intermediate spiritualist, as your evaluator, Isaac declared, his countenance beaming. He then cast a severe gaze upon Macy at his side, stating, Macy, make your way forward. A resolute expression suddenly manifested upon Macy's visage. He slowly advanced to face Jason, proclaiming, 3rd Order Intermediate Spiritualist Macy, at your service, Master Jason. What is Isaac up to? Jason wondered, his complexion shifting upon realizing that Macy was to be his evaluator. What is Isaac's intent? Jason could scarcely believe Isaac was unaware of the altercation between himself and Macy just days prior. Please, Jason uttered icily, his gaze fixed upon Macy. Regardless of Isaac's machinations, he would not succumb to trepidation. I implore Master Jason to unleash your full offensive, allowing me to gauge your combat capabilities, Macy requested, noting Jason's stationary stance. Jason did not hesitate. A glint ignited within his eyes as his 1st Order mana surged, culminating in a thunderous boom as he propelled himself forward, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He moved like a projectile discharged from a cannon, accompanied by the resonating whistle of displaced air. Having attained the 1st Order, Jason wielded the artful steps with unparalleled finesse. He was convinced that the average 1st Order adept would be utterly incapable of tracking his movements when employing the artful steps. Even a 2nd Order spiritualist might struggle to match his velocity. A torrent of mana coursed through Jason's right fist as he launched a devastating assault upon Macy. Observing Jason's rapidly approaching form, Macy's pupils dilated. Instinctively, he raised his arms in defense, but then, a resolute glint in his eyes, he arrested the motion. Thud! Jason's fist connected unimpeded, striking Macy squarely in the abdomen. The impact propelled Macy across the marble floor, a muffled groan escaping his lips. and a trickle of blood coursing from the corner of his mouth. What is going on? Jason cast a perplexed gaze upon Isaac. He had distinctly sensed Macy refrain from any defensive actions, even retracting the third-order intermediate mana within his body. Macy had served as nothing more than a stationary target. Despite Macy's robust third-order intermediate physique and Jason's deliberate restraint in his initial strike, the blow had inflicted considerable trauma upon Macy's abdomen. Isaac remained silent, merely offering Jason an encouraging smile to continue. Again, Macy rasped, wiping the blood from his mouth. He slowly approached Jason, his expression serene, devoid of emotion. Jason now comprehended the situation. Isaac was essentially permitting Jason to pummel Macy without resistance. In an attempt to mend the rift between himself, Jason, and the Spiritual Alchemist Guild, Isaac was resorting to any means necessary. Observing Isaac and Macy's demeanor, Jason realized that he could strike Macy dead without intervention, and Macy would not retaliate. Jason stood motionless, his gaze fixed upon Macy. Images of himself and Zack, gravely injured and coughing blood under Macy's assault days prior, flashed through his mind. He recalled Zack's bloodied figure in the inspectorate's interrogation chamber, and a surge of fury ignited within Jason. Shattering fist. A thunderous roar erupted from Jason's throat as he stomped upon the ground, twisting his torso and unleashing his full might in a devastating right-handed blow to Macy's chest. Boom. Crack. Cough. The force of Jason's strike sent Macy flying through the air, spewing a torrent of blood. The sickening sound of fracturing bones echoed through the training yard as he crashed heavily upon the hard marble floor. Even Mike, who had been observing from the sidelines, could not help but twitch. He was grateful that, while he had not aided Master Jason, he had also refrained from fully supporting Troy and his cohorts. Otherwise, his fate might have been even more dire than Steward Macy's. Again, cough cough. Macy stammered, coughing up blood and struggling to rise. His gaze upon Jason betrayed no animosity. The once arrogant figure had undergone a profound transformation following the incident days prior. "You'll Master Isaac," Jason inquired, halting his advance toward Macy. "Has my practical combat evaluation been deemed satisfactory?" Witnessing Macy's injuries, Isaac had been inwardly alarmed, yet he had remained impassive. Now, hearing Jason's question, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Assuredly, Isaac replied, eagerly guiding Jason toward the exit. Clearly, Jason harbored no intent to take Macy's life. While he had not explicitly renounced any further pursuit of the matter, it was at least an auspicious sign. Before stepping out, Isaac glanced back at Macy, who was being carried on a stretcher by the staff. Although Master Jason had spared him, the severity of his injuries meant that he would likely be confined to bed for several months. It is hoped that this incident will impart valuable lessons to him, steering him away from recklessness in future endeavors. Chapter 69. The Pursuit of Spirit Rings. Upon exiting the Spirit Master Guild, Jason clutched his first-tier, low-level Spirit Apprentice badge. Yet his heart was devoid of exuberance. This incident had further illuminated the significance of strength, though Isaac feigned fear of him. The true source of trepidation lay in the formidable presence of Bismarck and Saha. In the days that followed, despite having attained the status of a first-tier Spirit Apprentice and being eligible to graduate from the Cis Spirit Academy, Jason opted to remain at the academy, diligently honing his skills. Having just reached the first tier, Jason found himself burdened with numerous tasks. After acquiring the Fierce Tiger Beast King's Spirit Core from Saha, he devoted himself entirely to cultivating after concocting the bodybuilding spirit liquid. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 3 months had elapsed. Calculating the passage of time, Jason realized he had been in this world for over half a year. During these 3 months, every afternoon, Jason would meet with Bismarck and Saha, typically in Bismarck's laboratory. The trio engaged in discussions, and under Jason's meticulous guidance, Bismarck and Saha deepened their understanding of spirit potions and various materials. The more time they spent with Jason, the more they revered him and became enraptured by the knowledge he imparted. The knowledge Jason shared regarding potion making was derived from the collective wisdom of countless predecessors accumulated over the next 3,000 years. Each principle struck at the very core of potion making, necessitating extensive time and effort for Bismarck and Saha to grasp in this primitive era. Jason painstakingly elucidated these concepts to them, yet their progress was inevitably slow. It was akin to a modern individual attempting to explain contemporary technology to ancient people. Even the fundamental principles of firearms would require significant time to elucidate, starting from the basics of gunpowder. Fortunately, as a renowned figure of the future, a 9th-tier master apothecary, And a pioneer in the technical realm of potion making, Jason possessed an unparalleled mastery over every facet of this discipline. This expertise enabled him to convey even the most rudimentary knowledge to Bismarck and Saha effectively. Remarkably, Jason exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for controlling the reactions of spirit potions through spirit energy and consciousness, making rapid strides in his progress. Coupled with his understanding of potion reactions, the synergy with his prior experiences, and the hands-on instruction from Bismarck and Saha, both of whom were third-tier intermediate apothecaries, his development was nothing short of meteoric. Currently, Jason could effortlessly concoct first-tier low-grade potions solely by manipulating the reactions of spirit energy and consciousness without reliance on the physical attributes of the potions. Naturally, he also underwent an assessment at the Talon City Apothecary Guild, successfully obtaining his first-tier low-level apprentice apothecary badge. Aside from his daily afternoon meetings, Jason dedicated his mornings and evenings to training in his dormitory, expanding the width of his meridians from the 1st to the 9th tier. In the realm of spirit masters, attaining the 1st tier truly marked the commencement of one's journey. The 1st to 9th tier meridians serve merely as a foundation for aspiring spirit apprentices, and once one reaches that status, they typically become obsolete. After all, the qualitative transformation from the 9th tier to the 1st tier is stark. The fragile meridians of the 1st to 9th tier cannot withstand the demands of the more robust 1st tier meridians. Undeterred, Jason devoted 3 months to successfully widening and transforming his meridians to accommodate the next tier of spirit energy. As he reveled in the sensation of his meridians brimming with 1st tier spirit energy, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. In comparison to typical spirit apprentices, who merely circulate and store 1st tier spirit energy within their 1st tier meridians, Jason's cultivation speed and spirit energy content surpassed theirs by a factor of at least 5. After 3 months of rigorous training, Jason's 1st tier low-grade spirit energy began to subtly shift toward the realm of intermediate spirit energy. In addition to his spirit energy training, he did not neglect physical conditioning. However, despite his desire to uncover the source of the peculiar power he had felt within his body, he had not encountered it again during his rigorous training, leaving him somewhat disappointed. During these 3 months, several events transpired. 1 month prior, Xiaobo, who had achieved the status of a 1st tier low-level apprentice apothecary, departed from Talon City to return to his hometown. Meanwhile, Karoti, spurred by Jason's influence, fervently trained and also successfully advanced to the 1st tier low-level spirit apprentice. After graduating from the CIS Spirit Academy, he too left Talon City. On that evening, the 3 friends indulged in revelry, sharing heartfelt conversations until dawn. Life is replete with farewells and reunions, just as the moon waxes and wanes. Having forged genuine friendships in this world, Jason bid farewell to his companions with the promise of future gatherings. The following morning, he saw them off. As he watched their departing figures, Jason experienced a sudden pang of nostalgia for home. Having been an orphan in his previous life, he had never truly grasped the concept of home. In this life, he had little longing for the family of the previous Jason, only recalling that he had a father in a small adventurer town under Talon City. However, as he embraced the memories of this body, the moment he bid farewell to his friends, a profound yearning for home surged within him, compelling him to wish to return and see it once more. Yet, understanding that he had a crucial task yet to accomplish, Jason suppressed his sentimental longing. That morning, shortly after the western gate of Talon City opened, Jason's silhouette appeared. Accompanying him was a group of 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, the familiar members of the Talon City 3-star adventurer team, the Blade Adventurer Squad. Jason's purpose for this journey was to hunt for the spirit core of a 1st tier spirit beast and acquire a spirit ring. The procurement of a spirit ring necessitates a considerable amount of auxiliary potions, which are challenging for the average individual to obtain and fraught with peril. Yet they hold immense potential. The fiery red tiger that Dean Bismarck had transformed into during the haul at the prosecutor's office was a spirit ring derived from the flame burst tiger's spirit core he had acquired after advancing to the 4th tier. This spirit ring endowed him with formidable fire attributes and a roar that instilled fear. As a 4th tier high-level spirit master, Bismarck faced off against Steel, a 4th tier intermediate spirit master. Though they were only 1 tier apart, Bismarck's swift assault left Steel gravely wounded after merely 2 exchanges. This exemplifies the efficacy of spirit rings. Throughout the previous 3 months, Jason had diligently trained his body and expanded his meridians to achieve optimal condition and fully solidify his first-tier low-level spirit apprentice strength. Today marked the moment Jason would hunt for a spirit ring. Given the inherent dangers of venturing alone into the mountains with his current strength, Zack warmly invited Jason to accompany their adventurer team. After contemplating, Jason accepted the invitation. Once the members of the Blade Adventurer Squad were equipped, the 7-person party exited the western gate of Talon City, embarking on their expedition into the wilderness. Chapter 70. The Eerie Forest. Since Jason's introduction to Lin Yin and others at the prosecutor's office, he has gained considerable insight into the renowned 3-star adventurer team in Talon City. The Blade Adventurer team consists of 6 members: the Captain Lin Yin, a low-level Tier 4 Celestial Master, the Vice Captain Baroque, a high-level Tier 3 Spirit Master, and the remaining 4 members: Kalaya, a mid-level Tier 3 Spirit Master, Reese, a low-level Tier 3 Spirit Master, Luna, a mid-level Tier 2 Spirit Master, and Zack, a high-level Tier 1 Spirit Disciple. Notably, Luna is also a high-level Tier 1 Alchemist, which astonished Jason, as alchemists hold a prestigious position in the Stern Continent. A genuine alchemist, even at the lowest level, receives state support and does not need to venture into danger, making Luna's willingness to join an adventurer team all the more impressive to Jason. After departing Talon City, the group traversed the wilderness swiftly, heading toward a small forest half a day's journey from the city, known for the occasional presence of low-tier spirit beasts, a fact with which Lin Yin and his team were well acquainted. Generally, spirit beasts do not appear in the surrounding wilderness of Talon City due to a lack of the spiritually infused flora and fauna necessary for their sustenance. Moreover, when spirit beasts do emerge, the city's guards promptly eliminate them to protect the civilian populace. Thus, the nearest area with spirit beasts, which they intended to explore, was indeed that forest. Typically, the Blade Adventurer team would not venture into such a location, as the highest-ranked spirit beasts there are merely Tier 2, and their rarity diminishes their value. While it may suit lesser adventurer teams, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for a 3-star team like the Blade Adventurers. However, upon learning of Jason's purpose, Lin Yin decided to take this route, as it conveniently aligned with their journey toward the kingdom's border and the Spirit Beast Mountains. Lin Yin was genuinely pleased to have the opportunity to get to know Jason, especially after observing the influence he commanded. As they traveled, the group engaged in lighthearted conversation, largely because they had yet to encounter any spirit beasts. True adventurer teams remain vigilant upon entering territories inhabited by such creatures. Jason, I hear you've obtained your low-level Tier 1 Alchemist badge? Zack inquired, his face brimming with excitement. I just received it, Jason replied with a slight nod. The other members of the Blade Adventurer team exchanged astonished glances with Jason. I believe you're not yet 20 this year? Luna, sensitive to the nuances of being an alchemist, couldn't he help but ask. Haha, Jason is only 17, Zack laughed heartily, reveling in Jason's achievement as if it were his own. Well, in a few days, I'll be 18. Getting old, Jason chuckled, noting that winter had fully set in, with the upcoming New Year's festival fast approaching. The group regarded Jason anew, recognizing that a 17-year-old low-level alchemist is a remarkable talent in the Orlando Kingdom. Luna herself had only achieved her status as a low-level alchemist at the age of 20, and now nearing 30, she had only just reached high-level status. Among the Blade Adventurer team, Baroque was the eldest, nearing 40, followed by Lin Yin, Zack, and Kalaya, all in their 30s. While Reese and Luna were approximately 27 or 28. We have arrived. Everyone, maintain vigilance, Lin Yin instructed, halting in his tracks. As Jason gazed ahead, he beheld a modestly elevated forest. The mountain winds howled through the trees, creating an eerie atmosphere that sent a shiver down his spine. I'll take the lead, Kalaya. Stay behind me. Jason, Zack, and Luna, you 3 remain in the center. Reese and Baroque, you'll bring up the rear. Is that agreeable? Lin Yin surveyed the team, his voice steady. Baroque and the others remained silent, readying their weapons for a swift response should the need arise. Despite the Blade Adventurer team's competence, entering a forest inhabited by low-tier spirit beasts warranted caution, as they understood that many adventurers perish not solely due to lack of strength, but rather from negligence. Spirit beasts, though lacking human intelligence, possess a cunning nature. Jason, should you encounter a spirit beast from which you wish to obtain its spirit core, just let us know. We'll notify you when it's time for the final strike. Until then, focus on your safety, Lin Yin solemnly instructed. Concerned about the potential for accidents in such a perilous environment, Jason nodded in acknowledgement. In his past life, He had traversed countless forests and even ventured into the continent's 6 forbidden zones to gather materials for alchemical concoctions. Yet, he had always been accompanied by numerous ninth-tier Holy Spirit masters, making safety a negligible concern. His current situation was markedly different. "Very well, let us proceed," Lin Yan declared, leading the way into the woods. "What is going on?" Weavy walked for quite some time without sighting a single spirit beast. "I remember hearing there were many low-tier spirit beasts in this forest," Zack exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Frowning, Lin Yan halted. "Let us rest here for a moment. We'll delve deeper into the forest shortly." Having traveled for quite a stretch, the group was fatigued. They gathered in a clearing, retrieving their water and provisions. As they settled, each member instinctively faced outward, vigilant of their surroundings. Except for when drinking or eating, they kept their weapons at the ready. "Captain, this situation seems a bit off. We've walked for so long without encountering a single spirit beast," Baroque remarked in a grave tone. "It is indeed unusual," Lin Yan replied, furrowing his brow. This was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, as it was exceedingly strange to traverse a forest known for spirit beasts without seeing any. The eerie silence enveloping the woods, devoid of even insects or birds, filled Lin Yan with unease. "We'll advance further into the depths of the forest. If we have not found any spirit beasts by evening, we will exit the forest and camp along the main road between Terran City and Keto Town," Lin Yan resolved. Camping in the woods is common for adventurers, and a forest inhabited only by low-tier spirit beasts poses no real threat to a team like Blade. However, the bizarre absence of spirit beasts heightened Lin Yan's wariness, compelling him to opt for a campsite outside the forest come nightfall. "Are you all heading to Kodo Town?" Jason suddenly inquired. He had always known that the Blade Adventurers team was undertaking missions in the Spirit Beast mountain range and frequently resupplying in the Adventurers town along the kingdom's border. However, he was taken aback to discover that their destination was Kodo Town, the very Adventurers town where he himself resided. "Yes, what is the matter?" Zack asked, noticing Jason's astonishment. "My home is in Kodo Town. If that is the case, I shall accompany you there. I need to return home anyway," Jason replied. "That sounds good," Lin Yan nodded. "If you don't find a suitable spirit ring here, you can come with us to the Spirit Beast mountain range, where there is a wider variety of spirit beasts. We can hunt down an appropriate spirit ring for you then." Jason nodded in agreement. After a brief rest, the group packed their belongings and ventured deeper into the forest once more. What is that?" Not long after they resumed their journey, a disarray of objects appeared on the ground ahead. A number of corpses lay strewn about, approximately 10 in total. Their clothing remained remarkably intact, devoid of any signs of tearing, yet each displayed a horrifying death, their eyes bulging outward as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Their mouths were agape, but curiously, there were no visible external wounds on their bodies. "They are from another adventurer team, all dead." Lin Yan and the others' expressions fell as they approached the grim scene. In the ghastly woods, there lay old Jack, Nash, on the wall. The entire Tyrant Adventurer squad, 13 souls in all, lifeless. Baruch, examining the corpses, wore a somber expression. Old Jack's Tyrant Adventurer squad, also from Talon, numbered 13. Though not intimately acquainted with Lin Yan and his companions, they were familiar faces, now deceased. "They haven't been dead for long," Kalia observed, her gaze sweeping across the woods, yet finding nothing. What could have slain them? Old Jack was a seasoned third-tier intermediate spirit master, Lin Yan remarked, his eyes gleaming. Their squad wasn't weak either. To kill them all, it would take at least a third-tier advanced spirit beast. But how could such a beast exist here? More importantly, they bear few wounds. One was stabbed in the chest. 2 had their arms severed, but the rest are unmarked. "Indeed, no wounds," Baruch echoed, his face grim. "In my decades of hunting and adventuring, I've seen countless corpses, usually torn apart and bloodied. But this, it's unsettling. Look at their faces," Lin Yan urged. "Their eyes bulge, their facial muscles are contorted, their skin ashen. They must have seen something terrifying before death." Old Jack and his crew were experienced. What could inspire such dread? Lin Yan examined a great sword from one of the adventurers, then turned his gaze to the severed arms and the pierced chest, a puzzled look on his face. "Notice," he said, pointing to the bloodied swords. "Only these blades bear blood, and it seems human, lacking spirit energy. The arms appear to have been severed by their companions, and the chest wound as well. Despite the chaotic scene, there are no signs of spirit beasts, no traces of their blood." He then turned to Luna. "Luna, check for poison." Luna examined the bodies, shaking her head. It doesn't seem like poison, but I can't be sure. Many toxins can kill silently, but I see no indication of it. Not poison. They were scared to death, Jason declared. Scared? Impossible. Zake and Kalia exclaimed. Adventurers are brave, accustomed to life on the edge, with little fear of death. Their facial muscles are rigid, their skin ashen, Jason explained, his eyes gleaming. Extreme fear causes blood to rush to the heart, leading to oxygen deprivation and heart failure. As a former 9th-tier spirit medicine saint, he was certain they weren't poisoned. Lin Yan's analysis was accurate. The blood on the swords lacked spirit energy, ruling out spirit beasts. Regardless, stay alert, maintain a safe distance, and don't separate, Lin Yan instructed, his gaze sweeping over the group. Who's there? Lin Yan suddenly shouted, his sword drawn, pointing toward a patch of trees. The group huddled together, weapons raised, scanning the surroundings. 3 figures emerged from the trees. Startled by the sight of Jason's group and the bodies, they exchanged glances, their faces filled with terror, and fled. Just passing adventurers, Lin Yan said, letting them go. He knew they were only 2nd-tier intermediate, unlikely to be involved in old Jack's death. They likely mistook Lin Yan's group for dark adventurers who prey on others. Baruch and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their hands clammy on their weapons. Even when they had ventured too deep into the Spirit Beast Mountain and encountered a 5th-tier low-level Ironback Earth Dragon, they hadn't been this tense. If the dragon had spotted them, the Blade Adventurer squad would have been annihilated. Let's go, and be careful, Lin Yan said, sheathing his sword. Ah! A scream echoed through the woods, piercing their ears and sending shivers down their spines. It came from the direction the 3 adventurers had fled, and it was the most terrifying sound Jason had ever heard. Let's check it out, but stay together, Lin Yan ordered, transforming into a blur as he raced toward the scream. The others followed, keeping a distance behind. When they arrived, they found the woods in disarray. The 3 adventurers lay on the ground, contorted, ashen-faced, and terrified, their bodies unmarked, just like old Jack's squad. Captain, did you see anything? Zake asked urgently. Lin Yan shook his head, his expression grave. He had arrived quickly, yet saw nothing. The adventurers had died shortly after separating, and the fact that they, though only 2nd-tier, had been killed so swiftly cast a pall over the Blade Adventurer squad. Let's leave, Lin Yan said firmly, turning to Jason. I'm sorry, Jason, but we must leave these woods. We can't hunt for your spirit ring here. If you wish, you can join us at the outer edge of the Spirit Beast Mountain, where we can find a 1st-tier ring. Jason nodded, understanding the situation. The circumstances were beyond their control, and he had no choice but to follow Lin Yan. Who's there? Lin Yan shouted again, his eyes fixed on a nearby thicket. A roar reverberated from the thicket, and suddenly, a spirit beast, towering as high as a person, sprang forth from the underbrush. It resembled a lion, its body adorned with glimmering crimson crystalline scales that shimmered radiantly. At its rear, a long, serrated tail swayed gently, painted in a vivid red. This was the Scythe Lion Beast. Upon sighting the creature, Zack let out a piercing scream and tightened his grip around the massive sword in his hand. Jason had heard Zack recount tales in the training room of the Spirit Master Guild, where he mentioned the terrifying scar, 50 centimeters long, that marred his back, an enduring reminder of a near-fatal encounter with the Scythe Lion Beast half a year prior. It was crucial to note that the Scythe Lion Beast was a high-level spirit beast of the 3rd tier. Upon noticing Jason and the others, the Scythe Lion let out a furious roar and lunged towards them with remarkable speed. Jason, Zack, Luna, retreat. Baroque, Kalea, Reese, we advance. Lin Yan commanded with authority upon spotting the beast. A glow emanated from him, a manifestation of the 4th-tier spirit energy he was channeling. Abominable creature. Lin Yan's sword transformed into a myriad of intersecting sword lights, enveloping the Scythe Lion mid-leap. Clang, clang, clang. As the Scythe Lion sensed the immense power contained within Lin Yan's sword lights, it curled into a ball in midair. When Lin Yan's strikes met the creature's fiery scales, a cacophony of metallic sounds erupted. Indeed, the Scythe Lion was worthy of its reputation as a high-level spirit beast. Its physical defense was formidable. Lin Yan's sword lights, infused with primary 4th-tier spirit energy, felt as if they had struck a block of mysterious iron, leaving only faint white marks upon the beast's hide. Self-destructive fool. The Scythe Lion landed with a thud after enduring Lin Yan's attack. Seizing the moment, Baroque roared with fury, his massive sword swinging in a wide arc towards the beast. Meanwhile, Kalea and Reese, poised at the side, infused their own longswords with potent 3rd-tier spirit energy. eagerly awaiting the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the scythe lion. Having previously slain a scythe lion, the group was well acquainted with the creature's attack patterns and habits. In an instant, the atmosphere became rife with lethal intent, surging with intensity. Chapter 72. The iron-backed earth dragon. In a corner of the battlefield, Zack, Jason, and Luna stood with their weapons drawn, observing the fierce combat before them. Given their current capabilities, they could offer little assistance in such a tumultuous clash. How could a scythe beast possibly appear here? Zack muttered to himself, a hint of fear crossing his typically fearless countenance. Luna, too, held her sword firmly, yet Jason detected a glimmer of trepidation in her eyes. 6 months prior, during a sudden ambush by a scythe beast, Zack had narrowly escaped death, saved only by Captain Lin Yan's timely intervention. Luna had sustained severe injuries during that encounter, and even Baroque and the others bore various wounds, caught off guard by the beast's unexpected appearance. With a resounding roar, the scythe beast retaliated against Baroque's ferocious assault, rolling violently upon the ground. A tremendous crash echoed as Baroque's powerful strikes resulted in a 2-meter-wide, 1-meter-deep crater, dust and dirt flying everywhere. The scythe beast, unable to evade in time, was struck by the sword's edge, letting out a mournful cry as it was hurled against several towering fir trees, which splintered and collapsed under the impact. Now, in an instant, Kalea and Rice, who had been poised for action, sprang into motion. A blinding light erupted from their infused swords, transforming into 2 streaks of brilliance that sped toward the scythe beast's eyes. Roaring in fury, the injured scythe beast sensed the impending threat to its life. It leapt from the ground, charging at Kalea and Rice without hesitation, its form becoming a crimson blur. As the swords of Kalea and Rice were about to pierce the beast, a fiery shadow collided with their blades. It was the scythe beast's fearsome, serrated tail. The two felt an overwhelming force jar their weapons, causing them to stagger back with muffled groans. The scythe beast, using the momentum, surged toward them once more. With a resounding thud, the 3 figures collided in midair, and both Kalea and Rice landed, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Die, Baroque shouted, sensing the intense battle between the scythe beast and the 2 warriors. A yellowish glow emanated from above his head, hovering ominously. A radiant light shot forth from the aura, enveloping Baroque in a weighty presence, as a phantom resembling a rhinoceros materialized above him, fixated on the scythe beast. This was the 3rd-tier earth spirit beast, the earth rhinoceros, and the yellow ring was the sole manifestation of Baroque's ascension to Tier 3. Earth/. Baroque roared, swinging his massive sword at the scythe beast as Kalea and Rice separated from it. Golden beams of light radiated from Baroque and his sword, enveloping the scythe beast. In a moment of shock, the scythe beast, still reeling from its previous assault on Kalea and Rice, could not evade. Fear flashed in its fiery eyes as its serrated tail lunged toward Baroque's descending sword. A colossal explosion erupted in the forest, sending plumes of dust into the air alongside the beast's anguished cries. Baroque, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, glared at the billowing dust. Having exhausted a considerable amount of his spirit energy in executing the earth/. At that moment, Lin Yan, who had initially engaged the scythe beast, felt a surge of determination. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed a white light from his sword, a display of energy that could only be achieved after attaining the title of Celestial Spirit Master. He transformed into a white shadow, darting into the dust cloud. A mournful wail echoed as a massive figure writhed within the haze before collapsing to the ground. As the dust began to settle, a deep pit was revealed, surrounded by shattered earth, a testament to Baroque's earth/. The scythe beast lay defeated within, its eyes wide open and blood pooling around it. A gaping wound marred its belly, while its serrated tail lay severed in 2. A smaller puncture wound on its head bled profusely, the result of Lin Yan's earlier strike. The survivors exchanged relieved glances, a bittersweet smile crossing their faces. Despite the ferocious assault of the 3rd-tier scythe beast, only Kalea and Rice bore minor injuries. And aside from Baroque's fatigue, the rest remained relatively unscathed. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. Let's gather the materials, Zack said with a hint of a smile, aware of the treasures the scythe beast possessed, particularly its highly valuable crystalline hide. In the stillness of the forest, apart from the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze, only their heavy breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Jason, who had been standing still, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet finding nothing unusual in his surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zack approached the fallen scythe beast to collect materials, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. A colossal sound approached rapidly from the distance, soon looming before them. A figure over 3 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, emerged from the forest. Its lantern-like eyes fixated on the group, exuding an oppressive aura. Iron-backed earth dragon. Baroque murmured in shock, his expression one of disbelief, mirrored by the astonished faces of Lin Yin and the others. With a deafening roar, the iron-backed earth dragon charged towards Lin Yin and Baroque, its short legs moving with astonishing speed, trampling everything in its path and uprooting trees, sending clouds of dust soaring. Run. Split up. I'll hold it off. Lin Yin shouted urgently, snapping back to reality. With a fierce determination etched on his face, he surged forward, his sword glowing brilliantly with celestial energy as he aimed for the dragon's head. With a resounding clash, the iron-backed earth dragon did not flinch. Barreling forward as Lin Yan's Tier 4 celestial energy-infused sword barely penetrated its hardened armor. Despite Lin Yan's relentless efforts, it would not yield even an inch. Even a massive boulder would be pulverized into rubble under Lin Yan's celestial aura-infused assault. Yet, such a formidable strike barely penetrated an inch into the ironback earth dragon's hide, failing to even draw blood. Such formidable defenses. A chilling shriek pierced the air as the ironback earth dragon retaliated to Lin Yan's attack. A colossal, whip-like shadow materialized with lightning speed at Lin Yan's flank. Before Lin Yan could react, the gargantuan silhouette struck him with tremendous force. The impact shattered Lin Yan's robes into countless fragments, and he spat a mouthful of blood as he was hurled into the forest, crashing against a towering tree. The tree, unable to withstand the force, splintered and collapsed. The whip-like shadow, the ironback earth dragon's jagged, multi-meter tail, swayed ominously behind the beast. With a single blow, Lin Yan, the formidable Tier 4 celestial aura master and leader of the Razor Edge Adventurer Squad, was critically wounded. Captain, Baruch roared, his eyes bloodshot. Yet undeterred, he charged towards the rampaging ironback earth dragon, his greatsword brandished. Korea and Leith followed suit, their eyes blazing with determination as they surged forward like phantoms. Jason, run. Flee into the forest, Zack urged, his expression grave. He then gripped his greatsword and advanced towards the ironback earth dragon. Luna followed in silence, her footsteps resolute despite the fear etched in her eyes. You're just walking to your deaths, Jason protested. So what? Zack retorted, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Razor Edge adventurers stand together, even in death. We'd rather perish together than abandon our comrades to survive. Jason sighed inwardly, offering no response. He joined Zack and Luna, a faint smile playing on his lips. Having hunted even Tier 9 dragons in his past life, how could he possibly flee from a mere Tier 5 ironback earth dragon? Moreover, with his capabilities, escape from this Tier 5 ironback earth dragon would be futile. Perhaps scattering in 7 different directions might grant 1 or 2 of them a chance of survival. Very well. Let Jason witness the might of this Tier 5 ironback earth dragon. Chapter 73, The Illusion of Fear Die. As the ironback dragon charged towards Baroque, a furious roar erupted from Baroque's lips. He leaped into the air, wielding his colossal sword with an unstoppable momentum, aiming a fierce strike at the beast's head. Simultaneously, Kalea and Reese surged forward, their forms expanding as they ascended into the sky, their swords transforming into countless shimmering blades. Remarkably, their targets aligned perfectly, the ironback dragon's enormous, lantern-like eyes. Faced with the incoming sword and the multitude of sword shadows, the ironback dragon did not flinch. It raised its head high and barreled towards the trio. Baroque's giant sword radiated with brilliance, producing a deafening whoosh as it struck the ironback dragon's head with tremendous force. At the same moment, Kalea and Reese's sword tips descended upon the dragon's eyes. Just as their blades were about to pierce, a mocking glint flickered in the dragon's eyes, and suddenly, a transparent eyelid closed over its heavy eyelids. Boom! Bang bang! The sound of a massive collision echoed as Baroque, Kalea, and Reese were violently flung away by the dragon's immense power, blood spraying from their mouths as they crashed to the ground. The steel armor worn by Baroque twisted and dented under the impact. His massive sword was sent flying, lost amidst the chaos. The trio's ferocious assault left only a small chip taken from the dragon's head, while Kalea and Reese's blades merely grazed its eyelids, leaving faint white marks. Brother. Upon witnessing Baroque's injury, Zack's eyes reddened with fury. Boom, boom, boom. The ironback dragon's gaze shifted towards Zack, Luna, and Jason, and it lunged at them with ferocity. If even Lin Yen, Baroque, Kalea, and Reese could not withstand its charge, Zack and Jason would surely be reduced to mere pulp. In that moment, as Jason observed the rampaging ironback dragon and the surrounding forest, an odd sensation surged within him, an eerie feeling, as if he were a mere spectator, detached from the chaos unfolding before him. He felt an odd certainty that if the dragon were to collide with him, he would emerge unscathed. Run! Just as the ironback dragon bore down upon them, a voice thundered from behind, and a figure shimmering with white light emerged, brandishing a sword that crackled with energy, emanating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. It was Lin Yen, the one previously injured by the dragon. A massive shadow swept past as the dragon's long tail whiplashed towards Lin Yen. With an unprecedented focus, Lin Yen evaded the tail strike, leaping onto the dragon's back and charging towards its head, his sword slashing wildly, leaving deep gashes upon the beast's skull. Roar! Enraged by Lin Yan's assault, the ironback dragon let out a furious scream, thrashing its head violently while its tail transformed into a blur, racing towards Lin Yan. With a resounding smack, Lin Yan's evasion faltered, and he was struck hard by the dragon's tail, crashing heavily before Jason and the others, creating a massive crater upon impact. You all, go. Lin Yan's body was grotesquely contorted from the blow, blood pouring from his mouth, fragments of internal organs spilling forth. Captain! Zack and Luna cried out in anguished fury, tears streaming from their eyes. It was evident to them that Lin Yan, so grievously wounded, could not be saved. Gazing at the dying Lin Yan, Jason's peculiar feeling intensified. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon the location where Lin Yan, Baroque, and the Scythe Lion had battled. The body of the Scythe Lion, once there, had inexplicably vanished. A tremor coursed through Jason's body as a realization dawned upon him. His gaze darted through the forest, searching for the three adventurers' bodies that had previously been nearby, only to find them completely absent. Indeed, I should have anticipated this. This is how it is, Jason murmured, unable to contain his thoughts. Ah! With fury boiling within him, Zack shouted, gripping his massive sword tightly, preparing to charge at the incoming ironback dragon. At that moment, a hand clamped down on his shoulder, halting his advance. Let me handle this. Behind Zack, Jason stared calmly at the ferociously charging dragon. Allow me to shatter this illusion. Before Zack could react, Jason dashed towards the ironback dragon. Boom! Jason's form collided with the dragon's head, producing a thunderous roar. The force of the impact sent Jason crashing into the rock face like a cannonball. Jason! Zack screamed, horrified. If even Baroque, a high-tier warrior, had been severely injured by the dragon's charge, how could Jason, a low-tier fighter, possibly survive such a blow? Tears slipped from Zack's eyes. Who says men do not cry? Only when they have yet to reach their sorrow. Faced with the imminent annihilation of the Blade Adventurer squad and the potential death of his friend Jason, Zack, a stalwart figure, felt utterly powerless, and in that moment, even he shed tears. I'm not dead yet, you fool. Suddenly, from the shattered rocks, a voice emerged, startling Zack, Luna, Lin Yan, and the others. Jason slowly rose from the rubble, covered in dust, but miraculously unharmed. How? How is this possible? That was a strike from a 5th-tier ironback dragon. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Heh! Jason chuckled softly, brushing off the dust. He gazed at the advancing ironback dragon and whispered, in my own mental realm, I am a 9th-tier alchemist. Though lacking in offensive power, my spiritual strength has been honed to perfection in my previous life. Even against a 9th-tier spirit master, I would not necessarily perish. How could a mere 5th-tier ironback dragon harm me? However, as he spoke, a look of determination crossed Jason's face. My goal in this life is to become a 10th-tier apothecary. To achieve this, I must first attain the level of a 9th-tier spirit master. Thus, allow me to unleash an attack reminiscent of the 9th-tier spirit master Rog, who accompanied me in my past life. Amidst astonished gazes from Zack and the others, a tremendous aura erupted from Jason, sweeping through the heavens and earth, surging toward the ironback dragon. The once arrogant dragon let out a wail of despair, halting abruptly, trembling uncontrollably as it collapsed to the ground. The momentum was so immense that, although Jason was not directing it at Zack and the others. They found themselves trembling involuntarily under its subtle influence. Their eyes were filled with terror, and their bodies were entirely beyond their control, unable to summon even the slightest strength. Jason, what is happening? Zack and the others could not comprehend why Jason suddenly seemed like a different person. Under the overwhelming pressure, their minds went blank. They could not even feel the joy of potential salvation, engulfed in a void of despair. Death, Jason uttered softly, extending his right hand slightly forward. A dazzling beam of light erupted from his palm, piercing the form of the iron-backed earth dragon that knelt before him. Silence enveloped the scene. Under the onslaught of Jason's radiant energy, the entire iron-backed earth dragon was instantaneously vaporized into nothingness, vanishing from sight. Boom! As the iron-backed earth dragon disappeared, a thunderous echo resonated in the minds of Zack and his companions, accompanied by a sharp pain. The world trembled for an instant, only to revert to tranquility in the blink of an eye. What is happening? Wasn't I gravely injured? The serene forest remained still for a moment, before a voice of astonishment broke the silence. Under the astonished gazes of Zack and Luna, Lin Yan, who had been drenched in blood, his clothes tattered and body twisted, shakily stood up. He gazed at his hands and body, disbelief etched across his features. Aside from some dirt and dust, he was completely unscathed, devoid of any wounds. I wasn't seriously injured, was I? What is going on? Meanwhile, in the distance, Baroque, Kalaya, and Reyes also rose unsteadily, their faces a canvas of confusion as they surveyed the disheveled forest, finding themselves similarly unhurt. The forest was shrouded in silence, each person staring at one another in bewilderment. Amidst the chaos, there were no signs of the scythe lion beast or the iron-backed earth dragon, only the lifeless bodies of the 3 previous adventurers lying nearby. What is happening? Everyone's gaze fell upon Jason, who suddenly erupted with a fierce shout and dashed forward, plunging into a thicket. His sword transformed into a streak of lightning as he lunged towards a specific spot within the underbrush. A piercing scream echoed from the thicket, and a small, dark figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Upon hearing that shrill cry, Lin Yin and the others were engulfed by an overwhelming fear. A chill surged from their feet, permeating their bodies, causing them to shudder involuntarily, hair standing on end, hearts racing with trepidation. Seeing the shadow attempting to flee, a spark of determination ignited in Jason's eyes. He thrust his sword with precision, pinning the shadow to the ground. The figure let out a couple of desperate shrieks, writhing momentarily before falling still. It was a creature the size of a black cat, but with a grotesque human face. 9 long, fleshy tendrils sprouted from its head, each adorned with a terrified little face, and the central face was painted in a horrifying crimson, instilling a profound dread in anyone who dared gaze upon it. Fear mirage. Lin Yin and the others gaped in shock at the creature Jason had slain, their faces a mixture of disbelief and horror. In the annals of Stern Continent's bestiary, the dread phantasm stands as a creature of exceptional rarity. Paradoxically, its offensive capabilities are virtually non-existent. A mere child armed with a sword could readily dispatch it. Its visage is profoundly horrifying. The common dread phantasm possesses minimal power, distinguished only by a rudimentary protuberance atop its head. As a first-tier spirit beast, it occupies the lower echelons, relying solely on its piercing shriek to evoke a sense of dread. Yet, this terror is fleeting, easily surmounted by any first-tier spirit disciple. However, accounts exist of tricephalic dread phantasms, rumored to be the regnant monarchs of their kind, capable of unleashing psychic assaults that induce madness and indelible fear. Before the assembled company stood an anomaly, a 9-headed dread phantasm. Such a creature was unheard of, and even in death. The crimson glint emanating from one of its 9 diminutive heads sent a shiver of inexplicable disquiet through the onlookers. How could this dread phantasm possess 9 heads? Zark inquired of Jason, his curiosity piqued. What transpired just now? The 9-headed dread phantasm is an exceptional variant, Jason elucidated. If the 3-headed form is deemed a king, and the 6-headed a sovereign, then the 9-headed is a veritable deity among dread phantasms. It wields formidable soul-based attacks. We were ensnared in its psychic illusion. The Scythemane and Ironhide Earth Dragon were mere fabrications of its power. Discerning the illusion is tantamount to its demise, while failure to do so results in succumbing to terror, as evidenced by those unfortunate adventurers. Jason gestured toward 3 lifeless bodies in the vicinity. A deity among dread phantasms? The adventurers exchanged bewildered glances, unfamiliar with such a notion. The nine-headed dread phantasm is virtually non-existent on the continent, bereft of historical precedent, Jason explained. However, in a future epoch, one such entity emerged. Jason recounted an incident from his own time, where an entire settlement bordering the Spirit Beast Mountains was inexplicably annihilated overnight, leaving no physical wounds. An imperial expedition met a similar fate. Panic gripped the region, leading to mass migrations. A ninth-tier Holy Spirit Master, present nearby, investigated and ultimately vanquished the dread phantasm, revealing the truth. Typical tricephalic dread phantasms pose a manageable psychic threat, but the hexacephalic variant can only be resisted by sixth-tier revered spirit masters. The nine-headed form's soul attacks, however, necessitate a ninth-tier saint-level soul fortitude. Jason's previous incarnation possessed an unremarkable offensive prowess, but his physical and spiritual resilience were those of a bona fide ninth-tier spirit medicine saint. His transmigration and subsequent assimilation of the original soul amplified these attributes, enabling him to pierce the dread phantasm's illusion and rescue his companions. The dread phantasm's illusions manifested as the party's deepest fears, the Scythemane and the Ironhide Earth Dragon. While they had previously vanquished a Scythemane, their inability to overcome the Earth Dragon stemmed from a pre-existing belief in their inadequacy. This conviction sealed their doom within the illusion, leading to a fear-induced demise. Jason cleaved the dread phantasm's head with his long sword, and a droplet of crimson essence, a first-tier spirit heart, emerged and floated before him. A first-tier spirit heart. The others murmured in disbelief. "I shall now absorb this spirit heart," Jason announced. "Please, stand guard." He closed his eyes, assuming a meditative posture. A subtle emanation of spirit energy guided the spirit heart toward his brow, where it was absorbed. Jason was more concerned about potential interlopers than the absorption process itself. The others encircled Jason, their senses heightened. The audacity of absorbing the spirit heart of such a monstrous entity filled them with awe and trepidation. Moreover, spirit heart absorption was fraught with peril, typically requiring copious amounts of spirit medicine. Only Baruch, among them, possessed a spirit ring. Jason's unassisted attempt seemed reckless. As the spirit heart merged with Jason, his body convulsed in agony. A surge of energy coursed through him, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. Fine beads of blood surfaced on his skin as he writhed. Jason's rationale for eschewing spirit medicine stemmed from a theory propounded by a future spiritual prodigy. While such aids enhance the likelihood of successful absorption and mitigate risk, they also diminish the resultant spirit ring's potency. This theory, later validated, remained largely unheeded in Jason's time due to the inherent dangers of unassisted absorption. "Captain, what about Jason?" Zark inquired anxiously, his concern mirrored by the others. Baruch shook his head. Spirit ring absorption is excruciating, even with assistance. Jason's approach is unprecedented. However, he paused, adding, given Jason's connections, acquiring spirit medicine would be trivial. His choice suggests a calculated risk. Based on our observations, I believe he will persevere. The others exchanged glances, their apprehension somewhat allayed. Baruch's assessment of Jason's resources and capabilities resonated with them. Jason's enigmatic past and recent displays of power inspired a modicum of confidence, though their anxiety lingered. Chapter 75. The first spirit ring. As Lin Yin and his companions watched in trepidation, Jason was undergoing profound transformations within himself, enduring agonies known only to him. Confronted by the energy emanating from the fear phantom spirit, Jason felt as though he were being sliced by 1,000 blades. His meridians and muscles began to rupture under the overwhelming force, while his internal organs were racked with excruciating pain, tearing apart under the onslaught of this energy. The energy contained within the fear phantom spirit was not excessively powerful. Rather, it was the terrifying soul of the phantom that posed the greatest threat. While Jason's body suffered immense pain, his soul was concurrently besieged by the formidable energy of the phantom spirit. His head throbbed violently, trembling under the impact of this soul force, as countless fearful images from his past flashed through his mind, memories of childhood terror as an orphan, the shock of realizing his lack of talent as a spirit master, and the dread that gripped him upon discovering that, despite achieving the rank of 9th-level alchemist, he would forever be unable to reach the apotheosic realm due to his lack of spiritual awareness. Furthermore, he recalled the despair of being labeled a failure after reaching 5th-level spirit power, condemned to never attain 6th level. These visions played out in Jason's mind. Yet in the next moment, he smiled. A powerful conviction filled his consciousness. This life was his opportunity to achieve the 10th level apotheosis. Fate had granted him a second chance, and no one would stand in his way. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated in Jason's mind as a brilliant light pierced through, illuminating his thoughts with unprecedented clarity and determination. In that moment, the assault of the fear phantom's soul energy dissipated, and the energy within Jason gradually stabilized, merging seamlessly with his first-level spirit power. A golden spirit ring slowly materialized above Jason's head, hovering behind him. He had successfully absorbed the spirit ring. Only someone as extraordinary as Jason could attempt to absorb the spirit heart of the nine-headed fear phantom, a feat unparalleled by anyone else in the world. Typically, only 9th-level saint-level powerhouses could absorb the spirit heart of a nine-headed fear phantom. Yet this phantom was merely first-level. True saint-level powerhouses could not absorb a spirit heart of such low rank. Only Jason, whose soul strength reached 9th level while his physical power remained at 1st level, could withstand the psychic onslaught of the fear phantom spirit. Moreover, as a practitioner of the violent spirit master path, Jason was uniquely capable of resisting the energy contained within the spirit heart, preventing his own demise. The coexistence of these two attributes was essential for Jason's success. Witnessing the golden spirit ring materialize behind Jason, Zack and the others could not suppress their astonishment, gasping in disbelief. The appearance of a golden spirit ring indicated that the absorber had drawn upon a spirit heart far beyond their capacity, resulting in a ring that masked its original color. However, it is crucial to understand that while a golden spirit ring signifies strength, it also indicates that the absorber had narrowly escaped death. A misstep could lead to fatal consequences due to the volatile energy contained within the spirit heart. Absorbing a spirit heart to obtain a spirit ring is inherently perilous, which is why most capable spirit masters prefer to draw from weaker spirit beasts rather than risk their lives. As the turbulent spirit energy gradually calmed, Jason took a moment to analyze his internal state and made an astonishing discovery. What had once been a nebulous first-level spirit power had transformed into a pale white current, flowing smoothly through his meridians. Unbeknownst to him, Jason had actually advanced to intermediate first level. This is truly remarkable, Jason thought to himself in amazement. However, considering that he had been at the lower first level for 3 months, and with his meridians at 9th level combined with the first level meridian operating in tandem, he was already 5 times faster than the average person. Coupled with his diligent practice of the spirit god technique, his 3 months of training equated to nearly a year and a half's worth of effort for others. Thus, his advancement to intermediate level was not excessively rapid, especially after absorbing the spirit heart. Exhaling deeply, Jason opened his eyes and stood up. Jason, have you finished absorbing? Thank goodness you're all right. What skill did you acquire? Please share, Zack inquired urgently, still shaken by Jason's earlier terrifying demeanor. Jason remained silent, his piercing gaze sweeping over his companions, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Hiss. A collective gasp erupted among the crowd as an inexplicable dread washed over them upon meeting Jason's gaze, sending shivers down their spines. Both Zack and Luna, being of lower rank, instinctively stumbled back a few steps in fear. Meanwhile, Baroque, Kalea, and Reese felt a chill run through them, their hearts racing as they held their breath. Only Lin Yen felt a lesser intensity, though he still instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. What is this? Such a terrifying gaze. As they regained their senses, the group could not help but marvel at Jason. Hee, Jason chuckled softly, addressing Lin Yen. Brother Lin Yen, I have just absorbed the spirit heart of the fear phantom and gained a new spirit skill. I invite you to test it. Intrigued, Lin Yen stood before Jason, sword in hand. Despite Jason currently being a first-level spirit apprentice, the earlier fearsome aura he exuded and the terror of the 9-headed fear phantom had heightened Lin Yan's vigilance. Very well, Brother Lin Yan, be on your guard, Jason warned, as a barely perceptible glimmer flashed from the golden spirit ring behind him. Soul dread. A strange expression flickered across Jason's face as an invisible wave surged outward from him, enveloping Lin Yan. The moment this unseen wave touched Lin Yan, he trembled, his eyes glazing over in a moment of blankness, devoid of any spirit energy. Yet, in mere moments, his clarity returned. However, when Lin Yan regained his senses, he found Jason's sword poised at his throat. Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. filled with shock as he struggled to comprehend what had transpired during his momentary lapse. Zack and the others looked on, equally astonished. Only Jason internally sighed. Soul Dread was an immensely powerful skill. Given his soul strength, it was capable of incapacitating even an 8th-level Emperor Spirit Master. However, Jason's own abilities were regrettably inadequate. As a mid-tier 1st rank, he could only briefly incapacitate Lin Yan, a low-tier 4th rank, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Furthermore, after employing his soul intimidation technique, Jason felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, a clear indication that the target of his ability far exceeded his own strength, resulting in a backlash. Jason was certain that, with his current mid-tier 1st rank prowess, he could cause a 5th rank spiritual master to lose focus for but the briefest moment. Yet it would leave him with a splitting headache. If he attempted to intimidate a 6th rank spiritual master, it was likely that he would succumb to unconsciousness before his opponent even registered the attack. His insufficient strength weighed heavily on him. With a deep sigh, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes, solidifying his resolve to diligently cultivate and enhance his abilities. Nonetheless, the soul intimidation technique, which he found lamentably ineffective, appeared utterly terrifying in the eyes of Lin Yan and his companions. This was indeed an extraordinary and formidable capability. Chapter 76. The Injured Old Reynold Jason. Are you planning to join us in Kodo Town tomorrow? Lin Yan inquired after they had set up camp along the pathway leading to Kodo Town. Earlier, after waiting for Jason to absorb the essence of the fear illusion demon in the forest, the group buried the bodies of the 13 members of Old Jack's Overlord Adventurers team, along with those of 3 other adventurers, before leaving the woods and returning to the main road. As they watched the sun gradually descend, Lin Yan and the others chose not to continue their journey, opting instead to establish their camp beside the road. The events of the day stirred a ripple of unease within the members of the Blade Adventurers team. Despite the fact that the 9-headed fear illusion demon had been vanquished, Jason had explained its soul attack methods. Yet he had not divulged how he discerned the creature's weaknesses or executed that terrifyingly powerful attack within the soul realm. Although Lin Yan and the others were curious, they refrained from asking. Jason had always exuded an air of mystery, being referred to as Master by the renowned Bismarck and Sahar of Talon City, despite his ostensibly modest capabilities. In Lin Yan's eyes, a veil of enigma cloaked Jason. Previously, this had been tolerable. But after Jason defeated the formidable fear illusion demon and absorbed its essence, gaining a mysterious spiritual ability, Lin Yan, a celestial spirit master, found himself regarding Jason with newfound respect. The expressions of Baroque and the others had also subtly shifted from the morning, now imbued with a hint of reverence. Whereas Zack remained his usual boisterous self, unchanged. Indeed, Jason replied with a nod. My home is in Kodo Town. It has been a long time since I last visited. This time, I shall treat everyone to a meal as a token of gratitude for your assistance, Captain Lin Yan. Ha, Jason, there's no need for such formality. Were it not for you, we might have all perished, Lin Yan chuckled. What Brother Lin Yan says is absolutely right. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have ventured into this forest, would we? Jason responded. Exactly. Captain, you should not decline. After witnessing our team's dire predicament, I feel it would be unjust not to treat Jason to a hearty meal, Zack exclaimed, having come to realize that Jason was far from the impoverished figure he had initially perceived. Ha, Zack speaks the truth. Brother Lin Yan, please do not refuse. Jason smiled, sensing that among those present, only Zack dared to speak so freely, while the others, including Lin Yan, spoke with an undercurrent of respect following the events of the day. This left Jason feeling a touch helpless. In his past life, he had encountered all manner of deference. Yet what he truly sought now were friends devoid of social stratification. In comparison, Bismarck and Sahar treated him with far more camaraderie than Lin Yan. While they publicly hailed him as master, they did not hesitate to chastise him in the laboratory if he faltered in his studies, their reprimands unrestrained and candid. They often claimed that it was better to correct him now, while he was learning quickly, lest he master everything and no longer provide them the opportunity to scold him. Relinquishing his insistence on modesty, Lin Yan organized the night watch and began preparing dinner. Due to the fear illusion demon's presence, there was a notable lack of game in the surrounding woods, compelling Lin Yan and the others to resort to their provisions. With 7 members in total, Lin Yan did not assign Jason to watch duty. After sharing an evening meal and engaging in casual conversation, Jason retreated to his tent to meditate. Having absorbed the essence of the fear illusion demon, Jason needed to acclimate to the newfound power coursing through him. With his advancement to a mid-level spirit disciple, his spiritual energy would also initiate certain transformations within his body, enhancing his physical resilience significantly under the rigorous training of the violent spirit master's techniques. Although the group had faced tremendous peril, opportunity and crisis often coexist. While Jason only acquired a single spirit ring, his strength had seen a considerable augmentation, particularly with the soul dread skill. Even when confronted by a more powerful spirit master, if he seized the right moment, Jason would possess the capability to engage in battle rather than remain helpless. The following morning, after the group packed their belongings, they resumed their journey toward Kodo Town. Throughout the journey, Jason focused on familiarizing himself with the mid-level spiritual energy newly infused within him. After 2 days of travel, a quaint little town gradually came into view. Upon seeing the familiar town, a surge of excitement welled within Jason. The town bustled with activity. As an adventurer's haven nestled against the Spirit Beast Mountains in the northwest of the kingdom, it boasted a populace primarily composed of daring adventurers, each armed and exuding an air of ruggedness. Adventurer towns are unique establishments situated near regions inhabited by spirit beasts, serving as transitional hubs for adventurers seeking to hunt these creatures. Aside from a few original residents, the majority of the town's inhabitants were merchants and adventurers who had migrated there, resulting in a dynamic and frequently shifting population. After securing accommodations for Lin Yin and the others at a tavern near the Spirit Master Guild in the town center, Jason hurriedly made his way toward his family home. His residence was located southwest of Kodo Town. Departing from the main thoroughfare, he navigated through narrow alleys until a rather ordinary house came into view. Upon sighting it, a wave of exhilaration swept over him. Memories cascaded through Jason's mind, even as he recognized that he was no longer the Jason of old. Yet, as he regained his composure, he was startled to find that his eyes had grown misty with emotion. "Father, I have returned," Jason whispered, suppressing his overwhelming excitement. He forcefully pushed open the door, which was not locked, and stepped into the modest courtyard. Surveying the familiar yet disheveled surroundings, he could not help but smile. He had been too eager, almost forgetting that it was still early afternoon. His father was likely still at work. Jason was uncertain about the nature of his father's occupation, recalling only that he would leave each morning and return late at night. As for his mother, Jason had never met her since he became aware of his surroundings, nor had he heard his father mention her. Whenever he inquired about her, his father would fall silent, retreating to a secluded corner to drink cheap liquor and weep quietly. From that moment on, Jason ceased to ask about his mother. Just as Jason's mind was awash with memories, a faint noise emanated from his father's room, startling him. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he pushed open the door and called, "Father, are you home?" The instant he stepped through the doorway, Jason froze. And in the next moment, his eyes filled with tears. A pungent scent of medicine wafted through the room and reached Jason's nostrils. Before him, an elderly man with graying whiskers and bloodstains on his left leg struggled to rise from the ground. Who but his father, Rainer, could it be? "Father, what has happened to you?" Jason hurried inside, assisting the old man to his feet. "Jason, you have returned. Why did you not inform me in advance?" Upon seeing Jason, Rainer's face broke into a gentle smile. Jason's gaze fell upon his father's left leg, which was bound with splints, the trousers marred by crimson stains. Various injuries marred Rainer's body. Even his face bore scraped patches of skin. The air around him was thick with the odor of subpar medicinal concoctions. Noticing Jason's concerned gaze, Rainer managed a strained smile and, in a hoarse voice, reassured him. "A couple of days ago, I had a little fall. It's nothing to worry about. I have already taken some healing potions. Rest assured, I shall be well in a few days." Seeing his father in such a state made Jason's heart ache. Yet he refrained from voicing his emotions. Instead, he carefully carried Rainer back to bed before dashing out of the yard. In a short while, Jason returned, bringing with him several bottles of proper healing potions which he administered to Rainer. "Father, tell me, who has done this to you?" Jason inquired solemnly after ensuring Rainer had taken the authentic healing potions he had just procured from the apothecary.